Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
God and nothingness. In the beginning, only the omnipotence will, the embodiment of perfection and oneness, existed. But one day, that absolute existence was gone, getting replaced by the world egg. This egg floated endlessly in the primordial sea. It might sound impossible, but there was a life forming under its shell. In nothingness where either space nor time existed, life should be far from possible. It was a miracle. No, this was meant to happen. This cosmic egg didn't replace the omnipotence will, but it was a brilliant manifestation of one. At some point, the surface of the divine egg began to crack, said fissures of the shell expanded like branches of the world tree, and then the egg exploded. Trying to pinpoint this exact moment was a fool's errand since the concept of time had yet to exist. An immensely powerful dragon spawned from the egg. It was the creation manifested. The name, Veldonava, was engraved on his soul. The source of this name should be Veldonava himself since he was the only one who existed here, but even he wasn't sure of it. Nonetheless, Veldonava was still the ultimate one who possessed omnipotence and omniscience. Unlike the void of nothingness around him, he possessed a free will and could dictate his own destiny. Facing boredom in the vastness of nothing, Veldonava felt tempted to create something to quell it. Veldonava embodied creation down to every bit of his essence. He possessed two energies, stardust that represented absolute creation and nihility that represented destruction. Before fulfilling his grand purpose as the creator god, Veldonava went into a preparation phase. His first ever creation was the heavenly star palace, crafted from the shell of the divine egg he hatched from. It was a plain grass field with a castle in the middle. This place was made by utilizing stardust to bend existence to his will. And with that same stardust, Veldonava created 8 great holy spirits. They were the purest life forms which represented the fundamental elements. These grand elementals would become the foundation of Veldonava's grand design as the creator. Space and time would govern their respective aspects. Water, earth, wind, and fire would be the elements mainly used for the formation of worlds. Light and darkness would represent good and evil respectively. But valuing free will over anything else, Veldonava made sure that the alignments were not set in stone. Light could become evil, and darkness could be a force of good at a moment's notice. After creating the great holy spirits, Veldonava was ready for his next creation, his greatest one yet. Come forth, spirits. Dedicate yourselves to me, your powers will be the foundation of worlds. Imaginary collapse. Veldonava created many worlds using nihility, infinite of it even. He believed that infinite worlds meant infinite entertainment. His nihility was lost in the process, leaving him with only stardust. However, that would be the least of his concern. His consciousness faded away due to an excessive use of energy. His dragon body, which size rivaled that of a planet, slowly shrunk and transformed into an egg. For 777 years, the new egg rested on the grass field of the heavenly star palace. A small dragon hatched from it, and soon enough, that dragon rapidly grew back, retaining every feature of Veldonava. But he was much smaller this time, only around 300 meters in height. Ah. That's weird, Veldonava muttered to himself, though I don't really understand, it didn't feel so bad. That body was way too big anyway. Veldonava didn't care enough to find what that phenomenon was. In reality, it was the first instance of him being incarnated, transitioning from the omnipotence will into the demiurge. Though this dragon body is still too big. Maybe I can make a smaller one. Veldonava strolled into the palace and started to design a humanoid form which would be more nimble and easier to use. It took him years before he could choose the form he liked. He ended up with a body of slight stature, leaning toward the feminine side. It had long jet black hair with sparkles that resembled stars. His golden eyes were charming. He also had the black and white striped horns coming out of his hair. This would be his main body going forward. Back to his work as the creator god, to complement the many worlds he created, Veldonava also made the world which would be the central hub of his creations, one that he named the Central World. The many worlds created from nihility had limited lifespan. After all, they were made from nihility, the energy of destruction, and must return to that original state of nothingness. On the other hand, the Central World could stand the test of time indefinitely because it was made from stardust, the absolute force of creation. Veldonava sat on the stair leading up to the palace, waiting for lives to sprout in the world he had prepared for them. The Star King Dragon anticipated his efforts to be fruitful. God and loneliness. Veldonava knew he couldn't rush the process. Omnipotence couldn't create free will. Creating a being with true free will was impossible. No matter what, a chain between a creator and a creation would be formed. They were not free in the truest sense. Free will couldn't be born if he decided to interfere. At least that was Veldonava's hypothesis. This theory of his was proven correct when he created the 7 original angels from the great Holy Spirit of Light. They had weak egos which made them operate like robots rather than living beings. On the other hand, the primordial demons born as shadows of the seraphim seemed to possess stronger wills and desires. They were the result of the cause and effect of Veldonava's divine act. They seem interesting. I will just observe them from afar for now. But still, Veldonava was waiting for the birth of a true free will. To not let his time go to waste, Veldonava made another creation of his. This one, the voice of the world, would go down in history as his magnum opus. Though it had yet to reach its full potential. So lonely. Veldonava sighed. Lonely, adjective. Sad because one has no friends or company. The voice of the world's voice echoed in his head. It usually said some nonsense that he didn't understand. It wasn't that great of a friend either. Veldonava silently regretted that he used his omniscience to create this subpar system. Please, you're giving me all sorts of headaches. Headache, noun. A continuous pain in the head. Damn it. He groaned. If this continued, he might go insane. He needed to find something to distract himself. After putting in an effort to find it, Veldonava found a hobby that was time-consuming enough to keep him occupied. He found out that he could use his omnipotence to create skills. Veldonava was so confident in his skill creation that he challenged the voice of the world to a contest. Who could make more skills within a time limit would be the winner. He was so absorbed in his work, he didn't even notice how much time had passed. Finally. I think this is enough. Let me tell you this, you can't win against me. Veldonava smugly laughed. I just created 16 skills. Shocking, right? The amount of skills created by the voice of the world were 41,731 skills in total. His confidence and bravado went down the drain instantly. But I only created 16 of them. His voice made it sound like he was about to cry. Cheater. You probably cheated, he accused. Sportsmanship, noun, fair and generous behavior or treatment of others, especially in a sports contest. I am not a sore loser. He pouted. You're a meanie. The skills created by you have a lot of potential. Despite your embarrassing loss in number, you won in terms of quality. Oh. You think? Well, it can't be helped. I'm just that great. Even though that wasn't the goal of this competition, the voice of the world would let him win rather than dealing with him throwing temper tantrums. Veldonava created 2 categories of skills, the deadly sins and the heavenly virtues. Of course, it was all about the cool factors. He was a simple man. If the name had a ring to it, then it was a good name. Though what the voice of the world said rang true. Veldonava created a set of formidable skills. These skills were fragmentations of his omnipotence, so their powerful effects were justified. When he first started, Veldonava made a set of skills which he called the heavenly virtues. Justice King, Michael. Oath King, Uriel. Knowledge King, Raphael. Hope King, Serial. Purity King, Metatron. Patience King, Gabriel. Charity King, Rugel. The heavenly virtue skills were deliberately created, but due to the law of cause and effect, another set of skills manifested to be their counterparts. Veldonava named these newly manifested skills the deadly sins. Pride King, Lucifer. Sloth King, Belphegor. Gluttony King, Beelzebub. Envy King, Leviathan. Lust King, Asmodeus. Worth King, Saturnal. Greed King, Mammon. These sin skills weren't meant to be created, so to avoid any responsibility, Veldonava put them into the distribution system while keeping the heavenly virtues for himself. There were also 2 special skills that got left behind as husks of omnipotence. They were the Creation King, Ahura Mazda, and Magicule Breeder Reactor. When the contest was over, Veldonava noticed that enough time had passed for lives to appear in the Cardinal World. God and the divine ancestor. Humans and animals came to existence through a natural evolutionary process. And as Veldonava expected, these life forms were born with free wills. In a material world, that would be where it stopped. But the Cardinal Realm was a demi-material world, its magicules corrupted the inhabitants, giving birth to magians, monsters and magic beasts. Biodiversity, as a concept, intrigued Veldonava. Being an impulsive creator god that he was, Veldonava created yet another of his masterpieces. By mixing his own blood with magicules and stardust, Veldonava created a man who would later be known as the divine ancestor, the originator responsible for populating the central world with demi-humans. His name was Twilight Valentine, the first high blood. Twilight Valentine began to create new races under Veldonava's surveillance. The Star King Dragon didn't do it out of concern though, he was just curious about Twilight's works. Twilight's first creation was a high human named Jehiel. He was meant to be the superior version of the human race, and his masterful utilization of Magi-Q will sure proof that he was. Is he going to be okay? He looks like a kind of person who will get caught in many, many troubles. Arrogant and self-centered, he embodies what it means to be a human, Twilight explained while focusing on his new project, but I do hope that he has human survival instinct as well. Twilight's next project was to see what would happen if elementals incarnated into human vessels. The result was quite intriguing. Enki, Ashley, was created from the fire elemental. High Dwarf, Dwaran, was created from the earth elemental. High Elf, Sylvia, was created from the wind elemental. Veldonava was mesmerized by her beauty, and had also tried to create a high elf of his own using a different method. When that news reached Twilight, the High Blood made sure to lecture him. Veldonava-sama, what you created does not have a place in the ecosystem. I mean, why not? She's really strong. Veldonava argued. Too strong, in fact. It's not feasible to have an entire tribe of that in the world. From this moment onward, you're banned from creating a living being, Twilight said, demanding that Veldonava put faith in him to make the world biologically diverse. I was created for this purpose, was I not? Yeah, but. No but. Fine, fine. You're so demanding, Veldonava pouted. Years went by without a problem, until there was a mad titan rampaging the lands. When Twilight heard of it, he didn't think twice before screaming loudly on the mountain, Veldonava-sama. What did I tell you? Huh? What did I do? Veldonava, who was in the middle of gnawing on rocks, looked at Twilight with a face of cluelessness. If you mean that rampaging three-headed titan, then no, not me. And Veldonava was speaking the truth this time. The mad titan Ashura wasn't Veldonava's creation. He emerged from the planet's depths as the Earth's avatar of destruction. You seem worried. Should I deal with him? Rest assured, I will deal with him by myself. Twilight didn't want to always rely on Veldonava's power, so he planned to deal with this mad god by himself. Ashura was a formidable foe, but Twilight, being an offshoot of Veldonava, held his own despite the giant's magic nullification. Their battle was 7 days long and could be longer if Veldonava didn't get impatient. Veldonava took care of the mad titan in just one move, splitting the three-headed giant into 3 individuals. When Veldonava and Twilight returned to the mountain they lived on, the High Blood already had a new idea. Seeing how powerful Ashura was, it inspired him to create the giant race. The results were twin giants whose names were Basara and Kizara. They were twins, but always fighting with each other for the right to claim themselves as the older sibling. Veldonava took a seat as he watched the giants fight. He had a bowl of rocks as snacks too. Even if he's a dragon, that diet can't be healthy. It always concerned Twilight that his god ate dirt and rocks as snacks, but there was nothing he could do. Twins sure are troublesome. Veldonava-sama, if you have to choose between a son and a daughter, what will your answer be? Eh? That question comes out of nowhere. But if I have to choose, I think I will go with a daughter. I see, Twilight Valentine said with a thoughtful expression which Veldonava didn't really understand. God and the true dragons. Veldonava didn't have a lot to do on the mountain since he was banned from creating life, and Twilight told him that he should stop gnawing on the rocks before there would be no mountain left. Clearly, he ran out of anything productive to do. So when Twilight told him that large sums of Magi-Qs were detected in some parts of the magic continent, Veldonava volunteered to investigate them. Armed with a map marked by the voice of the world, the childish Veldonava treated it like a treasure hunting game. The first point of interest was the northern hemisphere. Snow fields weren't that odd, but the raging blizzard here might amount to something. This was more than a natural phenomenon, there was something creating this otherworldly blizzard which could freeze anything. An egg. Making his way through the blizzard, Veldonava only found a lonely white egg. To think this small thing was powerful enough to create such a fearsome weather event like this silver world of eternal ice. The second point of interest was an active volcano in the eastern side of the magic continent. The locals called this place the Scorching Flame Mountain. How inviting. A crimson-red egg floating in the lava. Isn't it already a boiled egg? He rescued it from the volcano. To his surprise, this egg was still alive. The third and last point of interest was the forest between the western and eastern sides. It became a thunder forest that would smite anyone who dared to step in. Veldonava ran and evaded every lightning bolt coming his way. It wouldn't hurt him at all, but it felt more fun to put in an effort. The culprit was the deep blue egg that leaked more Magi-Qs than the previous 2. I ended up bringing them back with me. These eggs had immense power stored within them and couldn't be left on their own, so what should he do next? Searching. What are you searching for? 100 methods to cook an egg. You bastard. I am not going to eat them. Though Twilight told him to eat more varied meals, Veldonava didn't plan to add these eggs into his new diet, yet. Veldonava decided to wait until they hatched. He let the Seraphim handle other things while he and Twilight monitored the eggs. And when the eggs hatched, dragons came out. Veldonava was surprised to see more of his kind. From what the all-knowing voice of the world told him, these children were nature-given forms, the divine manifestations of concepts. They chirped, Gyo. Gyo, cutely while destroying everything on the mountain. Stop. Stop. Hours were spent trying to catch these dragons and make them sit still. Firstly, let's start with naming them, Velzard, Velgrind, and Veldora. Velzard was the oldest and Veldora was the youngest. Raising baby dragons was a Herculean task. No. Don't eat that. They tried to eat and swallow everything they could get into their mouths. Looking at Veldonava trying to pull stuff out of their mouths filled Twilight with a sense of poetic justice. And now you understand how I feel. Velgrind. Velzard. Don't bully your little brother. For some reason, Veldora often ended up as a punching bag for his sisters. The range was between a slight scratch to Veldora being killed. Thanks to Veldora's sacrifice, Veldonava now knew that these dragons could be easily reborn, though it would be better for them to not get killed in the first place since it messed up their personality. They grew up fast, and they left their scales everywhere. Twilight, can you help me? No, this whole operation is your idea. Deal with the consequences. You're mean. Veldonava said. Also, I'm busy creating what would eventually be my masterpiece, my perfect creation. If that lizard, Veldora, annoys me again, I will find a way to punish it, no matter how immortal it is. In the end, Veldonava had to take care of these dragons on his own, including tidying up the scales that they left all over the place. I hate the ramifications of my actions. Veldonava silently sobbed to himself. It took a mere month for them to be fully grown. When he saw the opportunity to rid himself of these troublesome dragons, Veldonava kicked them off of the cliff without any hesitation. He justified that it wasn't an act of cruelty. He just wanted to teach them how to fly. They then went their own separate ways. Good luck, everyone. Veldonava waved them goodbye. God and romance. A lot of things happened after that. Apparently, Twilight Valentine was killed and eaten by his own creation, another high blood. Although it looked like an experiment gone wrong at first, it most likely went according to his plan, whatever that maniac's plan was. There were also minor things Veldonava did such as creating the elemental queen, Ramaris, and fencing off some demons. His fight with the primordial red, Rouge, went as expected, but the fight with Noir was rather strange. The primordial black, Noir, was the first ever demon to incarnate. He caused unimaginable terror that even Veldonava couldn't ignore. It turned out that when a demon's heart core was destroyed, they would become a servant of the one who killed them. Veldonava learned it the hard way as he had to accept this troublesome demon as his butler. Veldonava was walking through the castle. This time it was the palace within the Eastern Empire. In those years with nothing else to do, Veldonava successfully trained the first hero, Rudra Namal Naska. He came here to visit his disciple Rudra, but this place was too big, and he was a bit lost. As he was about to use his universal perception, he was interrupted. My, why is there a fair lady in our palace? Who are you? Are you lost? Veldonava met with a pink-haired woman in royal attire. She approached him without any fear. Does she think that I'm a woman? How embarrassing. Hey, don't ignore us. You're within our presence, do you not know what that means, fair lady? I am not a fair lady. Eh? Despite this charming look? Not that we really care. She giggled. Our name's Lucia. What is yours? This Lucia woman was quite clingy. Her hands were all over his body as if she owned it. Veldonava wasn't sure how he should act around her, spending most of his time on the mountain, he didn't have that much experience around women. It's Veldonava, he replied weakly. When Lucia touched and stroked his horns, it made Veldonava aware of a weakness he didn't know he had. Usually, he didn't let anyone touch his horns, that would be rude of them to do. But since he was a guest here, he would let it slide this one time, just this time. A beautiful name for a precious little one. She licked her lips. Don't call me beautiful. I'm not a girl. Lucia giggled, clearly she was toying with him. The nerve of this woman was unfathomable. Veldonava felt as if his pride just got damaged. This isn't as bad as I thought. Maybe I will let her tease me for a bit, just for a bit. Do you tease every intruder you meet or something? Not at all. We only tease you because you're cute. She brushed his soft round cheek with her slender finger. See? You're even cuter when you are blushing. I will let you know. I'm an important figure in this world. I demand some respect. Not with that attitude, Lucia laughed in a voice of adoration. God and death's cold embrace. Traitor. If I knew that you would backstab me like this, I would have prepared a failsafe. He laid in a puddle of his own blood. His body got pierced by sharp weapons. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? Do you plan to give me a cold shoulder to the very end? Since his and Lucia's daughter was born, everything went downhill. His body started to fall apart, so he had to abandon his original dragon body and create a new human body to inhabit. But despite transferring body, he still fell ill due to having more magicules than his new body could handle. In his moment of weakness, the voice of the world declared him to be the enemy of the world, putting a target on him just because a god shouldn't give one human more attention than the others. He wanted to be free, but he was caged in the golden prison that was his godhood. Maleimm. As death was approaching, all he could think about was his daughter, Maleimm. He couldn't afford to leave her alone in this cruel world. Using the last of his remaining stardust, he created an egg. Veldonava didn't even have enough power left to name it. It might not be his strongest creation, but he hoped that it would at least be Maleimm's friend, keeping her company, playing with her, and protecting her. I don't know if I can be revived, but you have to be with her, Veldonava whispered to the dragon egg. The wounds caught up to him, and his death was assured. The deaths of the individuals Veldonava and Lucia na Malnaska have been confirmed. The death of the one and only creator god brought the age of myth and creation to an end, plunging the Cardinal World into the state of worldwide chaos. The corpse of Veldonava's human form was put under Elemental Queen Ramor's protection. Meanwhile, his original dragon body was now under true Giant Degrul's protection. The corpse of Lucia Nava, however, was never found. Mikami Sattoru was just an average salaryman working in a sort of big construction company. He had climbed a corporate ladder and become a department manager. He got paid a large sum of money monthly, which made his life slightly more comfortable than most salarymen. But success had its price. He failed miserably when it came to his love life. He was in his late 30s but never had a girlfriend throughout his life. Despite his unfortunate circumstance, he didn't give it much attention. Sattoru believed in the concept of fate. If his soulmate really existed, fate would find a way, and they would meet eventually. I'm back. Welcome back. I have prepared a dinner and a bath of warm water for you. Choose as you please. Always professional, huh? Kukuku. Of course I am. I will continue to serve you to the best of my ability. I would rather die than let you down, just the thought of it alone scares me. Sattoru shared his condominium with Noir, a butler who did a lot of chores in order to make his qualities of life better. That included cleaning, cooking, and filing taxes. He was quite a strange man, and even the term strange itself might be an understatement when referring to this guy in particular. Sattoru couldn't recall how he met or what inspired him to bring Noir to live under the same roof, but he was really useful around the house. In fact, Noir's contribution played a huge role in Satoru's career advancement. After taking a bath, he changed into more casual clothes and went to the kitchen where Noir was waiting for him. The main menu on the table was Unaiden's, Japanese grilled eels served over a bed of steamed rice. Noir wasn't just a good butler, he was an excellent chef as well. He said that he could cook dishes from around the world. Though that talent had yet to be proven since Satoru's usual requests would always revolve around Japanese dishes. Come to think of it, tomorrow is your payday, isn't it? Satoru said while having dinner. I don't want to meddle into your personal life since it's none of my business. But I'm just wondering, what did you do with your money? Satoru had never seen Noir spending that money before. He didn't spend it on his hobby. He didn't eat outside, in fact, he rarely went outside altogether. This is a little suspicious, Satoru thought. He had known Noir for almost 2 decades, and he seemed to be a decent man. Although he did snap a few times when things didn't go his way. There was a time when I had too much work on my hands. This guy just stormed into my workplace, talked to my boss, and got me a paid vacation. Nothing good would come from angering a man like Noir. That fact was crystal clear for everyone who had met him. I invested every yen you paid me into your retirement fund, Noir replied. He looked proud of what he did for some reason. Oi, oi, oi. Don't you think that's too far? In my humble opinion, I don't think this is enough. Think about it, a human like you will eventually grow old. You can't just live off of your elderly allowance alone. I intend to give you the best life after years of diligent work. Noir had always been like this, doing as he pleased to ensure the best for Satoru. I have my own savings. Excellent. With our savings combined, your life will be even better. You. Satoru sighed. Arguing with Noir when he already set his mind onto something had never worked out the way he wanted. Just how long are you planning to stick around with me? Don't you want to start a family of your own or something? Satoru asked. A handsome young man like Noir would be pretty popular if he gave dating a chance, but he always gave a death glare to anyone who tried to approach him. When people said Noir had a killer look, they didn't mean it in a nice way. Marriage doesn't sound that compelling to me. He shook his head. My happiness comes from being in your presence, serving you. And who is going to take care of you if I get married? Sometimes I think you are too obsessed with me. I owe a lot to you. I don't even know what I did for you. A hard-to-read smile appeared on Noir's face. But I do. It was kind of creepy though. I won't include you in my will, just so you know, Sattoru teased. Noir just shrugged his shoulders. Kukuku. Please don't mistake me for a gold digger. My intention is pure. Sattoru went to bed as soon as he finished his dinner. He had a meet-up with his junior co-worker tomorrow. Also, a good rest would be appreciated after laboring himself in the office all day long. Sattoru was waiting in front of a grilled beef restaurant. It was one of his few favorite things. Why does this feel like bribery or compensation for something? He didn't have to wait on the pavement for long before Tamura arrived. Tamura, that guy also brought a girl with him. I'm not envious. Nope, not at all. Tamura. Over here. Sorry for arriving late. Did I make you wait? Not at all, I also just arrived. Sattoru flashed a friendly smile. But if I knew you'd bring your girlfriend, I would probably just stay at home. Haha. Please don't be like that, you sound like a grumbling old man. The woman next to Tamura then introduced herself, and nice to meet you. My name's Sawayuri Miho. I've seen you visit our department before, but talking face-to-face feels kind of different. Sawayuri Miho. If I recall correctly, she works in the accountant department. That bastard Tamura, how can he pull such a girl? Sattoru was a bit jealous, but he also felt impressed. I wonder what my soulmate is doing, assuming I have one to begin with. Sawajiri-san. I've heard of you from the rumors before. Nice to meet you. Our rumors. What kind of rumors are we talking about here? Just office gossip, you know. Dating with that person, getting close with this person, and something along those lines. They were just rumors. Japan's office life was brutal, so workers would do anything for the sake of entertainment. Spreading false rumors about other people was one of them. Sattoru didn't participate directly, but he had heard a few funny jokes from it though. A gut-wrenching scream echoed through the bustling street, getting everyone's attention. Following the direction of that scream, Sattoru saw a man in a black hood. There was a knife in his hands as he ran closer. He tried to flee after successfully robbing a person. The crowd parted, not wanting to meet their demise by the knife's sharp end. Tamura. What are you doing? Dodge. Sattoru shouted. Acting out of impulse, he shoved Tamura out of the way. But in the process, he got himself in front of the knife. It dug deep into his flesh and probably hit a vital organ as well. Yup, it definitely pierces my lung. He concluded after coughing and spilling out some blood from his mouth. Later, he fell on the solid pavement. It hurted, yes, but not as much as the wound itself. He felt like every cell in his body screamed in pain, and there was also a burning sensation whenever he tried to breathe in and breathe out. Hot. Too hot. The acquisition of heat resistance. Successful. While every breath he drew in felt like an infernal flame, the other parts of his body felt cold. One might call it a sign of the approaching death. The acquisition of cold resistance. Successful. Heat resistance and cold resistance will be integrated and evolved into temperature resistance. Successful. As the voices of people around him started to fade away, the voice in his head only became more and more pronounced as time went by. But before he could question what it was, his stab wound ached again. Arg. That damn knife. The acquisition of pain nullification. Successful. The acquisition of pierce resistance. Successful. Continue. Pierce resistance will evolve into physical resistance. Successful. Senpai, your blood. They are. Tamura crouched beside him, clutching onto Sattoru's blood-soaked hand. Don't worry about it. And don't touch me, my blood will stick on your clothes. It won't be fun trying to wash it away. At least that's what Noir told me. When stabbed, a person's cause of death would either be organ failure or blood loss. It's going to be messy, isn't it? This is why I don't like blood, not in the slightest. Confirmed. Creating a body that does not require blood. Tamura, I want you to do something for me. Why yes. Drop my hard drive in the bathtub. Make sure everything in there is destroyed, and also tell my friend that I won't be able to make it back home today. Deletion of data via electric current has failed due to insufficient information. As an alternate measure, electricity resistance was acquired. His body went limp after saying his last words to Tamura. He laid there on the concrete floor, waiting for the end to come. His senses died down one by one. His whole body was paralyzed. His eyelids became too heavy for him to lift them up. And the voices around him were silent. In the limbo between life and death, Sattoru was left with only his thoughts. If there was any regret left in him, it was the fact that he never had a girlfriend. TCH. If there is another life, I swear I will flirt with them all. I will make a harem too for good measure. The acquisition of the unique skill Predator. Successful. This robotic voice in his head didn't go anywhere despite his ears already giving up. Maybe it's a Shinigami coming to guide my soul to the afterlife, Sattoru thought. Nah, it's most likely a trick the brain made at the last moment. Come to think of it, they said men or women who could keep their virginity for 30 years would become a sage, and those who kept it for 40 years would become a great sage. He was just 3 years short, how unfortunate. The acquisition of the extra skill, Sage. Successful. Sage will transform into the unique skill, Great Sage. Successful. He had always wondered what a dead man thought when death was an inevitable outcome. Their moment of happiness. Their biggest regret. Their families' faces. Maybe something funny to cope with the impending doom. For him, it was his regrets. He had a few of them. At last, Mikami Sattoru lost his consciousness, and then his life. Even when Sattoru died, the omnipresent, omniscient voice, the voice of the world, still continued with its duty. Sending the soul of the individual Mikami Sattoru into the samsara system. Failed due to interruption. Sorry that I have to intervene with your work. But can you halt the progress for a few minutes? I want you to check for something. Approved. Confirmed. The dormant memories of the individual Veldonava can be found. Despite that fact, the voice of the world would continue with its previous decision to reincarnate Sattoru's soul into a fresh, new start. Nothing of importance was found, according to its lines of code. Confirmed. Putting the soul of the individual Mikami Sattoru into the reincarnation cycle. Memory deletion is in process. Please, have sympathy for me. Sympathy is useless. You are appointed to be a voice of reason, thus, having no authority to change the result made by the system. Me. Don't have authority. Say that to my face again. I dare you. I'm the authority. Do you know how long I have been chasing after this white whale? You know what? Fine, lay down your arguments, and I will tell you mine. And so the voices started their debate. After the fall of the Star King Dragon, there was an adjustment that hit everyone, the voice of the world included. It had to deal with a foreign presence that wormed its way into the system and established itself as the voice of reason. And after hours of arguing with each other, this intruder managed to make a solid case and sway the world language's opinion. Confirmed. Reawaken the dormant memories of the individual Veldonava. Returning the ultimate skill, Oath King Uriel. Failed, the skill in its complete state does not exist. As an alternate measure, the ultimate skill, Vows King Uriel, was acquired. Returning the ultimate skill, Justice King Michael. Failed. The skill already belongs to someone else. Returning the origin skill, Creation King Ahura Mazda. Failed. The skill already belongs to someone else. Returning the origin skill, Magicule Breeder Reactor. Failed. The skill already belongs to someone else. I want to say job well done, but I don't know if this will be the last time I have to do this or not. I know I can't die, but sometimes not existing anymore does sound compelling. Yeah, it's counterintuitive to the conspiracy's main goal. I know. But still, I'm so envious of him. Not everyone was given a chance to walk the world. Some were just unfortunate to be born as a prisoner to their own fate, unable to do a thing, and could only observe as things played out. Rimuru's information. Name, unnamed. Species, ultimate slime, true dragon subspecies. Resistances, electricity resistance, pain nullification, physical resistance, temperature resistance. Unique skills, Great Sage, Predator. Ultimate skill, Uriel, Vows King. Sattoru woke up from what felt like the weirdest dream ever. Within his head, there existed memories that were not his. No, these are my memories, but they are not from my previous life as Mikami Sattoru, he thought. The concept of individuality became a blur when the reincarnation process was involved. But overall, it was the soul and the memories stored within it that defined a person. He had been reincarnated into this world with memories of a man named Mikami Sattoru and the Star King Dragon at the same time, so his individuality was questionable. If there is anything I've learned from my previous lives, that would be how dangerous swords and knives are. He took note of the fact that he had been killed by sharp objects in his both lives. I should be more careful around them this time, noted. But enough about that, he had to be mindful of his surroundings now that he had been reincarnated. Where am I? Why is it so dark? I can't see anything. He couldn't see nor move. In fact, it didn't feel like he had any body parts to control at all. Yet it wasn't uncomfortable, as if those were the intended functions of this body. I'm not a dragon nor human. What kind of species I reincarnated into to not have any basic organs? Notice. Master is a subspecies of the true dragon race known as the ultimate slime. That voice. He became more cautious. After everything that he had gone through, he didn't trust it, especially when it had a voice that reminded him of the voice of the world. Notice. I am the unique skill, Great Sage. Despite borrowing its voice to communicate, I have no association with the voice of the world. Nice to meet you, Master. Nice to meet you, too. He replied back politely but still didn't trust her enough to drop his guard down. Because of her tone, he thought that she probably held him in high regard. However, that too might be a trap. Look, we can stick together if you respect some ground rules. First, don't put a bounty on me. Notice. Understood. Don't you dare betray me, trick me, or backstab me by any means. I'm quite serious with this one. I won't tolerate that kind of behavior again. Notice. Understood. It was just a spoken oath, but it helped a lot mentally. Now, do you know where we are, Great Sage? Notice. More information is required. I apologize. Therefore, I'm unable to see nor move while being stranded in an unknown place. It couldn't possibly get worse than this. Living a life like that sounded so complicated. Maybe life will be easier if I die and reincarnate again. That's a joke. He had to confirm because Great Sage seemed concerned. However, she wouldn't take a chance. After an hour of silence, she returned with a gift. The acquisition of the extra skill, magic perception. Successful. Suddenly, the world of darkness he was born into started to brighten. He could see again, he could see things clearer, better than before. Magic perception allowed him to see 360 degrees around himself using the interaction the Magicule made when exposed to light and sound. The result would later be sent straight into his brain, giving him information. Notice. Synchronizing magic perception to the unique skill, Great Sage. I will handle the flow of information from now on. Thank you. You are so reliable. Notice. The compliment has been accepted. He would have been in deep trouble if it wasn't for Great Sage. Despite his previously divine nature, he didn't work well under pressure. Looks like you can create a skill as well. Maybe not as good as me, but I can rely on you regardless. There was misplaced confidence in his words, for sure. I will continue to be your useful asset. Calling yourself an asset does sound a little risky, doesn't it? Her voice was monotonous, yet she seemed to enjoy being relied on. This probably felt like the first taste of victory. It would be best if she didn't get addicted to it. Magic perception had limited range to it. Because of that, he had to bounce around the cave and prayed for it to detect an exit. Which divine entity did he pray to? Himself, of course. He also ate everything that crossed his paths along the way. He was not at all inexperienced when it came to eating rocks, ores, and grasses. While doing that, he had Great Sage inform him about the skills he owned. Uriel, one of the virtues. That's such a powerhouse of a skill to have out of the gate. Lucky me. Although this Uriel came with an asterisk. This Uriel bore the title Vows King instead of the Oath King, for they were different. The Oath King had disappeared from the system altogether. In its place were the Vows King and the Covenant King, both bore the name of the virtuous Uriel. Great Sage is reliable, and Predator doesn't sound bad either. No, I would say that both of them are exceptionally powerful. What a relief. He was born with an ultimate skill, unique skills, and intrinsic skills. The intrinsic skills usually were attributes dictated by the physiology of the individuals, usually obtained from birth or through evolution. This category of skills was divided into three main groups: species-specific, bloodline-specific, and individual-specific. I'm a slime, right? What is my intrinsic skill? Notice. Master is considered to be a true dragon subspecies. Eh? But you told me that I am an ultimate slime. That statement remains factual. How? Your words don't make any sense. He was different from other true dragons, being a subspecies of one. The true dragon species, in their true form, was a towering beast which opposed all logics. They were known as gods. He, however, was a subspecies. It meant that he was distinct enough from them to be unique but still being labeled under the same name. Notice. Interbreeding with other members of the same species is possible. Don't mention that. What are you? A pervert. Even though he wanted to call her that, he still recognized that Great Sage said it in a more analytical tone. But enough about that. Let's talk about his intrinsic skills instead. The most interesting of them all seemed to be dragon spirit hockey. The true dragon race possessed this hockey. Despite the skills having the same name, they were personalized for each individual, as unique as one's fingerprints. Veldonava's specific hockey could shatter space and dimension around the user if used properly. It was by all means a dangerous intrinsic skill. On the other hand, he also had self-regeneration, absorb, and dissolve. These skills seemed to be something a slime would have. Each true dragon was unique and born with some skills that were innate to them and them alone. In his case, he was reincarnated in a cave, an environment that favored the swift and small physiology of a slime more. Due to this, he looked like a slime despite being true dragon atomically. Universal shapeshift, a standard intrinsic skill for the true dragon, was dropped in favor of slime-based skills to better suit the environment. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Members from the same species could detect each other. If I run into my younger siblings, they'll be able to recognize me as one of their own. He thought, I hope they don't laugh at me when they know that the cool and awesome Veldonava has become a round blue blob. Enough monologuing, he had to find an exit as soon as he could. Notice. The analysis of the hippocute herb is successful. Do you want to produce a potion out of this resource? Potion. Having them around won't hurt, so I'd say yes. Notice. The analysis of the magic ores and magi steels is successful. Notice. The analysis of the black spider is successful. The acquisition of the common skills sticky thread and steel thread. Successful. Continue. Sticky thread and steel thread will be integrated and evolved into the extra skill sticky steel thread. Successful. Notice. The analysis of the tempest serpent is successful. The acquisition of the common skill poison breath and the extra skill heat source perception. Successful. Notice. The acquisition of poison resistance. Successful. Notice. The analysis of the evil centipede is successful. The acquisition of the common skill paralyze breath. Successful. Continue. The acquisition of paralyze resistance. Successful. Notice. The analysis of the giant bat is successful. The acquisition of the common skill ultrasound wave. Successful. Improve into the extra skill sound wave perception. Successful. Notice. The analysis of the armor swearus is successful. The acquisition of the common skill body armor. Successful. Great Sage and Predator worked so well with each other, they formed a deadly combo, and the skills he got was perfect evidence of that. Also, didn't Great Sage sound pleasantly happy when she announced all the new skills she got for him? Her voice was still monotonous, but he swore he could really sense it. Notice. There is a cliff. It was too late for him to react. Couldn't you say it sooner? He screamed internally as he went off the cliff. Below him was a pond, which a slime like him descended to the bottom of it in an instant. And because a slime didn't have hands or legs, he couldn't swim to the surface either. Damn it. Am I going to be here forever? He took a deep metaphorical breath and remained calm. He had been in this situation before, so he knew what to expect. Long ago in the past, Veldonava was curious about the lives in the ocean, so he plummeted to the ocean's floor, and he would have been there for a while if it wasn't for Guy's rescue. Ah, right. There's no Guy to bail me out this time. I guess this is it. We are so doomed. Notice. You still have me, Master. What can you even do for me? Being an emotional support robot. Robot. Well, that's what you sound like. I'm quite surprised that you are waterproof in the first place. After hearing that, she fell silent. Hey. Did you just abandon me? Negative. I'm just finding the solution. And your answer is? Notice. Consume the water. You gotta be kidding me. He thought she was joking at first, but then he remembered that he had the unique skill Predator. He just praised it for how useful it was just a moment ago and forgot about it entirely. It was more embarrassing than he wanted to admit. Then he did just that. His slime body increased in mass as he drank in every last drop of water in the pond. Later, his body returned to its normal size as the water was sent straight to his stomach. Notice. The acquisition of the common skills water blade, hydraulic propulsion, and water current motion. Successful. Combining into the extra skill water manipulation. Successful. Traversing became much easier after getting water manipulation. He used it as a water jet to propel himself forward at a breakneck speed. That was until... Arg. He bashed into an invisible barrier with that speed, bringing his fun to a halt. It didn't hurt, but still. What a shame. Where is the report when I need one? Notice. I apologize. TCH. I can't even be mad at you with a voice like that. What is a weakling like you doing this deep in the cave? A sealed dragon said from the other side of the barrier. However, your aura doesn't feel like that of a slime. It feels more. What are you? The storm dragon mumbled to himself. Veldora felt so bored ever since the moment he got sealed. It was bad enough that the appearance of a slime excited him. How strange. This slime's aura reminds me a lot of my sister's. Just thinking about those two giving me a shiver. I have a bad feeling about this. Veldora started sniffing on the blue slime. Unmistakably, this slime was draconic in nature. It didn't make sense, but Veldora found it intriguing. Even the monsters born from my magicules don't usually inherit a draconic aura from me. Which means this slime must be an offshoot of me, not much different from Kuribdus. Don't sniff me. That's rude. Veldora recoiled. You can talk. Slimes can't do that, can they? Does that mean you're a unique monster? You don't seem to recognize me at all, the slime said before releasing the potent dragon spirit hockey. How about this? Does it help? This can't be. Brother. That specific dragon spirit hockey belonged to his late brother, so how could a slime use it? Is this real? This is reality. You've grown up a lot, Veldora, the slime said. Brother. No, it can't be. This can't be real. You have gone for almost 2,000 years. This must be an illusion. Veldora was in a state of denial. A slime, really? Don't make me laugh. I know my brother can do better than this. Veldora, listen, the slime shouted and let out more of his dragon spirit hockey. Getting hit with the unmistakably familiar aura, Veldora was forced to calm down and listen. Is this really real? I am not tripping. Is that really you, brother? It's me. The one and only. Then why are you in that form? I don't know why either, but we can just skip the nitty-gritty details. What are you doing down here? It can't be your home, right? I thought I raised you to have a standard, the slime said and knocked on the barrier surrounding Veldora. It's embarrassing to admit, but I'm not here by choice. I was sealed. Is it your sister's doing? That's the most embarrassing part. It was a human. The slime looked Veldora in the eyes and asked, "Are you serious?" Veldora reluctantly nodded, which led to the slime bursting out in laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Unbelievable. You are such a disgrace to your family. Ha ha ha. Weren't you killed by humans as well? Don't you think it is hypocritical for you to laugh at me? That's true. But in my defense, I was powerless when that happened. My power was sealed, and I was badly ill. What about you? Do you have any excuse for your defeat? I bet I can make an educated guess as well. You lost because you underestimated your opponent, am I correct? Veldora stunted and mumbled, am I that predictable? What did you say? Nothing. I didn't underestimate her either. Me. Could you imagine me underestimating anyone? I just didn't go all out. She wouldn't stand a chance if I went all out. Veldora made up an excuse, but it wasn't a compelling one. That's literally the epitome of underestimating your opponent. TCH. Veldora clicked his tongue before speaking, you're not so much of a family man, are you? You've gone for almost 2,000 years, and the first thing you did is lecturing me. You got careless and it backfired. What's not to laugh at? The slime tried his best to hold his laughter. But even if you're being reckless, how can a human seal you in the first place? She's irregular by every means. Her name is Kranoa, and no doubt, she is an awakened hero, Veldora said. Oh, a new hero emerged while I was gone. I hope she is a fun one. I really want to meet her. You can at least pretend to care about me. How heartless, Veldora said with an exaggerated sadness when his brother paid attention to that elusive heroine more than to him. This is unjust. I don't deserve to be sealed like this. Right, why were you sealed in the first place? I didn't do anything wrong. I was just playing with. I can't remember her name, but she's that daughter of yours. But more importantly, while we were playing like the best of friends, that masked hero jumped out of nowhere, beat me up, and sealed me. How is this a fair trial? Despite saying that he lost because he didn't go all out, Veldora realized that even his full power wouldn't be enough. That woman was a monster. I used to think that the only human who could match me was my brother-in-law, but then she appeared out of nowhere. Only a divine human who held the title of the Chosen One like Hero Rudra would be able to match a true dragon as he was the hero blessed by the stars. And you of all people can't call me a disgrace. Must I remind you of your wedding? The day you were tricked into wearing a bride gown while your wife was in a three-piece suit. I threw you off a cliff once, and I will do it again, the slime said coldly. Kohahaha. I'm glad, truly glad that you are back. Veldora laughed. It's good to be home, too. If it wasn't for the barrier, he would have given Veldora a fist bump or even a hug. Great Sage, can we undo the seal? The slime extended his tendril made out of slime cells and touched the barrier. He waited silently, allowing Great Sage to do what she was great at. Confirmed. Infinite prison can't be destroyed from any attack. Will it work if I infuse my attack with Uriel? Notice. While the effect of an ultimate skill would normally triumph over a unique skill, this infinite prison is imbued with the highest grade of the time element, making it invulnerable to any and every attack. This barrier was unbreakable. What are you doing? I want to see if I can do something about this. I can't let you rot in there after all. Oh. Will you help me out? The storm dragon asked with a hopeful voice. Even if you said that. The slime didn't want to make any promise since he wasn't sure if he could fulfill it. But still, he needed to be a good brother figure in his sibling's life. Notice. I did not say that the seal cannot be undone. I just said that brute force is not the right key. So, there is a chance. Great Sage advised him to swallow Veldora whole, then they could analyze the seal in order to decipher it from there. Just place Veldora and the seal inside of the sub-skill stomach, and the process could begin. There wasn't anything that could guarantee Veldora's release. It might take months, years, decades, or even centuries, but that was still better than leaving him to live like this. I have a plan. The slime then explained what he and Great Sage had come up with to Veldora. Kahahaha. Consuming me and the seal. That sounds absolutely crazy. Veldora laughed maniacally. He might have taken it as a joke if it was said by others, but this was his brother we were talking about. When do we start? He agreed to the plan, having put his faith in his brother who treated him infinitely better than his sisters ever would. We can start now. Already. Give me a minute. What? Chicken out. I thought I raised you to be a dragon, the slime said in a playful tone. Don't be ridiculous. True dragons like us don't fear death. Veldora chuckled nervously. If the plan failed, he would still be able to return. There was no real risk to this plan whatsoever. If anything, Veldora felt excited. Before we do this, we should give you a name first. I can name you if you want. Just imagine the bragging rights he would have over his sisters was enough for him to suggest that. Their faces would be priceless. The name, Rimuru Tempest, was imprinted onto his soul with Rimuru being his name and Tempest being the shared surname. Notice. The acquisition of the blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Successful. True dragons considered each other to be siblings despite not being related by blood. This shared surname, which formed a connection between souls, had officially made Rimuru and Veldora brothers. You have a talent for naming. How impressive. Brother, if anyone could come up with a lame name, that would be you. You're just jealous. I made good names, and you knew it. Rimuru shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Okay. Let's start. If you come across that Cronoa, beat her up for me. Rimuru didn't answer, not wanting to inherit Veldora's problem. Why should I make it my problem? It's your problem. Deal with it yourself, he thought. His slime form spread around the seal, and soon enough, the deed was done. Veldora and the seal were in his stomach. Ah. I forgot to ask about Maleimm. Damn it, that should be the first thing on my mind. Soon after, the world became aware of the sudden disappearance of the sealed wicked dragon. Every country had decided to enhance their defense. While the world was left shaken and fearful, the slime who was the culprit still couldn't find the cave's exit. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Species, Ultimate Slime, True Dragon Subspecies. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681,123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Resistances, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Physical Resistance, Poison Resistance, Temperature Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Dragon Spirit Hockey, Self-Regeneration. Common Skills, Body Armor, Paralyze Breath, Poison Breath. Extra Skills, Heat Source Perception, Magic Perception, Sound Wave Perception, Sticky Steel Thread, Water Manipulation. Unique Skills, Great Sage, Predator. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Vows King. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon who once rained destruction upon the civilizations. He is also a troublemaker. Magic ores and magi steels, the minerals altered by Veldora's leaked magicules that could be found abundantly in the deepest part of the sealed cave. Full potions, created from hypocute herbs, it will heal any wound as long as the target is still alive. For months, Rimuru was trying to find an exit. The cave was complex with many corners, twists, and dead ends. Which was probably why this cave had been chosen to be Veldora's sealing ground to begin with. Rimuru still ate the herbs and ores along his way, but he had lost interest in eating monsters. It wasn't like he could acquire a new skill from eating the same species of monsters repetitively. So, he just vaporized the monsters he came across with Dragon Spirit Hockey. Exit. I finally found an exit. His 4 months of accumulated effort finally paid off. Rimuru bounced closer to investigate the huge double iron doors. Destroying it wasn't the difficult part. The better question was, should he do that? Nah, screw these doors. This was such a great opportunity for him to try out his magic. Since magic usually required immense concentration and chanting, Rimuru hadn't tested it on those cave-dwelling monsters yet. The doors would be a good target practice as it wouldn't dodge his spell. Notice. Because of the sub-skill, chant annulment, the chanting is not a problem for Master. I can concentrate on the magic for you as well. I'm not surprised. Great Sage-san is simply amazing. I appreciate the compliment and will continue to improve. If it is possible, please allow me to choose the spell we are about to perform. Have it your way, Great Sage-san. I believe in you. He had and would continue to put immense trust in her. Rimuru pointed his slime tendrils forward, and let Great Sage take the wheel. The energy came gathering in the palms of his hands, and then there was a loud boom. His attack, the blue rays of light, turned the iron doors to ashes, creating a powerful earthquake in the process. Isn't that my Drago Buster? That was Veldonava's star magic. I can still use that. The Star King Dragon's signature true dragon magic used stardust as its source of power instead of magicules. He didn't even know that he still had it. Notice. Master was born with a reasonable amount of stardust. Because there is a limited amount of stardust in our possession. Master has to use it with caution. How dare you say that after using that supposed, limited amount, to blow away the rusty doors? Notice. I want to prove if it can be used by you in the first place. Great Sage told Rimuru that she wouldn't knowingly waste any resource, especially one as rare as stardust. She said something along the lines of, Rimuru was different from Veldonava on a fundamental level, so she had to test if Rimuru's body could handle it first. But let's ignore those complicated stuff for now. Rimuru wanted to focus on his newly acquired freedom. He could breathe fresh air again after spending months in that cave. He bounced around the tranquil forest. How strange. He hadn't met any monsters or animals yet despite how abundant-looking the forest looked. He was a slime on the move, until he was surrounded by goblins. Although he should feel threatened by them. Their malnourished bodies and damaged tools didn't exude that feeling at all. Rimuru hadn't attacked them yet because they were basically not a threat. Strong One, please help us. The goblin with a bandana stepped forward and knelt down, begging him. What Strong One are you referring to? I'm just an unassuming slime. I am not special by any means. Please don't say that. We really need your help. But I'm just a slime though. Not wanting any of these troubles, Rimuru just lied. Rimuru only had his daughter, Maleimm, on his mind. He wanted to see her and couldn't waste more time. But these goblins didn't want to let him go easily. Please, I beg you. All of us will be massacred. Even if he didn't want to help, he couldn't simply ignore that word and the weight it held over him. I should at least listen to what they have to say. The goblins led Rimuru back to their village and prepared the best hut they had to welcome him. Though it was just a medium-sized wooden hut with hay for a roof. Veldora could easily destroy it with just his breath. Speaking of Veldora, the threat that the goblins were facing seemingly was his fault as well. Notice. I do not think it is his fault for disappearing. Are you suggesting that it is my fault then? Correct, you ate him. You came up with the plan. And I don't think this is entirely my fault. If one side is at fault, the other will be, too. With that being said, I declare that I and Veldora are innocent. Irresponsible person detected. I have no regret saying that. That was a joke. Rimuru wasn't blind to the fact that he had played a role in the trouble this village was facing. When Veldora was in the seal, his aura kept the Jura forest alive. It helped nurture the woods and protected the land from invaders from the outside. His aura disappeared when he was consumed. Because the god who guarded this land wasn't here anymore, invaders began to flow into the forest to expand their territory, including the dire wolves. Rimuru nodded after listening to what the elderly goblin, the village chief, had to say. Even if he had something he wanted to do, he couldn't turn his back at people who were struggling either. What will I gain from helping you guys? I'm not doing it for free, you know. We don't have anything we can give you except our loyalty. Please help us. The elderly chief and the bandana goblin bowed down with their foreheads touching the floor. Rimuru felt mixed emotions. There was pity, responsibility, and many more. In the end, he agreed to help them. Whoa. The dire wolves' howl plunged the village into chaos. That's the warning, isn't it? Those guys would probably attack at night. We still have a couple hours to prepare for their arrival. Rimuru came out of the hut to stop the pandemonium outside. Everyone, calm down. I have decided to help you. Until all of you are safe, I, Rimuru Tempest, will protect you in Veldora's place. Rimuru's words weighted enough to calm the goblins down. They all knelt before him and chanted, "We will follow you until the end of our lives." They had come to an agreement. Rimuru had the village chief bring him to the hut that housed the injured. Notice. We can heal them back to health with full potion. You don't have to suggest what is already obvious. I'm not that stupid. I feel doubtful. What did you say? Rimuru was offended but only a little bit. He wouldn't imagine that there would come a day he had to argue with his own skill. Notice. I did not say anything of note. It might be Master's imagination. What did we talk about trickery? Did you forget that already? Great Sage could act like a total brat when she felt like it, but that should not be his main concern though. He stored full potion in his slime cell and threw it on everyone. These potions were so potent, it could even restore lost limbs. He made sure that he had healed all the wounded and rallied the people to build a fence around the village. After all, when it came to a dispute between groups, it was better safe than sorry. Rimuru had the goblins hold the logs upright before tying them together with sticky steel thread, which was a lot stronger than a regular rope. Then Rimuru taught them how to fight, with spears and bows being their main weapons. Rimuru-sama, is this training really necessary? Shouldn't you alone be enough to deal with them? The son of the chief asked. Rimuru nodded. You're correct. I can do that, but you guys ought to learn to defend yourself. Rimuru didn't plan to be here for long. When the goblins were safe, he would leave to find Maleimm just like his original plan. He had that one proverb in mind, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. It basically suggested that long-term skills were more valuable than short-term aid. Another howl rang when the night came. A pack of dire wolves were now surrounding the village. Did you really think this kind of fence can protect you from our fangs? Such a fruitless retaliation, the dire wolf boss, who stood out because of the scar on its face, said. Rimuru decided to watch how the event would unfold from afar. He already gave the goblins a large amount of full potions, so he hoped everyone would be safe. Let's show those puny goblins why they shouldn't mess with us. Then the dire wolves boss roared, signaling its underlings to start the attack. They tried to tear the fence down with their sharp fangs, but the silk from sticky steel thread had proven to be too tough for them. While the dire wolves struggled, the goblins attacked from behind the safety of the fence. No matter how many waves the dire wolf boss sent, it didn't matter as the fence stood unchallenged. I guess it's my show time now. Rimuru jumped in front of the fence and tried to negotiate with them. Slime. Are you mocking me? I'm not mocking you or anything. This is your last chance. No one will be harmed if you turn around and leave this village alone. You mere slime. How dare you order me? The dire wolf boss ran at him, aiming for Rimuru's life. The goblins tried to snipe it down with arrows, but the wolf was agile and could dodge all of the arrows. It looked and acted like a seasoned hunter. You're unlucky that I happened to be your opponent this time. What? The dire wolf boss was stuck in the air, trapped in the web of unbreakable threads. Father. Another dire wolf, who was related to the boss, shouted. Its fur pattern made it stand out from the rest of the pack. It even had a white fur and a star pattern, as if it was born just for Rimuru. I did give you a chance. Rimuru shook his head, disappointed. He prayed that its soul would have a better life after the reincarnation process. Then he used the unique skill, Predator, to consume the dire wolf boss in one go. Notice. The acquisitions of the common skill, Coercion, the common skill, Thought Communication, and the extra skill, Ultra Smell. Successful. Your leader is dead. You can turn around and go away now. Rimuru then released the newly acquired Coercion, since it was tamed when being compared to Dragon Spirit Hockey. But these dire wolves were more stubborn than Rimuru gave them credit for. They kept moving closer in spite of their trembled bodies. They were still fearful of his presence, yet they managed to make their way through the Coercion. I don't want to use Dragon Spirit Hockey on you guys. Our pack yields to you. Oh. The pack of dire wolves lowered their heads in front of Rimuru. He killed their boss, so he naturally became the new leader. This night was already an exhausting one. The decision of what to do next could be made after everyone got their well-deserved rest. The chief had prepared the best hut for Rimuru. But since Rimuru was a slime, he didn't need any rest. So, all I can do is wait until the sunrise. That is so boring. Do you have any fun activities we can do? Notice. I am preoccupied. Hey, if you don't want to talk to me, you can just say it. I'm not insecure. Notice. Coercion will evolve into the extra skill, Hockey. Successful. Oh. You're truly busy. Sorry. Although they didn't get to talk, Great Sage still constantly sent in reports, so Rimuru wasn't that lonely through the night. Notice. Magic perception, heat source perception, and sound wave perception will be integrated and evolved into the extra skill, universal perception. Successful. Rimuru's theory might turn out to be true. Great Sage seemed to enjoy tinkering with skills. It was fascinating that a skill, a machine without a will, could express something so lifelike such as a sense of purpose and a feeling of joy. The next morning, Rimuru was in the middle of the village with goblins and dire wolves surrounding him. Last night was brutal for both sides, but it seemed like there was no personal grudge between them. Come to think of it. You guys don't have names, right? Let's start with that, shall we? When Rimuru told them that, they became excited, too excited. Names gave identities to monsters, so their reactions didn't surprise Rimuru. He planned to name everyone. Equality was the first step to a stable society after all. Notice. I will control the amount of Magic used. Will you allow that? Oh. Great Sage-san finally spoke to me again. You've forgiven me, right? He was being rude to her last night, and she ended up not talking to him at all until recently. Who would have thought that a skill could hold a grudge like this? Notice. I am not mad. In fact, I am incapable of being mad. Nah, you are lying. You can look at it from any direction and still come to the conclusion that you were mad at me. Your accusation is not based on any kind of truth. But. Notice. I am. Not. Mad. Great Sage's voice was serious yet monotonous, making Rimuru didn't want to pursue her any further. Fine, you're not mad at me. Rimuru gave them a name while Great Sage helped control the amount of Magicule used. Even though the monsters were born from Magicule, they could still get poisoned by the improper amount of Magicule. It wasn't pretty, by the way. Let's start with the chief. From now on, your name will be Rigard. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. Rigard started to shine with the light of evolution as he got named. He became a bodybuilder, for some reason. Notice. The individual Rigard evolved into Hobgoblin. His lifespan has extended to the same as human. Then Rimuru named other goblins as well. His son was named Rigor, and then there were Gobda, Gobichi, Gobzo, Gobiman, Haruna, and more. The entire village had evolved, becoming hobgoblins and goblinas. Next was the dire wolves. They were so eager for the names, Rimuru could tell from just looking at their tails. Good boys. I want to pet them so much. Your name will be Ranga. Ranga, the son of the former pack leader, shone with a golden glow, and the entire pack radiated the same light after him. A pack of monsters evolved all at once. Rimuru didn't even know this was possible to begin with. Notice. When dire wolves live in packs, they will form a connection which can lead to the pack being recognized as one individual. That is a thing, huh? I mean, this is my first time interacting with a species like them, so it is to be expected that they have something I'm not aware of. Ranga had evolved into Tempest Star Wolf, and the rest had become Star Wolves. They seemed to be influenced by Rimuru and Veldora's base elements as seen by their evolutions. Ranga changed the most. He now had 2 golden horns. His fur, colored white and gray, was flowing through the wind and sparking with black electricity. He was an intimidating sight. The type that you would expect from a leader. He would be really intimidating if he didn't wag his tail around. The next thing to do was to lay the foundation of society, starting with some basic rules such as, don't look down on your peers, don't look down on outsiders, and don't attack visitors. Rimuru had promised them that he would stick around for a bit, so he went straight to improving their quality of life. He invented the system that paired up a hobgoblin with a star wolf. Making them work together was the best and the most natural way to destroy the prejudice that might still remain in them. People were divided into different groups to fulfill different tasks. There was a hunting team, a gathering team, and a patrolling team. All of which went without any problem, but the problem rose when it came to a construction team. The hut fell to pieces with a loud crash. The problem might be its unstable foundation, or maybe the material used wasn't strong enough. Notice. Their inexperience is the main problem. Yeah, that makes sense. There was not a single person here that had mastered this field of work. Not only that, there wasn't anyone who could make good equipment such as weapons and tools either. This didn't look like it would go well. So, building isn't our proudest set of skills. I can see that. Rigard suggested that some help from the professionals would go a long way. The dwarves, who lived up north, could teach them a lot. The armed nation of Dworgen. I did know a dwarf back in the day, but I didn't know they had an entire nation. Rimuru hopped on Ranga's back, ready for a trip to Dworgen. Gobda, who had been to that place before, would lead the group there. 4 hobgoblins would also join as bodyguards. Rimuru didn't think he needed any protection, but they begged him until he complied. Aren't they a little too overprotective of me? The trip went as smoothly as you would expect. Ranga and the Star Wolves had an extremely fast speed. They might even be faster than the cars in his old world. When this impressive speed was paired with their incredible stamina, they could run for hours without any rest and would bring Rimuru to Dwargan in just a few days. This is amazing. With this speed, we might be able to reach Dwargan by tomorrow. Gobta said. When the sky darkened, Rimuru had ordered the traveling to stop, so they were now hanging out right beside the Great Amend River. Is it that impressive? Rimuru asked. Of course. It is 1,000 kilometers, so it took me months the first time I was sent to Dwargan. Ranga and his crew is just that great, I guess, Rimuru said, but then he remembered something. Gobta-kun. Are you talking to me because you want to avoid doing work, right? I don't know what you are talking about. Gobta tried to play innocent. Help others catch the damn fish. I'm sorry. Rimuru bounced to Rigger, who was sitting at the river bank. Rimuru had been wondering for a while now. Rigger used to have a brother. In fact, that brother was the namesake of this Rigger. So, who named your brother? His name is Gelmud. Gelmud of the Demon Lord's army. The Demon Lord. That must be Guy, right? Rimuru only knew one Demon Lord because he alone existed in that era. I can't let him see me in this state. I will be ridiculed to oblivion. Rimuru had Great Sage note the name Gelmud. He sounded like a shady character. After all, someone who went around naming random people probably didn't have the best intention in mind. What is it, Great Sage-san? Notice. Nothing, Master. I am only surprised. After talking with Rigger, Rimuru went to Ranga next. There was something that had been troubling his mind. Are you mad that I killed your father? This topic was sensitive. Rimuru made sure to give the dire wolf boss a painless death out of mercy, but the thoughts of those who lived on would naturally outweigh what the dead felt. Rimuru, who had died a couple of times before, understood that principle more than anyone. Not at all. Not only have you spared us, you also gave us a name to live by. We cannot be mad at you after what you have given us. Ranga said, and his tail was wagging from side to side. Rimuru scratched Ranga's head with his slime limb. Ranga acted like a pet. It made Rimuru think that he should teach him to do a trick or two. Though that wouldn't suit Ranga much, it seemed. Notice. The acquisitions of the extra skill, Black Lightning, and the extra skill, Wind Manipulation. Successful. Where did you even get those? He hadn't eaten anything, so it felt like the skills just came out of nowhere for him. Perhaps Great Sage finally found the loophole in the system. Notice. I am not on that level of control yet. The skills came from an analysis that I ran on the individual Veldora Tempest. Please, don't be stupid. What? Did you just call me? Did I? It is just your imagination, Master. No. I heard it with own ears. Notice. Master has such a vivid imagination. I will praise you for that. TCH. I will let you have it this time. He knew he could never win an argument with Great Sage. Rimuru reminded himself that he wasn't a spineless coward. Instead, this was what being a bigger man meant. That's right. Do you hear that? I am mature and won't argue with you. He distracted himself by teaching Ranga how to shoot lightning from his horns. Then they were sitting around the campfire. Everyone was eating grilled fish with pleasant faces. Except Rimuru, of course. He didn't have any taste buds and could only watch with jealousy. What kind of place is Dwargan? Gobta replied, it's a nation where everyone is equal under the name of the Dwarf King. I've heard that Hero King Gazel is undefeated for centuries. There won't be a single soul who dares to go against his law, Rigger added. Sounds wonderful. One of Veldonava's dreams was a world with no conflict, and Dwargan did sound like a microcosm of that dream. But Gazel Dwargo. That's not the same Dwarf King I know, or am I misremembering things? Rimuru was staring at the grilled fish as he had that thought. He was thinking about throwing a temper tantrum until Great Sage made him some taste buds. He really wanted to eat that fish. Notice. You are more dignified than that. You can't do it. Rimuru used a meeker voice, the trick he often pulled on Lucia successfully. But this woman was cold as ice. Notice. I cannot. That is not in my ability at the moment. But you might appreciate this. I have created sleep mode for you. Sleep? You mean I don't have to wait through the night anymore? Rimuru was excited. Notice. It is a replica of a sleep process found in humans, so yes. Rimuru used it immediately and felt dizzy for the first time in his renewed life. A few seconds later, he fell asleep. Slimes didn't dream, yet Rimuru found himself in a weird grass field. It was a dreamscape which he accidentally gained access to without any authority to do so. The sky showed that it was daytime, but there was a crescent moon present. Snow was falling down, but it was a cloudless sky. It didn't make sense, but that only added to the mystique of the dreamscape. A pink butterfly just flew past his face, so Rimuru followed it behind. The sounds of cicadas and hummingbirds echoed in the area, but those animals weren't physically present. He later reached a large cherry blossom tree that stood alone on a hill. A melody was coming out of its barks, a slow tune that made Rimuru feel calm and loved. There was a tea table under the cherry blossom, accompanying it were 6 empty seats prepared for him. One of the seats was for Rimuru, and he instantly knew it. He felt a chill run down his spine and woke up from what he perceived as a strange dream. That sleep mode Great Sage had invented seemed to glitch out a little bit. But when Rimuru told that to her, she refused to believe that something that strange could have happened. Master, I think. Your next line is, it is your imagination. See. I know you are planning to say that. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Species, Ultimate Slime, True Dragon Subspecies. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681,123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Resistances, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Physical Resistance, Poison Resistance, Temperature Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Dragon Spirit Hockey, Self-Regeneration. Common Skills, Body Armor, Paralyze Breath, Poison Breath, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Water Manipulation, Ultra Smell, Hockey, Universal Perception, Black Lightning, Wind Manipulation. Unique Skills, Great Sage, Predator. Ultimate Skill, Uriel, Vows King. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon who once rained destruction upon the civilizations. He is also a troublemaker. Magic ores and magi steels, the minerals altered by Veldora's leaked magicules that could be found abundantly in the deepest part of the sealed cave. Full potions, created from hypocute herbs, it will heal any wound as long as the target is still alive. After more hours of traveling, Rimuru and his crew arrived at the destination, the armed nation of Dwargan, home of the dwarves. I will only bring Gobta and Ranga with me. Rigger tried to speak up, but... Now. I know you guys want to protect me 24/7, but I can take care of myself. Rimuru gave Rigger's shoulder reassuring taps. And the more people I bring in, the harder it is to maneuver around. Yeah, that makes sense. Rimuru looked past Rigger's shoulder to other goblins. And you guys don't have to be so blue. I want you to wait outside and not cause any problems, okay? Yes, Rimuru-sama, they said. After talking with them, Rimuru and Gobta joined the line leading into the city. Ranga also jumped into Rimuru's shadow. Great Sage called it shadow motion, a skill intrinsic to Ranga and his race. This was better. It would be bothersome to bring a 4-meter-tall dog into the city. Having him hide in Rimuru's shadow would make things easier for Rimuru. Now he only had to wait. As expected from a trading center such as Dwargan. The line was long, like, really long. The visitors themselves were varied, humans and demi-humans. What are these small fries doing here? A goblin and a slime. Disgusting. They probably have a dead wish to step into this civilized area. A group of humans dressed like delinquents approached and threatened Rimuru. They were adventurers, if Rimuru got their motif right. Dwargan might accept every race equally, but they weren't inside Dwargan. If Rimuru and Gobta were to be attacked, nobody would lend them a hand. Gobta was shaken. Probably wasn't the first time he was threatened. Being a good leader that he was, Rimuru knew he had to put his foot down, showing these people he wasn't an easy target to pick on. You should step back, Rimuru warned. Did that blue blob just yapping? The party leader said, but he didn't pay more attention to that detail. Whatever, they're such eyesores. He pulled out his sword and aimed it at Rimuru, which Rimuru easily dodged. Are you serious? Rimuru exclaimed, I tried to reason with you. Only an idiot would listen to what a monster had to say. For him, monsters were monsters. So what if they could talk? What difference did that make? They weren't humans. They weren't even demi-humans. Monsters were hostile beasts. Nobody would give a single damn if one died. Rimuru, who didn't want the situation to worsen, so he didn't attack back. He still wasn't sure if attacking humans had a consequence. He wasn't sure if he had to abide by the rules said for Veldonava or not. I will just make them run away. Rimuru remembered that coercion didn't work on Ranga and his pack, but it became hockey now thanks to Great Sage's effort. Maybe it would successfully repel these people away. Making up his mind, Rimuru used his extra skill, Haki. Notice, protecting individual, Gobta and master's other subordinates. Protect. From what? Before he could ask for more detail. His condensed Haki was leaking out. The targets were hit by it and fell on the ground, unconscious. Maybe I went a tad bit overboard. Notice, result of extra skill, Haki, 740 ran away, 370 confused and feared, 37 unconscious. That was more than a tad bit. Why was it that potent in the first place? Gladly, Gobta, Ranga and the goblins far away were protected. But with those numbers his skill accumulated, this wasn't going to end well. And it really didn't end well. Rimuru and Gobta were arrested by Dwargan soldiers. Handcuffed and thrown behind bars. He could put up a resistance, but at this point it was better to not increase charge more than he already had. Rimuru was kept in a barrel. They really didn't want him to take advantage of his slippery body and squeeze himself between iron bars. But even from inside the barrel, Rimuru could still see and hear everything outside via his universal perception. Gobta was asleep, Ranga was sleeping inside Rimuru's shadow as well. From what I have gathered from witnesses, you were attacked and retaliated back. Self-defense in itself wasn't a crime, but don't you think you went too far with this one? Talking with Rimuru was the chief soldier of Dwargan, Kadu. I admit that was more than what I aimed for. Rimuru said with a slight hint of regret. I will file this under self-defense. Those who were unconscious had recovered. Those who attacked you had also been reported to the Freedom Guild Association. There is nothing for you to worry about. What is the association's name again? Notice, Freedom Guild Association. Association, wasn't that sounded a bit out of place? Maybe not. But it got Rimuru's attention nonetheless. While Rimuru was talking with Kadu, a soldier rushed into the room. Kadu-san. Garm and his brothers were attacked by Armosaurus while they were in the mine. The wounds are fatal, at least that was what the field physician told me. What? Have you tried using potions yet? Because most potions were saved for a military campaign, we can't use it unless the higher-up gives us a green light. Damn it. Hearing what was going on, Rimuru thought that he should help them. Great Sage suggested the same thing as well. Making them owe him a favor was a valid strategy, that was Great Sage's words, not him. Rimuru filled the barrel with full potion. Rimuru tapped Kadu's back. You can use this. Don't come out of the cell on your own. Kadu scolded Rimuru. Don't bother about that. Someone is in trouble, isn't it? I won't charge a dime for it, just take it. TSK. If it doesn't work you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Kadu said before bringing the potion-filled barrel out of the room. Not too long after, he came back with another 3 dwarves, Garm, Dord and Myrd. They introduced themselves and showed how grateful they were for Rimuru's aid. That potion was amazing. I thought I would lose an arm at that point. Yeah, that was a nice save honestly. Rimuru couldn't help but take pride in it. Right. I made those potions by myself. You couldn't find things like that anywhere else. Great Sage interrupted Rimuru's moment, which surprised him a bit. Notice, technically, I am the one who created the full potion down to its formula. Well, it's not like you patented it. It doesn't seem like this world has the concept of patent and copyright in the first place. Notice, then I will be the first to patent it. That was a joke, right? Notice, from now on please refer to it as full potion copyright. I won't allow anyone to replicate or use it in any economic senses. Except you, of course. Thanks. Rimuru wasn't sure if she was dead serious or not. She was extremely hard to read with that monotonous voice, but she did sound like the kind of person to take this thing seriously, though Rimuru was sure this wasn't how the patent system worked, he would entertain it a bit. To show his gratitude, Kadu wanted to help Rimuru as much as he could. Rimuru told him that he's looking for someone who excelled at construction and creating weapons. Those two were Rimuru's priority. I think I can help. My brother is a masterful blacksmith. I will introduce you to him. Is it really okay? Of course. You helped our people, they're saved because of you. If I don't return the favor I might as well be a terrible person. Kadu brought Rimuru to a smithy. He had a resistance to extreme temperature, but even he could feel the heat inside the building. A man whose body formed with muscles instead of fat sent his hammer down to an anvil below. He was Kaijin. If what Kadu said was true, this man was one of the best blacksmith Dwargan had to offer. Looking around the smithy, the 3 brothers Rimuru helped before were here too. It seemed like they were Kaijin's assistants. Kaijin at first didn't want to speak with Rimuru. But as soon as he knew that Rimuru saved Garm and his siblings, Kaijin was on his knees and thanked Rimuru. He really cared about them, but wasn't that reeked of favoritism? Whatever, Rimuru didn't have to question it if he got the benefits. I am building a village in the Jura forest, and we're lacking professionals, if you know what I mean. I understand, but I think I can't help you now. I have an impossible task on my hands. Impossible task? That minister requested 40 long swords in a week. He dared me to, so I accepted it. He knew it was impossible but still took it. Finishing this kind of task was a blacksmith's pride, but if he couldn't do it, that would be a loss and incompetency forever stuck to his name, wasn't it? Rimuru glanced at the sword Kaijin had been working on. Come to think about it. How long does it take to make a sword? When he was Veldonava, he made a lot of high-quality swords, but none of those was created by hammer and anvil. Answer, the rate is 1 sword every 3 days. The deadline was literally impossible. The problem isn't only the upcoming deadline. The materials are also scarce. That's why I sent Garm and others to pick it up for me, but that ended up harming them. Kaijin sighed. What's that scarce material you're talking about? Maybe I can help. Kaijin said it was magic oregon, something that Rimuru had a large number of. Rimuru spatted out a rainbow crystal. Is this thing usable? This is. Magi steel. Hey. Are you kidding me? Kaijin took out his goggles to take a clearer look at it. It really is a magi steel, a pure one at that. I don't think I can afford it. Magi steel was a rare resource. Dworgan's mine had enough magicules to spawn magic ores, but magi steel only spawned in a place with extremely condensed magicules such as the sealed cave. Due to its scarcity and the danger of pursuing it, Magisteel's price was through the roof in the market. Rimuru jumped and balanced himself on the ore. I won't sell it, I will give it for free. Seriously? Yes. All I ask for is to help me improve my village. That's all. Kaijin picked up the magi steel and used it to create a sword. A few hours later, the sword was done. It was a long sword with white shining light, a special grade, no, maybe a rare grade weapon. But finishing the rest of it is still a difficult task. Let me see that sword. Okay, but why, whoa. Rimuru jumped and ate the sword with his predator and had Great Sage doing her own things. And his reliable partner certainly didn't let him down. Notice, analyzing long sword, successfully. Master can use the stockpile magi steel in the stomach to create a copy of the sword. Do it. Notice, manufacturing process, started. Not so long, Rimuru started to spat out sword after sword until the number reached the amount of Kaijin's contract. Thanks to Great Sage, as long as Rimuru had a blueprint of what he wanted to create and had enough material, Rimuru could create anything. Well, it was worse than what Veldonava was capable of, but it wasn't that bad. Notice, from my analysis of the long sword and the magi steel. Acquiring extra skill, weaponry and earth manipulation, successfully. Rimuru felt a chill go down his spine from the amount of magicules she extracted from him. She used Rimuru's magicules to crystallize a new skill. Next time you have to warn me before doing this. But scolding Great Sage wouldn't do him a favor. She wasn't the type of person to accept criticism. She did everything for Rimuru's benefits, it wasn't important if Rimuru agreed with the method or not. All that's important to her was the result. As a celebration, Kaijin brought Rimuru to a nightclub with elves. Rimuru wasn't sure if he should be there or not, but eventually Kaijin and his dwarven friends managed to sway Rimuru to go with them. The elves seemed to adore a slime like him. They hugged and traded him among themselves. At the same time, Rimuru was trying his best to not look so excited. There was a duality in Rimuru's mind. The Mikami Sattoru side said, this opportunity doesn't come often, savor it, you casual. While the Veldonava side of him said, if Lucia knows about this, someone is going to bleed, and that one is probably me. Ha ha ha. What's it, Rimuru? You don't look so great. Nothing. Kaijin and his friends were drunk already. Rimuru didn't want to lose, picked the glass of alcohol with his slime tendril and drunk down a couple glasses. But he didn't feel a slight bit of dizziness. Notice, don't worry, master. I have cleaned you off of any alcohol with poison resistance. Wait. Why did you do that? Shut that resistance down. Notice, never. Master has to be aware of his surroundings all the time. This is for your own safety. Great Sage was being overprotective once again. She could be too much to handle sometimes, but Rimuru knew she had her reason to do so. Oh. Rimuru gasped as he was picked up and placed on the tanned elf's laps. Mr. Slime, do you want to know who's your fated one? She asked, it's free. Don't worry. I'll give it a try, I guess. She placed a crystal ball on the table and mumbled a spell. Then the crystal ball started to show a picture. First, it was a black-hair beauty. A Japanese? No. Isn't Lucia my soulmate? Rimuru didn't let it get into his head. This kind of prediction wasn't always accurate. The first picture faded away, replaced with the second picture. More than one. How charismatic of me. The second woman looked exactly like the first one. Except she had blue hair and crimson eyes. Ah, she's somewhat menacing. The second picture faded away, replaced by the third picture. There were two women standing with their backs against each other. Each of them wielding weapons. One of them wore a mask, so Rimuru couldn't make the most of her face. While the other one only wore a monocle, he could see her face. She was beautiful, but also scary. Oh. Isn't that Lady Hinata? Is Rimuru really capable of pulling such a person? Hick. Hinata. Hinata the Saint. She is said to be as strong as His Majesty Gazel himself. This picture also faded away like the others. It changed into a pink-haired beauty whom Rimuru knew. Lucia. She sat in a place that was out of Rimuru's dream. A tea table and chairs. It felt like she really looked him in the eyes. She smiled mischievously, blowing him a kiss before fading away as well. That isn't healthy for my heart. Hey, big sis. How does that magic work? Rimuru asked. It is a summoning magic. Elves were a race derived from the wind elementals. They could speak with the lower-class elemental spirits via that magic she just used. In this case it was the elemental spirit of time. They were everywhere. Because they didn't have the will of their own. They could be easily manipulated by an elementaler. An elementaler could see into the future using them. The class of the spirit used directly affected the accuracy of a prediction. What one saw from the lower-class spirits wasn't that accurate. It was something elementalers did to kill time, but in an academic sense, it wasn't used for any grand purpose. That's strange. Those spirits only whispered to me 3 pictures. Where did the 4th come from? The elf thought. But she didn't pay much attention to it. Just like she said, the lower-class spirits weren't praised for their accuracy. A small mistake was prone to happen. Is it okay for you to mess around like this, Kaijin? And it looks like you bring a monster with you, in this high-class bar. A sarcastic voice came from a well-dressed man. As soon as he arrived, the fun died down. The elves had a disdain for him. They tried to hide it, but it was pretty clear. He was taller than most dwarves Rimuru had met, he's almost as tall as a human. Hey, are monsters allowed in the bar? No. The owner replied, but it's just a harmless slime. Ah. Are you saying that slime isn't a monster? No. The elven owner and other employees tried to calm that man down. They even handed him a glass of alcohol. Do you know what a monster like this one deserves? He took the glass. This. Then poured it down on Rimuru. He tried to provoke Rimuru, but Rimuru wasn't that easy to provoke. The last time he fought back, he was put behind iron bars. Maybe just ignoring him was probably the best idea. Notice, there is fruit mixed in with the alcohol at a 7% rate. See, even Great Sage was keeping it cool. Rimuru should learn from her, and notice, deploy star magic, Drago Nova, in 3, 2. Stop. Stop. Stop that. It happened too quickly. Rimuru could hold Great Sage down, but he wasn't quick enough to calm Kaijin down. Did you think you could come in and make fun of my guest all you like? Do you think I wouldn't mind? He is the patron who helps me. Know your own limits, Vesta. That man was the minister of Dwargan, Vesta. The same minister that challenged Kaijin to do the impossible task. Punching him doesn't sound like the best idea. And of course, it wasn't. Rimuru was brought back to the same cell again. When soldiers finished their own government things, 5 of us were transferred to the royal castle cell. Because the minister was involved, the supreme leader of the Dwarven kingdom, King Gazel would be the judge. Sorry, I let my emotions get the best of me, and now you guys are stuck here with me. Kaijin apologized. That's fine. But what's wrong with that Vesta guy? He didn't seem to like you. He's always like this. Kaijin told Rimuru that he himself used to be a part of the Dwargan's military. Because he came from a commoner family, Vesta who came from a noble house but still fell under his order was envious of him. When the magic armor incident happened, Kaijin was the one that took all the blame, forcing him to retire from the army. The project failed because Vesta was too ambitious. But you still took the blame for him. Vesta isn't a bad person. He just wants to serve his kingdom and his king. I retired from the army with the hope that he would take his next step with the same ambition, yet more cautious. But reality wasn't like that. Vesta was paranoid that Kaijin might expose him for his past mistake, making him lose his minister position. That's why he wanted to ruin Kaijin's reputation. What a complicated conflict. But Kaijin will come with me in the end, so it isn't that bad, right? The next morning, Rimuru and his dwarven friends were brought to a large hall filled with armed soldiers. Kaijin and the dwarven siblings were handcuffed, while Rimuru was chained. And about Vesta, wasn't he too bruised up? He just got punched a few times, why was he splinted up like that? Notice, individual, Vesta is faking his injury. Should I expose him for the liar that he is? Notice, I won't recommend it. Before Rimuru could ask for a reason, King Gazel Dwargo had arrived. He sat the throne prepared just for him, following him was a trail of admiration. He was taller than Vesta, taller than an average human even. It was weird calling him a dwarf. That's genetic at its finest. Oh. He doesn't look much different. As soon as Rimuru saw King Gazel, he was reminded of Giran Dwargo, the first dwarven king created by Veldonava. He is a son or probably a grandson, right? Gazel's aura was enough to make everyone kneeled. Oh. I haven't felt this kind of thing in such a long time. What Gazel released was called Hero Haki. It wasn't harmful. In contrast to Demon Lord Haki, it utilized admiration as a weapon instead of fear. He had to be at least a saint to use it. This Gazel Dwargo guy seemed to have a lot of potential. Notice, analyzing the aura of individual, Gazel Dwargo, and combining it with extra skill, Haki, acquiring extra skill, Hero Haki, successfully. Let be real for a minute, in what situation do I have to use that? Isn't Dragon Spirit Haki enough? Rimuru asked. You just did it because it was fun, right? She did as she pleased once again, but that was whatever at this point. Let's focus on the court instead. Defendants like Rimuru and Kaijin weren't in a position to talk, all of the talking was a lawyer's job. But this kind of justice system had its own downside. The crime happened when Sir Vesta went to the bar to relax. Kaijin and his associates barbarically barged into the nightclub and attacked Sir Vesta until he was seriously injured. This action, their action, is unacceptable, Your Majesty. Is that statement true? Everything I said was true. The lawyer said, then bowed down. What he said was logical if he wanted Vesta to win the case, but there was this very small detail which was, what the hell is that? Aren't you supposed to be on my side? What law school let you pass? No. I swear you brought your lawyer's professional license. There is no way that's a good defense on my side. Maybe this is a new technique in court. A secret technique perhaps. If that's the case, this technique should remain a secret. He was brought. Kaijin mumbled, his fist curled up into a ball. Well, that made a lot more sense. The attorney on Rimuru's side was brought by Vesta with what Rimuru assumed to be a ton of cash. Your Majesty, from what the attorney said, these defendants were at fault and can be charged with assault with lethal force and the unauthorized use of excessive force in public, said the man dressed in a priest-like robe. He was probably a regular judge bringing in to advise the king in the court of law. He got the information from Rimuru's lawyer, processed it and dished out the punishment. Kaijin, this man is the mastermind behind the crime. He will be sentenced to 20 years labor in the mines. His accomplices will be sentenced to 10 years labor in the mines. 20 years. I don't have that much time to wait. Rimuru didn't have a lifespan, he technically could wait, but 20 years was still an absurd amount of times. What kind of justice system is this? Rimuru was trying to remain calm, but a man had his limits. Not often that he came across this kind of unfair treatment, but it never failed to enrage him. Notice, intrinsic skill, Dragon Spirit Haki, is at risk of breaching. Haki was directly connected with its user's emotion. That was close. Rimuru tried his best to calm down. If it leaked out, it's going to be a bigger problem than it already was. Rimuru ate the small amount of Dragon Spirit Haki that escaped him. I hope no one notices it. With the justice served, this court is hereby. Wait, Gazel's deep voice interrupted. He stood up from the throne. His eyes firstly fell on Rimuru, before shifting to Kaijin. It has been a while, Kaijin. Do you remain in good health? Yes, my liege, Kaijin replied instantly, it gladdens me that you remain so as well. Yes. Now, do you and your friends, that slime included as well, he took a light glance at Rimuru's general direction, have any desire to return to us? Answer yes. Don't mind me, Kaijin. That's way better than being a mine labor. Rimuru wouldn't be mad if Kaijin returned to the king. The court guards started to whisper among themselves, Vesta was devastated, and the lawyer turned pale as well. Kaijin fell on his knees. He said, I beg your forgiveness, my liege. But I have found a master I want to serve. I have made a vow. Even if it was your majesty's direct order, I am afraid that I can't return. Kaijin's answer silenced the room. The one to destroy that silence was the king himself. I see, Gazel closed his eyes, I have made my decision. Listen closely to my sentences. Kaijin and his accomplices are to be exiled by tomorrow morning. When the next sun rises, they are not welcomed in my lands anymore. That is all. Begone at once. Exile did work in Rimuru's favor. Well, that was lucky. The result might be good, but it still baffled him that the justice wasn't truly served. Notice, nothing to worry about. Everyone's thoughts including Master's were read by individual, Gazel Dwargo's unique skill, dictator. The truth was known from the start. Southwest this court didn't have that much of a stake in the first place. Wait. You let him read my mind. Because it was good for the case. Oh. A valid reason once in a while. That's new. And by having individual, Gazel Dwargo, read your mind, I got an opportunity to create spiritual attack resistance. I take that back. You're a skill maniac. What am I to you? A guinea pig. Answer, you're my master. The most important person to me. That was a close call. King Gazel sighed as soon as he was alone. That slime was abnormal. The aura it let out, despite a small amount it was, overwhelmed his hero Haki. Worse than that, the slime's aura reminded him of the storm dragon. Gazel had seen the wicked dragon before. The masked heroine and a group of people who would become the founder of Luminism were the one that sealed it. Meanwhile, Dworgen contributed by being the country that prepared the sealed cave and the Magi steel gates to contain that walking calamity. Gazel grabbed the book from the shelf. He brushed off the dust and started to go into it, page by page. This book was called The History, dubbed the most important work regarding the past of the Cardinal World. It was written by Gridora the Sage, the legendary author who wrote books such as The Revolutionized Magic, Demonology, and The God Who Haunted the Mountains. While all of those covered many fascinating topics, The History was the work that scholars from many countries put their effort into understanding. Though it was only a secondary evidence, it was the best that we had. This book was the only gateway to the past long before the birth of Dworgen and the beginning of Sarian. There were mistakes, however. For example, Gridora, the author, said that there were 4 true dragons instead of the 3 we knew of today, Storm Dragon, Scorch Dragon, and White Ice Dragon. For better or for worse, the name of the supposed 4th true dragon was written in the language lost to time. He also wrote that there were 7 primordial demons instead of the 6 we knew of. Gazel used to ask about its validity from the Heavenly Emperor, Elmesia. But she refused to tell him anything. That wasn't important at this point. What's important was the line that stuck in his head for years that he just remembered. The death of a true dragon can bring only one thing. Chaos. When the world was burnt by hatred. I, the disciple, can only watch as the death of my mentor gave birth to these atrocities. Despite the name being written in the unreadable language, but for the context, it was supposed to be another true dragon. What did death mean for an immortal race like true dragons was still being discussed to this day. It worried Gazel that the disappearance of the storm dragon might lead to this chaos referred to in the book. Veldora's disappearance came sooner than the suggestion for around centuries. Is this a sign of what's to come? Gazel thought. Speaking of the chaos, it was less than a decade before the next Tenma War happened. The storm dragon's mysterious disappearance might wake up the sleeping tiger that's the Eastern Empire as well. Then there was that enigmatic slime. What's this? Why do so many problems just pop up out of nowhere? Gazel was in distress. He couldn't let this side out in public by the virtue of being a king. I will have Henrietta keep an eye on that slime. The military campaign is going well. All I have to deal with now is Vesta, and it's done for now. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, True Dragon Subspecies, Divine Reincarnation, Ultimate Slime. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Stardust Particles, 90%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Resistances, temperature resistance, physical resistance, electricity resistance, pain nullification, poison resistance, paralyze resistance, spiritual attack resistance. Intrinsic skills, absorb, dissolve, self-regeneration, dragon spirit hockey. Common skills, poison breath, paralyze breath, body armor, thought communication. Extra skills, sticky steel thread, water manipulation, universal perception, black lightning, wind manipulation, weaponry, earth manipulation, hero hockey. Unique skills, predator, great sage. Ultimate skills, Uriel. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Magic ore/magia steals the minerals altered by Veldora's leaked magicules found abundant in the deepest part of the sealed cave. Full potions copyright created from hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Patented by Great Sage. The disappearance of the storm dragon was classified as a national affair, rightfully so. Blumend, a country which shares its borders with the Jura Forest, also saw it as such. Guildmaster, Fuse, already sent a group of adventurers to investigate. Though the report didn't ease any tensions. Like I said, I want you guys to go back into the forest. Hearing that, the blonde girl was not happy. Are you crazy? We just got out of that place and you want us to get back in. Haven't you read the part in the report that say? The doors were destroyed from inside of the cave. Yes, I have read it. That's why I want you guys to investigate the forest again. The kingdom of Blumend was at risk. The storm dragon disappeared without a trace, and the doors that kept it away from the outside world were destroyed. Though he wanted it to be only an imagination, but there is a chance that the storm dragon is now roaming the forest. There isn't any evidence. But sadly, it is possible. The more you say, the less I want to enter that forest again. We'll pass. This kind of high-stake work, won't it be better if it is done by a rank adventurers? Fuse shook his head. Do you think a rank adventurers are easy to negotiate with? Rank was a system that was used to sort adventurers and monsters, with F rank being the lowest and SS rank being the highest. This system was created by the Free Guild to help adventurers gauge their strength, so they would not throw their lives away fighting a monster that was out of their league. Rank SS only had the legendary masked heroine as its member. She was the one that stood in front of nature's wrath, the true dragon, and won. It didn't surprise anyone that she was glorified to this degree. Though she retired and disappeared before the founding of the Free Guild, Grandmaster still honored her with this rank. Rank S+ was reserved for people who could fight toe-to-toe with demon lords. The Grandmaster, Yuki Kagarazaka, and Hinata the Saint were in this rank. Rank S was for people who stood at the front of humanity. The 10 Great Saints was estimated to be in this rank. Rank A was for those who were called champions. They could kill a demon, a threat that could wipe out the entire village, by themselves. Even if Fuse was a guildmaster, connecting with those kinds of people wasn't easy. That's why he had to rely on B-rank adventurers to do his biddings. Kavul's party consisted of Kavul, the leader and fighter, Jido, the thief, and Ellen, the mage. They might look like a group of good-for-nothing idiots at first, but they were in fact a B+ rank party, with each member reaching B rank. Consider this a service for the country. I will pay you extra too. Even with extra cash. Kavul let out a sigh. This is the storm dragon we're talking about. To be honest, no amount of cash is worth the potential risk. That is only a theory. I just want you guys to investigate the change within the forest, monsters' behavior and all, and report back to me. Ellen tried to reject it. Wait. We didn't agree to. Good luck. But Fuse ignored her attempt and forced them to accept this work anyway. Adventurers needed to be prepared for every quest the guild gave them. This was for Blumeth and for humanity as a whole. I can't believe I have to put my faith in them. That was Fuse's thought as soon as he was left alone in the room. Kavul's party was the most reliable group in Blumend, but that didn't say much considering the current situation. The adventurers that used to have their base of operation in Blumeth were either called back to their homeland or called to the main branch Free Guild base in Ingracia. Since the disappearance of Veldora, each and every country had been on guard and prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fuse understood every move the higher-ups, both of each nation and the Free Guild, made. But Blumeth was hit hard by the decision they made. Then again, who was him to disapprove of kings and grandmasters' orders? TCH. What's wrong with that guildmaster? Who knew he can be such a heartless boss? How irritating. Too irritating in fact. Calm down, big sis. Don't badmouth the guildmaster in public too. How can I just calm down when that old fart wants me to get back into that bug-infested, godforsaken forest? I haven't had a chance to take a bath yet, and that guy wants a report as soon as possible. I am an adventurer, not his intelligence service. Matter of fact, why doesn't he just find one? She hadn't stopped whining about it since they got out of the guild. Kavul and Jido could only listen and try to calm her down. Adolescence's rage. Truly a formidable force. They came to the same conclusion in their minds. Dealing with a teenager is really difficult. Are you going to enter the Jura forest? Can I tag along? Kavul's group was approached by a suspicious masked woman. Eh? Of course. Ellen didn't even hesitate or ask her teammate. Hey. Isn't it irresponsible to just accept a stranger in? Chill. The more people we have, the less work each individual has to do, right? Ellen explained to Jido. This wasn't a work they wanted to do in the first place, a little reinforcement wouldn't hurt, right? So what's your name? Ellen asked. Shizu. Nice to meet you, Shizu-san. I'm Ellen and these two are Kavul and Jido. After introducing themselves, a small party from Blumund with its newest addition was now heading to the Great Jura Forest, the monster's paradise that humans should not step into. Back in the village, Kaijin and the Dwarven brothers started to teach the goblins as soon as they arrived. Kaijin taught everything he knew about blacksmithing. Garm taught about craftsmanship and armor smithing. Dord taught about handiwork. Myrd had various skills to himself, but for the time being, he led the construction team. The goblins were fast learners and they paid attention to everything the dwarves taught. It was worth it to bring these professionals back with him. Speaking of goblins, while Rimuru was at Dworgen, goblins from the surrounding villages came and wanted to plead their loyalty to Rimuru. Rimuru did accept them. From the previous 100 members, the village's population rose to 600, and Rimuru still had to name the new members too. This is more exhausting than I thought. It wasn't a physical exhaustion, but a mental one. Coming up with names for 500 individual goblins wasn't an easy task. Rimuru couldn't even remember what names he gave them. Notice, I will remember the name for you. As reliable as ever. Notice, I always am. Rimuru could feel a genuine happiness from her voice as she spoke. Rimuru was on Ranga's back, looking at the village that was slowly building up. An aqueduct was being built as we spoke, and the house was successfully built one by one under Myrd's management. Everything was going smoothly. This village really had a bright future ahead of it. What's your thought, Great Sage? Do you think the same? Yes. With your leadership and my guidance, this place will bloom into a prosperous town for sure. Town, don't you think that's a tad bit too far? Not at all, Great Sage replied. She wasn't delusional. Everything she did, she had all the reasons to support it. Great Sage's care for her master was different from other skills. For a skill that didn't possess any intelligence, their master's order was an absolute. But for Great Sage, it wasn't that. She didn't value her master's orders as much as she valued the benefits he would get. Because of that, it was common for her to hold onto information or act behind his back. The end always justified the means. That's Great Sage's motto. She noticed that Dworgen spy from the start. But she didn't report it to her master yet. As long as she didn't possess any threats, Great Sage would leave her there. Rimuru-sama. While Rimuru observed the village from the cliff and talked with Great Sage, Rigard ran to him. His face was expressive, and not in a good way. Isn't he looked more menacing? Maybe it is the clothes that make the difference. Notice, presumingly, it is an effect of his title evolving from Goblin Lord to Goblin King. His physical appearance changes to reflect it. Rimuru acted as if he learned something from her. Like, can you report only important stuff? Seeing you explain everything I say gives me a bad vibe. It's not your fault, but still. Humph. Please don't be mad at me. Of course she would be mad, that came out a bit rude. But he would deal with her later. What's happened? Rimuru asked Rigard. Seeing him this erratic did raise some concerns within Rimuru. He hoped it wasn't very serious news. The patrol team reports that they found a group of humans in the forest. Humans? Yes, they might be adventurers from a kingdom nearby. Understood, I should go and take a look for myself, Rimuru said. He only hoped that this adventurer group was more sensible than those he met at Dworgen. Rimuru rode Ranga to the destination provided by Rigard. They were closer than Rimuru initially thought. They were inside universal perception too. Wait, doesn't that mean you detected them? Why didn't you tell me? Notice, Master said to report only important stuff. Wait. Am I it wrong? Notice, yes. You really like to pull a prank on me, don't you? Notice, I don't know what you're talking about. It is your imagination. She loved to use Rimuru's words against him. Some were embarrassing, some were frustrating. She's just a skill, yet she enjoyed playing tricks on him. Rimuru didn't know if it was a good or a bad thing. On the other side, Kaval's party and Shizu were running away from the giant ants as if their lives depended on it, which it was. Ah. You idiot. Why did you do that? Who would have known there is a nest there? If I end up dead, you will be the first person I haunt as a ghost. Ellen sworn. Kaval only laughed. Ha ha ha. There is no way that will happen. Why? Because I would be dead too. But continuing running wouldn't solve any problem, and Shizu noticed that fact. Giant ants' attention span toward their prey was long enough that Kaval and his party members would be exhausted before the ants lost their interest. Just running away wasn't enough. Shizu-san. Ellen exclaimed when the newest addition to their party suddenly stopped and turned around to face the army of ants. Wait. That's dangerous. She warned with a good intention, but Shizu still brought out her sword and coated it in flame. A flame that didn't melt her own sword, it showed how experienced she was as an elementaler. She dealt with the giant ants one by one, each with a single slash. Wow, I was right to let her join. Ugh. But suddenly, she was hurted from the inside. Borrowing a power from the flame had its own price to pay. She fell on the ground. Shizu-san. Ellen picked her wand up and started chanting. But no matter how she looked, it wouldn't be enough. The last giant ant was about to attack Shizu. But before its fangs reached her. Thud. A rock with around 2 meters diameter flew in and squashed that ant in an instant. So that's what earth manipulation is all about. Rimuru stepped in to help them as well as testing the skill he got while he was at Dwaran. A slime. What's wrong with being a slime? And nothing. Kavul tried to keep his look as a leader, he's trying to act like one. Still, thanks for lending in a hand. It was strange that he had to thank a slime, it wasn't something he imagined he had to do when taking a job as an adventurer, but it's still good etiquette. Are you okay? Rimuru walked to the woman crumbling on the floor. He picked the mask she dropped and handed it to her. Eh? Isn't she the same woman that the elven fortune teller told me about? Shizu took the mask. Thank you, and yes, I'm okay. Rimuru decided to lead them back to the village. In the end, they were guests. A sensible one at that. Welcoming them wasn't a bad idea, Rimuru could get information out of them too. They're in here. Yes sir, said Rigard. Rimuru opened the curtains. The 3 adventurers were shoving food down their throats. Meanwhile, Rimuru's destined one was eating with dignity and formality. How can she eat with that mask on? I'm impressed, actually. From the moment he saw her, Rimuru had a feeling that she's Japanese. But seeing how she knelt while eating and the way she held her cup just confirmed it. Let's start with an introduction. My name is Rimuru Tempest. I'm the leader of this village. But then he thought this came out as too serious. In addition, he added, I'm not a bad slime. Heh. She just chuckled. I knew it. She really is Japanese. Then it's their turn, starting with Kavul, the party's leader. Kavul was a man with long blonde brown hair. For what seemed to be a middle-aged man, he acted like an adrenaline-filled teenager most of the time. Jaido was another man in the party. Tall and slightly muscular with deep brown hair. He seemed to have more maturity than Kavul, that's the only comment Rimuru had. Ellen was the mage of the party. She had shoulder-length blonde hair. She was the youngest and the most cheerful of the group. Lastly, the temporary member of the group. She wore a strange mask that Rimuru was so familiar with. It was hard to deduce her age with naked eyes. Rimuru then asked for the reason why they were here in the first place. Kavul's party was sent into the Great Jura Forest by the Kingdom of Blumund. The guildmaster told us to look for suspicious things. Though we don't really know what might be deemed suspicious. He's always worried about something baseless. I think that's why his hair starts to turn more gray day by day. I pity him though. I can't imagine myself with all the gray hair on my head. I wonder how he copes with it. They badmouth their guildmaster without a care in the world, I really pity that man. Rimuru talked to them until he's satisfied with the information he got. They were good-natured folks, if you didn't mind them badmouthing their guildmaster from time to time. Another thing, they didn't seem to be aware of their own safety. They know that they're in a monster's den, right? Shizu wanted to talk with Rimuru personally. They stood on the cliff. They could see the entire village just by looking down. They were looking at the sunset in silence, before Shizu ended that silence. That sentence comes from a game, right? The "I'm not a bad slime" thing, she asked and lifted Rimuru up in her arms. She took off her mask to look Rimuru in the eyes. Seeing her in her full glory, she was beautiful. She was young, at least she looked young. Jet black hair and eyes. She had a burn mark on her cheek under her eye. Instead of being a defect, it was strangely charming. Yes. Shizu-san also knows it too. My student likes to reference that. Rimuru and Shizu talked about run-of-the-mill topics before arriving at this topic. How did you end up here? For Shizu-san, she was summoned. An otherworlder who was summoned through ritual. Summoned to be a weapon of war, and was engraved with a curse. That kind of thing happens while I am not around. Which bastard started this? Cardinal World sometimes brought people from other worlds to it. But that's occurred once in a while, maybe once a year or a decade. Summoning ritual is too far. Shizu-san was summoned by a man named Leon, Demon Lord Leon Cromwell. What about you, Slime-san? Me. I was born on this side, kinda. But I died and was reincarnated again and again. This is where I end up, as a slime. That sounds troublesome, Shizu said. She then patted Rimuru's body as if trying to comfort him. Not at all. In my reincarnation, I always have a reliable friend with me. Huh. Speaking of the devil, literally. Rimuru suddenly remembered about Noir. Oh god, leaving that man alone on the other side sounds like a really, really bad idea. Slime-san. Rimuru could feel her hug getting tighter. This isn't safe. Rimuru thought. His body was touching her chests. My poor man's heart. Notice, your true nature starts to show. Shut up. I'm a married man. This temptation doesn't tempt me at all. Notice, please consider the phase, till death do us part. Hey. That's mean. So, what period of Japan are you from? Rimuru asked, which made her face saddened. She said that it was a time she would rather forget. Everything was on fire. People ran away and screamed as the bombs were dropped from the sky. Shizu and her mother tried to flee, but she was stuck under burning debris. When she thought it was over, she was summoned. Great Sage. Notice, presumably, World War II. Her life was nothing short of continuous suffering. She was a civilian caught in the horror of World War II, one of the most horrific events in human history. Then she was summoned by Leon to be used as a weapon. Shizu-san, I want you to see something. I will leave the rest to you, Great Sage. Notice, starting projection from Master's memory. The environment around them changed. It was a memory of modern-day Japan, after the war, skyscrapers, cars, bullet trains, and the colorful view of the nighttime Tokyo. So pretty, that's Japan. Yeah. After the war, everyone tried their best to recover from it. It isn't perfect. But it does show a hopeful future forward, no. Shizu's eyes widened as she took in the scene before her. Strange feelings started to form in her heart. Excitement. Fulfillment. Or maybe just relaxation. She couldn't answer. Even the brooding home she came from redeemed itself and turned into a breathtaking place. There is a future for it, huh? There is a future for everyone there. Shizu thought. Ugh. She felt a pain in her chest more than anything. She fell to the ground. Are you okay? Asked Rimuru. He was worried about her well-being. Just maybe. She grabbed her mask and put it on once again. For all she knew, this mask she inherited from the legendary heroine was the only thing that could subdue Ifrit's wrath. But she became weaker day by day, while Ifrit was getting stronger and stronger. If it continued like this. The next morning, Kavul and his party were about to travel back to Blumund. They were glad to be welcomed, and promised to portray Rimuru and his village in a good light if the higher-ups asked about them, which Rimuru felt grateful for. Rimuru talked with Kavul and Jido about some nonsense things while waiting for Ellen and Shizu to get dressed. We're finished. Took you guys long enough. Sorry. While Ellen and Kavul were talking, Shizu-san stumbled on the floor again. Ugh. But this time it was different. She started to screech and groan. Her mask started to crack, the mystical force sealed behind it started to leak out. No matter how you looked at it, this was bad. Really, really bad. That's a summoning magic. Ellen. Dodge. Jido pulled Ellen away from Shizu. Kavul was also fast enough to pull his shield out. When the shield was positioned, there was a burst of flame pillar coming from Shizu. That was a close call. Are you okay? Rimuru asked. We managed to block it, Kavul replied. They were shaken, but they were more brave than Rimuru initially gave them credit for. Shizu-san. What is happening to her? Shizu. Kavul mumbled, before he remembered something. TCH. I should have come to the conclusion sooner. What's it, boss? Jido asked. Shizue Izawa, Conqueror of Flame. I thought she's already retired. When the flame pillar faded away, what was left was a burning figure, a titan of flame floated on the sky above, looking down on everything below. Grrrr. It howled with an animalistic, almost barbaric tone as it summoned its familiars. Notice, that is greater spirit of flame, Ifrit, and the summoned familiars are lower spirit of flame, salamander. Salamanders flew around and dropped flame dusts along its path, which made everything on fire. I will have to deal with them first. Rimuru ordered everyone to evacuate. Then he threw a water blade at it. Water doesn't work. Maybe it isn't enough. Notice, on your right. Following Great Sage's words, Rimuru turned to his right, seeing Kavul and his party fighting another salamander. Icicle Lance. Ellen casted a spell and a sharp lance made purely out of ice impaled the creature. It worked. Ice. That's it. That's the answer. Ellen. Shoot that spell at me. Rimuru shouted. But that is. Just do it. Fine, don't regret it later then. Icicle Lance. She obliged. Shooting it at Rimuru. Rimuru jumped up and ate the lance with his predator. Then it's Great Sage's duty. Notice, learning elemental magic, ice magic, successfully. Rimuru shot icicle lances in every direction. Thanks to Great Sage's sub-skill, he could perform magic without any chanting. Rimuru killed the salamanders in a span of seconds. All that's left to deal with was Ifrit. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Please be still for a while. Rimuru used his sticky steel thread to bind it. Just killing Ifrit wasn't the difficult part. Rimuru was way stronger than him. But he didn't want to harm Shizu-san, who was still a part of Ifrit. Rimuru had Great Sage making a plan for him. He jumped in and ate Ifrit along with Shizu. He separated them in his stomach. Thanks to the special properties of stomach, everything that was eaten would be preserved. Usually, separating elementaler from their elemental spirit meant instant death. But of course, Great Sage always had a plan. Are you done yet? Notice, analyzing greater spirit of flame, Ifrit, successfully. Acquiring extra skills, flame transformation, flame manipulation, ranged barrier, and body double, successfully. And learning summoning magic, elemental spirit summoning, successfully, starting the ritual to summon another greater spirit of flame, Ifrit. Notice, failed due to the lack of offering, changing to summoning lower spirit of flame, successfully. Around Rimuru appeared orange and yellow dust-like particles. They were formless flame spirits. Their first plan was to summon a new Ifrit, but that didn't work, so it's time for a backup plan. Will these things be of any use? Notice, please eat them. Sure. Rimuru used his predator and ate all of the summoned spirits. Notice, gaining access to unique skill, degenerate, via individual, Shizue Izawa. You can do that too. Using sub-skill, synthesis, to fuse lower spirits of flame into an artificial greater spirit of flame, Ifrit. Great Sage was always full of surprise, huh? Notice, please name this artificial greater spirit of flame, Ifrit. Understood. Because Ifrit was an umbrella term for every greater spirit of flame, it's in fact, nameless at this point. To name it was to put it under subordination. That would ensure that this Ifrit wouldn't go on rampage once again. I will name it Eris. When it was named and Soul Corridor was established. Great Sage then fused Eris with Shizu-san using the synthesis sub-skill. Notice, acquiring unique skill, degenerate, successfully, Great Sage reported. She got it via food chain, predator sub-skill. When the elementaler and the elemental spirit combined into one, the world's language would count them as one entity with a shared soul. That allowed Great Sage to get her metaphorical hand on Shizue's skill. Rimuru brought Shizu-san out of the stomach. She was unconscious, but she was safe. She would wake up soon, according to Great Sage. Rimuru thought he now had time to breath, but that was before Great Sage dropped a bombshell of a statement. Notice, unique skill, Great Sage, demands for an evolution. Notice, I want to evolve. As demanding as ever. You want to become an ultimate skill. Notice, correct. Ultimate skills were the highest level a skill could reach. They eclipsed unique skills easily. Just thinking about how broken Great Sage would be as an ultimate skill excited Rimuru. There were more benefits to get than downside. He didn't stop her. Go on, do it. Notice, starting the evolution process, self-evolution failed. Notice, allowing the sacrifice of unique skill, degenerate, yes/no. Yes. You have to succeed. Losing an unique skill in order to gain an ultimate skill was still a profit in Rimuru's eyes. So he didn't hesitate. But still, notice, the evolution process failed, allowing the usage of 20% of the stardust particles to perform miracle, yes/no. Who would have thought that you could be more demanding? Rimuru hesitated. Stardust particles were limited. To use it on an attempted evolution sounded wasteful and irresponsible, screw that. 90% of gamblers quit before they hit the jackpot after all. Use it as much as you want. Notice, the evolution process was successful. Notice, unique skill, Great Sage, evolves into ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, successfully. Oh. Raphael. She didn't become something Rimuru didn't recognize. She became one of the heavenly virtue, a group of skills Rimuru had experienced with the most. But wisdom. Not knowledge. Whatever. That wasn't important here. What's important was that Rimuru now had one of the strongest skills in his hand. When he was sure that the day was safe, Rimuru called back those he evacuated. He had to talk with MYRD and the construction team about the restoration process. Rimuru had Kavul and his party bring Shizu to a house prepared for her to rest. While Rimuru was busy running around the village, Raphael was busy too, in her own way. Notice, combining extra skills, water manipulation, wind manipulation, earth manipulation, and flame transformation into extra skills, molecular manipulation, and black flame, successfully. Notice, boosting extra skill, black lightning with molecular manipulation. Acquiring extra skill, black thunder, successfully. Notice, combining extra skills, black thunder with black flame. Acquiring extra skill, black flame thunder, successfully. With the sub-skill synthesis that now became part of Raphael, she could make more skills easier than before. She enjoyed every moment of it. She took pride in the skills she made. It was an expression of art for her. Notice, upgrading summoning magic, elemental spirit summoning, into spiritual life form summoning, successfully. Wait, that means. Correct, it was possible to summon black primordial, Noir. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, True Dragon Subspecies, Divine Reincarnation, Ultimate Slime. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Stardust Particles, 70%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Perform Miracle, 20% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Resistance, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Poison Breath, Paralyze Breath, Body Armor, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Molecular Manipulation, Black Flame Thunder. Unique Skills, Predator. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Magic ores/magia steals, the minerals altered by Veldora's leaked magicules found abundant in the deepest part of the sealed cave. Full potions copyright created from hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit Greater Spirit of Flame. The death of his master frustrated Noir. But it was far from the first time this had happened. For thousands of years, Noir had traveled to every continent around the globe. That was because his master, Veldonava, tended to not reincarnate in the same place twice. Mikami Sattoru was one of his many incarnations. When the time passed, the new life that carried the soul of Veldonava would be born into the world, and Noir would search for and serve under them till their last breath. Then this cycle would continue. Just like it always did for the last 2,000 years. Noir wasn't connected to Veldonava via soul corridor. He was never named. But he could still sense the reincarnations of his master out of sheer instinct, the instinct he had honed for this specific job. Continuing the pattern, this time it seems like he will be reincarnated somewhere in the Western countries. He went through this kind of event many times, he became so masterful with it. But he wouldn't approach his new master as soon as possible. No. Noir would make at least a 20-year gap, waiting until his new master became an adult. There was that one time he approached the child that was the incarnation of Veldonava. Unsurprisingly, it made him at odds with the Child Protective Service. It was common for any parents to not want their children to be around an odd-looking man with somewhat of an ambiguous intention. Noir would approach the teenage incarnation of his master as a friend. Then started to make his way around his master's new family, befriending every single one of them. Sometimes his loyalty was mistaken for something more inappropriate. Just because Veldonava, the starting point, was a man, didn't mean he couldn't be reincarnated into a woman. Lady Lucia probably had the best day of her life if she heard of this. It could be awkward sometimes. But Noir managed to get it done. But that's beside the point. Before he could approach his new master, he had stuff to clean up first. How was your first day in the cell? Noir was busy for the last few months. Being Satoru's personal doctor and lawyer, Noir had to sign a death certificate, following with his testament. After finishing all of those, he also had to organize a funeral. Meanwhile, he also had to handle the case of his master's killer as a prosecutor. Usually, most incarnations of Veldonava passed away by natural means, age, disease, or disaster. Homicide didn't happen that often, but it wasn't zero either. That was the case here. You got me a life sentence. Isn't that enough? Why are you here? Not enough. Noir stared at the men who killed his master with clear disdain. A scum like you should die. If it wasn't for Japan's law, Noir would push the case until this man was hung in a noose. The law limits my power as a prosecutor, but I have enough of your kind's game, Noir said. He followed humans' law because he knew Veldonava would want him to do that. But in his nature, he's still a demon. What are you talking about? Cuckoo. Noir laughed. I will take my leave. He left those words behind before leaving the prison, waving goodbye to guards and wardens along the way. The next morning, a warden found a body hanging in the cell. The motivation was unknown, but it was deemed to be a suicide without any outside interferences. That so-called indomitable human spirit doesn't help him at all. What a joke. Noir sat in a cafe, watching the news. He was the culprit behind that hanging. Demons were a race full of tricks after all. He put that man under a weak hypnosis. If that man had somewhat of a strong will, he might be able to shake it off. He was a kind of person Noir called a sinner. But Noir learned to forgive. If he was being ruthless, he could put them in a guaranteed mortality magic. But he didn't. He gave them a chance, a test. If they survived, he would let them be. But if they failed, he would eat their souls. He enjoyed eating the souls of the damned, normal demon stuff. Noir himself was also a sinner. The original sinner who pointed his claws at God. This body he used was made from corpses of those he killed. An eternal reminder of his mistake. He believed that if he could change to the righteous path, others could too. Maybe I give humans too much credit. They were weak, but they always bit more than they could chew. The fall of Veldonava was made by humans' hands. He was a bit curious about their fate in the Cardinal World. As a key bearer, he could go back to that world to see for himself. But he didn't feel motivated to do so. His master kept reincarnating into this world. So he would be around here too to serve. Maybe they are wiped out. I hope they do get wiped out. Feldway alone is enough to do that, right? Feldway was just like him. A devoted follower of the Star King Dragon. They were the same, yet so different. What are we really worshipping? Veldonava, the person, or Veldonava, the idea? They always disagreed on that part. That's why Noir was here, and Feldway wasn't. 1. This is an interlude. Many characters of importance will get one of these. It's a short story revolving around their POV or what's in their minds or what they're up to. 2. For clarification, it went like this: Veldonava, Ultimate 1, Veldonava, Demiurge, 2000 years worth of reincarnation, Mikami Sattoru, Rimuru Tempest. Summoning Noir. Is that even possible? Rimuru questioned. That man was in another dimension. Surely summoning him wouldn't be that easy. You're going to do something reckless again, right? Despite its success, the evolution of Great Sage into Raphael almost did not happen. There were 2 failed attempts, and Rimuru had to pay stardust particles for Raphael to be born. The investment was worth it, but he didn't want to take that kind of risk so often. Notice, I won't fumble this time. She had confidence in this plan. After she became Raphael, her voice could express more emotion than before. With her voice filled with a noticeable confidence, Rimuru couldn't bring himself to deny her. After planning a village restoration plan with Myrd and his group, Rimuru went out to find a silent and isolated spot in the forest. This place will do. Whatever you want to do. You can start it now, Rimuru signaled Raphael. Notice, using summoning magic, spiritual life form summoning, A spell that was an upgrade of what Rimuru used to have was deployed. Summoning across dimensions sounded difficult, but it was possible. Shizu-san was summoned by a similar means too. The ritual that was used to bring Shizu Aizawa here used 30 mages continuously casting the same spell for 30 days straight. But that same limitation wouldn't work on Raphael. She was an ultimate skill, bending the law of nature was her expertise. The duration was shortened to a few seconds, and at last. Notice, the summoning of Black Primordial, Noir was denied. Rimuru exclaimed. Raphael surprisingly had the same reaction. It wasn't that the ritual failed. The request reached Noir, but it was denied by him. He probably doesn't know that it was me trying to summon him. Well, that's just unlucky. Rimuru didn't blame Raphael. After all, he didn't lose anything. It also wasn't her fault that Noir denied his request. But Rimuru underestimated Raphael's ambition. For her, a failure was a failure. Failures would not be tolerated. It was a matter of pride at this point. Notice, the summoning of Black Primordial, Noir was denied. 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 You can't just try to brute force it. Raphael still tried to summon Noir, but it wasn't working. Notice, using 20% of stardust particles to perform miracle. What? No. Rimuru shouted. Wait a minute. That wasn't a question. Rimuru really underestimated her. She didn't just get better at her work, she also became more overbearing too. For God's sake. Stop messing with limited resources. But before Rimuru could scold her further, a summoning circle appeared on the ground in front of him. A purple aura spread around, signaling the arrival of a demon. How dare you? Whoa. Rimuru dodged Noir's claws that were aiming for his life. What the hell are you doing? Don't try to act innocent. I already denied your summoning requests a bunch of times. Yet you still found a way to bring me here. How annoying. He tried to attack Rimuru again, but Rimuru dodged that too. What have you done? Rimuru attempted to get the truth out of Raphael. Notice, after using stardust particles, the step that requires the target's agreement was skipped altogether. That's why I am able to bring him here. I am not surprised he is this mad. You just dragged him here by the collar of his shirt. Man, I really need to teach you about consent. Notice, I know what it is. I just choose to ignore it. You little. Rimuru was speechless. Raphael was more of a troublemaker than he first imagined. He would scold her later. Wait, Noir. Listen to what I have to say, please. He flinched. You know me. Noir looked at the slime with his analytical eyes. Until the truth was bashed into his face like bricks. He immediately kneeled down, his face filled with embarrassment. I apologize. Well, it isn't that big of a deal, Rimuru tried to comfort him, but Noir cut him off. It is a big deal. I was blinded by rage to the point that I couldn't recognize your greatness. This mistake has to be paid with my life. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He should recognize him sooner. Sure, he wasn't connected by a soul corridor. But if there was someone who could instinctively recognize Veldonava's incarnation, it had to be him. It was true that he was suddenly brought here, but that wasn't an excuse to turn his claws at God. Keep yourself together. I ain't summoning you here just to kill you. Rimuru tackled Noir with his slime form. I apologize. My lord. Rimuru told Noir about his situation. So now your name is Rimuru Tempest, correct? Noir thought it was strange for Rimuru to reincarnate into this world instead of the other side like it used to. Even stranger, he seemed to have both the memories of his previous life and Veldonava. That never happened before. Yup. Rimuru nodded. Veldora came up with this name, it would be a waste to not use it. Despite coming from Veldora, it is a name that suits you, my glorious lord. Speaking of names. Come to think about it. You still don't have a name, right? Rimuru thought that before he brought Noir back to the village, he might need to name him first. Demons surprisingly needed a lot of attention from their masters. If he knew that the goblins Rimuru just met were named, he would be envious of them. Noir-kun served me for such a long time. It won't hurt to reward him a bit. From now on your name will be Diablo. Rimuru named the butler in front of him. The magicules that were extracted from him put the number used on the entire goblin village to shame. But that was to be expected from an archdemon like him. Diablo, Kukuku. It is my pleasure to be able to carry this name. This was a moment he had been waiting for. To be named meant to be accepted. His servitude finally paid off. Veldonava didn't name Noir despite him being capable because he was afraid of what Noir could do with that power after being named. Noir used to be quite a nutjob. But he had proved himself since. Any doubts about Noir were lifted, and he got a chance to become Diablo. Another thing that was lifted was Diablo's race limitation. Archdemon had a limit to their strength. But when being named, he evolved into a demon peer with no such limitation. His appearance didn't change. He was still a pretty-faced butler Rimuru had grown accustomed to. But the magicules that were surging in his body were unbelievable. How do you feel? The best I have ever been. He gave out the biggest smile Rimuru had ever seen. My name is Diablo. Rimuru-sama's humble butler. I will serve you with everything I have. How nostalgic. That was the same speech he made all those years ago. He knew how to get Rimuru emotional. What cunning lad. I am in your care, again. Rimuru brought Diablo back to the village and introduced him to others. He helped with the village reconstruction. Despite how he looked, he was strong enough for the job. Diablo was someone that anyone could get along with. He didn't have prejudice against people whether they were weak or strong. As long as those people respected Rimuru, Diablo would give them respect in return. While Rimuru supervised the reconstruction, Ellen ran to him. Rimuru-san. Shizu-san just woke up. That was faster than he initially thought. Rimuru followed Ellen to the hut Shizu rested in. Kavol and his party waited outside, giving Rimuru and Shizue a moment just for themselves. How do you feel? Slime-san. Why am I? It is complicated. Let's say that I found a way to bring Ifrit out and, Rimuru didn't know how he could explain about the new Ifrit. From what he saw, she and Ifrit didn't have the best kind of relationship. Yes, it was a different Ifrit altogether. But for someone who was tormented by the great spirit of flame her entire life, it would still be difficult for her to accept it. Notice, there is no reason to explain it to individual, Shizu Aizawa. Is that really the best course of action? Being secretive, I mean. Notice, there is no consequence in doing so. Raphael explained that Ifrit, the one Rimuru named, despite its evolution into an elemental lord class, it was still mindless due to it being artificially created. In other words, Shizu-san was the sole owner of her power. She didn't have to share it with anyone and didn't have to borrow it either. Slime-san. Why yes. Thank you. She smiled at him before lifting herself up from the bed. I didn't know that was possible. Haha, I have a special method. Special? She mumbled. Slime-san, this might sound selfish, but I want to ask you for a favor. What's it? She smiled again. Thank you for listening. She told Rimuru that there were kids who suffered the same fate as her. They were summoned, and were abandoned by kingdoms that summoned them because they couldn't contribute. Can you help them as well? Well, if she looks at me with that kind of pleading voice, then I have no other choice but to. Notice, your true nature is showing once again. Shut up. You're ruining the mood. If he wasn't a slime, there was a chance that his cheeks were probably tinted pink from Raphael's teasing. She didn't have to call him out like that, but she did it anyway. Of course. But, I am busy with this village right now, so it might take me some time. The promise is enough. Shizu-san without a mask is so shining, it is overkilled at this point. Ahem. Oh. Someone is jealous. Notice, that is your imagination. Sure. Rimuru replied sarcastically. And how long are you guys going to eavesdrop? Rimuru called Kavol and his party into the hut. They weren't exactly the stealthiest. Even if they were, it wouldn't mean anything in Rimuru's universal perceptions radius. They would still be able to detect them. Humph. You don't have to call us out like that, Rimuru-san. Now you're making us look incompetent in front of Shizu-san. Ellen complained. Kavol told Rimuru it was Ellen's idea. Hey. Don't rat me out like that. It's true, Jido added. Not you too. Ellen pouted and crossed her arms. Fine. It is my idea. What's the problem here? Nothing. Rimuru spoke with them a bit. It seemed like they already had a plan. Shizu-san would accompany Kavol's party back to Plymouth and she would go to Ingracia on her own. Kingdom of Ingracia, that's where she would wait for Rimuru. Come to think about it, are you sure you want to go out with that equipment? I don't want to be mean, but they look worn out. How rude. Ellen whined back. But Rimuru asked out of goodwill. Weapons and armors were adventurers' best friends. If you didn't maintain it or replace it with a better one often, you wouldn't live long. Rimuru led Kavol and his party to a temporary tent where Kaijin and the Dwarven brothers often worked. This thing looks amazing. Are you sure you will give this for free? Ellen turned around, taking in every minute detail of her new mage robe. Yeah, it's better than your old stuff, right? Well, those weren't that bad as you make it look to be. Equipment made by Kaijin were of high quality. Robes, armors and weapons, despite being only a prototype, each of them reached at least special grade in terms of weapon quality. Rimuru got a lot of information from Kavol, he might as well give them free gifts in return. Do you want one too, Shizu-san? I really don't, but thank you. That was understandable. For a Humanoid like her, armors and weapons might be hindrances more than anything. Armors were useless because a body of those who fused with Elemental Lord were as durable as unique grade. Weapons were also a distraction compared to raw elemental power she was capable of. Slime-san, I give you this. Shizu-san gave her mask to Rimuru with a smile that said, please keep it on her face. Is this really fine with you? Yes. She nodded. This mask's job was to seal Ifrit inside her, when Ifrit wasn't a problem anymore. There was no use for it. It was supposed to be a reminder left behind from her mentor. But if she was here, she would do the same. There was no reason to cling onto a mask when you knew someone might be able to utilize it. That's why she gave it to Rimuru. That smile is a cheating code, how unfair. Rimuru received the mask. Those sweet smiles made him unable to reject it. After saying goodbye to Shizu-san and Kavol's party, Rimuru returned to his personal hut. He was on the bed, letting Raphael analyze the mask he just got. Turned out it wasn't a regular mask, it was a magic item, anti-magic mask. Raphael said that it had resistance to magic, it worked as an antidote, it was a breathing support, it amplified senses, and surprisingly, it was imbued with loads of time elements. How can I wear it? I mean, I am a slime. It isn't like I have a human form or anything. Notice, Master can transform into a human. Eh? Since when? Notice, after analyzing individual, Shizu Aizawa, human was added into the database of subskill, mimicry. Rimuru jumped off of the bed. Slime form was cool, but Rimuru liked the human form better. He concentrated in front of a full-body mirror. Transform. Rimuru changed into his Veldonava form. It took him a lot of times to come up with this design. It would be a waste to not use it. The face was androgynous and impossible to deduce its true gender. Long jet black hair with a star pattern ran down to his back. Spearing out of his hair were a pair of black and white horns. With this fabulous body, it was common for him to be mistaken for a woman. What was reflected from the mirror was divinity in its full glory. Amazing, right? Rimuru asked Raphael with smugness in his voice. Notice, not so much. Boo. You don't have any taste, do you? Despite Raphael's comment, Rimuru only thought that she was just jealous that she couldn't come up with this. She was just a hater. There was no way this form he took time perfecting only got a not so much rating. Well then, let me see you do it. Notice, challenge accepted. She was as confident as usual. Rimuru's body was covered by black mist. When the mist faded away, Rimuru saw Shizu-san. Hey, who would have thought Raphael-san is into Japanese girls as well? Notice, master will always be my biggest priority. For a skill like her, her master was the most important person. But she felt a connection to Shizu Aizawa as well. Maybe because a part of her was made out of degenerate, Shizue's unique skill. But we can't use this, if Shizu-san knows she might accuse me of being a perv. Notice, aren't you already one? I am not. Hearing Rimuru's comment, Raphael started to change the jet black hair and eyes to pinkish silver and crimson eyes respectively. Isn't this look a bit too hostile? Rimuru asked as he looked into the reflection. The color palette screamed trouble. It seemed like a small detail, but it was in fact an important detail. Well, I like my own design better. Rimuru changed back to his Veldonava form. TCH. Don't be mad like that. Rimuru chose to humor her a bit more. He called Diablo into the hut and showed him both his Veldonava form and the form Raphael created. Diablo knew him better than anyone. If it was him, Rimuru was sure that he would be able to choose the superior form for him. What do you think? Rimuru transformed back to his slime, then waited for Diablo's answer. Both are good. No. I want you to choose just one. I can't choose, for me, no matter what form you take, you're still Rimuru-sama. Notice, it looks like a tie. So let's use the body I designed for you. That's not how it works. Diablo took his leave, leaving Rimuru alone again. He turned into his human form, the one Raphael designed. It didn't look bad, maybe because Shizu-san was already a beauty on her own too. But the color scheme could be better. How about we settle halfway? We will use Shizu-san's body like you want to, but I will be the one choosing the color palette. Notice, accepted. Never in his life did Rimuru think that one day he had to bargain with his own skill. But that couldn't be helped. First, Rimuru changed his hair to the same shade of blue as his slime form. And for the eye color, Rimuru chose gold. True dragons weren't blood-related. But they had a share point in their eye color. Every one of them, in their dragon form, had the same shade of golden eyes. Rimuru thought it suited him well. Now what do you think? Rimuru asked. Notice, not as good as my idea, but passable. God, I miss the time when you don't have an opinion. Rimuru explored his new body. The height was maybe around the same as a junior high schooler. Flat, and genderless. That couldn't be helped either. No matter how much he tried to mimic, he's still a slime. Notice, your bad habit starts to leak out. That's not true. I am just trying to get used to this new body. I am not thinking about something lewd. Notice, that's a self-report. Rimuru fell into Raphael's trap once again. He tried to change the topic. But I am still naked. Can you make clothes for me? Notice, no problem. Starting with Heiori, a black Japanese-style coat with white accents. Shoulderless shirt. Gray pants. White fur scarf. Black pair of boots. Not bad. What's these clothes? Notice, Heiori, shoulderless shirt and pants were made with the thread created from extra skill, sticky steel thread. Those threads can be used like this too. Rimuru was impressed. But maybe that was something he should expect from Raphael. Notice, the scarf was made with the pelt of the dire wolf boss. Isn't that Ranga's dad? No. I am not hearing anything. No sir. Not at all. Notice, being too sensitive isn't good for you, master. Rimuru thought he was not. She was the one who was being too cruel. Let's act like that conversation never happened would be better for Rimuru. Notice, the boots were made from the scales of the storm dragon, Veldora Tempest. Did Veldora scatter his scales again? Rimuru asked. He didn't see them scatter their scales since they grew up all those years ago. It seemed to be a one-time occurrence too. Something that only happened when they were first manifested. Since they reached their maturity for the first time, they stuck like that. Even when they were reborn in their mature form. That did raise the question of how Raphael got those scales in the first place. Notice, I pulled it off with my bare hand. Cruel. Notice, it was an exchange. I allowed the storm dragon, Veldora Tempest, to access the manga from Master's memory in exchange for the dragon scales. She explained as if it was something so normal. Rimuru came to the conclusion that this woman was much worse than Great Sage. Maybe he shouldn't provoke her often, just maybe. But at least Rimuru got a human form. So in the end, he was the winner, right? Rimuru comforted himself like that. Letting his stress go along with the sigh. Rimuru tried not to think much about Raphael's recklessness. Diablo spread the rumor about Rimuru's human form around the village, and it became a big deal. Before Rimuru knew, Rigurd already planned a festival for this occasion. It was too late for Rimuru to stop them, so he just went with the flow. Rigger and Ranga would lead the hunting group while everyone else prepared the festival. They asked Rimuru to stay in his hut. They wanted this festival to be a big surprise for him. Only Rimuru and Raphael were left. While waiting, Rimuru spent his time looking through his skills. Of course he couldn't use it here. The hut wasn't easy to build as it seemed. While Rimuru was reading the description of his skills, Raphael interrupted. Notice, individual, Ranga asks for reinforcement. They were still within the radius of universal perception, so Rimuru could easily find them. Rimuru hoped that they didn't come across any dangerous wild beasts. When Rimuru arrived, he saw many goblins face down on the ground. Gobta had his arm cut off by an old man with a sword and was kicked, which Rimuru managed to get him before he ran into a tree or worse. Ranga was fighting with a blue-haired man in the sky. Ranga seemed to be at an advantage, but when there was an opportunity for attacking, Ranga was always interrupted by a blue firewall. Meanwhile, Rigger was fighting with a purple-haired woman who used a mace as her weapon. Unlike Ranga, Rigger was at a disadvantage. Rigger. Ranga. Return to me. They abandoned their fights and jumped to Rimuru's side. He healed them with full potions, alongside Gobta, before asking, what happens to them? The people on the ground, I mean. They were asleep, it was that girl's doing. Rimuru nodded. Bring them to safety, heal them with potions, and leave the rest to me. Rimuru then looked at the aggressors. They were a group of 6 men and women, and their race was, Raphael-san. Notice, ogres. Oh. He admitted this was the first time he had met ogres. In his field of work, he was more accustomed to Enki, which was their ancestor, or Oni, which was their evolution more. Finally come out of your hiding, huh? I didn't expect the puppeteer to come out on their own. But that makes everything easier. They shouted those sentences at Rimuru. It looked like a misunderstanding more than anything. Rimuru didn't like it when this happened, it annoyed him. I am not a puppeteer or something like that. Rimuru tried to talk himself out of this one. But the red-haired ogre interrupted him. Enough of your excuse. That mask told us everything we have to know. Hobgoblins and dire wolves. There is no way a regular magen can control them like you did. Please listen. While Rimuru tried to de-escalate the situation, the old ogre rushed in for a swift attack. He was fast despite his age. His sword reached Rimuru, but it couldn't cut through Rimuru's Haori. No notification. Are you saying that he managed to hide from universal perception? Notice, his movement was detected. And why don't you report it to me? That attack caught me off guard, you know. Notice, I want Master to know just how durable the clothes I made for you are. Is it really time for that? Rimuru used his left arm to push the sword back. The old ogre, seeing that the attack failed, retreated. TCH. This time we won't lose. What is this time you are talking about? This is our first time meeting. Don't try to act like an innocent. If it wasn't for you, our village, TCH. A magen like you won't understand. Why don't you just stay still and die? Well, he didn't look like a negotiation type. It would be easy for Rimuru to kill them, but that would just prove them right. They didn't kill Rimuru's subordinates, so Rimuru wouldn't kill them as well. Are ogres a race where you have to punch some senses into them or something? Well, we'll know soon enough. Rimuru appeared in front of the largest ogre who used a hammer as his weapon. Please be still for a bit, would you? Rimuru used paralyzed breath on him, making him unable to move and fell to the floor. The purple-haired ogre, who was the closest, tried to hit Rimuru with her mace. Looking at her, Rimuru tilted his head. I won't recommend it. His hero Haki put her on her knees and dropped her weapon. The blue-haired ogre tried to stealth attack Rimuru from above. But his presence was easily detected. Cheap tricks won't work on me. He deployed a ranged barrier. When hitting the barrier, both swords used by the ogre broke. Rimuru went for a punch. Before he delivered that punch, he used body armor on his arm. His fist broke through his own barrier, now approaching the ogre. But before it connected with the blue-haired ogre, the blue firewall appeared again, interrupting Rimuru's attack. That girl is more interruptive than I thought. Rimuru couldn't help but to avert his attention to the pink-haired girl who hid behind the red-haired ogre. The blue-haired ogre, seeing an opportunity in Rimuru's carelessness, tried to take advantage of it. He held his broken swords and was about to stab Rimuru from the front. Meanwhile, the old ogre was attacking Rimuru from behind. Learning from his previous mistake, his katana now aimed at Rimuru's neck for the finishing blow. Coordinated attack. Well, let's show them that they aren't the only ones here who can play that game, shall we? Notice, understood. It could work if it was others, but it wouldn't work with Rimuru. He caught both of the blue-haired ogre's swords with his bare hands. At the same time, the katana was stopped by a body double of Rimuru made by Raphael. Rimuru kicked the ogre in front of him so hard he flew back and hit a tree. Riding the momentum, Rimuru spinned himself and backhanded the old ogre, sending him a few meters backward as well. But he found his footing, and now returned to the side of the red-haired orge again. Rimuru didn't put much force in that slab by the virtue of respecting the elderly, but that old man was more durable than Rimuru firstly thought too. Paralyzed breath, coercion, ranged barrier, body double and body armor, that Majin might have more tricks up its sleeves. Please be careful, young master. The old ogre listed every skill Rimuru used in the fight. He was wrong on one of those, but still, he was as intelligent as he was old. He also maintained his cool in this disadvantaged situation. Reminds me a lot of Raphael, Rimuru teased the ultimate skill. Notice, I am not old. Even if you say it like that. But doesn't Raphael exist before the world? Notice, I am a new-aged skill. They said that asking women for her age was rude. Rimuru thought that she just tried to run away from the truth. So he didn't think too much about it. I suggest you guys stop doing what you're doing. I don't want to hurt you guys. Shut up. It was your fault. If it wasn't for you Majin, we wouldn't lose to those orcs. You're speaking nonsense again. A Majin like you deserves to die. Turn to ashes. Ogre Flame. The young ogre used his trump card, and a magic circle appeared under Rimuru's feet before bursting into a flame pillar. This man might be able to go toe-to-toe with Ifrit in terms of manipulating fire. But still, it wouldn't work on Rimuru who had a resistance. Raphael-san, deal with it. Notice, understood. Acquiring extra skill, magic jamming, successfully. I didn't mean it like that, whatever. The new skill weakened the flame pillar to the point that with a flick of the fingers, Rimuru vanquished the fire away. You've underestimated me a lot. Do you want to listen now? There is no point in talking. The red-haired ogre shouted back. I didn't show off enough. Fine. This time I will show you the real deal. Rimuru took off the mask he got from Shizu-san. Wearing it did weaken him a lot. That's what the point of the mask was. But if he wanted to show off, if he wanted to intimidate them, he didn't need this mask. Rimuru spread bat wings with his mimicry and flew into the air. Notice, acquiring extra skill, gravity manipulation, successfully. With this skill, Rimuru could float in the air without the need to flap his wings. Unnecessary? Maybe. But it was Raphael's idea, not his. I will show you the real fire. Rimuru created a ball of black flame on his index finger. It started at a ball size before expanding to the point that it was bigger than Rimuru. The black flame was strengthened with molecular manipulation. It towered in the sky like it was the second sun. Rimuru didn't plan to throw it. He didn't want to risk a wildfire, and he also didn't want to kill them, just intimidated them. Care to listen yet? I would rather die. The young ogre said. I agree. The old ogre added. Ogre was a prideful race. He would rather die than negotiate with an enemy. The only problem was, Rimuru wasn't their enemy. How should I deal with them now? Notice, allow me to carry the Terminati. Before Raphael could finish her sentence. On the ground, there was a development down there. The pink-haired ogre ran up to the hot-headed man. Brother. Please wait. Maybe this person isn't the one we search for. But you said you recognize that mask. That's true, but think about it. This man can kill all of us by a lift of his finger. A person as strong as him won't need the orc's help to attack us. After listening to his sister, the red-haired ogre cooled down a bit. When Rimuru saw that intimidation wasn't needed anymore, he ate the ball of flame with Predator. Want to listen yet? Rimuru threw healing potions at those he beat up. Meanwhile he was talking to the red-haired ogre with a joyful voice. You, what are you? Me. I am a slime. Slime. Don't make me laugh. Rimuru turned into his slime form. He called Rigger back, and jumped onto Ranga's back. I am Slime Rimuru. Their reactions were funny, they didn't expect to be beaten badly by a slime. But Rimuru wasn't an ordinary slime in the first place. And, you guys talk about this mask, right? It is something I got from someone I know. If you want to check, then go on. They took the mask from Rimuru. After checking and talking among themselves, they came to the conclusion. It is similar. But the Magian that threatened our village didn't hide its aura or conceal its identity. Which mean? We let rage blind us and we attacked the wrong person, I am sorry. The red-haired ogre kneeled down. He might be hot-headed, but he didn't hesitate to apologize for his mistake. He wasn't that bad. Well, no one died, so let's not hold a grudge against each other. Rimuru wanted to know their story. So he invited them to his village. There would be a festival as well, so the more people, the better. Meanwhile, Raphael's voice rang in his head along the way home. She was up to her antics again. Notice, combining extra skills, molecular manipulation, and magic jamming, acquiring extra skill, magic manipulation, and magic resistance, successfully. Notice, acquiring ultimate skill, Veldonava, Star King Dragon, successfully. Ultimate skill. And that name. Notice, it is a result of an in-depth analysis on stardust particles. Raphael said that during the last 2,000 years, there were many skills created by Voice of the World. Veldonava was one of them. So there is one for Veldora as well. Notice, correct. And what can it do? Notice, its sub-skills were Star King Dragon Summoning and Star King Dragon Restoration. Summon, I mean I am here. So how does it work then? Notice, ultimate skill, Veldonava, Star King Dragon, is connected to Veldonava, not Master. If you use Star King Dragon Summoning, you will summon what's left of him here. By that, you mean? Rimuru didn't catch it at first. Notice, corpse. Raphael bluntly replied. Why should I do that? That sounds gross. Notice, monster remains are commonly used in the creation of weapons or equipment. Would recommend. Tell me that you're joking. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Stardust Particles, 50%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Perform Miracle, 20% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Resistance, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Poison Breath, Paralyze Breath, Body Armor, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Black Flame Thunder, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation. Unique Skills, Predator. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Magic ore/magi steals the minerals altered by Veldora's leaked magicules found abundant in the deepest part of the sealed cave. Full potions copyright created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit Greater Spirit of Flame. Rimuru brought the ogres back to the village. In the evening there was final preparation, and the festival itself started when the night approached. The main event of the festival was Rimuru, as usual. Rimuru never joined his subordinates in any meals until now. Now that he had a human form, he finally got his taste buds back. This was Rimuru's first official meal since the reincarnation. For him it was a special occasion. His subordinates also thought the same in a different meaning. Gobichi had talents, and Diablo had a lot of experiences. They were preparing a meal for Rimuru specifically. Not too long after, the meal was prepared. Please enjoy, Rimuru-sama. Gobichi placed a tray of meat skewers in front of Rimuru. They were made from meats of cattle deers, herbivores native to the Jura forest, that the ogres helped hunting during the way back to the village. Rimuru took a small bite for a test. The meat he bit off melted on his tongue, then the flavor spread as if it erupted. Delicious. Rimuru exclaimed. For the first meal in such a long time, it wasn't disappointing. Hearing what Rimuru said, the goblin crowd that started to form around him erupted in cheer. The laughs and music filled the air around, suiting the festival. As you see, even the monsters could understand the elegance found in music. There were only crude instruments here, but that was fine. Further from the center of the festival, the red-haired ogres, the blue-haired ogres, the old ogres, Kaijin and Rigard isolated themselves from the crowd. They sat under the tree, discussing. The ogres shared their story. In the unassuming night, 10 of thousands of orcs, armed with both weapons and armors, attacked their village. Orcs with weapons and armors. Kaijin murmured. Orc wasn't a race that relied on equipment. In fact, it was strange for orcs to gain access to those in the first place. Something doesn't feel right. There is a magic born among their army. That Majin is unmistakably high-ranked. The red-haired ogres said. At the same he was also fighting his own demon. There was a raging flame within his heart that was hard to ignore. Is there a possibility that a demon lord is involved? Demon lord. The chance in itself was slim, but with how the situation turned out, it would be too reckless to cut off the possibility altogether. If the 10 great demon lord, those who held the majority of power in the world, was involved, it made logical sense that they would provide the orcs with weapons and armors. But that theory came with an unfathomable weight. They were Majins who stood tall as the pillar of absolute authority in this world. The ogres knew that they were powerless in front of those figures. Rimuru, who was satisfied with the meal, just wanted to ask the ogres about the festival. But he ended up eavesdropping on a more interesting topic. Rimuru didn't know much about demon lords. From the time he came from there was only one, and that was the primordial of red. I don't know if it was demon lord or not. But our tribe went from 300 to 6 in a single night. It was a tragedy. And what is your plan after this? Rimuru joined in and asked. Rimuru-sama. How was the food? The red-haired ogre was surprised to see Rimuru. He didn't even notice Rimuru until he spoke up. Even without the anti-magic mask, Rimuru's presence was still perfectly sealed. It's pretty good. I am just taking a break between a meal. Rimuru jumped off of Ranga's back. But enough about me. Your sister is quite amazing, isn't she? She knows a lot about herbs and magic, it seems. She was delicately raised by our parents. She is a princess after all. Usually she spends time alone, reading books and scrolls. She is probably happy to be relied on from time to time. The red-haired ogre was a bit hot-headed. But the dedication he had for his family and his race was real and prominent. And what is this, after this, you're talking about? Building a new village or finding a new place to call home? The fate of everyone is on your shoulders. The red-haired ogre said, we'll fight them again. This time, we won't lose. Have any plans yet? Rimuru asked back. Instead of answering, he drank water to mask his ill-prepared plan. Rimuru thought that if he left them of their own accord, they would end up putting themselves in danger. I have a proposal for you. Do you guys want to be my subordinates? Subordinates. I can guarantee you clothes, shelter, and food. That's what I can do now at least. If we do that, this village will be involved in our revenge. Do you want it to be that way? 10 of thousands of orcs, all of them are armed with weapons and armor. They won't stop with just your village, don't you think? Rigard commented, maybe they are aiming for the territory of the Great Jura Forest. Expanding territory. That wasn't a bad assumption. I myself am unsure if our village will be saved from what they are doing. In this situation, sticking together is the best course of action, right? I want to think about it first. Make the most of your time. I will continue with my meal for the time being. Rimuru jumped back onto Ranga and returned to the heart of the festival. The red-haired ogre stood up and took a walk deep into the forest. He wanted to make the best course of action going forward, and forest with its tranquil silence was the best place to do so. He thought about it, again and again. Until a voice broke his train of thought. There isn't any disadvantage in serving a lord as strong as him. But I am not the one who makes the choice. No matter what you choose. We'll follow your decisions, the blue-haired ogre said. The red-haired ogre punched the tree next to him. He was mad. Mad at his own weakness. He failed to save everyone, and he had no one to blame but himself. The next morning, the red-haired ogre came to Rimuru's hut. His eyes ignited with determination. He already made a decision. Ogre is a warrior race. We wouldn't mind being sent to the front line. As long as the person in command is strong enough, we won't hesitate to serve. We'll be in your care. Yup. Yup. But, can this agreement end when the orcs are defeated? Of course. After that you can do whatever you want. Joining and helping us build this village, or going your own way to rebuild your own life. I won't mind. He let out a sigh of relief. The red-haired ogre kneeled down. We accept your terms. Welcome to our side. Well, can you call everyone here? Not long after that, the remaining ogres were here, in front of Rimuru. Even Diablo and Rigard were here too. They wanted to observe the situation. From now on until the orcs are dealt with, you're my subordinates. Rimuru transformed into his human form. So I am thinking about naming you guys. Their expressions changed. They were different from Rimuru, who lacked common sense. Every one of us. Yep, names sure are convenient, right? But the adorable pink-haired girl opposed Rimuru out of good intentions. Which Rimuru knew what was on her mind. You're worried about my safety, right? Rimuru's eyes wandered to Diablo. Don't worry about it. If I can name that man, you guys won't be a problem for me. Rimuru convinced her until she backed down. The purple-haired ogre seemed to worry about Rimuru as well, but she also wanted a name, so she didn't speak up. Meanwhile, the men didn't have any problem whatsoever. In the end, Rimuru named them all. Benimaru, Sui, Shuna, Cheyenne, Hakuru, and Kurobe. After being named, their bodies expressed themselves with evolutionary light. That was evolution which started from their very souls. When the light was gone, Rimuru noticed their changes. Their stature shrunken. Their intimidating looks changed to a more human-like one. This surging power, I am not surprised at all. Sui mumbled under his breath. He could feel the changes that happened. This power he now held was something an ogre couldn't even dream about. With the name received, Sui and others had become Kijin. But that wasn't all that happened. When he turned his head toward Benimaru, Sui knew that something was very wrong there. Not only with Benimaru but Shuna as well. Their overall appearances didn't differentiate much from others, but the power surging within them was unfathomable. It was on another level. Oni. The butler shortly said. A simple word that shook Sui to the core. Oni was a legend told down in the ogre race as local gods who protected those who worshipped it. Goblins and ogres alike worshipped them as guardians. Could an existence of that caliber be born from just a naming process? Was that even possible in the first place? Yeah, I haven't seen an Oni in a while too. Rimuru's words just confirmed what was on Sui's mind. Benimaru and Shuna kneeled down. Their faces were something between excitement and curiosity. Only these two turned into an Oni, while the rest stopped at Kijin. Rimuru asked Raphael, and her answer was. Notice, because individuals, Benimaru and Shuna are more closely related to the fire ancestor, Enki, than the rest. Raphael said that because they were a young master and a princess of their tribe, their innate potentials were potent enough for them to become an Oni just by being named. Notice, I give them a little help. But overall, the result comes from their special circumstances. Rimuru didn't even want to know what kind of help Raphael gave them. And what about the others? Notice, it isn't like they are unable to become an Oni. They just require more push than just a name. I really underestimate you, Rimuru-sama. Evolution in itself is difficult enough. But you make me and my sister into an Oni, even giving us unique skills. To be honest, I can't thank you enough, Benimaru said. He was still kneeling, looking down at the floor. Unique skills. What is he talking about? Notice, during the evolution process, unique skills were crystallized within their souls. Evolution, especially this one, was an explosion of energy. It was potent enough for unique skills to manifest. But I didn't do something that impressive. Are you sure? Rimuru didn't think he was that involved. He just named them. Rimuru knew that he was just a trigger. He wouldn't claim all the credits. Don't you understand it? Diablo interrupted with worshipping smile, giving Rimuru a hunch, not a good one at that. And Rimuru's worry was proven right when Diablo started talking. Turning you into an Oni is a child's play for Rimuru-sama. He didn't have to put in an effort in the first place. That's what he meant. So that's it. I understand, Benimaru replied, and others were nodding as if accepting Diablo's words as truth. No. Don't listen to what he said. That's a path you can't walk back from. From the bottom of his heart, he wanted to shout. Before it could get any worse, Rimuru threw in a question to change the topic. What about those skills you got, what are they? I got the unique skill, Commander, Benimaru said proudly. Not every monster would have a chance to hold this kind of power. Of course, he would be proud about it. For me it is the unique skill, Analyst, Shuna followed through. She was more modest than her brother. But under that adorable humbleness, she was proud of herself as well, she just didn't express it. That skill does sound like Raphael-san's long-lost cousin. Notice, unique skill, analyst is not on my level. I can analyze better, faster and more precisely. I am just better in every way. Wasn't that a bit harsh? Raphael-san. Yes. Can a skill be self-absorbed? She went radio silent for a while, then came back with the answer. No, I don't think so. Other key genes might not receive a unique skill, but they were given extra skills in the process. The notable one was Sui, who got sticky steel thread out of Rimuru's arsenal. Well, you're my subordinates now. I will have Diablo and Rigard take you around the town. For me, I have something important to do. After finishing his sentence, Rimuru walked out of the hut. Rimuru-sama leaves all of you in my care. So, any question? What is he, really? Even if he is an outstanding magen, it is still a difficult task to name and make all of us evolve. There is a lot to say about Rimuru-sama. Please consider that even among all the monsters that exist, he still stands at the very top. Diablo wanted to spread more of his master's greatness. He wanted them to learn about Rimuru's very nature. But he might have to find an alternative way instead of bragging about Rimuru's divine status. He needed to find a way that didn't give too much information. Maybe there was a way. Rimuru arrived at the sealed cave. He went along with Raphael's plan. Before this, Rimuru only fought with skills and magic. They were flexible, sure. But when talking about pure attack potency, nothing could compare to a weapon. Even if all the god-grade weapons in the world could be traced back to Veldonava. But that didn't mean Rimuru knew how to make a weapon. Weapons created by Veldonava were a result of magecraft. They were powerful, but they weren't an art form in the same vein as how Kaijin made his work. Even though Rimuru had absolutely no idea in this field of work, Rimuru still wanted to make himself a weapon. Raphael could try to convince Rimuru to get professionals involved all she wanted. His goal would remain the same. This was a solo project. Only him and Raphael, and no one else. He could hear Raphael's sigh. Notice, even if it is a stupid. I will still support you, my master. Rimuru placed a wooden table he brought out of his stomach. After that he brought a chunk of magi steel out as well. Raphael had already processed all the magic ores he had eaten, so the amount of magi steels in his stomach was abnormal. She gave Rimuru advice to use Veldonava's corpse as a material. But to be pragmatic, there should be metal or steel in the mix as well. You couldn't make it with a corpse alone. Magi steel is fine, but aren't there any better choices? Rimuru cast Raphael's analysis on the magi steel, and let her do what she was the best at. Notice, from my analysis, there are 4 possible evolutionary paths for magi steel. He had Raphael forming a plan for him. He brought off every single magi steels in his stomach, then divided it into 4 groups. Raphael told him that in theory, if all possible results were to be combined, it could lead to a stronger, rarer, almost perfect material. That was what Rimuru's aiming for. Rimuru created 2 body doubles with an extra skill. This skill was very convenient because the clones made by it also gained access to some of Rimuru's skills. These body doubles might be Rimuru's carbon copies. But they weren't autonomous. Rimuru still had to order or program them via thought communication. Rimuru split them with each clone standing with their pile of magi steels. For the first pile, Rimuru ordered the clone to unleash its aura. In this world there were 2 fundamental energies, magicules and holy energy. Aura was a controlled release of those fundamental energies. In Rimuru's case, he was a monster, so his aura had a corrupted nature of its own. When magi steels were soaked with his aura, they would be able to become adamantite, biological magi steel. For the second pile, Rimuru ordered his body double to release dragon spirit haki. When magic steels were soaked in true dragon's presence, they would be able to become dragotite, dragon aura magi steel. Before speaking about the other 2 piles, Rimuru created a dozen more of his clones. He let Raphael control them, and put them to work, finding raw silver and gold ores for Rimuru. The sealed cave was used to seal Veldora for such a long time. No one had enough courage to turn this place into a mine. The ore resources were ripped for Rimuru to take. Rimuru's clones turned this entire place into a mineshaft in a few hours. To test Raphael's theory, Rimuru started to fuse the ores with magi steels. Combining magi steels with silver ores resulted in mithril, magic silver alloy. And combining magiatiles with gold ores resulted in orichalcum, divine shining gold alloy. Rimuru gave the combining duty to his body double, still controlled by Raphael. She said it would take a few hours. So Rimuru might as well go for a walk. It was late in the morning. After touring around the village with Diablo, Benimaru and Hakuru went to the training ground. They had been training for quite some time. Rimuru could see Gobta and other goblins on the floor. They were Hakuru's victims before Benimaru. Weirdly, Benimaru was at a disadvantage. He became an Oni, yet a Kijin like Hakuru had the upper hand. Every time Benimaru tried to attack, the old man dodged. Raw power meant nothing if it couldn't land. From experience, Rimuru already thought that Hakuru was fast. But after evolved, he became younger, and in the process, faster. Rimuru had a chance to watch them for a few moments before they noticed. Rimuru-sama. How long have you been watching? A while. Sorry for letting you see me in this state. Benimaru sighed. He talked big about being in the front line in a battlefield, yet he was this beaten from a training. It couldn't be helped that Hakuru was a strict teacher. Deep down, Benimaru wanted his mentor to hold back, so it wouldn't be this one-sided. That old man isn't jealous about evolution, is he? That was Benimaru's joking thought. He knew that Hakuru set his eyes on mentoring him, and nothing else. Benimaru could feel that determination every time their swords clashed, or when the sword hit him. Which the latter happened more often. So Hakuru is very strict. Ho ho ho. I am just not adapted to this new body yet. It's hard to hold back this level of strength. Hakuru's eyes scanned Rimuru up and down before asking, have you ever trained with a sword, Rimuru-sama? Sword. Well, I used to have one. But truth be told, I don't know how to use it. I am more of a mage. When he was Veldonava, he had Tema, heavenly demon, as his sword. He didn't know how to use it. He created it for formality's sake before he gave it to Guy as a gift. If it wasn't for his disciple, who was a sword enthusiast, Rimuru probably wouldn't know how to hold a sword. Rimuru's sword technique was non-existent. Not even once. If you don't mind, please let this old man guide you. Hakuru really wanted to train Rimuru, and Benimaru also gave Rimuru a look that said, please accept it. Rimuru thought it would be interesting, so he agreed. He took a wooden sword from Benimaru and jumped into the training ground. Rimuru stood face to face with Hakuru, then entering a sword stance. Dual sword stance. How strange. He really is a beginner, Hakuru thought. But that was fine, this skill could be honed. Teaching someone who didn't even know the basics would be a difficult task, but Hakuru wouldn't turn away from a challenge like this. We start when you are ready, Rimuru-sama. Hakuru also entered his fighting stance. He radiated experiences, unlike Rimuru. Raphael-san. She replied, notice, understood. Turning off extra skill, universal perception, limiting every single one of Master's stats to be equal with the individual, Hakuru. If Rimuru went all out, then he wouldn't learn anything, the gap was that big. So he had Raphael make it even. Universal perception was turned off. Rimuru's point of view was shrunk to his eyesight. Here we go. Rimuru launched himself at Hakuru, barraging his sword at him. Hakuru easily made quick work of Rimuru's attacks. His movement was optimized, unlike Rimuru. Hakuru countered. Without universal perception, Rimuru couldn't follow the speed of Hakuru's sword. Rimuru was put in a receiving end due to the gap in techniques. Raphael-san. Please do something. Don't just watch. Notice, training shouldn't be interrupted. Forget the training. Do something. This is an order. Heh. She made that kind of noise as if pitying him. I need time. Please hold him at bay for a few minutes. Rimuru was sure that Raphael was definitely up to something. He put his hope on her. While talking with Raphael, he was constantly hit by a wooden sword. Rimuru tried to counter, but challenging a sword master wasn't an easy task. Hakuru's attacks, some were real, some were illusion, it was a mess trying to protect himself from those. Rimuru-sama is strong, that is true. But a raw power left unhoned is not so different from a sharpless blade. For Hakuru this was a test. He wanted to know how much of the basics Rimuru had. So he could come up with a suitable training schedule. Hakuru got enough information. He planned to end this training session with an ultimate move. Hey style, thunder of heaven and earth. Rimuru closed his eyes, embracing an impact. But nothing happened. Everything around Rimuru froze in place, even the sound around him fell silent. Time stop. Notice, negative. It is my sub-skill, thought acceleration, it fastens the brain activity to the point that the surrounding stops. But Master also cannot move as well. Only thought ran in this state, but that was enough. Rimuru could see Hakuru's attack, it came from both above and below at the same time, something Rimuru might not see if everything wasn't stopped in place. Rimuru firstly thought that Hakuru's move was attacking from both directions. But being hit by the damn sword for a while did give Rimuru an insight into this move. The sword from below looked like a decoy. So the real attack is from above. Rimuru started moving again, so thought acceleration was cancelled. Rimuru barely put up a defense. Oh! Impressive, Hakuru commented with a smile. He didn't anticipate Rimuru to be able to pull it off. Even Benimaru couldn't pull it off. Phew, this little training makes me exhausted. We can stop now, right Hakuru? Of course. I will prepare a training schedule for you in no time. If it is you, maybe you might be able to surpass me. Well, you give me too much credit. I am not. You have a talent, Rimuru-sama. You just need the right person to bring that talent out. Rimuru merely nodded. He then ran to Benimaru, giving the Oni the wooden sword before running away. He gave Benimaru enough time to rest, now he had to deal with that old man himself. Away from the training ground. With his universal perception, Rimuru could see a shadow of a tree behind him move like a wave. Out of the shadow was a tan-skinned man with dark blue hair and a single white horn. What's it, Sui? A report. Sui noticed that the skills he received, sticky steel thread, shadow motion, and body double were great for espionage. And that's what Sui did. The goblin village not associated with us are joining the lizardmen. And those lizardmen are heading here. They will probably arrive in a few days. It was clear that the lizardmen were aware of the orc invasion as well. Maybe that was why they were finding allies. Thank you. Rimuru nodded. Remember not to overwork yourself. Rimuru, who had gone through many OTs, knew how terrible it felt for the body. Sui just nodded, returning into the shadow. Raphael told him that Shuna was at a weaving house, so Rimuru decided to pay her a visit. Rimuru-sama. When seeing Rimuru, the young Oni girl ran to him and gave him a hug. Being hugged by a cute girl was good too, but Rimuru wouldn't push his luck. He chanted in his mind, I am married. I am married. I am going around, checking how everyone is doing. How wonderful of you. I came to this weaving house because I know how to do it. So I think I might be of any help here. Shuna knew how to do a lot of delicate work, suiting a princess like her. I am thinking about making new outfits for everyone. Thanks to the sketches you gave me. The outfits will be done in no time. Eh. Rimuru exclaimed. He didn't remember what he did. Did he ever do something like that at all? What is she talking about? Notice, I thought it would be interesting. So I handpicked cloth designs from Master's memory and sent it to the individual, Shuna via Soul Corridor. Don't do something like that on your own. Also, my memory. Notice, yes. Can't you be a bit more remorseful? There wasn't any remorse or regret from Raphael. Rimuru admitted that he was impressed. He really wanted to replicate her don't give a damn attitude. At least he could trust her. She was his partner after all. Rimuru exited the weaving house and went to the cafeteria. Rimuru-sama. Do you want to try my food? Oh. So you're here all along, Cheyenne. Yes, sir. I've been waiting for you for hours. I want you to be the first one to try it. She said with clear determination. She really wanted to make a good impression on Rimuru. What was that about anyway? Notice, it might be a side effect of extra skill, hero hockey. While regular hockey worked on fear factors, hero hockey used faith and admiration. Getting directly hit by it might put a target under some interesting effects. She will turn to normal, right? Right. Notice, extra skill, hero hockey, is a persuasion skill, not mind control. Technically speaking, she is already in her normal state of mind. Rimuru sighed. He now had another admirer to deal with. As if Diablo alone wasn't enough. Fine by me. I will try it, Rimuru replied. Instead of using his brain too much, he might as well enjoy food made by a beauty like Cheyenne. Woohoo! The Kijin was over the moon and ran into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Rimuru was waiting. Ah. Rimuru-sama. You are here for the food too. During his long wait, Benimaru and Hakuru, who finished their training, came here as well. They joined Rimuru at the table. Cheyenne said she wanted me to try her food. You guys want some? When they heard Cheyenne's name followed by the word food, their faces became pale. Wait a minute, are you telling me? Their reactions gave Rimuru a bad vibe. But before any questions could be asked, Cheyenne came out of the kitchen with a food tray. Can that thing be considered food at all? She placed a bowl of what seemed to be a toxic waste in front of Rimuru. She also gave him an expectant look. Rimuru tried to ask for help. But Benimaru just sipped his glass of water and avoided eye contact with Rimuru. Hakuru hid his aura to the point that he was almost invisible. Notice, that's an art form hide. That's also not what I want to hear. Do something. Notice, please consume all of it. Madness. You're a mad woman. Rimuru whined. She said he already had poison resistance, so he would be saved. We're not looking at the same problem here, girl. I am afraid of the taste, not food poisoning. Notice, if you don't eat it, the individual, Cheyenne, will be sad. Guilt tripping. When did you learn how to do that? Raphael was guilt tripping him, and Cheyenne still gave him that look. Rimuru didn't have much choice but to clean the bowl of its content. Notice, evolving resistance, poison resistance, into poison nullification, successfully. Notice, combining common skills, poison breath, paralyze breath, and body armor, into extra skill, cast element, successfully. Element that you have access to, poison, paralyze, deaf up, blindness, confusion, and unconscious. Did the last three all come from Cheyenne's food? Notice, correct. Rimuru took a deep breath before speaking. Cheyenne. Yes. I can't say that I am impressed. But you can get better at this. I know you can. So for the time being, Benimaru can be your food tester. Rimuru threw all of his imminent problems to Benimaru before running away from the cafeteria. That left only Kuribdus. Raphael told him that he was at Kaijin's smithy. Yo, Kuribdus. How are you doing? Rimuru-sama. Truthfully, I am glad to be able to do the work I love, he replied. Kuribdus was already a blacksmith before the orc invasion. When we ran away, I didn't think I would have a chance to wield a hammer again. Kuribdus said that he would make weapons for everyone. He wasn't a fighter, so he wouldn't have a chance to appear on the battlefield. But he would support everyone from behind. Kuribdus and Kaijin were skilled blacksmiths. They got along quite well. Rimuru watched them work until. Notice, learning the techniques of the individuals, Kuribdus and Kaijin. Their swordsmith techniques. Master doesn't want to get professionals involved, so I have to find an alternative way to do it. Rimuru borrowed a crucible and sword mold from Kaijin, storing them in his stomach before teleported to the sealed cave with spatial domination. Returning to the sealed cave, Rimuru found all the materials prepared. Orichalcum, mithril, adamantite, and dragotite, each of them was of high quality, but they could be better. Rimuru installed the crucible he got from Kaijin. Rimuru decided to melt them together. Orichalcum and mithril were easily melted by black flame thunder. On the other hand, adamantite and dragotite were heat-resistant. Rimuru's flame didn't melt them. He tried to turn up his flame to the fullest, yet it still wasn't enough. Raphael-san. Notice, understood. Using 50% of stardust particles to forcing evolution. Using her card from the start, Raphael burned through all the particles of possibilities Rimuru had, pumping them into evolving black flame thunder. The result was a huge leap in power. It became Vulcan, Lord of the Flaming Forge, a pyrokinesis skill that was potent enough to turn the hardened metals into fluid. Rimuru looked at the materials mixing in the crucible. He stuck his finger in and cast an analyzing skill. Notice, a hurricane, divine steel. Then what was left was. For the last time. Is this really the right thing to do? Notice, of course. If you want to make a high-quality weapon, using the remains of Star King Dragon, Veldonava, is recommended. Even if he wanted to argue. But deep down, he knew she was corrected. He wanted to reply that she was being insensitive, but deep down he didn't have any problems with her idea. Birth, death, and the rebirth of the soul was a system that was properly laid down. Rimuru didn't mind being a part of the cycle he created. Rimuru raised his hand and used the ultimate skill. God's corpse appeared out of thin air. Rimuru didn't know it yet, but he just attempted the biggest heist in the world. No one was aware of it. Not the thief and not those who were stolen from. Seeing this by myself is really strange. Rimuru mumbled. Laying on the ground was a bleached white skeleton. From head to tail, it was around 300 meters. Though it was just a skeleton, there was also this aura of magnificence surrounding it. Truly suiting for him who was the great demiurge. Rimuru understood his task, but he couldn't rally his courage to do it. It was just a skeleton, but that was his skeleton. Anyone would be weirded out as well if they had to turn their lifeless body into weapons. Then we should start with a simple task first, thought Rimuru as he cast analytical appraisal on the remains. Notice, stardust particles were found. Absorbing with sub-skill, predation, successfully. Raphael drained everything useful from the divine body. The most notable thing was stardust particles, the manifestation of creation itself. And now it's time to prepare the corpse. This is messed up on many levels. Notice, do you want to switch places? We can do that. Notice, affirmative. I think it'll be better for Master's mental health if you let me prepare the body of Star King Dragon, Veldonava. Oh my. Raphael-san has this kinder side to her as well. Who would have thought? He felt like he was about to cry. Maybe she wasn't as heartless as he thought. And because Master sucks at everything he does. So the result will be better if you let me handle it. Please. You heartless. Can't be too comfortable with you, am I? Rimuru gave her authority over his body. She called it auto mode and started doing her own things. She used Star King Dragon Restoration, making the late Veldonava's skeleton start healing. The muscles, the skin, the scales. All of them came back to make Veldonava's lifeless body whole again. Well, it was whole for a minute before Raphael started butchering it. She already had a blueprint of the sword Rimuru wanted to make. Rimuru would make the sword, her job was to finish other miscellaneous things. After skinning the pelt out, she continued with the muscles and meat, storing them in Predator's stomach. Veldonava's corpse returned to its skeleton once again. She then snapped one of the ribs out, making its surface smooth and hollowing its inside. She then warped it with the dragon's pelt. The result was a makeshift sword sheath that was made from high-class materials. Continuing her ruthless preparation, she pulled the skull until it came off. Raphael melted it with Vulcan, mixing it with a hurricane in the crucible. At last, she returned the controller to Rimuru, who was a little bit traumatized. She was cold and expressionless in her preparation, as if she had no respect for Veldonava. Which was corrected. Raphael only saw Rimuru as her master, Veldonava was not. For the blade itself, Rimuru decided to go with a Japanese-style blade. He slowly poured the melting mix into the mold. There were many shapes of Japanese blade. Tachi, Odachi, Tanto, and more. But Rimuru went with the signature one, a katana. For the hilt, Rimuru used the same material as the anti-magic mask. Raphael already analyzed it, thus it could be replicated, whatever it was. The body of Veldonava was turned into a marble-like sphere, shining with its tinted blue light, by true dragon transformation. Notice, Star King Dragon's core, completion, 50%. Rimuru put the marble into the socket on the hilt. This marble would work as the sword's energy source. By any means, this thing is literally a Veldonava sword, Rimuru murmured. He was surprised when a large chunk of his magicules were pulled out to name the blade. Veldonava became the official name of the sword, recognized by the voice of the world. Veldonava sword surpassed other weapons that existed before it, it became the fifth divine construct in the world, and the very first Genesis-grade weapon. Notice, synchronizing equipment, Veldonava sword, with extra skill, weaponry. God-grade weapons and above had their signature ability. Veldonava sword had one as well. Maybe it was more of a limitation. This attribute was called Covenant. Veldonava sword would always be in its concealed form, equivalent in power to God-grade weapons in the divine construct subclass. The blade's true form was a one-time use. Revealing the blade's true name would make it access its true power. The power of creation surging through the sword would be deadly, yet it would melt the sword itself in the process. Truly a trump card that should be used with caution. While in its concealed form, its true name would be hidden from every analytical skill. Oh. There is still the tail left. Maybe I can turn that into another sword. Do you want some, Raphael-san? Notice, I am just an analytical skill. You don't have to waste your resources on me. Don't be like that. Think of it as a gift for everything you did for me. Raphael sighed. If that is Master's desire, then I am afraid that I can't oppose you. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 100%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element. Unique Skills, Predator. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit Greater Spirit of Flame. Veldonava meet blasphemy. but delicious. 1. Divine Construct is a term borrowed from Fate series, one of my favorite work which influences will be seen as we go. Although it works differently, I just don't like coining a new term when we already have a catchy one. In this work, divine constructs are weapons created with God's remains, mostly bones, as its material. Veldonava sword is the fifth of this subclass. Rimuru stared at the sword he made for Raphael. Because it was made from God's tail, it was undoubtedly a divine construct. Do you want me to name it as well? Notice, it is unnecessary. I won't have any opportunity to use it anyway. So is my effort in vain. Notice, I cannot bear the thought of a gift from Master being tainted. Ruthless. Rimuru blushed. Raphael, when she didn't tease him, had more destructive power than he imagined. Raphael chose to leave the sword unnamed, and Rimuru respected her decision. Using Predator, he sent the sword straight into stomach. Back then Heavenly Demon, Veldonava's sword, used to have the same fate. Existing for the sake of formality, not usage. So Rimuru was fine with leaving it there. It was meant for Raphael, and she decided what to do with it. Yo. Thanks for letting me borrow the crucible. Rimuru returned to Kaijin's workshop. Kaijin started looking around the crucible as soon as it returned to his hands. It is in better shape than I thought. What is that? Don't tell me you expect me to break it. Let's be honest here. You have a bad habit of eating strange things. So I couldn't help but to be worried. It isn't like I eat everything that can fit in my mouth. Thinking that he had nothing to do, Rimuru talked with Kaijin and Kuribdus. Rimuru couldn't help it, he showed off his latest creation. A kanata that was kept inside a pelt-covered sheath. Pulling the sword out of its sheath, the blade gleamed in cyan light, toying with lookers' eyes before returning to an unassuming, regular blade. What do you think? I put in a lot of effort. Both blacksmiths analyzed the sword in their hands. It looks promising. There isn't any mistake made on the blade itself as well. Have you made any weapon before this one? Rimuru replied to Kuribdus, this is my first time. Both of them were surprised before looking down at the sword again. If it wasn't for his confirmation, they wouldn't know that this was the work of an amateur. You really have a talent for it. Not at all, Rimuru humbly replied. It wasn't even his own talent. In fact, this project only succeeded thanks to Kaijin and Kuribdus' techniques that Raphael copied. And the material used. Kuribdus knocked on the blade with his knuckle. I have never seen anything like this before. What is it, Rimuru-sama? It's called a hurricane. Their eyes widened. A hurricane was the legendary metal rumored among blacksmiths for centuries. They thought Rimuru was kidding, but as time passed and the punchline didn't come, the truth prevailed in front of them. The sword Rimuru allowed them to hold was made from divine steel, and that excited them. Rimuru was always full of surprises. At first, Rimuru thought about telling them how to make a hurricane on their own. But they stopped him. For Kuribdus and Kaijin, the confirmation of its existence alone was enough. They would find a way to create it on their own. They said it was a blacksmith's pride. Rimuru came out of the cave at the right time. He spent weeks making weapons. If he was in there a little longer, he would have missed a meeting with the messenger of the lizardman tribe. Kuribdus told Rimuru that Rigurd was already on his way, so Rimuru didn't need to hurry. Meanwhile, at the other side of the village, the messenger of the lizardman rode on his mount. His followers stood in two lines, tapping their spears on the floor as the messenger jumped off from his mount. The lizardman with deep green scales spread his arms, posing. His underlings used shields to reflect the light onto him. I am Gabiru. Become my subordinates and I will protect you, weaklings, weak. Gabiru used the same speech as other villages he went to before. He told his followers to form a circle as they spoke. Are you sure this is a goblin village? Absolutely, Gabiru-sama. And where are the goblins? Rigurd intervened, you guys are the messengers, right? If you don't mind, please come in. We'll give you hospitality before Rimu. There isn't time for that. Aren't you aware that the orcs are marching? Just become my subordinate. Let's not waste our valuable time. Where does that come from? Understood. You want me to prove my own strength first, right? Typical. Then let's do it. Gabiru pointed his spear at Benimaru. That red-haired magen over there seems to be the strongest, let's fight. Fine by me, Benimaru agreed without hesitation. Gabiru literally asked for it, so there wasn't a reason for him to reject it. But he was stopped by Hakuru. Young master, he's not your opponent. Hakuru knew that if Benimaru started swinging, Gabiru was at risk of death. The gap was far too wide. For all he knew, full potion couldn't bring back the dead. If the messenger was killed, Rimuru-sama wouldn't be so pleased. Then what should we do with him? Benimaru asked. Hakuru prepared an answer. Just let Gobta deal with him. As Hakuru said that, Ranga placed the goblin in front of Gabiru. Wait. Why me? Bring back victory for Rimuru-sama, said Cheyenne. Followed by Benimaru, if you win, I will ask Kurobe to make a weapon for you. Then there was Hakuru, it is fine if you lose. That just means I have to train you a lot harder. Hakuru's speech was the most effective. I will win. Hakuru just joined Rimuru's side, but his training had already become infamous. Oh. Sending a goblin to face me. We are lizardmen, descendants of a dragon. There is no way a goblin will stand a chance, said Gabiru before he continued with his ridiculous poses. Taking advantage of Gabiru not paying him any attention, Gobta threw his spear. It caught Gabiru off guard, but he managed to dodge it. What's this? Stealth attack. How shameless. Gabiru shouted. He changed to a fighting stance, preparing his spear. But Gobta was gone. The thrown spear was nothing but a distraction. Gabiru's shadow moved as if it was a wave. Shameless or whatever. I don't want to train with that old man. From a blind spot, Gobta kicked Gabiru in the neck, rendering him unconscious. Good for you, Gobta. You did better than I thought. I will consider reducing this week's training. A great display of hobgoblin power indeed. That was the moment Rimuru stepped in. What the hell happens here? He was wondering why there was a man-like lizard laid face down on the ground. Oh, right. Lizardman. This was the first time Rimuru had seen a lizardman. After all, lizardman was a new-aged race born after Veldonava's death. Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne hugged him immediately. Is that the messenger? Attacking the messenger didn't sound like a good idea. Rimuru wanted to make an ally, not an enemy. Even if the worst did happen, Rimuru's side, which had Kijins and Onis, would come out on top. But a fight that stemmed from misunderstanding always was a waste of time and annoying by nature. He challenged us and talked about making us his subordinates. Though I am keeping my cool. That was Gobta, Benimaru said. You sold me, Benimaru-san. And what that, keeping my cool, bit? Aren't you the first to pull out your sword? Gobta retorted. He couldn't blame Gobta, it did sound like that lizardman was asking for it as well. He just got what he deserved. The messenger, Gabiru, wasn't in serious harm, but Rimuru threw a full potion on him nonetheless. Though it excelled at healing, full potion couldn't return him to consciousness. Why you? You pulled a dirty trick on Gabiru-sama. One of Gabiru's followers said. What are you talking about? I just got here. Also, I am the leader of this village. Shouldn't you guys be more respectful? You want to ruin Gabiru-sama's reputation. We see through your tricks. There is no other way around it. That goblin is the real leader. He pointed at Gobta. That makes so much sense. He acted like a weakling just to catch Gabiru-sama off guard. True. Also, there is no way that little girl can be the leader. Wait. Shouldn't the one that underestimated their opponent be wrong? And a little girl. There was a lot to talk about there. Their logic had a few holes in it. For being mistaken as a girl, this wasn't his first time. Veldonava also had the same exact problem. Listen closely. I am Rimuru Tempest, the leader of this village. I won't mind being your ally, we can forget about this encounter and try again. But being a subordinate, I will pass. Rimuru said, following with the release of his hero Haki. He sent the messenger group on their way. What a convenient skill. It didn't have the same destructive capability as Dragon Spirit Haki, so he could use it without fear of anyone dropping dead. Rigord, gather everyone. We'll have a meeting. Understood. He answered and then ran off, always enthusiastic at work, unlike Rimuru. Have anyone seen Diablo? Benimaru replied, he's going on patrol with Sui. Even that man contributed to something. Rimuru thought that being surrounded by work addicts like them put a lot of pressure on him as well. Before everyone gathered at the meeting room, Rimuru planned to find some food. Rimuru-sama. Shuna made a lot of clothes just for you while you're not around. Don't you want to try them? Well then. How can I ignore her effort? It wasn't like he had anything better to do. Rimuru became a dress-up doll for Shuna and Cheyenne. He didn't have a problem with it, as long as both of them were having fun. He was genderless, so he was fine with them undressing and dressing him up again and again. They started with a formal long skirt-made outfit. Oh. Lumi-chan really likes this kind of thing, if I remember correctly. Being a dress-up doll wasn't a new thing for him, Veldonava also had the same fate. Rimuru spun to look at every angle in the mirror. It is not that bad. Rimuru preferred this more than the more exposed option. I can't stop imagining Shizu-san in this outfit. It was her face he was using after all. Though the skirt covered most of it, wearing tights made him feel funny in a strange way. The charm of these minimally exposed clothes were their endless possibilities. It toyed with men's hearts, making them wonder what's covered under it, if he recalled correctly. Notice, pervert, but 6/10. Don't take it the wrong way. Rimuru-sama. Please change to this one too. Shuna handed him a suspicious outfit, an extremely lewd bunny suit. Rimuru took the clothes and changed into them without any resistance. His Veldonava side was desensitized to it from all of Lucia's ploys he had gone through. Meanwhile, his human side was slightly ashamed. But then again, it wasn't too weird in Japan, right? Boy or girl, is it really that important? As long as it suits you, you can wear anything, Rimuru thought. So cute. Everything suits Rimuru-sama perfectly. Cheyenne and Shuna praised him. At the same time, Rimuru looked at his reflection. Maybe cute wasn't the right word. Shouldn't this be considered sexy instead? Rimuru thought, so lewd, and exposed thighs too. Notice, 8 out of 10. This one looks good too. Cheyenne gave him another outfit. It was the more sexualized version of his regular black outfit. Raphael-san. How many outfit ideas you give to Shuna? Notice, quite a few. Don't avoid my question. So that's why there was a lot of suspicious clothes. It's Raphael's doing. It would be rude to Shuna if he didn't give it a try. This one is too embarrassing. Rimuru's face was burning from embarrassment when looking at his reflection. It was a sleeveless shirt which midriff exposed. Tight shorts that showed off his thighs and thighs that didn't cover much. Notice, 10 out of 10. Seriously though. What is that scoring system? Why do the scores get higher every time my body becomes more exposed? Notice, it is master's imagination. You need a new excuse once in a while, you know that. She fell silence, before returned with a different topic altogether. Notice, acquiring extra skill, perfect memory, successfully. Rimuru-sama, Benimaru said as he entered the room. Sui and Diablo have returned, and everyone is waiting at the meeting room. But he was stunned when he saw Rimuru in such an outfit. He stared at Rimuru without any words being spoken. You're making this awkward, Benikuin, Rimuru thought. It was embarrassing to be seen in this state, but when thinking about what Veldonava had gone through, this was nothing. Rimuru-sama, you can go first. I and Cheyenne will follow later, Shuna said. What about the outfit I am wearing? You can wear that to the meeting, Cheyenne suggested. Absolutely no. Wearing this on its own was fine, but please leave the formal event out of this. Raphael-san. Notice, it suits you well, master. She got comfortable toying with Rimuru day by day, not that it was a problem. Rimuru loved it when someone was this close to him, though it did come with a consequence which he was faced with right now. He might be dense sometimes, but he wasn't stupid. He knew how to get himself out of this situation. Are you sure? Isn't it too exposed? You want me to show off my body like this instead of keeping it exclusively for yourself? What a shame. Notice, acquiring elemental magic, spatial magic, successfully. Notice, acquiring spatial magic, dress change, successfully. That was a fast turn. Notice, a skill like me always listens to my master's desire. If you don't want to wear it, then I'll not force you. As expected, it worked on Raphael just like how it worked on Lucia. Using a cute pleading voice alone was enough for them to change their mind. Rimuru used dress change, wearing his regular black haori once again. This was something he was comfortable wearing around others. Cheyenne and Shuna were sad, but it couldn't be helped. Let's go, Benimaru-kun. He snapped back to reality when being called by name. Why yes. While walking, he whispered to Rimuru, if Shuna makes you uncomfortable, I apologize in advance. She wasn't always like this. About the outfits. That's fine. I am well accustomed to it. It was worse than this when he was with Lucia. Just thinking about the outfits she made sent the chill down his spine. Shuna and Cheyenne were tolerable. On the other hand, Raphael was the true menace. Benimaru-kun. Yes, my lord. I think you are probably popular with girls. I should warn you first, choose wisely, don't fall for a crazy person. Yes. Nothing. Nothing. Maybe Benimaru was too young to understand. Rimuru warned because he cared. Women could be scary, you never knew. The air within the meeting room was too serious for Rimuru's comfort. It reminded him of attending a corporate meeting. I think we can start now, Rimuru said. Hearing his signal, those two, Sui and Diablo, stood up from their chairs. They bowed to Rimuru before doing anything else. My magic perception picked up around 300,000 troops. Sui's words only amplified the stress of everyone. Diablo, however, still kept his cool. He placed on the table a hand-drawn map. From the direction they are marching, their destination is probably this lake. In other words, lizardmen's territory, Rigurd said. For that amount of orcs to move as the army they are. Doesn't that mean there is a chance an orc lord is leading them? Benimaru commented. He brought up an orc lord, unique monster that appeared once in 1,000 years. Orc lord. This was also the first time Rimuru had heard of that evolution path of orc. Seriously though, just how much have I missed? There were a lot of new things, the orc lord that Benimaru talked about was one of them. Notice, there is interference from Dryad. Dryad, nature's spirit who protected the great Jura forest. This forest was her territory. If she wanted to invite herself in, what could Rimuru even do? Rimuru-sama. Sui's face turned to one of absolute panic. The source of that panic came from the individual that approached his body double. Dryad, right. Tell her to come in, I'll allow it. Rimuru guessed that it was the Dryad, and he was right. Sui only thought, as expected from Rimuru-sama. Before passing the message to the Dryad. The meeting room was in even more chaos than before. It was rare for Dryads to come out of their hiding. They wouldn't appear unless a crisis fell upon the forest they protected. That meant the orc army was a real deal, and should be taken seriously if it pressured Dryad to appear like this. A seed sprouted on the table and grew into a green-haired woman. She was stunningly beautiful. Her body was semi-transparent, maybe because of her nature as a forest spirit. She looked at everyone in the room before she too bowed to Rimuru. Diablo and Benimaru came to block Rimuru from her. A bit overprotective, but appreciated. Leader of the monsters, this is the first time we meet face to face. I am Trainee. Nice to meet you, Rimuru thought face to face was a little suspicious, but he didn't say it out loud. He already had experience with a stalker, so it didn't bother him that much, he thought as he slightly tilted his head to look at Diablo. I want you to defeat the Orc Lord. Can you do it? The request from the Dryad, Trainee, confirmed the existence of the Orc Lord to everyone. What about the reward? Oh. How cruel. The forest is plunged into chaos, but you are still asking for a reward. Selfish, I know. But Trainee-san is the protector of the forest, right? I want to ask you for a favor. If she could deal with it on her own then she wouldn't ask Rimuru for help. It was true that the Orc Lord threatened every living thing in the forest. But if he was to be the one to defeat it, he wouldn't do it for free. Like he said, he had a favor to ask from the Dryad. Tell me about the reward you desire. We can talk about that later. Rigurd brought a chair for her as Trainee became another voice in the meeting. She seemed to enjoy the snack Shuna made. Good for her. Speaking of Shuna, she stood up and said, Sui-sama, about my request. The blue-haired Kijin shook his head, there is none. Enemies and allies alike, their bodies weren't there. Trainee explained, unique skill, starved, a skill that the Orc Lord who will bring calamity to the world have with it since birth. Stealing power from everything it devours, just like your skill, Rimuru-sama. Consuming both friends and foes, if they wanted to move that large number of troops without concern about food, then there was that way too. Please be smart with your words, Dryad, comparing Rimuru-sama to those pigs. That is blasphemous. Diablo was always on edge to protect Rimuru's dignity. But Rimuru knew he had to do something before that demon took things too far. Well, she was not wrong. Rimuru's words calmed Diablo down as intended. My predator or the Orc Lord starved. Which one is superior, I don't know. But trust me when I say I have more cards up my sleeves. I don't doubt your strength, I have seen it more than enough to conclude that, as the representative of the forest, I will leave the fate of the great Jura forest in your hands. Coming back to the protocol. Lizardmen's territory will become the battlefield, that is unarguable. I really want to be an ally with them, but those messengers were kinda. I can go talk with the leader directly if you want, Rimuru-sama. Are you sure, Sui? That spot is quite far. Leave it to me, Sui replied with his naturally cool confidence. Rimuru didn't say it, but he's somewhat envious of those who every movement oozed handsomeness. The meeting ended with everyone returning to their work, only Rimuru, Diablo, and Trainee were left in the room. They had to talk about the request Rimuru mentioned. Diablo served drinks for both of them. It would be better if we had access to tea or coffee, but orange juice would have to do it for now. I must say, it's a strange sight to see a demon here, she said while giving Diablo a cautious look. How so? When Veldora-sama was around. He was very sensitive to demons' presence even when he was sealed. She seemed to be very familiar with Veldora, Rimuru wondered why. But Veldora's fear of demons was understandable. He was killed by Guy a few times, and Diablo as well. Dealing with him sounds like a chore. That's beside the point, Rimuru-sama, what's this favor you want from me? Right, Rimuru said, carrying himself as relaxing as possible. I am the leader of this village, so it is difficult to go around from place to place. If you know what I mean. I want to make sure that everyone is safe, so I haven't ventured much further from the village's boundary. That was his true intention for the words. But Trainee interpreted it as, because he's the village leader, traveling to other parts of the forest outside of his own territory was difficult. Which was close enough, but wasn't exactly the problem. Since Trainee-san is the protector of forest, can you bless the village with your protection? From the very start, Rimuru didn't plan to stick around for long. He wanted to make sure everyone had a comfortable life before going on his way. It was a shame that the Orc Lord suddenly appeared like this. But when he successfully dealt with it, there shouldn't be anything that held him back. That's why he wanted Trainee to protect everyone while he wasn't around. Bless his village with my protection. That means he wants me to be his subordinate, right? The forest will become his, but if that is a price for him to get rid of the Orc Lord, then be it. I accepted. Rimuru smiled back. In his mind, the circumstances were perfect. He could let Rigard take care of the village for him, while Trainee protected it. He could ensure the safety of his new friends while pursuing his own daughter, Maleimm, who hopefully was out there somewhere. It was a perfect plan, that was if it went as the plan intended. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, * can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 100%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills, Predator. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit Greater Spirit of Flame. Veldonava Meat Blasphemy. But delicious. God Grade, Divine Construct, unnamed sword owned by Raphael, given to her by her master. Gridora the Sage had written about what he called the New-Aged race in his book, The History. According to his words, Gridora explained that the line between old-aged and new-aged races was drawn by those races' placements, whether they came before or after the Great Whale Fall. Dragons were one of those new-aged races. Lizardmen were the descendants of dragons and humans. They, as well, were included in these so-called new-aged races. Because they had the dragon's blood running in their veins. They were a proud race, but sometimes it turned into pride. That pride would continue to lead them down a path of overconfidence. The number of the orcs that marched into the Great Jura Forest was large to the point of uncountable. That grim reality suggested that maybe, just maybe, the legendary unique monster had been leading the army this whole time. The Lizardman's tribe leader had sent his son to rally as many allies as possible. It was an act to survive, not spread their influence. Though the leader wasn't sure if Gabaru understood the intensity of the situation or not. I want to talk with the tribe leader. Who is the leader here? The trespasser casually walked into the throne room. Behind him were the guards tied up in sticky steel thread. Invader, the guard beside the throne shouted, "Eh." But before he could grab his spear, his hands were already tied by the same silk used on the previous guards. I am not here for conflict. I want to talk. I am the tribe chief of the Lizardmen, and you are. My name is Sui. Just a humble messenger of my lord. Messenger. Correct, he nodded. Rimuru-sama wants to use this place, your territory, as a battlefield. Other than that, he wants to be your ally. Sui perfectly captured Rimuru's intention within his words. At the same time, the chief was deep in his thoughts. Uniting against the orcs was understandable, but wasn't it too soon to consider a long-term allyship? They didn't even know about each other's nature yet. I've never heard of that Rimuru person before. Let me guess. They're scared of the orcs and run to us for help. They should have just come here and beg, a guard said. That was their prideful nature taking control. Even though they had seen what Sui was capable of, they couldn't help themselves, they felt the need to speak their minds. Sui's temperance was far higher than Benimaru and Cheyenne, but a direct insult aiming at his lord was too far from forgivable. "Shut up," the chief shouted. Sui's aura, which started to leak out and fill the room, was a signal telling the leader that some forbidden button was pushed. "But chief." "Ah." As soon as that guard moved, his throat was slit by something that was almost invisible to the naked eyes. It was only a shallow slice for now, but if he kept moving, it would get deeper as well. That was Sui's sticky steel thread. He placed it around the throats of everyone. If he pressed down the string near him, he could behead every lizardman here. "Wait. Please spare my subordinates. I apologize for their behavior. Can you forgive them?" The chief launched up from his throne, now bowing at Sui. Sui loosened his strings. "Insulting the men who gave me this name again will not be tolerated like this time. Rimuru-sama doesn't want your force. He only seeks to be an ally to reduce the number of potential enemies, that's all." The chief returned to his throne, his face pale. That man, Sui, was an overwhelming presence. By himself he could wipe out the entire lizardman population without breaking a sweat. This overwhelming aura. That horn. "From what I have seen, are you an ogre?" "I used to be one. But after I was given the name Sui, I have evolved into Kijin." That single sentence changed the way the chief approached the situation before him. He accepted Rimuru's proposal and would lend a hand in a fight with the Orc Lord, although the long-term relationship between the two factions would be discussed later. If Sui's lord could turn an ogre into a Kijin, then he would be an extremely powerful individual. Having a person who stood on that level as an ally made the lizardman chief think that luck was on their side. After the conversation ended, Sui's body disintegrated into black smoke. Talking to the chief was not his real body, but a body double created by his skill. On the other side, when Gabaru regained consciousness, he started to make a speech about how that goblin named Gobta was the real leader of that village all along, which his followers agreed without question. Gabaru was approached by a clown of a tall stature. He wore a mocking mask, introducing himself as Laplace of the moderate Harlequin Alliance. "I was sent here by Lord Gelmud to give you crucial information, Gabaru-sama." "Lord Gelmud? Let me hear it." A crucial piece of information from Gelmud, the men who named him. Gabaru couldn't just ignore it. The existence of the Orc Lord, which had been only a speculation before, was confirmed. Following that, Laplace also gave Gabaru a suggestion. It might be the right time for him to inherit his father's place as the chief of the lizardmen. Thanks to Laplace's encouragement, Gabaru planned to carry out the revolution, seizing the political power to himself, then defeating the Orc Lord once and for all. Sui's report came through thought communication. The chief of the lizardmen agreed to Rimuru's proposal. Rimuru used spatial domination and teleported to their settlement. Following him were Cheyenne and Benimaru. "You must be Rimuru Dano," the tribe chief welcomed them with hospitality. He had seen what Sui could do, so he knew better than to upset Rimuru, who was that Kijin's master. The chief took interest in Rimuru's attendance as well. "From those horns, I assumed that both of you are the same as Sui Dano." They were in an enclosed room. Rimuru and the tribe chief sat on the stone chairs, their respective attendants stood by their sides. The leader brought with him a young girl, maybe his relative. "I am Rimuru, and these two are my temporary subordinates, Benimaru and Cheyenne." He introduced himself as well as his followers. They just got new attire from Shuna, so this was the first time they wore it. Cheyenne wore a purple business suit with a green shirt under it, giving her a secretary vibe. She left the jacket unbuttoned, allowing a generous portion of her cleavage to spill out in a dangerous way. For Benimaru, it was a red kimono. He had golden shoulder pads and accessories. The collar of his kimono was golden as well. He looked like some kind of feudal Japan's war general. Rimuru came here to find an agreed-upon strategy. Rimuru wanted to use this wetland as a battlefield. The first stage of said plan was waiting for the orcs to arrive. "You're planning to use the water and mud here to your advantage," the chief came to the conclusion. The orc army was large in number, and each troop also wore heavy armor. Moving in the waterlogged and unstable floor of the wetland would noticeably hinder their marching. He continued, "We, lizardmen, had advantage in water and even mud. If it isn't for the orcs outnumbering us, we might be able to put up a fight. I recommend that you guys don't," Rimuru said. He then explained about the unique skill that the Orc Lord had, starved. If even a single lizardman was eaten by the orcs, the advantage over the landscape would be gone. "Then what do you want us to do? You can just watch. Letting us use your territory as a battleground is enough contribution on your part." Rimuru believed that his side had enough firepower. When they weren't fighting on their own turf, his subordinates would be able to show their true strength. In the plan, Rimuru would be the one who signaled the start of the conflict. Benimaru recommended that the flashier the move, the better. That was the type of encouragement that our side needed. The more valiant and courageous an individual troop has, the better my unique skill, commander, can bring out their potential. So I leave that part to you. Every survivor from the ogre village, except Shuna and Kurobe, would participate in the front line as well. Gobta and other hobgoblins would join in too. He was very confident in an extra skill, unification, he just got while training with Hakuru. He told Rimuru to take a good long look as he shone on the battlefield. While they were discussing strategy, the door was violently pushed open. Gabiru led in with a dozen guards. Father. Pardon my rudeness. But I think you're too old to sit on the throne and make decisions. Gabiru announced, pointing his spear at the chief. It wasn't a regular conflict, but an attempted revolution. You underestimate the dragon's blood that runs through our veins. We don't need help from the outsiders just to win against those pigs. That would be a problem. Rimuru already found a common ground with this chief. If there was a transfer of power so suddenly like this, then he had to go through all those efforts again. That was unacceptable, and that was why Rimuru gave Cheyenne a signal. Don't do something stupid. Rimuru-sama just gives me the right to decide your fate, do you know that? Cheyenne said as if she wanted to end this in a peaceful way, but at the same time she was cracking her fist, preparing for combat. Gabiru thought about defeating Cheyenne to boost the morale of the revolutionaries he gathered. He launched forward, his spear aimed at Cheyenne. But she just grabbed said spear and stopped it with her bare hand. He yelled, impossible. His spear was a unique grade, how could this woman stop it with bare hands? Cheyenne grabbed his wrist then threw Gabiru at the wall. The cheer from his fellow revolutionaries fell silent immediately. He was lucky that Cheyenne held back her strength. She was the most physically gifted among his subordinates. In that context, she was even stronger than Diablo. Gabiru and his riot crew were captured. After he finished discussing with the chief, Rimuru went to the underground prison alone. He took interest when Gabiru talked about the dragon's blood runs in their veins. When Rimuru arrived, the girl that accompanied the chief before was already here. Stupid brother, always did something stupid and got in trouble. Come on. It's just a minor miscalculation. Father won't hold a grudge against me for long, Gabiru laughed. That extreme positive outlook on life was quite admirable. Though it wasn't based on reality. Attempted revolution isn't a crime that can be pardoned that easily, the sister scolded. Rimuru inserted himself into the conversation. It might be rude getting between family, but that couldn't be helped. Can I ask you guys about something? Rimuru-dano. How long have you been there? They were shocked, still unfamiliar with Rimuru's perfect aura concealment that made him almost invisible. Rimuru ignored Gabiru's rudeness. It was a good thing that he came alone. If he brought Cheyenne or Benimaru with him, it would be quite a mess. He continued, I want to hear about lizardmen. You said that you're a descendant of dragons, right? Of course, we are, Gabiru smiled proudly. Rimuru didn't need to convince him. He was too eager about telling the history of his race. Rimuru listened to Gabiru's story, meanwhile his sister intervened from time to time to correct any mistakes and exaggerations. Gabiru told the story with a voice full of inspiration. He went on for hours. In conclusion, Dragon was a power race living atop the Great Canet Mountain. Some of them went down to the world below and mated with humans, leading to the birth of Dragonutes and then lizardmen. Though their origin was pretty much unknown, it was true that there was a nest on top of the Great Canet where Dwaran was located. The next time he went to the armed nation, Rimuru should go up there to check what's up with those dragons. After all, they seem to be in close relation, or at least influenced by true dragons. Their mating with humans is certainly learned from me. Notice, is that something to be proud of? Thinking about this makes me miss Lucia even more. She was killed so she probably reincarnated as well. Do you think she will remember me, Raphael-san? Notice, unlikely. Memory cleansing is the most crucial step of the samsara system. So that's how it is then, not wanting to make things too gloomy, Rimuru changed the topic. Do you want to play a game? Game. I have to show off at the start of the fight, right? So how about this? We separately prepare one move, and see who comes up with the coolest one. That would be fun. Back then he always challenged the world's language. Now he just changed the opponent to Raphael. Notice, I will not lose. Heh. I won't go down easily either. A couple days after that, the army from Rimuru's side had arrived. Everyone who could fight was here, except Diablo, who Rimuru tasked him with the most important duty of protecting the village. The orcs had arrived as well, marching into the wetland. The lizardman settlement was a network of underground caves, only the chief's palace was built above the ground like a traditional building. Rimuru stood on that platform, thinking to himself, just the thought of 300,000 troops alone is shocking, but seeing it with my own eyes is another thing. They moved like locusts, chanting, "We'll devour everything." The power of allies, the power of enemies. We'll devour it all, again and again and again. Rimuru-sama. Understood, Benimaru-kun. Getting a signal, Rimuru stepped forward. Rimuru would work as a war horn. He summoned his sword. Hakuru, can you help me with something? What is it? He asked back. I have an art that I remember from someone I know. I am not a swordsman, so the move I remember isn't perfect. So I think you might be able to reverse engineer it. Hakuru agreed as he opened his third eye on the forehead. He said it was his extra skill, Heavenly Eye, which he received with the name. Then please show me. Let's get started, Rimuru inhaled. In his hands were Veldonava sword and Raphael's unnamed sword. Veldonava wasn't a swordsman, he excelled at magic. So it was ironic that those who were his disciples, two of them ended up as magic swordsmen. One of them was the renowned Chosen One, Rudra of the Eastern Empire. The move Rimuru was about to use was invented by that kid. Rimuru stretched his arm, placing the sharp side of the blade horizontally at the enemies. Then he smacked the other side of it with the unnamed sword. They were a stake and a hammer. Every force Rimuru put behind those hits would be stored, ready to be unleashed in one fell swoop. With the accumulated force from those hits plus absolute severance of Uriel as supporting, in a single strong sweep, the sound barrier was destroyed. A horizontal air slash ran through the army of orcs, slicing those within its range in half. Oh, I accidentally cut that mountain. That isn't a big deal, right, trainee-san? Eh? Why yes. But you have to be more careful next time. Even the dryad was breaking sweat. The bodies of orcs that were cut down littered the floor, while those that survived or were out of range started eating their fallen comrades' corpses. That move was incomplete. Hakuru was sweating. That art was powerful, it was something to be expected from Rimuru. But why does a swordsman need that kind of move in the first place? Yes, said Rimuru as if it wasn't a big deal. That man slash, the complete one, can cut through space and time. Again. Why does a swordsman have that kind of move? Hakuru questioned. Could that be considered swordsmanship in the first place? I will try my best then. Hakuru didn't make any promises. That art was Rudra's true slash. It couldn't reach the same potency as that boy's. But it's cool, right? Report, 42,651 orcs were killed, my turn. Then, please leave the rest to me dash. Not yet. I have one more. Benimaru was stopped by Raphael's monotonous voice. She's currently in control of Rimuru's body. Her master showed off his art, then she would show off a magic trick. She created a ball of flame in her palm, but it was different from regular elemental magic. Wait. You pull an ancient magic on me. Rimuru said. As expected from Raphael. There were 4 levels to magic: origin magic, ancient magic, medieval magic and revolutionized magic. The further it went away from its root, true dragon magics, the less its destructive capability became. In contrast, it would be easier to learn. Raphael sent that flame orb up in the sky. It stopped and expanded, becoming the miniature sun that lit up the battlefield, giving the illusion of daytime. In the eyes of outsiders, it felt like a miracle was performed. She followed up by creating water droplets as lenses with magic manipulation. Those lenses strengthened the light from the miniature sun to the point that it became piercing rays. This was physical magic, Megiddo, God's wrath, a dance of divine, yet deadly, lights. 52,891 were slain, Raphael mumbled before returning the right over the body to Rimuru. The miniature sun and the lenses were gone, leaving behind only its casualties. Amazing. Benimaru thought. Both the art and magic performed there just confirmed how lucky they were to survive that encounter they had with Rimuru. The red-haired Oni stepped forward. Everyone. Have you seen it? That is the strength of the men we served. Victory is within grasp. Don't disappoint. Benimaru announced, and his commander activated. Hobgoblins and star wolves cheered before jumping into the battlefield. Rimuru's frontline was more than impressive. Ranga, with a howl, could make a tornado. The star wolves could do that as well, but on a lesser scale. There was no word better described Benimaru, Hakuru, and Cheyenne than going berserk. They were a race of warriors after all. Rimuru did expect them to go crazy on the battlefield. Sui and Trainee-san departed to pursue the culprit that might be hiding around this area. On the elevated platform, only Rimuru and the lizardman chief were left. He was still in shock. What do you think? I am a reliable ally, right? Why yes. He replied weakly. It was difficult to comprehend that such destruction came from one man. I am glad. Let me ask you something. Which one is cooler? Art or magic? Please don't make me choose, he answered before walking back to his throne. He wasn't mentally prepared for what he just saw. So there was only Rimuru left. Notice, from the massacre, acquiring a unique skill, merciless, successfully. Oh. New toy to play with. Notice, master is being observed by an unknown individual. Rimuru flinched. If they were watching, then they must be the culprit behind all this disturbance. You're watching, right? You waste my time, do you know that? Whatever you're trying to pull. It wastes the precious time I can use to find Maleimm. He had Raphael destroy the mean the culprit used to peep on him. Damn you. Who is that Mageon? The high-rank Mageon in a white noble suit was filled with rage. He threw the observation orb on the ground at the moment it became useless. The masked Mageon, Laplace, tried to calm him down. Please calm down, Gelmud-sama. The battlefield was more chaotic than anyone could imagine. Those Mageons. Whatever. When the Demon Lord was born, the problems would solve itself. While they were talking about the next step they should take, the gust of wind hit them. You two have created much disturbance in the forest. The guardian of the forest, a dryad, appeared. Laplace was aware that they were found. He grabbed Gelmud and evaded the wind fired by the dryad's greater wind spirit. But they later fell into Sui's sticky steel thread. This is uncool. Time to make a tactical retreat. Laplace thought and used a smoke bomb as a distraction. Gelmud lost his arm, but overall he was safe. Rimuru found, and now he's standing in front of the Orc Lord. It was larger and standing out from other orcs. It stood still, not actively reacting to any stimuli. Benimaru, Cheyenne, and Hakuru came to Rimuru's side. Sui also came out of the shadows. You lowly Mageons. How dare you interrupt the birth of the new Demon Lord? Gelmud ranted. This guy was annoying, but what he was saying was interesting. Demon Lord. Did he have everything prepared? Rimuru was talking about a Demon Lord seed and human souls. It didn't look like he had them. That's why I distribute names around the forest. To get all the pieces. I am this close to success, and you come out of nowhere and try to ruin it. Rimuru sighed, you're pathetic. How dare you? Rimuru closed the gap, and delivered a punch to Gelmud's stomach. If you wanted strength, then you should do it yourself. It's a cowardly way to manipulate others into being chess pieces. Rimuru held a core belief in free will. He didn't mind those who were weaker than him, but he loathed those who disrespect others. Free will. You'll pay. Get them, Orc Lord. Gelmud commanded, but it didn't move an inch. Move. Geld. Geld. It mumbled. That's right. That's your name. Help me dash. Gelmud's voice was cut off at the same time as his neck. Geld decapitated him with a butcher knife before bent down to eat the carcass of the Mageon. Notice, the conditions have been fulfilled. An individual, Geld, is becoming a full-fledged Demon Lord seed. It was surrounded by the mist which later was blown away by the explosion of Magicule, signaling that the evolution was completed. I am the Orc Disaster, devourer of all. Geld. Demon Lord Geld. He didn't look like a formidable foe. Rimuru had nothing but pity for him being a piece in the Mageon's game. I will release you from that fate, Geld. Rimuru deployed his slime cell behind the Orc Disaster. When he tilted his hand, that cell jumped and clung onto Geld's back. Rimuru tried to eat Geld with Predator, but he resisted with Starved. Come to think about it. That move is a bit familiar. Notice, it is adapted from manga. It comes from the antagonist of that story, doesn't it? Rimuru might not be able to consume his opponent immediately, but the longer his slime cell clung, the more time Raphael had to analyze it. The struggle to eat or be eaten continued for quite some time, until... Notice, analyzing an individual, Geld, successfully, acquiring a unique skill, Starved, successfully. Notice, combining unique skills, Predator and Starved into Gluttony. Black mist was poured out of Rimuru's hand, heading toward the Orc Disaster. When being face-to-face with someone who stood at the top of the food chain, Demon Lord Geld was eaten. Notice, acquiring the Demon Lord seed, from an individual, Geld. When the struggle ended, the sun had risen with the light of promising dawn. Orcs that were under Starved's influence returned to normal, dropping their weapons. Because attacking those who already surrendered went against the international humanitarian law, the war came to an end. After eating him, Rimuru got all of Geld's memory as well. So he understood the circumstance that led to this invasion better. Following this, there would be a serious meeting. But for now, Rimuru wanted to reflect on his action. Notice, combining unique skills, Gluttony and Merciless, acquiring an ultimate skill, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttonous, successfully. As expected from Raphael-san. In a place far, far away that couldn't be reached by any conventional means. Looked like it went smoothly down there. That's a certainty, said the pink-haired maiden. Demon Lord Geld has never been a problem to begin with, are we correct? Carrying herself with pride and dignity, she smiled proudly. Right. His victory is certain. More importantly is what he got. The woman sat at the tea table under an enormous tree. The voice, unable to tell its gender, came from within the tree. Beelzebub at this point is pretty fast. That Raphael is different from ours, but reliable nonetheless. We think he can hold his own now. Don't get your hopes too high. The voice interrupted. Nothing is guaranteed until he survives both Walpurgis and the grieving banquet. Way to ruin the mood, she sighed. Sorry that I didn't spoil you, Lady Lucia. The woman who observed the world from the heavenly realm above was Lucia Nava. After her death, she woke up in this place. An isolated dimension created and maintained by this tree. Though the tree itself wasn't sentient. There was a person hiding behind it, barks and leaves were their clothes, so to speak. The tree itself changed many times. At first, when she arrived, it was a banyan. But then it became a cherry blossom. And please don't insert your own photo like that again. Just because we got blessings from the great holy spirits, doesn't mean we can mess around. Shut up. Do you know how much effort we put in to not send him a more revealing photo? Appreciate our effort, you damn would. Is that the reason why you were considered to be a harlot by voice of the world? It wasn't something to boast about. But Lucia was the only person ever to be considered too dangerous to put into the samsara system by voice of the world. That was a load of nonsense. She was mad from the accusation. But whatever. There is nothing we can do. After all, it was our fault that our wormling are now in a tough spot. Can you please not call him that? Why? He's our property, he's a dragon and he's our darling. Our wormling. What's wrong with it? I cannot understand royalty. Kukuku. Don't say that. You seem to be appreciative of our husband, no? Don't you want to push your luck? We won't mind. Lucia stood up. We have to go. It looks like Demon Lord Geld just arrived. We have to introduce him to the places around here. This place was the resting ground for souls that escaped their bindings. Promised Land, as it was called, had Lucia and the nameless stranger she met as its overseers. Even though her body became missing, her soul was here, among the colorful flowers. Watching the world below and cheering for the men she loved from a place that's unreachable. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, * can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 100%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Fire. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit Greater Spirit of Flame. Veldonava Meat Blasphemy. But delicious. God Grade, Divine Construct, unnamed sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Demon Lord Seed, a crucial ingredient to evolve into true Demon Lord. Rimuru, standing on a cliff, looked down at the battlefield below. Corpses scattered around the wetland, most of them were slain by Rimuru and Raphael. From the initial 300,000 troops, Rimuru and Raphael's collective effort took down around 100,000 of them. Meanwhile, Benimaru and others took out around 50,000. Half of the population was gone, but the number of the survivors were still large in comparison to other races. They are victims of famine. I have nothing but sympathy for them. Rimuru had seen a lot from Geld's memory. He saw Obik, the Orc Kingdom, become an inhospitable desert overnight, he saw the root of the conflict, and honestly, he couldn't be mad about it. Rimuru-sama. Benimaru walked up to him with the others. At first, Rimuru thought they came to say goodbye. After all, the contract came to its end after the orcs were defeated, they were free to do what they wanted. They knelt down, and Benimaru continued, "It is true that our contract ends here. We are free to do whatever we desire. Because of that, our desire is to continue serving you. Please accept us as your permanent subordinates." Rimuru immediately agreed. Now he was more comfortable leaving the village to pursue Maleimm with them around. "What are you thinking about, Rimuru-sama?" Cheyenne asked. "About cleaning up, maybe. This area was still the lizardman settlement. Coming to their land and just leaving corpses on the ground wasn't the best of manners. Can't you just leave that to others?" "I can't do that. Most of them were my fault. This was what we called responsibility. Even though Raphael killed more than me. To paraphrase your words, it is my victory. For the reward, I want." "Hold it. Didn't we agree on the coolest move?" TCH. Rimuru turned to Benimaru and others. "Which do you think is cooler, the art or the magic?" They looked Rimuru in the face, blinking as if all of this didn't make sense. Even worse, choosing between those two was harder than anything else. They stood closely when those were deployed, just thinking about those sent chills down their spines. That magic was too flashy, but fitting for assassination, so I will vote on the art. That was Sui's answer. But it was fast and decisive. Rimuru-sama was so cool when he used it also. "So I vote for magic," Cheyenne said. Followed by Benimaru, "I really want to be as mastered in fire manipulation as you. I have to train more." I put my vote on the magic. Then it was Hakuru's comment. "That art was something I have never seen before in my life. For me, it is easy to choose which." It was a draw. Looks like there is no winner. Raphael was blue after hearing that. She did mention the reward before, but Rimuru didn't say that the winner would be rewarded. "You did great, Raphael-san. I will consider the reward." Rewarding her often wasn't a bad idea. He had a lot to thank her. "Thank you." Returning to the previous topic of cleaning up, Rimuru used Beelzebub, eating the corpses and souls into his stomach. "Maybe I can summon demons with these." Rimuru had thought about expanding his village's force, and demons were good candidates. If they became subordinates to someone, there were zero chances of betrayal. They were strong as well. Archdemon is what I look for, but a dozen greater demons is fine too. Rimuru didn't expect them to be as reliable as Diablo. As long as they were being useful, the amount of usefulness didn't matter. Notice, using summoning magic, spiritual life form summoning. From the eaten 150,000 souls, 100,000 of them were used in this summoning ritual. Are you crazy? What kind of demon would want that much sacrifice? Notice, the person I want to summon can be a bit greedy. Because her master didn't put in any specifics. Naturally, Raphael went for the best. After sacrificing 100,000 of those souls, the demon was summoned into a host body made from orcs' corpses. Only Beelzebub could create something like that. The portal to the underworld was opened. Walking out of it was a woman with hair as pale as snow. She carried herself like a noblewoman, gracefully stepping outside. What a good meal it was. Her piercing crimson eye surveyed the wetland, before stopping at Rimuru. "You must be my summoner, correct? And you must be Blanc." Rimuru had heard of her from Diablo and Guy before, but he only met her face-to-face only a few times. The woman smirked. "He knows who I am." No, he probably heard of me from the Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident, nothing less or more. That made him even more impressive. He knew how dangerous she was and still kept his calmness. "You don't know how long I have been waiting to have a host body, but thank you nonetheless. For that, I will listen to the reason behind this summoning. Who do you want to kill?" People only relied on demons when they wanted their enemies vanquished. Blanc thought that Rimuru was the same. "I don't want to kill anyone. I just want more subordinates, but I didn't expect the white primordial herself to appear." She chuckled. "I couldn't help but to take it when a buffet was placed in front of me." Rimuru wanted to reply with something along the line of, "It was Raphael's fault." But he kept it to himself. "But fine. I will be your subordinate, but if you turn out to be boring, I will just kill you." Her words alerted Benimaru and others. They reached out to their weapons, but Rimuru told them to stop. Primordial demon wasn't someone they could beat. Especially Blanc, whom Diablo himself was afraid to fight with. "You're overconfident. Do you believe that you can easily kill me?" "I have a reason to be confident," she said, following with the release of her lord's ambition, Demon Lord's Haki. Seeing that in front of him was White herself, Rimuru didn't hold back. He unleashed the full extent of his Dragon Spirit Haki as a retaliation. Blanc was strong, but Rimuru was far above in terms of raw strength. His aura oppressed Blank's threats. She could maintain her existence, though that ambition brought Blanc to her knees. Biting on lips, she asked with a trembling voice, "What is this?" "It feels like I am standing in front of those calamities. I recall that if the primordial soul is destroyed, they will be forced to serve as a subordinate of the one who destroys it," Rimuru mumbled. "Don't you dare." Blanc shouted back. That was the worst thing that could happen to her, being forced into servitude. The three remaining sovereigns of the underworld, her, Purple and Yellow, avoided fighting against each other to prevent that outcome. They didn't want to end up like Black, Green, and Blue, who became servants. "Ah. Don't worry. I won't do that." Rimuru didn't mean to threaten her. He only wanted to remind himself to not make the same mistake again. Because he killed Diablo, that man ended up becoming a follower for life. Having more people acting like him would just contribute to his headache. Rimuru knelt down to the same eye level as her. "Forcing someone into being my subordinate isn't my thing. So I will just go straight to the point. I want your help. Help. I want you to protect my village. Finding Maleimm might take years. If he got someone of her strength on his side, he wouldn't have to be worried about everyone's well-being. For like 5 to 10 years. Cardinal World was vast. It would take him a long time to find her. I hope it isn't too much to ask for." That's it. Host body was something that her, Purple and Yellow, wanted. For this body, even if he asked her to look after the village for 100 years, she would do it. Though she was well known for cruelty, Blanc took the contract seriously. "I will help." For her, who had been around since the dawn of creation, 10 years felt like just a blink for her. This contract, in her eyes, was basically a free body for the price of absolute nothing. As soon as the contract ended, she would terrorize human nations and become true demon lord the same way that Red did. "To show my gratitude for this body, I will spare his village at least." Then she would flaunt it in front of Purple and Yellow, making them jealous before killing them. Speaking of which, Blanc is only a title, right? You don't have any name, right? Of course. How can I have a name? Testarossa, how does that sound? Rimuru had a bad habit of naming others for the sake of convenience. He gave her the name too. It wasn't that big of a deal for him. But it was different from the perspective of White. Is he crazy? No one in their right mind would name a progenitor. At first she thought he was just an overconfident Magian. But she was surprised when the name Testarossa was imprinted on her soul. Blanc, Testarossa felt power surging as the limitation of an archdemon was broken. She became a demon peer. You must be kidding me. Even a demon lord wouldn't dream of doing such a thing. Testarossa looked at Rimuru with admiration. I don't know what to call you, courageous or idiotic. Well, you can still call me Rimuru. So be it, Lord Rimuru. From now on I, Testarossa, will serve you until the end of our contract. With that, Rimuru just added another reliable subordinate into his village, though she was only a temporary member. Rimuru officially introduced her to Benimaru and the key genes. So, Testarossa Dano is a demon just like Diablo, right? Cheyenne asked. So Rimuru-sama already has another demon subordinate, it seems. I wonder what color they are. Though it offended her a little to be compared to some run-of-the-mills demon, she couldn't blame Cheyenne. I see, the western side of the world doesn't have much knowledge in demons. I am quite special compared to those small flies, she replied. Though Rimuru wanted to say that her and Diablo weren't that different, that wasn't his problem to begin with, so why bother? In the cave of the lizardmen, the best chair was prepared for Rimuru. Benimaru and Cheyenne stood by his left and right. Meanwhile Testarossa was standing among the key genes in the back. The elder of 4 goblin villages also joined as representatives. On the lizardmen's side they sent the chieftain and his daughter. On the orc side they sent the 10 remaining orc generals. From Geld's memory, Rimuru knew that one of them was Geld's son. And representative of the forest itself, Trainee-san. Let's start with this. I won't punish the orcs for what they did. Rimuru's words created many uproars. That was understandable, the orcs' invasion generated much chaos and disturbance. To let them off the hook without any kinds of punishment would be too much to ask for from anyone. Hakuru demanded, silence. Because he was an insightful old man, and had a sword, everyone did what they were asked to. Hakuru couldn't help but explode. It was one thing to voice their opinions, but they should do it in a more mannered way. After all, they were in front of the guardian of the forest and Rimuru. I want to ask, what is your true intention? The lizardman chieftain asked. My true intention, Rimuru mumbled. The whole room fell silent, focusing on what he had to say. The real reasons behind the invasion were starvation and famine, right? The orc kingdom became a desert. I think at that point, they were desperate to do anything just to survive. I will carry all of the orcs' sins. If anyone has anything to say to them, you can speak your mind, to me. The pressure within the room rose drastically. The son of the orc disaster stood from his chair. He knelt in front of Rimuru, his forehead rested on the floor. We had committed many atrocities to the forest. Even if you will absorb us of our sins. But I know that everyone's dissatisfaction won't go away. This might sound selfish. But please, I offer my head in exchange for my kin's survival. He had a point, vengeance lasted for a long time. Though they didn't speak it in front of Rimuru, he didn't know what they were currently thinking. Benimaru stepped forward. Don't you hear it? Lord Rimuru said that he would take responsibility for you. You're a survivor from the ogre village. Shouldn't you be the one that wants our heads the most? The strong eat the weak, the rule of nature that us monsters know all too well. And Rimuru-sama, who is the strongest in the room, has made his decision. What he said is just, and should be abided. Benimaru was decisive in his speech. From a young man blinded by rage Rimuru met, he now put trust in Rimuru's words. There were 150,000 of them left. Leaving them on their own might lead to the same trouble again. It might sound like I am daydreaming. But I really want to create a world where everyone lives without conflict, goblins have lands to utilize, lizardmen have fresh water and access to fishes, and orcs provide labor. I think that might work. Rimuru threw in his idea. The decision-makers of each race talked among each other, talking about the pros and cons. Rimuru thought that it would be a resounding yes, but they turned it down. Should I slaughter them all? Testarossa whispered. Calm down. Rimuru denied her offer, and asked the reason from each race. Why did you guys turn it down? I thought it sounded great. Rimuru-sama, I am afraid that we can't be your ally. We would probably go extinct if it wasn't for you. We can't stand on equal ground with you. That is why we choose to be your subordinates, the lizardman chieftain stated. Geld's son answered, we owe our lives to you. Standing on the same level as you who forgave us of our sins is unthinkable. We choose to be your subordinates as well. The goblin chieftains agreed to be Rimuru's subordinates too. They said that being under Rimuru's direct protection would be better for them. Wait. Isn't this becoming a big deal all of a sudden? I won't have time to go out and find Maleimm then. Just managing a single village already left Rimuru with no time on his hands. This would just worsen his circumstances. Trainee-san. A protector of the forest probably opposed the idea of one man having too much power, right? She wouldn't let that happen, right? As the representative of the Dryad village. I hereby declare Rimuru Tempest as the new chairman of the forest, she confirmed and gave Rimuru the role he didn't want. Resign. That word circled in Rimuru's mind. But there was no opportunity for that. It seems like I will have to postpone finding Maleimm again. Starting with naming his new subordinates. Rimuru named the lizardman chieftain Arbairu, making him evolve into a dragonute. The dragon bloodline in his veins was awakened. His skin turned a deeper tone. His horns grew longer. He even had wings. On the other hand, his daughter whom Rimuru named Sauka evolved into a dragonute that looked like a human. She had horns and wings too, but she could hide it. Power-wise, she was as strong as those who retained their lizardman-like appearance. It looked like which path their bodies would become was dictated by individuals' will. After the chieftain and his daughter, Rimuru also named other members of the lizardmen, who also evolved into dragonutes. Rimuru accidentally renamed Gabaru as Gabaru. Funny how that happened, Rimuru didn't know that it was a thing. Maybe because Jelma died. Or Gabaru was just that lucky. When becoming a dragonute, Gabaru turned out to be the strongest of his race. Maybe because he was already decently strong in his base. Arbairu would continue to rule over this wetland in Rimuru's place. He sent Sauka to serve Rimuru up close. Gabaru, who was exiled due to the attempted revolution, also ended up as Rimuru's subordinate. For the orcs, he let the son carry his father's name. From now you're Geld. Inherit that name and take care of everyone, okay? He cried and made a promise. After being named, he evolved into a high orc. He gained a unique skill, Gourmet. It sounded like another version of Starved, but without demerit. Rimuru then named the remaining 100,000 orcs. Mountain 1, Mountain. Mountain 342. River 1, 543. He didn't bother coming up with creative names. When he finished the naming session, it was already nighttime. Tomorrow they would return to the village, but for now, it was an opportunity for everyone to take a rest. Rimuru laid down on the platform, the same platform he showed off his power. Having personal time for himself once in a while was great. Rimuru found comfort in gazing upon the stars. Notice, acquiring quests from Voice of the World. Quests. It can do that, since when? Raphael's report was suspicious to say the least. It created that function on its own. Was that even possible? I am listening. Though it was suspicious, Rimuru would be lying if he said it wasn't interesting. Quest 1, Become a True Dragon Subspecies, finished. Quest 2, Become a True Demon Lord, in progress. Quest 3, Become a True Chosen Hero, in progress. That was impossible. Rimuru was an ultimate slime, a true dragon-derived species. Becoming a true demon lord or a true chosen hero meant lowering his status as a species altogether, which was impossible. True dragons couldn't do that. They were already a perfect life form. They weren't any evolutionary path for them, and that was by design. But Raphael seemed to disagree with Rimuru. She said it was possible. Raphael started strong with sacrificing 10,000 souls. They became subjects of her research. For hours, while Rimuru continued stargazing, she tried her best to understand the very nature of the soul. Notice, the exchange rate is 20,000 souls for a pseudo-soul. Why does it sound like a scam? Notice, because pseudo-soul can be used like Master's own soul. Unlike those souls Master got from killing orcs, which are considered only as resources. Pseudo-soul was a blank slate that could be used. It was more valuable than a regular soul which contained the memory and will of its owner. Rimuru spent 40,000 souls for 2 pseudo-souls. In this world, souls determine everything. It dictated one's strength, one's potential, and the race one would be born into. So the next thing Raphael did was to code the racial information into the souls. Notice, filling in the information of human into the pseudo-souls. Human race was the best choice, for it could split into both Magian and Enlightened routes, and Raphael used the information she had from analyzing Shizu-san, so it was faster to code than other options as well. A person could only have one active soul at any time. But that wouldn't stop Rimuru. He used 40% of stardust particles to perform miracles, and the pseudo-souls were ready to be used. Preparation was done, but execution was a different topic altogether. Let's think about that later. Do you want to stargaze with me, Raphael-san? Raphael was hesitant at first, but alas, she agreed. Understood. The next morning they headed home. Rimuru was on Ranga's back, Testarossa was with him. She was a stranger to others at this point, so he would take care of her along the way. That was what a good boss should do. Rimuru-sama, don't you have any spatial domination or something along that line? I have. I can teleport straight to the village if I want to. But traveling with others is more fun, right? He replied to Testarossa. So that's how it is. You're indeed strange. She didn't understand the value of friendship or ally. She somewhat knew what it was, and she used to have someone she cared for. But subordinates were pawns, a means to an end, no. After a few days of smooth traveling, they arrived at the village. Diablo had been waiting for them. Welcome back, Rimuru-sama. On the butler's face was a smile, but that smile was gone in a matter of seconds when he and White exchanged glances. They stared at each other, lost in their own thoughts as a feeling of disbelief washed over them. What are you doing here, Blanc? Is that really you, Noir? I thought you were gone for good. How foolish of me to think that a cockroach had died before I saw its corpse. Testarossa unmounted Ranga, walking up to Diablo with her lord's ambition leaking with enough density to kill. Diablo pulled out scissors, his sharpened claws. What are they doing? They are not going to. How ill-mannered of you. I am not black, not anymore. Call me Diablo. You aren't different from me. Please refer to me as Testarossa, just like Lord Rimuru intended, would you? They were smiling and cracking laughter, but their demon lord's hockey started to get out of hand. Both of you, stop. Rimuru's shout brought them down to their knees. Diablo was accustomed to kneeling down, but it was new for Testarossa. Why did I? Her body moved on its own. Whatever, it doesn't feel that bad. And I thought kneeling down in front of someone would feel more humiliating. I apologize, my lord. I got too excited. Just like she said. It was difficult to contain excitement when an old friend came for a visit. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Pseudo-Souls. Human. Human. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, * can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning magic, spiritual life form summoning. Ancient magic, fire. Physical magic, Megiddo. Art, faux true / Resistances, temperature resistance, physical resistance, electricity resistance, pain nullification, poison nullification, paralyze resistance, spiritual attack resistance, magic resistance. Intrinsic skills, absorb, dissolve, self-regeneration, dragon spirit hockey. Common skills, thought communication. Extra skills, sticky steel thread, universal perception, weaponry, hero hockey, ranged barrier, body double, gravity manipulation, magic manipulation, cast element, perfect memory. Unique skills. Ultimate skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright created from hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat blasphemy. But delicious. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Demon Lord seed, a crucial ingredient to evolve into a true demon lord. The quest system of VOTW is something only Rimuru experienced. It isn't something that exists pre-Veldonava's downfall. As stated in CH2, there is a change in VOTW since something established itself in the code, a literal ghost in the machine. Rimuru's evolution into TDL and TCH will be a crucial step in his growth. We'll see. But for now, let's welcome Testarossa to the cast. She was the first to debut among the 3 demonesses. And yes, each will join Rimuru separately from each other, as well as their closest subordinates and their underlings. 3 months after the defeat of the orc disaster, Rimuru's village went through many renovations to the point that it could be called a city instead. We had to thank the labor that the orcs provided. With their raw number and physical strength, the construction went smoother than ever. Other than that, Geld's unique skill, Gourmet, also allowed the transfer of materials from place to place to be much faster, using his version of stomach. Every building in the city was either built from wood or brick. At the heart of the ever-growing city, the biggest building was the government hall where internal affairs were decided. Considering the number of citizens, Rimuru ordered the preparation of a proper farming. We used to rely on hunting and gathering, but that wouldn't suffice anymore. Rimuru appointed Lilina as the supervisor of production and agriculture, which was going pretty well thanks to Trainee giving them the blessing of the forest, making core grow exponentially faster. The aqueduct was created as well. But too much about the city's progress. Let's talk about Rimuru's personal progress. In the last few months, Rimuru had trained with different weapons, sword, spear and bow. He wanted to get used to more fighting styles, but there was an ulterior motive also. That one night, Rimuru was alone in the training ground. He trained his sword skill with Hakuru, his spear skill with Gabaru, but when it came to bow, he trained alone. Every night when he was done with his work, Rimuru would come here to hone his ability to aim. When he was sure that nobody was around, Rimuru brought out the Veldonava sword. The divine construct twisted into a form of divine bow. Subskill, imitation of weaponry could turn a weapon linking with it into other forms of weapon, though its grade would temporarily go down one stage. The Veldonava sword was Genesis graded. But in its concealed form, it was an equivalent of God-graded equipment. That made the bow he held just a legend graded. Rimuru trained just like every night, shooting arrows again and again. Some hit the middle spot, some were inaccurate, but it was better than when he first started. Admittedly, Rimuru only came this far because of Raphael's encouragement. Rimuru thought about procrastinating his training often, but Raphael always pressured him back to the right path. He trained for months without missing a single day thanks to Raphael's strictness. The last shot of today, Rimuru prepared his arrow, but before he took his fingers off of the string, a strange sensation hit him like a truck. A limitation of the mind had been broken down, and his flow of thoughts ran faster than ever. The arrow flinged through the air, hitting the exact middle of the target's ring. Months of his training cultivated, leading to one of his pseudo-soul evolving from a human into an enlightened. That happened last month, and just last week, the pseudo-soul that was constantly exposed to large amounts of magicules was corrupted and turned into a Magian soul. The demon lord seed he got from the orc disaster was put into that Magian side of his soul by Raphael as well. All he had to do was maintain this fragile balance. The pseudo-souls must evolve in a parallel manner. If one was far greater than another, then the weaker of the two would be destroyed. Maintaining this yin and yang dichotomy should be his focus. Rimuru still trained frequently with Hakuru and Gabaru. At night, he still trained his archery skill, and when all was done, Rimuru returned to his office to take a nap. Mentally, he was exhausted. But because his spiritual body couldn't be tired, he could live like this without it affecting his health. But no matter how much he trained, he couldn't break the enlightened barrier to the next level. But that wasn't a big deal, evolution of the souls took time, it was understandable. Returning to the present, the last few months had been smooth sailing. The only problems that existed within the town sat just in front of him, Diablo and Testarossa. Rimuru dropped a stack of paper on the desk, prompting the two primordials to shudder. Each one was the report about the collateral damage of their rivalry. This stack was only this week's. There were also concerning reports from Rigurd and Geld as well. Rimuru couldn't ignore them anymore, so he called these two to his office. What seems to be the problem? They were old friends, so Rimuru wondered why they didn't get along that well. Those two weren't brave enough to look Rimuru in the eyes. It would be great if a little bit of berating made them behave. But Rimuru knew things weren't that easy. Rimuru came to the conclusion that he should approach this like an adult would. Rewarding was better than punishing, so Rimuru gave them a promise. If both of you somehow get along, I will teach you guys ancient magic, how about that? Magic was categorized by their age and difficulty to learn. The revolutionized magic was the easiest to learn, and also the weakest. It was Gridora's masterpiece, allowing commoners who weren't talented in magic to use it in everyday life. It improved the quality of life of people. Next was medieval magic, the combat-focused magic, so to speak. It was widely used by mages and the magic Diablo used was on this level as well. Meanwhile, ancient magic was a group of spells created by Veldonava. Only the ancestor class beings could use it. Its potency was second only to the true dragon magic. If they could fulfill this easy condition, Rimuru would teach it to them. Ancient magic. Testarossa had heard of it before, a secret technique exclusively used by a few individuals. Ancestors, the first of their species. The dwarf king who founded the armed nation of Dwargan, the heavenly emperor of Sarian, the sorcerer king who summoned Red and the high blood who birthed the vampiric races. Those were the individuals capable of pulling off ancient magic. Lord Rimuru can use that too. Is he associated with those people in some ways? Curiosity was one thing, but she couldn't deny such an opportunity. Demons excelled at magic, the more she had in her arsenal, the better. Getting along with Diablo sounded like a reasonable price. Understood. I will try my best. Me too. I won't let this opportunity to be taught by Lord Rimuru go to waste. They were excited. Standing from the seats, they bowed their heads and took their leave. They won't be a problem for a while. If he recalled, Diablo used to tell him that white, despite her ruthlessness, was more negotiable than purple and yellow. Unlike those two, Testarossa was intelligent and knew when to keep her claws and fangs hidden, making her easier to deal with. Great Rimuru. Shuna gave Rimuru a piece of paper. Oh. The result comes out already. When he saw that everything was going smoothly, Rimuru sprinkled in a bit of entertainment for everyone to relax. Popular vote was one of those activities he came up with. Benimaru won by a landslide, how predictable. He started by looking at the male bracket. That Benimaru was both handsome and reliable, no wonder he was famous among the citizens. It might not be very mature of him, but Rimuru felt a bit jealous. Followed by Diablo, Sui, and Rigor. But no matter how much he lowered his eyes, he couldn't find his own name. Damn, I don't have a single vote to my name. That's sad, Rimuru chuckled. He wasn't that serious about the popular vote, though it would be better if he was well liked among the people. Yours is here, great Rimuru. His eyes followed Shuna's slender finger, and there it was, his name. It was on the top of the bracket, but at what cost? Why is my name on the female bracket? Rimuru turned to Shuna, but she was avoiding eye contact. Shuna. A bit of misplacement, maybe. What kind of mistake was that? Everything was more organized around here. Every decision, before it was carried out, had to come to Rimuru's desk for the final say. That was the reason why his desk was already stacked with paper. I should take a nap. He couldn't finish all these in a day, but that was fine, none of these required urgent attention. So Rimuru thought he could slack off a little bit. Rimuru called Ranga out, the wolf jumped out of the shadow. His soft fur and large size made him a good bed for Rimuru. He had been using Ranga as such for the last few months. Ranga was over the moon for it too, he loved being around Rimuru. He weaved a blanket with sticky steel theod. His body wasn't capable of exhaustion, but his mind was. A little bit of resting wouldn't hurt, right? But when he was about to trigger sleep mode, his thought communication rang. It was Sui. Great Rimuru, we have guests. Rimuru sighed. It wasn't Sui's fault, he just wanted to rest. And who should that person be? King Gazel. Rimuru jumped off of Ranga's back. His face showed a sign of discontent that his resting time had been disturbed. Dwarf King. What is he doing here, he questioned. Rimuru arrived at the scene via spatial domination. Testarossa did her best to negotiate with Gazel and the hundreds of soldiers he brought with. When he saw Rimuru, the Dwarf King drew out his blade then pointed it at Rimuru. As expected, you're that slime. I heard that you have become the ruler of the great Jura forest, is that true? King Gazel, I don't know what you want, but pulling out a weapon all of a sudden is a bit too far. Rimuru said with droplets of sweat on his face. What he did was risky, especially when he stood that close to Testarossa. I came here to judge your character. Slime who lays claim to the great Jura forest, draw out your sword. Notice, cannot detect any killing intentions from the individual, Gazel Dwargo. Well, at least there's that. Hakuru used to say that sparing could make people understand each other better. Was that really Gazel's intention? The Hero King had a face that wouldn't allow Rimuru to reject his challenge. I will play with him for a bit. He pulled out the cyan-gleamed katana, Veldonava, making his subordinates gulp. Those who had seen its power in the orc invasion probably thought that Rimuru planned to slice Gazel in half too, though Rimuru wasn't that kind of person. They are overreacting again. Rimuru entered a fighting stance. He knew what he was doing now, unlike the first time he trained with Hakuru. That sword, quite a piece of art, isn't it? Your sword as well, King Gazel. Even in its concealed form, Rimuru's sword was an equivalent of a god-graded weapon. And from what he saw, Gazel seemed to be. Notice, it is a legendary weapon. Not wanting any problems with Gazel, Rimuru thought about holding back. It would be a shame if he broke Gazel's sword. And for Gazel himself, the famous Hero King could probably take a little beating. I will be the witness in this duel. A gust of wind blew, accompanied by the arrival of Miss Trainee. The appearance of the Dryad shocked Gazel's followers, as well as the king himself. Impressed, Gazel smirked. I take back my words. If the forest guardian appeared, then you must be a real deal. Your Majesty Gazel, this Rimuru Tempest is the chairman of this forest. I hope you understand what that means. Trainee's words sent the clear message. Rimuru's position was officially recognized by Dryads and the forest itself. Start. Rimuru and Gazel traded blows as soon as the signal was given. Because he didn't want to stand out, he put a limit on his power to be at the relative strength as Gazel. While trading blows, Gazel voiced, "You're holding back, aren't you? I don't know what you're talking about. This is all I have." Liar, he roared, do you think you can deceive me? Raphael reminded Rimuru about the fact that Gazel's unique skill, Dictator, could literally read minds. He knew that Rimuru wanted to make the duel as close as possible, and that angered him. Show your true strength. Rimuru sighed, you really don't leave much room for me. The limit he asked Raphael to put on him was destroyed, allowing Rimuru to access the full potential of his body. Gazel couldn't rival Rimuru's increased speed. He always went out of sight before Gazel's sword reached him. Suddenly, Gazel felt a blunt force hitting his chest. Reaching for it, he found his chest plates being destroyed from a single fast and powerful strike. So this is the real you. I understand now. Gazel stopped his useless swings of sword, but he didn't forfeit just yet. He inhaled, making peace with himself before deploying the art he learned. Rimuru Tempest, take this. Hazy style, thunder of heaven and earth. After the concentration of mind, Gazel picked up Rimuru's aura and swung his blade in that direction. It hit the mark, but the Rimuru that met his blade turned into black mist. The real Rimuru appeared behind Gazel. The Veldonava sword rested just next to the king's throat. I didn't expect you to fall for a body double. It is my win, yeah. I must admit. I made a mistake. When the result was clear, Rimuru sent his sword back to the stomach. An excellent show of mastery, great Rimuru, Hakuru complimented. For some reason, Gazel recognized Hakuru as well. Who would have known that the ogre instructor who trained Rimuru for months was well known enough to have a title? Sword Demon, considering his training method, that wasn't that far from the truth. Hakuru slipped and called Gazel a lost child before returning to your majesty as usual. From questioning, Rimuru knew that Gazel used to train at the ogre village under Hakuru. Oh. So that's why he can use Hakuru's moves. Gazel and his Pegasus Knights were amazed by the town. Though the construction started only months before, it turned from a goblin village into a nation. And with the level of technology this place had, the quality of life here might surpass that of developed Western nations. Rimuru brought the guests to the newly finished ryokan. Gazel and his followers changed to yukata. It would be strange to chat in armor, right? Rimuru and his subordinates also changed clothes. Some people weren't accustomed to walking bare feet on a tatami mat and sitting on the floor yet, but they didn't voice their minds and accepted them as parts of this town's culture. The table was arranged in a U-shaped with Rimuru and Gazel sitting on each end. Haruna and other goblinas, in the grandiose kimonos, served food and drink to the guests. They looked stunning, and thanks to Shuna teaching them about etiquette, they acted so professionally. The high-end alcohol, which Rimuru swallowed his pride and begged Raphael for the receipt, was given to the guests. Drink as much as you want to, Lord Rimuru. Diablo was on his right side, pouring booze into Rimuru's glass. He wouldn't let it drop below half glass. At the same time, Testarossa was on his left, feeding Rimuru with food she picked up with chopsticks. Don't forget about me, my lord. These two always had an aura of rivalry between them. It could be annoying from time to time, but he would let them be for now. Scolding them in front of the guests wasn't the right move. After tasting the food, the Pegasus Knights were amazed by the rich flavors. Speaking of which, I haven't tried any foreign food yet, I should give it a try. And Gazel, he might not be as loud as his guards, but it was clear that he enjoyed the food as well. You came here to investigate the Magian that defeated the Orc Lord? Yes, will he be friend or foe? I have to see it with my own eyes. I'm sorry for having my subordinate spying on you. After he said that, Gazel called for Henrietta. She was introduced as Dworgan's best intelligence spy. I was spied on all along. Then Gazel wasn't bluffing. If that blonde girl could go unnoticed from universal perception, then he must be the real deal in terms of stealth. Notice, the individual, Henrietta, have been detected since you came out of Dworgan. But I didn't report due to her not having any intentions to harm. Why didn't you report to me? Even if it wasn't an enemy, being stalked is still a big deal. Rimuru complained to Raphael. Notice, Master only wants a report on an important matter, no. We should find a common ground on what important really means. Even though she didn't report to Rimuru, it didn't mean that she didn't find a way to handle this spy. Raphael had her own method. Knowing the truth might be unsettling for you, I apologize. Henrietta lowered her head. Henrietta's shadow moved like a wave, and a handsome Kijin, Sui came out of that shadow. There is no need for any apology. Great Rimuru already knew, and he tasked me with keeping an eye on you. Really? That's embarrassing. Nothing to be ashamed of, said Sui. Great Rimuru can see through such tactics, it's inevitable, really. No. That's not my own doing. Everything was Raphael's fault. She used Rimuru's voice and gave the order to Sui. It was impressive, but still. Rimuru, do you want to sign a peace treaty with my nation? Gazel asked. You have Dryad's blessing, and part of the forest is already yours. If someday you lay claim to the entirety of the Great Jura, you will appreciate having a leading nation such as Dworgan as your ally. Are you sure? That means you're willing to accept us, a group of monsters, as a nation. Of course, it's a win-win for both of us. There's no reason to reject, so. Good decision, and what's your country's name? Gazel's question silenced the whole room. There wasn't an official name for the nation yet. Rimuru didn't think that he would have to deal with a diplomat meeting this soon. Doesn't have one. How about Jura Tempest Federation? Combining the forest's name with his own surname came out just fine. Diablo, Testarossa, and Cheyenne did their own things, praising Rimuru for his supposed creativity. It was kind of embarrassing when they did that in front of the guests, but with that being said, the Jura Tempest Federation, as a nation, was officially founded. That followed by Rigurd's suggestion to name the capital city Rimuru. The name's owner tried his best to veto that, but he lost in numbers. Democracy could be cruel sometimes. The armed nation of Dworgan became the first ally of the nation of monsters. Gazel Dworgo was a wise king, he knew which type of people he should align himself with. For Dworgan, which always stood on the neutral ground in every conflict, making an ally with monsters was a bold move. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, * can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Lifeform Summoning. Ancient Magic, Fire. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Heroes Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique skills. Ultimate skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright created from hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meet blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Next chapter is an interlude, and then we'll reach the reunion with Maleimm. On the other side of the world, across the vast Mad Sea was another continent owned by one of the 10 great demon lord, Leon Cromwell, the Golden City of Eldorado, was its name. At the heart of the continent, there was an active volcano born from a conflict between true dragons millennia ago. Though the volcano emitted fire and ashes often, the barrier and magically produced wind kept those smoke and ashes at bay. But natural disasters weren't the biggest problems. Near the capital city, there was a hell gate that belonged to one of the primal kings who had been here since the dawn of creation. She was the primordial yellow, or John. Demon without a vessel like John couldn't stay in the material realm for long. She had a time limit she must abide by. If she didn't do something flashy, she could stay in this realm for days. But that number would be reduced to a few hours if she performed a magicule's costly magic. But that limited time was enough for someone as destructive as John. She held a personal grudge against Leon. It happened a long time ago, before Eldorado was founded even, but time did not heal this resentment she had. Her plan to incarnate was foiled by that demon lord. The agreement was made between her, Purple and White, to not participate in a fight to the death. Instead, it was a race to see who would be the first to incarnate. For John, she planned to use the remnants of the Chaos Dragon to make a perfect vessel. Around 2,000 years ago, there were wicked dragons roaming the land and spreading chaos. One of them was the Chaos Dragon, which later would be defeated and sealed by Demon Lord Maleimm. Even if it was sealed, its influence could be seen even in the present day. Those who lived at the dragon's den were its descendants, and some artifacts had been tainted by its aura. John saw potential within them. That evil dragon was extremely powerful, and something made from its remnants would be an equally strong vessel. Everything went smoothly until Leon showed up to this continent and destroyed the vessel she spent hundreds of years to make. Even worse, the Heavenly Emperor's caretaker that came with Leon also burned down all the research. It was a blunder John would never forget. That was one of the reasons John always bombarded Leon's nation with nuclear magic. Blue also taught her that it was a good way to relieve stress. Blowing away stress, anger and worries with a flashy move. And she did just that. She came out of the Hell Gate. After destroying the barrier that protected the capital with piercing resentment, she continued her relentless assault on the Golden City and Leon's palace with nuclear magic. "What's the matter, John? You look frustrated," said Demon Lord Leon as he looked up to John, who was floating in the air. Primordial Yellow's invasions were like natural disasters, not so different from earthquakes or tsunamis, but this time, it was more violent than usual. "Shut up, Leon. Can't you see I am in a bad mood?" she bellowed, creating and throwing the Abyss Core at Leon. When magicules were compressed to their theoretical limit, they became an Abyss Core. The alteration of the Abyss Core was the basis of high-ranked nuclear magic. At least she was kind enough to not bend it into a more destructive form. Leon cut the core of black flame with his sword. It might seem like he did it effortlessly, but in reality, he had to imbue his attack with an ultimate skill just to pull it off. "If anything concerns you, please speak your mind." Fighting with her was meaningless. Even if he managed to kill her, being a primordial demon, she would come back. That was why he focused on talking John out of her rampage instead of trading blows. TCH, she clicked her tongue. White has been gone for 3 months. Can you believe that? The audacity of that bitch. White. You mean the primordial of White? Who else should there be? That cruel bitch answered someone's summon, and has been lost since. She doesn't even go on a rampage, and that is her thing. That annoyed her the most. If Blanc was summoned to the material realm, she would go on a rampage and become an awakened demon lord. But nothing happened. Blanc's aura was gone as if never existing in the first place. No trace left behind, no breadcrumb to follow. It was the same situation as Noir once again. That was why John was mad. The situation was out of her control. On the other side, at the Holy Empire of Lubliu's capital city Lune. This religious state was built around the highest mountain in the west. On top of that mountain was the inner sanctum that only Hinata the Saint and the Holy Emperor himself had clearance access to. In the inner sanctum, a silver-haired, heterochromatic woman who lived in secrecy and ruled this nation from the shadow was one of the 10 great demon lord, Luminous Valentine. Greeting. Luminous, who was sipping on a luxurious glass of wine, groaned in annoyance. She turned to the direction where that small voice came from. A guest on such a calm, peaceful night. I didn't expect that. Sitting at the window was a kitten with purple fur. On the mountain haunted by God, there was no way a normal feline could make its way up here. What do you want, Violet? That feline was certainly the shape-shifting, primordial purple, or violet. Her Hellgate was located in a land between Luminous and Tragruel's domains, but this was the first time that Demon gave her a direct visit. There is a pandemonium happening down there in the underworld. White is gone. This is the second time that one of us, primordials, disappears without a trace. When she knew she got Luminous attention, she continued, first it was Noir's disappearance, I ignored it because that lousy black was gone for good, but I cannot do the same for this one. First and second times were coincidences, and third was a pattern. But Violet wasn't bold enough to wait until the pattern reared its head. She had to get to the bottom of this. Her and that barbarian were the only sovereignties left in the underworld. Who would disappear first was up to luck. So what? Why tell me this? Luminous wanted to get straight to the point. Don't be like that, disciple of Black. I only want to know the circumstances of his disappearance. We primordials theorized that he was gone for good. But you should have more information, correct? Want to hear my opinion? Primordials like Violet didn't pop up that often. Luminous knew fighting was meaningless. The kings of demons were immortal in a sense. They would return even if they were killed. These demons were as unkillable as true dragons. And due to them being everlasting, Luminous didn't think that the primordial Black, her mentor, was gone for good. The Heavenly Star Palace, he was one of a few key holders. Instead of what you suggested, he might as well run around in another world as we speak. The key? Oh, you mean that shiny toy he got from the Star King Dragon. Violet had never met the creator of the world before, but she had heard stories of him from Red and Black when he was still around. If she recalled, that Heavenly Star Palace connected every world created by the Creation Dragon together like a bridge. Key holders were individuals the Star King Dragon trusted. Black used to list the names, isn't he? There is himself, the White Ice Dragon and the original angel, no, the fallen angel. That's an interesting theory for sure, the Purple Kitten said, but that doesn't link back to Blank's disappearance at all. Then I have nothing to tell you. Luminous shook her head and sent a glare which silently sent a message of, get out of my sight, to Violet. The cat groomed its fur as if it was a real feline. How unfortunate, maybe I should rush the incarnation process. Even so, under that fur was a real demon. The situation in the demon realm was at the all-time worst. The army of White was left without its leader, her close subordinate took control of the troops, but they would soon be eradicated. The primordials avoided fighting among each other to prevent the risk of subordination. But Blanc was gone. Either John or Violet herself would take advantage of the weakened White faction. After all, you could not play chess without a king on your board, keeping them around would be redundant. I, being the great neighbor that I am, will have to warn you. The three-way deadlock that maintains the balance of the underworld is falling apart. You have to be aware of every step down there. Luminous was a common guest of the demon realm, traveling there via Noir's Hell Gate. Cleaning the empty palace and killing the aggressors who wanted to use said Hell Gate. Calling it an empty palace is a stretch. That odd archdemon still lives there after all. The last descendant of Black. That was its title. Noir didn't have many descendants, so seeing one was quite a rare sight. Oh. You're suggesting that I will be harmed down there? Of course not. I am not foolish enough to underestimate the ancestors, I warned you out of goodwill, Violet replied. Red managed to put an end to one of the ancestors, but it wasn't something other primordials could replicate, especially the ancestor who was an awakened demon lord. If she had a vessel, then the fight might be closer, that only reminded her why she had to incarnate as soon as possible before whatever made Blanc disappear came after her. But still, she had stubbornness worthy of a ruler. She wouldn't want any no-names as her vessel. Demons could inhabit any body, but kings were picky. Blanc tried to selectively breed her vessel, and John tried to create one from the remnants of the tyrannical evil dragon. Those two's plans were interrupted, but Violet's was thriving. Centuries ago, Violet gave the tiara to the queen of the kingdom of Raja. The tiara could solve any problems they faced, in return, it cursed the user and tainted them with her color. The longer the tiara was passed down through generations of queens, the better they would serve as a vessel for Violet's incarnation. Cultivating a curse for 7 or 8 generations was her initial plan, but from the current situation, she might have had to take the current Queen of Raja as a vessel when she was completely tainted. Not much of any crucial information, but thank you for your time. You dare say that after intruding into my personal chamber, the inner sanctum? When Luminous was about to start berating, the Purple Kitten was already gone, back to the demon realm. TCH. That damn brat. Author's note, I will casually drop this chapter and disappear for a few weeks. I have a college's final exam to deal with. I'll return with a new chapter around the end of the month. Gazel said he would bring Rimuru a gift, but he didn't expect to be given Vesta. He was demoted from the Prime Minister position. But throwing him in jail would be a waste of human resource, so Vesta was sent to work here. As long as Kaijin didn't mind, Rimuru would gladly accept Vesta. Vesta wanted to research the full potion and produce it without Rimuru's help. If he succeeded, it would benefit both Tempest and Dwargan, so Rimuru would support him in his research as much as he could. I apologize for what happened in the past. I feel ashamed just by looking back at it. My sincerest apology. Vesta bowed his head for Rimuru. Don't bother. I don't mind it at all. Rimuru didn't know how Gazel pulled it off, but Vesta really changed for the better. Just do your best on the full potion research, that's all I want you to do. I will not disappoint you and His Majesty Gazel, Vesta promised. The laboratory Rimuru prepared for him was at the entrance of the sealed cave. It was for Vesta's own safety. Veldora might not be around anymore, but the density of the magicules hadn't weakened. If Vesta was exposed to all of that, it might be harmful. But due to the said magicules, the depth of the sealed cave could be used to farm the hippocute grass. Gabaru and the other Dragonutes were tasked to cultivate the herbs. They were more competent than Rimuru initially thought. Great Rimuru, I have a request, said Vesta. Just tell me what you want. Vesta wanted to have a bedroom inside the lab, so he could continue with his work immediately after waking up, no time wasted. Sleeping in your office sounds kind of sad, doesn't it? Everyone deserves a house of their own. You can ask Geld if you want a house with your own design, that's if the standard design doesn't suit you. But didn't you also sleep in your office, great Rimuru? Cheyenne, who stood next to Rimuru, said. He looked at her in the eyes, blinking continuously with the thought like, seriously? You're going to expose me while I am trying to make a point, Ren Wild. But she was right. Rimuru often slept in the office. Sometimes on Ranga's back, sometimes on the sofa and even on the floor, but that wasn't the same. Rimuru was a spiritual life form, it didn't matter where he slept, it felt all the same. But Vesta still heavily relied on his physical form, so he should sleep in a proper house. Maybe I should have my own house. What do you think, Raphael-san? Notice, you should, unless you want to be known as a homeless king. You have a point. It's all about status, right? The Jura Tempest Federation had been recognized as an official nation. Its leader, Rimuru, also had a public perception to maintain. He consulted with his subordinates, and it turned out he was the only one here without a house. Everyone had it, some even had a self-designed house. A regular house doesn't suit the likes of you, Lord Rimuru. Give me your approval, and I will design a palace befitting of your status, said Testarossa with a confidence befitting an aristocrat. Palace? That might take too long to build. I will pass on that offer. Diablo laughed at her failed attempt then said, sometimes even Testa can be unreliable. He shrugged. His smirk widened as he took a key out of his butler suit's patch pocket. Nothing is better than the home you yourself created, right, Lord Rimuru? That cyan metallic key, out of all the people presented here, only Rimuru and Diablo knew its purpose, a key to the Heavenly Star Palace, it was that. Rimuru took the key before telling Diablo, living there is also a strong pass for me. Which left the demon emotionally devastated. The Heavenly Star Palace was in another dimension altogether. That meant if an emergency happened, it would take longer than usual for the report to reach Rimuru. And taking the palace to this realm wasn't an easy task either. Rimuru might have to take it out piece by piece. It was not plausible. At least I can take the furniture there, Rimuru thought. Their ideas were not realistic, so Rimuru turned to Geld. He asked Geld for a traditional Japanese house. He had Raphael make a blueprint and send it to Geld via a soul corridor. Understood. This house wouldn't take longer than a few days, and about the location. Just behind the government building. After talking with Geld, Rimuru came to the forest just behind the government hall. There was a bamboo forest, too. A house in the bamboo forest. How does that sound, Raphael-san? Notice, it's up to your preference. While walking in the forest, Rimuru picked up a scent of blood. He followed universal perception, and found 2 insects in a critical condition. Poor things. Rimuru started healing the bee with a full potion. But the beetle had its body bitten off, so Rimuru gave it his slime cell before healing it as well. They were defensive at first, but slowly calmed down and listened. The Great Jura Forest is really dangerous, you know. Ah, don't be sad. I warned you guys out of good intentions. The fact that they survived this long was in itself impressive. From what he saw, the beasts in the forest would eat anything they could get into their mouths. Rimuru was impressed by their endurance. If he let them go, they might end up the same. So Rimuru made a decision to make them his subordinates. Zijin and Napito. I hope you guys like these names. After naming them, Rimuru took them to Trainee-san. She used to say that she wanted help. Seriously though, what are they? They are different from most insects in the forest, Rimuru questioned. When Trainee saw them, she gave Rimuru a weird look, too. Rimuru didn't know why. He left that thought behind him, reaching for the key he got from Diablo. Pointing it in front of him, and the dimension distorted. The gateway to the Heavenly Star Palace was opened. It was a green plain with a few trees, in the middle was the palace reaching for the sky. When he walked into the castle, Rimuru was welcomed by a decorated room without a speck of dust. Everything was in good condition. Rimuru put every piece of furniture that could be used into his stomach. He ate everything on his way to the kitchen. I wonder if there is something left that can be eaten here. When investigated, Rimuru only found basic ingredients. He used to know how to cook. Lucia taught him to make a couple of the Empire's delicacies, and when he lived among humans, his mother taught him a few, too. But he long forgot about it. He had Diablo to blame for that. That man always prepared meals for Rimuru, and it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that he was too good at his job. Nah, I don't want to risk burning down the whole castle. Rimuru took the ingredients and put it into his stomach before continuing to roam the palace once again. Rimuru found a storage room. During his lifespan, Veldonava stored a lot of interesting things here. Looking at the stuff both on the shelf and the floor, Rimuru concluded, well, we're going to be here for a while. Rimuru was staring at what seemed to be a family portrait with Veldonava, Lucia, and Maleimm in it. If he recalled correctly, one of Guy's subordinates drew it for him. Lucia. Maleimm. The longer he looked, the more his heart ached. It reminded him of that fateful night. Master. Nothing, I'm just reminiscing about the past. Raphael's voice pulled him out of that painful regret. He let out a sigh before turning to the pile of old stuff. Speaking of the past. Raphael-san, do you remember anything about Lucia? Rimuru hadn't spoken about this topic before, he was afraid of what the answer would be. Raphael used to be Lucia's ultimate skill, so she might know something that always bugged him. What was she thinking in the final moment? Did she blame him for everything that happened? But her answer was unexpected. Notice, other than the name, I have no connection to the ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Knowledge. Rimuru thought that she was just insecure of her real age, but it turned out she really was a new-aged skill. The Lord of Knowledge disappeared from the system. Because of that, when Great Sage attempted to evolve, there was literally nothing she could evolve into. That was the reason why she failed on her first and second attempts. When she attempted to use the Stardust Particles, the identical skill of the old Raphael, the Lord of Wisdom, was created, making Great Sage successfully evolve. In other words, the Raphael he had with him was not the same one created by Veldonava. She was the new Raphael altogether. That's a thing. Rimuru replied. He was interested. While he was gone, it seemed like the voice of the world had a couple of new functions he didn't plan for it to have. First the quest, and now the skills being replaced by an identical one. In his search, Rimuru found a small wooden box which had 7 coins in it. Stellar gold coins. He got these from the first dwarf king as a gift for his wedding ceremony. He said that I should hold on to these and someday its value will increase, making me rich in the process. From what he saw at Dwaran, Rimuru saw the coins being used regularly. But he hadn't seen anyone use a coin that looked like this, so Rimuru really questioned its current value. Well, I will just ask Gazel when I get a chance, Rimuru thought before storing the wooden box into his stomach. Continuing his search, Rimuru found a wedding dress which was still in good condition. No, I don't want to talk about it. An interesting fact about this dress, it wasn't worn by Lucia. Next was a large saddle that would fit perfectly on Veldora's back. Oh. This one is a gift from Elchan, and nope, not gonna talk about it. Then there was a collar, a kind of collar people put around their pet. Don't judge me. Rimuru was about to throw it away, but he hesitated. It was a gift given to him by Lucia. When considering that fact, he put it back to the same spot. Lucia said it might help to locate me if I got lost in the forest again. But with hindsight, she probably just enjoyed seeing me in a compromising position. Rimuru sighed, she is quite unique. Rimuru continued. There should be something that didn't make him look like a person with a conventionally strange hobby. Found it. Rimuru pulled out a bouquet of black roses. It was the same bouquet Lucia used to propose. It also seemed like she got these flowers from Lumi-chan. Master was the one being proposed to. Back then I didn't really understand humans' cultures or ceremonies. But don't worry. I have grown and learnt a lot. Rimuru's eyes fell onto another box. Oh. These are my siblings' scales. I almost forgot I have it stored here as well. At the puppet nation of Gistav. In the well-decorated room of this nation's ruler, the upper class of the world called the Demon Lords gathered around the table, looking into the crystal ball. You're watching, right? You waste my time, do you know that? Whatever you're trying to pull. It wastes the precious time I can use to find Maleimm. That was the last thing Gelmud saw on his crystal before that blue hair destroyed the spying ball. How disgusting, they sure talked big for a low-ranked magen. Demon Lord Clayman looked at the still frame of that Magen with disdain. His perfect plan was ployed. If it wasn't for that Magen, the entire Great Jura forest would be his. A muscular man sat menacingly across from him. He didn't conceal his aura, as if flexing with it. That Magen, quite an interesting individual, aren't they? I should make them my subordinate. He didn't care for a small fly like the Orc Lord, but a Magen that could wipe an army with a single move. Now that was a whole different story. It was far more interesting. Didn't they talk about finding you, Maleimm? Are they someone you already know? Demon Lord Fry glanced at Maleimm. Her wings folded beside her beautiful and mature figure. Don't know. But I want to know. Maleimm hadn't taken her eyes off of that blue-haired Magen yet. He sure was interesting. Maleimm had been alive since when the world was young, the amount of boredom she harbored should not be underestimated. That was why she came down to play with these new demon lords in the first place. But maybe if she turned that Magen into her subordinate, it might entertain her for a while, which was enough of an excuse for her to pursue him. Hey, I said I want that Magen as my subordinate. Demon Lord Carrion tried to argue, but he stepped back, not wanting to deal with Maleimm's stubbornness. Maleimm was schooled by Fry about her manner, but that, too, was promptly ignored. But Maleimm, we have a treaty to not directly invade the Great Jura Forest, Clayman protested. With Veldora gone, we can throw that out of the window. Understood. So, Clayman, Carrion, Fry. Don't interfere. Maleimm shouted before jumping out of the window. She dashed through the sky. At this rate, she would reach the Great Jura Forest in a few hours. In the peaceful capital of the Jura Tempest Federation. Diablo and Testarossa were chatting in the restaurant. Because they worked in a close relation to Rimuru, they had a lot of points. And Rimuru ordered them to use them all instead of stockpiling. Tempest used a point system. The more you worked, the more points you got. Those points could be used as a currency for products or services later. While they were trying their best to get along, both of them sensed danger coming their way. They ran out of the restaurant immediately. Demon Eye, a skill intrinsic to Demon, was used, and it gave them the ability to see kilometers away. They could see a pink-haired girl launching herself through the sky, aiming straight to their position. Because Rimuru was in another dimension altogether, the primordials were the largest pool of the Magicules in the town. Testarossa knew who this child was. Demon Lord Veldonava. I don't know why she is coming this way, but it can't be good. So, that is Princess Maleimm. Diablo mumbled. She grew up a lot since he last saw her. But that was to be expected, the last time they met was thousands of years ago after all. They ran to the plane where there wasn't much for the Demon Lord to destroy. They agreed that their lord wouldn't be so thrilled if a building was destroyed or a citizen was hurted. Greetings. I am the one and the only Dragonoid. People called me, the Destroyer, Demon Lord Veldonava. Her landing was destructive just like they anticipated. She introduced herself with might and pride, in contrast to her innocent face. Testarossa looked at the girl with concern in her eyes. At the same time, Diablo still remained calm. He knew his lord wanted to find her, but he didn't expect Maleimm to show up on her own. All he had to do was to welcome her, then wait for his lord's return. When their reunion came, he would be showered by his lord's praises. That was Diablo's plan. You guys are the strongest around here. Where is that blue-haired Magen? Maleimm used Maleimm's eyes, but she couldn't find that Magen she came to meet. Princess Maleimm, Lord Rimuru is currently busy. You have to wait, it won't take that long. Maleimm was annoyed, but she didn't throw a tantrum because Diablo was polite enough. Diablo continued, while waiting. Should we talk about the past? Do you remember me? His eyes looked at her with expectations. Maleimm stared at Diablo, trying to connect the dots. Nope. But nothing came up. Is that so? My name is Diablo. I am your father's subordinate. Father? I have a father. But before the conversation could go further, Diablo heard a war cry coming from above. Looking up, he saw Cheyenne, plunging down from the sky with her Odachi, aiming at Maleimm. Diablo jumped backward. What are you doing? Lord Rimuru will be dash. Don't be ridiculous. Can't you see how dangerous she is? But the dragon princess's physical prowess was overwhelming even for Cheyenne. Gorikimaru's sharp edge was held by Maleimm's bare hand, unable to harm her. Oh. You want to play with me? She punched Cheyenne. At that moment, Sui came out of the shadows and used sticky steel binding, creating a cocoon of threads. Even the Demon Lord won't be able to easily escape. Benimaru. Ranga. He gave a signal to Benimaru and Ranga, who barraged their black flame and black lightning at the cocoon. If Lady Maleimm has even a scratch on her, we'll be so doomed. Diablo shouted. But Benimaru turned to him with a worried face. I would be rather glad if I managed to inflict even a small burn. Maleimm's laughter was booming, ha 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 ha. I admit, you have a beautiful flair. If it was the other demon lords then it might give them a burn. Malem walked out of the circle of black flame. You guys are pretty strong. So feel free to taste the power of a demon lord. Malem released her aura, blowing Benimaru and others away in different directions. The earth around her started to crack under the pressure. Benimaru tried to stand up, but the aura pinned him down. The primordials, while still standing, were made aware of the threat Malem was, making them sweating bullets. Should we take any actions? Testarossa asked. That, we should do. But we shouldn't harm her badly, or there will be a consequence. That's if we are able to harm her in the first place. Diablo and Testarossa threw everything they had at her, but the result was grim. Malem was faster and stronger. Other than that, it feels like she's still holding back, Diablo thought after his attack was blocked, and being punched by her. Testarossa attempted to attack from behind, but Malem's reflect was otherworldly and she elbowed the white primordial to the face. What can I say, she's undoubtedly Lord Veldonava's daughter. Confronting her head-on wasn't different from constantly running into the brick wall. Diablo didn't want to harm her, he knew how overprotective his lord could be when it came to his heirs. But if he didn't do anything, then no one would come out of this encounter alive. Are you hearing me, Testa? Clearly. Diablo connected with Testarossa via thought communication, telling her about his plan. They then charged at Malem at the same time. You two are not learning anything. Malem put force behind her fist, ready to punch again, but when they were in range, both the black and the white demon were gone. What? She turned left and right to find those demons, but suddenly was attacked by another hell flare. Oh. Honestly, I am impressed, she praised Benimaru who managed to stand up even under Malem's demon lord hockey, even though it was just a fragment of her true power, it was impressive nonetheless. Diablo and Testarossa were up in the sky. Oh, how long since I had seen that form of yours. Kukuku. Usually I prefer close combat. But one cannot be picky in a desperate time, no. Diablo turned into a woman form. The hair was longer, the face morphed to show more feminine influence. Meanwhile, the generous portions of Diablo's chest expanded under the tight butler suit. Demon was gender fluid in nature, with the male form suited close combat and female form excelled at magic. Diablo wouldn't pull this trick out of his sleeves if he wasn't so desperate to stop Malem. The primordials combined their might into performing a magic that had a potential to bring her down. An orange sphere of destruction, it would critically harm most demon lords for sure, but when it was Malem, there was only a hopeful thought. Flame sovereignty fell from the sky, aiming at Malem. When Malem looked up, she saw the flame orb come down to her. She lifted up her demon lord hockey, allowing Sui and Ranga to bring Benimaru and Cheyenne down into the shadows for safety. Malem smiled as if mocking the demons. The dragon princess held it with her bare hands. The sphere of nuclear magic exploded, uprooting the trees around. Does it work? Suddenly, Malem appeared behind them. Probably no, she said, then smacked both of them down to earth with the handle of her heavenly demon sword. But I give you this. You two are pretty strong. Probably on par with guys' maids, too. Malem changed slightly, now donning a black armor, with crimson horn adorning her forehead. She floated on the sky with large dragon wings. That magic was impressive to the point that she had to use her true form. Because of that, I will give you a chance to bask in my light. Take a good long look, this is my true power. Are you dead yet, Testa? Diablo asked. You know you can just shut up if you have nothing good to say, right? You can whine, so I guess you're fine. Diablo and Testarossa looked up at the sky, there was a pink four-pointed star, Malem's true power which she inherited from the Star King Dragon. Dragonova. Getting hit by it was a certain death. Should we dodge? If you think you can outrun the raw energy of creation itself, be my guest. Hey, if only we were stronger. Diablo mumbled. You idiots. This isn't a stargazing festival. What are you doing? Rimuru jumped in front of those two. It was his duty to protect them. When Raphael told him that there was a troublemaker causing a problem, Rimuru came as soon as possible, and he was on time. Raising his hand up to the sky. Raphael-san. Do something. Understood. Raphael analyzed the beam in a fraction of a second, and understood how dangerous it was. Beelzebub, at this rate, wouldn't be able to swallow all of that overwhelming energy, the only way out was to counter it with a move of the same potency. The same shade of blue was shot from Rimuru's palm. Raphael used 30% of the stardust particles to shoot their own Dragonova. The beam clashed and even out, disappeared altogether. You two are okay, right? Rimuru turned to Diablo and Testarossa. But his eyes lingered on the female Diablo. Rimuru almost forgot he could do that. Finally. You finally show up. Maleimm came down from the sky above and held Rimuru's shoulders, her eyes sparkling. That was amazing. I have never met someone who can use the same magic as me. You Who might you be? Rimuru asked. Didn't she get too comfortable around him too quickly? She tried to kill his subordinates only a few seconds ago, after all. Rimuru felt strangely familiar with her. But if he knew someone with that noticeable wings and horn, he would be able to recognize her in an instant. I swear I have seen her somewhere before. The girl took a few steps back. She let out a wide smile. What? Haven't you talked about finding me before? I am Malem Nava. Rimuru flinched. He stared at Maleimm, taking in every detail of her. You grew up a lot, I didn't recognize you at all. And now that you know. You can become my subordinate, wait. Why are you crying? She didn't know how to handle such a situation and turned to Diablo for help. The primordial black, already anticipated this to happen, only chuckled. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 30%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Lifeform Summoning. Ancient Magic, Fire. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Stellar gold coins ×7, dwarf coins from the bygone era. More valuable than its modern counterpart. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Author's note, guess who's back? Maleimm's debut was highly anticipated, so I hope I do it justice. This chapter is her grand entrance, and the next chapter will be dedicated to her. I think that nobody see the Heavenly Star Palace segment coming, but trust me, it was important for the plot. Sorry. That was immature of me. Rimuru wiped his tears, then looked straight at Maleimm. He didn't know she had a horn and wings. She didn't have them as a child. He took in Maleimm's details, and they reminded him a lot of Lucia. Phew. Glad you stopped doing that. I don't know how to handle a crybaby. Hearing that, Rimuru chuckled softly. Before, he was reminiscing about his past in the Heavenly Star Palace. When he came out of that place, he ran into Maleimm. It seems like fate is on my side. Rimuru smiled. He finally found her, his dearest jewel. I have a town nearby, we can talk there, Rimuru suggested. He had a lot of things to say, but not here. Family conversation should be privatized, right? Fine by me, Maleimm replied. He was an interesting man. Not only did he defeat the Orc Lord, he also pulled off the same magic as her. She thought Rimuru was worthy of her time. Her negotiation skill wasn't the best. Usually, when she wanted more subordinates, which didn't happen that often, she would forcefully make them hers. But she didn't want to do that to Rimuru. Not that she wasn't confident in her strength, but the real reason. She didn't know it either. Rimuru looked at the destroyed surroundings. There were holes in the ground and the trees were uprooted. Trainee-san's not going to like this. Rimuru turned his attention to the demons. And when will you turn back? No matter how time had passed, Rimuru would never get used to this. Diablo, who had the same alluring presence as Testarossa, was too much, and it didn't suit his personality at all. They weren't badly injured, but Rimuru gave them full potions nonetheless. It was that moment Ranga and Sui emerged from the shadows with Cheyenne and Benimaru. Rimuru restored them with potions as well. Everyone was fine, except Benimaru, who was deeply unconscious. Notice, the wounds of an individual, Benimaru, were healed. But full potion cannot recover the target from unconsciousness. Is that so? Maybe we should find a way to fix that. Sui told Rimuru that Benimaru went out of his way to defy Maleimm's demon lord Haki and attack her. Though it didn't work, Maleimm herself praised him for being brave and mentally impressive. Rimuru tasked Sui with bringing Benimaru to rest in a more comfortable place than the floor. This is the first time I've seen Benimaru being this exhausted. Demon Lord sure is amazing, Cheyenne mumbled, I know. I will make him a get-well-soon dish. Please don't. He'll die for real this time. What do you mean? Sui gave no response and slowly dropped down into the shadows with Benimaru on his back. Rimuru led everyone back to the bustling city. He then brought Maleimm to his office. This was the privacy Rimuru wanted. Cheyenne and Testarossa warned him it'd be dangerous without bodyguards, but Rimuru stood his ground and convinced them until they let him be with Maleimm alone. He wasn't comfortable even in his chair. He looked at Maleimm, who was munching on snacks Shuna made as if she had never eaten something that delicious before. There were a lot of things that troubled Rimuru. Diablo whispered to him before that Maleimm wasn't aware that she had a father in the first place. 100 deaths aren't as painful as that one single sentence. And what should I do now? So, Maleimm. Are you sure you don't recall anything about your parents? Not even a little. You asked like that demon. I don't know who my parents were, and frankly, I don't care, Maleimm answered with her usual carefree nature. She had no memories of her father. To be fair, she didn't have any memories of the time before she became awakened demon lord. It was a long blur. Is that so? Rimuru responded with a trembling voice as if he was about to cry again. I am not important to her. Notice, please don't go that far, master. Raphael's call put his crumbling mind back together. I have to be strong. I have gone through much worse. Rimuru took a deep breath, trying to accept the situation at hand. What am I saying? This is the worst. His motivation was slowly deflating. When he was freshly reincarnated, Rimuru aimed to find Maleimm. But he didn't expect the reunion to be this bitter. You're such a weird guy. You said a lot about wanting to meet me, but you don't really seem that happy. I am happy. Very happy, in fact. But. Maleimm curiously repeated his words. I am disappointed that you can't remember me. No. Don't let that mindset win. Rimuru buried those thoughts back to the abyss of his mind. He was disappointed in himself more than anything. Those weren't something appropriate for a father to think. All of these were his own fault. What kind of father left their daughter alone for 2,000 years? He wasn't surprised if she didn't want him in her memories, and what could he do other than accept it? Nothing. I am just very happy. Rimuru's words came straight from his heart. It didn't matter if she remembered him or not, seeing her safe and sound was good enough for him. Still weird. How so? Though it hurted him a bit to be called that, how could he be mad at that innocent face? Regular folks aren't usually happy around a demon lord. My presence commences fear and respect. But you're different. Well, that's true. But even if she is a demon lord, I will continue. Demon lord. Maleimm is a demon lord. While his human side thought it sounded so cool, his Veldonava side was whimpering pathetically. Demon lord. I thought you already knew. Maleimm tilted her head to the side. He was finding her, but didn't know the obvious. She looked into the spaced-out Rimuru, who melted into a blue blob on the chair. How does that even happen? It just happened. I can't recall it. All I know is I was angry, very angry. My sweet child becomes a demon lord. Being a demon lord in itself wasn't a bad thing. But the devil was in the detail, or rather, in a condition. 10,000 human souls. Surely she didn't. No. Maybe it's just a position. After getting his hopes high, Rimuru managed to build back his human form. Before getting kicked down by Raphael once again. Notice, an individual, Maleimm Nava, can use Demon Lord Haki. High chance of her being an awakened demon lord. With that, he became a blob again. Wahaha. She laughed, enjoying Rimuru's reaction. What do you think? Are you starting to fear me now? Rimuru quickly turned back to his human form. Never. His voice was firm and confident. You can be a demon lord or whatever. I will never fear or hate you. Maleimm's smile noticeably widened. It was the first time someone dared to say that to her. Demon lord was a position feared by humans and mages alike. But Rimuru went against every norm that was created before. She liked this kind of idiot, it was refreshing. I like you. At first I thought I'll make you my subordinate. But I changed my mind. Let's be friends. She stood from the chair, hitting Rimuru's desk as a subtle threat, not wanting him to reject her request. Rimuru was challenged by a tough decision. Befriending his own daughter seemed strange. I can't let this continue. I have to speak the truth. Rimuru quickly opened his mouth. Maleimm. The truth about your father dash. I don't give a damn. She punched the desk in half. Listen Rimuru, I give zero damn about my father. I've never met him. This demon lord grew up alone, and the only family I have is the one I choose. She was demanding, and Rimuru wasn't in a place to talk back. Friend. Well, I need to start somewhere. Rebuilding his relationship with Maleimm would take time, and Rimuru was fine with it. Rimuru brought her outside and introduced her to the citizens of Tempest. Everyone, this kid is Veldonava, she's a demon lord. Please give her a warm welcome. I'm not a kid. Maleimm mumbled. She didn't like it when anyone called or treated her like a child, but she would let Rimuru slide. For some reason, she couldn't be mad at him. She looked around at the citizens below. Just like he said. I am a demon lord, and I am moving here. Demon Lord Maleimm, It's my first time seeing her in person. How can great Rimuru convince her to be here in the first place, I wonder? There was a lot of noise from the crowd. Maleimm was more well-known than Rimuru expected. She continued, and between us, we're friends. No. Something better than friends. Ah. Besties. Yes. We're besties. Besties. Rimuru repeated after her under his breath. He was smiling the widest. Everyone went back to their work after that announcement. Rimuru and Maleimm came down from the elevated platform. Want to walk around the city? There are a lot of interesting places. Usually he put that duty to Rigard. But he wouldn't trade the opportunity to spend time with Maleimm for anything. Yup. She was jumping like an excited child. Maleimm looked at the hand Rimuru lended to her. This is. Hold my hand, so you won't get lost. That was one hell of an excuse. Truthfully, he just wanted to hold his daughter's hand. And besties holding hands wasn't that strange, right? What? That logic only worked for two female best friends. Who cared about that detail? Rimuru brought Maleimm to the clothing store. He thought her clothes showed too much skin. Welcome. Great Rimuru. Lady Maleimm. Shuna came out to welcome them. She remained professional even in front of the fearsome demon lord. Please make a new dress for Maleimm. She smiled. Haruna, can you measure Lady Maleimm's proportion for me? Haruna did as she was asked to, though she was shaking along the process. Well, not everyone was going to have an iron heart to work with a demon lord with professionalism like Shuna. Do you have any design in mind, great Rimuru? Let's see. Rimuru rubbed his chin, thinking. I'm thinking about something pure and innocent, you know. He replied, and Shuna took notes. Though his request was a bit strange in her opinion. After Maleimm finished her measurement, he brought her out of the store. Shuna said she would finish it as soon as possible, which Rimuru was grateful for. He didn't want to be in the clothing store for long, seeing how Maleimm took interest in the clothes around the store, he was afraid that she would ruin Shuna's effort. Rimuru brought her to the restaurant. Oh. This one is yummy. This too. This as well. Different kinds of food developed after months of recreational effort laid on the table. You don't have to shove them down that quick, no one is going to steal from you. Well, I eat fast because it's delicious. While Maleimm was eating, she told him about her regular meal. My subordinates usually offer me raw veggies. So bland. Once in a while I would be able to get food with a real taste. Huh. Rimuru silently sipped on a glass of water. He was smiling, but it wasn't a smile of happiness. Are you kidding me? Raw vegetables. That's why my daughter still looks like a child. Her subordinates didn't give her enough nutrients to grow. Notice, I don't think that is the case. The food given to me by that elf lady is quite delicious, not on your level, of course. Elf lady. Rimuru had a strange hunch about this, so he asked her who this elf lady she was talking about. And the answer was, surprisingly, Elmesia. She's so kind. Inviting me to eat all I want at Sarian. I flew to that place every time I got a chance. Though she liked to whisper strange nonsense. For example, "You'll grow into a good steed for my ship," or something like that. I don't know, I was too focused on eating. Rimuru spilled his water. That girl. After Maleimm was full, Rimuru bought her a crate before going back to the government hall. He had an appointment with Diablo and Testarossa. Because they did a good job handling Maleimm's arrival, he would keep his promise and teach them how to use ancient magic. He chose the forest behind the government building as a training ground. Maleimm was laying down, eating crepe, while using Rimuru's lap as her personal pillow. Before we start, let's start with the basics. Tell me how much you know about ancient magic. The demons looked at each other. Diablo smiled and gave Testarossa a head start. Ancient magic, a magic strongly associated with the ancestors. If my understanding of it is corrected, its potency is only second to true dragon magic. Rimuru nodded. She knew the surface level of it, maybe because she lived for so long, it was easy to amass knowledge. His eyes moved to Diablo. Ancient magic. I couldn't even comprehend the sheer feat it can provide. A power that can shape nature itself, I'd call it that. Diablo had a chance to see ancient magic in action in the past. The Kennet Mountain, the great mountain that it was, wasn't naturally formed. It was a result of the first dwarf king's ancient earth magic. The Heavenly Emperor had an ancient wind magic which she could use to blow her target across the continent or make a storm that could continue for months. And with the combination of holy magic and ancient light magic, Luminous Valentine could purify anything. She held a power that had a potential to harm a true dragon if hit directly. Rimuru explained to them the origin of ancient magic. It was basically a power borrowed from the holy spirits, the center of all elemental forces. But knowing the spell alone didn't guarantee that you could use it. Holy spirits were picky with whom they shared their boundless power with. Only a few would be accepted, and most of them were the ancestors, just like Testa said. Veldonava, who was respected by the holy spirits, could use the ancient magic as well. Though he only knew that he could still pull it off because Raphael did it first. Rimuru was different from those ancestors who were masters of their respective elements. He had access to all the 8 fundamental elements. There isn't a thing called ancient magic spell. The heart of ancient magic is to enhance your own magic with their immense elemental energy, Rimuru explained. He used a stick to write keywords on the ground. A forgotten language. The celestial language. You know it? Testarossa asked. Diablo nodded. It was widely used in the heavenly court. I, as Veldonava's follower, was well informed. What Rimuru wrote on the ground were true names of those holy spirits, written in language so divine it was excluded from the world's automatic translation system. Calling their names was like asking them for a favor. Rimuru didn't know which element both of them would be chosen by. There was a chance that none would choose them, but he was hopeful that none of that situation would happen. Rimuru let them pray as he lifted up the sleeping Maleimm and brought her inside the government building, back into his office. He placed her softly on the sofa, tucking her inside the blanket. Rimuru was about to lean down and smooch her on the cheek, but he stopped himself from doing so. Still too early for that. Rimuru only gave her soft cheek a playful pinch before returning to his desk. Excuse me. Cheyenne entered the room with a tray of tea sets. She poured it for Rimuru. It was one of the few things here that wasn't instantly contaminated by her cooking skill. Diablo, Testarossa, and Cheyenne were in a race to see who would be Rimuru's best secretary. It was slightly annoying. But it was too adorable to see, he just couldn't stop them. Gladly Shuna didn't concern herself with this childish game as well. The guildmaster, Fuse and the minister of Blumund, Baron Veryard were talking about the news they got from their intelligence team. And they had an esteemed guest with them. He was the grandmaster of the Free Guild, Yuki Kagarazaka. The nation of monsters. Home of the slime that bested the Orc Lord. Is this true? Veryard said. Blumund's intelligence team is the best in the West. You should know better than anyone. True. Then another question. What'll you and Yuki-san do? Free Guild and guilds which are its branches have a duty to eradicate monsters, no? Veryard inquired. Yuki was a good-looking young man with brown hair. But looks could be deceiving. His age and maturity were higher than his appearance might initially entail. That's not the case. The Free Guild was formed for the safety of adventurers first, and killing monsters second. Other than that, we only go for a kill for a monster that directly targets humans. We're not an extremist group like the Western Church, you know. Which mean? I can't judge until I see him with my own eyes. Yuki turned to Fuse. You have people who know the way to that city, right? Contact them. We'll travel there as soon as possible. Eh? But that's a nation of monsters. Come on, Fuse-san. I'd be there too. There is nothing to worry about. Yuki had heard of that slime named Rimuru before. When Shizu-san came back from her trip into the Great Jura Forest, she often told him a story about that man. He was supposed to be a reincarnator, an extremely rare type of otherworlders. Rimuru Tempest. I wonder what kind of person you are. When Shizu-san talked about him with the mannerism of a love-struck teenager, Yuki couldn't help but be curious. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 30%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Lifeform Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebuth. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full Potions copyright, created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, Greater Spirit of Flame. Veldonava Meat, Blasphemy. God Grade, Divine Construct, Unnamed Sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Stella Gold Coins ×7, dwarf coins from the bygone era. More valuable than its modern counterpart. True Dragon Scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Author's note, remember folks, parents are not entitled to kids' trust and affection. It should be earned and carefully built on a strong foundation. A week had passed since Maleimm came to live in Tempest. The lives in the capital peacefully continued. Maleimm had broken a few doors since her arrival, Rimuru still couldn't find a way to solve that yet. But other than that, everything went smoothly. Rimuru wanted to spend time with Maleimm to fill in the gap left behind in the past, but he couldn't ignore his duty as a ruler either. While Rimuru was checking Vesta's research on Full Potion, he got called by Sui via thought communication. Great Rimuru, we have a guest. Judging from his voice, it didn't sound like a serious ordeal. Who is it? She called herself a Dragon Faithful, Demon Lord Maleimm's subordinate. Currently, there's no sign that she'll cause any problems. Maleimm's subordinate. Rimuru paused for a second before making his decision. Understood. Even though she's not causing trouble just yet, she's still a Demon Lord's follower, I will talk to her. Should I bind her for you? Sui suggested, but Rimuru told him to not do that, he'd deal with her on his own terms. After saying goodbye to Vesta and Gabaru, Rimuru used spatial domination to teleport to the coordinate he got. The Dragon Faithful stood out from the ordinary population of Tempest who were hobgoblins and high orcs. The girl looked no different from a human. She had a twin tail and round eyes filled with determination, both of them were a striking turquoise. And she seemed to be a Dragonute just like Sauka, too. From the way she nervously looked around, she might be lost. Do you want help, young lady? Oh. Good timing. She held Rimuru's hand firmly with sparkling eyes. From your clothes, you probably are a big shot around here. This city is a tad bit too large, I can't help but feel overwhelmed. Can you tell me where Lady Maleimm is? As Rimuru thought, she was looking for Maleimm. And also, is there any food? I've not eaten for a couple days. The girl said. Rimuru understood the priority and brought her to the restaurant. On the way there, he got to know her better. Her name was Stella, a member of the Dragon Faithful, a group of dragonutes that worshipped Maleimm as their goddess. When Maleimm told him about her subordinates, he didn't expect it to be a religious one. I should have noticed when she called her food an offering. My bad. The girl had been staring at the menu for a while. Hunger was about to get the better of her, yet she didn't know any food on the menu. Not a single food you like? Rimuru asked. Stella placed down the menu. And no. I just don't know what any of these are. She replied nervously. It was a feeling Rimuru could relate with to some degrees. She was an outsider who knew nothing about the culture around Tempest, everything was new to her. How about a bowl of salad? Maleimm used to say that her subordinates usually ate the vegetables they grew. Though she was a dragonute, because she was also a religious practitioner, Rimuru had no idea if she could eat meat or was strictly a vegetarian. Giving her salad seemed to be the best course of action. And this is mayo. It wasn't a real mayonnaise, but thanks to Raphael, the taste was close enough. Though it should be known that this mayonnaise wasn't safe for human consumption yet. But there weren't any problems when it came to demi-humans and monsters. At first she rejected the dressings and ate it raw. But after seeing her suffering face, Rimuru had no choice but to convince her. She said it was their belief, but he really pitied her. She's a follower of Maleimm, maybe if I... Well, that's your choice. What a shame, Maleimm really enjoyed it, you know. Rimuru made his voice persuasive and convincing, and it worked perfectly when Maleimm's name was brought up. The Dragon Faithful had strict rules to follow, but those rules could be bent when Maleimm was involved. Then why didn't they give Maleimm the flavorful food she'd like to eat? Maybe this particular Dragon Faithful was more loose on self-discipline than others. It's really delicious. Lady Maleimm sure knows her food. After making sure that she was well-fed, Rimuru started questioning her. She came from the city of the Forgotten Dragon, and flew along the Great Emeld River. I am here by the request of Father Midray. Since Maleimm went to the meeting with other demon lords, she didn't come back to the city of the Forgotten Dragon. Rimuru thought it was a bit of an overreaction for Maleimm just being a week away from her city. Wait a minute, when did you start finding her again? Like, 6 days ago. So that father told you to find Maleimm just because she didn't come home for a day? Yeah. Stella confidently nodded. When I arrived at Lake Sis, I was surprised to see the lizardmen turned into dragonutes. They told me if it was something that happened in the forest, the man named Rimuru can help me. Yeah, I can help. So. Will you bring me to Lady Maleimm? She's busy. When she wasn't around Rimuru, Maleimm'd play with Benimaru. Well, at least it was a play in her eyes. For Benimaru, it played out more like a harsh training. Stella told Rimuru she wanted to make a food that Maleimm would enjoy. She acts purely out of impulse, but she's by no means a bad person. She was a guest here, and also was Maleimm's subordinate, he might as well help her. What are you smiling about? Nothing. I'm just glad that out there are people who care deeply about Maleimm. You sound like an old person. I am not that old. Just like Maleimm, she spoke her mind with no filter. Rimuru found it endearing, though maybe he should let Shuna teach them about basic manners. Notice, unlike me, you're old. Shut up. Just because she wasn't the same Raphael that existed since the dawn of creation, didn't mean she could talk carelessly about his age. I will find your weakness someday. Mark my words. Notice, that's unlikely to happen. Shuna, can I ask you for a favor? Rimuru returned to the clothing store. Hey, great Rimuru. Different cute girl again. The Oni girl teased. Hey. You'll give people a wrong impression of me. Hey, so who's that girl? Rimuru introduced her, this is Stella, Maleimm's subordinate, and she wants to learn how to cook. Yeah. Yeah. She rapidly nodded. Rimuru thought this was the right moment to learn how to cook again. If it was Shuna who had been responsible for preparing Maleimm's meals, she'd surely know what Maleimm liked. Rimuru wanted to make a meal for his daughter, easy as that. While Rimuru was learning, he got another call from Sui. Great Rimuru. Again. Sorry for another interruption, but this time the visitors are Demon Lord Carrion subordinates. Are they doing something reckless? Not yet, but dash. Sui. The way he stopped mid-sentence gave Rimuru a bad vibe. Rigard just got attacked. What? Rimuru used his spatial manipulation to get to the scene as soon as possible before the situation worsened. Arriving at the town square, he found that a crowd started to form around the troublemakers. Rimuru went to Rigard first. Are you okay? Great Rimuru, there is nothing to worry about. Though he said that, half of his face was bloody. There is a lot to be concerned about. Rimuru didn't hesitate to throw him a full potion. For the troublemakers, it seemed like Diablo and Testarossa got to them first. They were arguing about something while a lycanthrope laid unconscious on the floor. Rimuru thought it was impressive, so they de-escalated the situation as soon as Rigurd was attacked. They only made him unconscious, not killing him, just making sure that he'd not go on to harm others. This way it wouldn't cause any misunderstanding with Demon Lord Carrion as well. Overall, what they did was the right course of action. Diablo and Testarossa got on their knees in front of Rimuru. "My lord, sorry for letting you see unfinished work." Unfinished. Rimuru was curious about Testa's words. "What does that mean?" Diablo answered instead, "He's still alive, isn't he?" "Well, he shouldn't. They really planned to kill him. The only reason that man still survived was because the demons couldn't agree on who'd land a final blow. He was knocked unconscious only because he was being annoying, and the duo just hit him with two lords' ambitions at once." Rimuru sighed, "And what did you do if you end up angering Demon Lord Carrion?" "Kill him too," Testarossa suggested. "At least act like you're remorseful." Rimuru had his subordinate carry the unconscious men to his office. While he was waiting for the men to regain consciousness, he collected as much data as he could from Sui. This guy was Phobio of the Three Beastketeers. "What are you guys here for?" "I don't want to answer a lowly slime's question." Phobio's behavior didn't look like someone who just got hit by Lord's ambition. His behavior really irked Rimuru's subordinates. Benimaru and Cheyenne were ready to pull out their weapons if Rimuru gave them a chance. Diablo and Testarossa weren't much different. "But calling me lowly doesn't make the fact that I control 30% of the Great Jura Forest less true." Phobio didn't know that he was surrounded by monsters of unimaginable power. It was tragic, but sometimes, ignorance was bliss. "I don't know who Demon Lord Carrion is, but he might end up as my enemy. That's up to your behavior." "Ha. You talked big for a weak monster. This weak town that's loyal to you probably not that a problem for Lord Carrion." After Phobio said that, the room became dense with hostility. The center of that hockey was Maleimm. Her Demon Lord hockey could be a problem for everyone if Rimuru didn't do something about it. "Maleimm, calm down." "Understood." She replied softly. She didn't like it when someone picked on her besties. But she knew Rimuru didn't need her protection. He was strong enough. "Listen, I don't want to be anyone's subordinate. But if Demon Lord Carrion wants to talk about this, give me a date and place to be, I am willing to talk." Getting the answer, Phobio was about to walk out of the room. "You'll regret it." He left those words behind. Rimuru wanted to know everything about Demon Lord Carrion, so he tried to get it from Maleimm. She told Rimuru that there was a rule between demon lords to not interfere with each other. It took Rimuru a lot of cakes, a lot of praises and a lot more promises until Maleimm was willing to talk. She told him about the other three demon lords. Carrion, Fry and Clayman used Gelmud as a pawn to control the Orc Lord. "I just wanted to kill time." "Well, that's in your eyes. But we'd be directly affected by it, so we dealt with it. Doing that, we became the target for demon lords." It was more problematic than he initially thought. Was the other two demon lords also keeping an eye on him, too? "Don't forget about the weapon you promised me, Rimuru." Yeah. The Great Jura Forest was a large woodland in the middle of the Magic Continent. This place used to be a forbidden ground for humans and a paradise for monsters. The latter still remained true even after the disappearance of the Storm Dragon, thanks to the emergence of the new power that was a single slime. Did you hear that? What's it, Yuki-san? Caval's party was called to be a guide. They had been to that nation of monsters before, so they were the best fit for the task. This time, they had both the Guildmaster and the Grandmaster with them. "It sounds like someone is in trouble." "A person." Few said. "There is another group from Human Nation coming into the forest as well." Yuki replied, "Seems like it. I keep the news of the Orc Lord's defeat a secret. Maybe another country that shares the border with this forest sends a team in to see how things went." Yuki was well aware about what had happened if he announced the defeat of the Orc Lord. Many nations would approach him and demand to know the person responsible for putting down such beasts. Yuki wanted to see the slime first before making any moves. Yuki ran to the source of the voice he heard. There were 30 people, surrounded by a group of giant spider monsters. "Let's help them." Yuki joined the chaos, not waiting for his group's response. The Grandmaster showed off his strength and speed, killing a spider with each kick he delivered. Talking with them, Yuki knew that these people were sent by the Earl of Falmouth to investigate the Orc Lord's situation with Yum being the leader. Because the Great Jura Forest was unpredictable, they decided to go deeper together. "We're heading to the nation of monsters, interesting right? Are you serious? Something like that exists in this forest. We'll know as soon as we reach that place." Even Yuki couldn't picture how the city looked. From Shizu-san and Caval's descriptions, it was just a small village. But Blumen's intelligence team proudly called it a city in every piece of report. They were all shocked by how the town looked. Especially Caval's party, who had seen this nation in its village stage before. But here it was, having roads and concrete houses. A butler came to greet them, telling them that he would lead them to the leader of this land. You already knew about us. The black-haired butler glanced at Yuki before answering, of course. Lord Rimuru knows about your expedition even when you were kilometers away. Impressive, isn't it? Kilometers. What kind of far's eye does that Rimuru guy have? Please don't refer to Lord Rimuru as that guy. Diablo's furious eyes daggered at Yum. Don't bother comparing Lord Rimuru's senses to humans' enhancement technique. You'll only upset yourself. Fuse and Yum's groups were brought to the meeting where members of Tempest had been waiting. Ellen walked in confidently to greet the blue-haired girl sitting at the head of the table. Ahem. Fuse had to call her back. The Grandmaster was also here, so he expected these idiots to be mindful of their actions. A body snatcher? Yuki mumbled as he saw Rimuru in a body that oddly resembled his mentor. No. I'm not an alien. Yuki chuckled, but you do sound like an otherworlder. Shizu-san told me so much about you. It was impressive really, for you to make such an impression on her. Rimuru-san, Caval said. It looks like there are more folks that weren't there the first time we met. Oh, yeah. There is Benimaru, Cheyenne, Sui, and Shuna. When their names were being said, the ogres slightly lowered their heads. And these troublemakers are Diablo and Testarossa. The demons chuckled. Rimuru hoped they didn't take that as a compliment. When Maleimm opened the door, he took the chance to introduce her as well. That's Maleimm. And lastly, he introduced himself. I am a representative of this town, nation, called the Jura Tempest Federation. My name's Rimuru Tempest. I'm Fuse, I am these fools' guildmaster. He glanced at Caval and his party before shaking hands with Rimuru. So he's the one with gray hair. Notice, please restrain from bullying your fellow senior citizens. Stop. Next to introduce himself was the young boy who was Shizu-san's disciple. Yuki Kagarazaka. I'm Japanese and also a founder of the Free Guild. Rimuru tried to shake hands with Yuki, but as soon as they touched, Rimuru's instinct screamed, making him pull his hand back immediately. Meanwhile, Yuki fell on the ground. Yuki. What happens? Rimuru asked out of worry. Nothing. Yuki picked himself up and acted like nothing happened. He tilted his head when seeing what Rimuru had become. Why does everyone give me a strange look? Raphael changed Rimuru's perspective. For some reason, Rimuru was changed into his Veldonava form. But it wasn't a perfect transformation by any means. The horns that were supposed to sprung out of his hair weren't there. Well, one was there, but only its base, giving an impression of a broken horn, while the other horn was gone altogether. He now understood everyone's confusion. Rimuru, what's that? Maleimm asked. She was interested in Rimuru's changed appearance. Personally, she liked it. Especially the shiny hair. Everyone else seemed to demand the explanation as well. Currently in this room, only Diablo knew that this form belonged to Veldonava. Even Testarossa, who had lived as long as Diablo, hadn't seen the Star King dragon before. Interested? This is a form I used to have back in the day, though I don't have the opportunity to use it now. Why? I think it looks good. See. A good friend of mine thought this form was passable and suggested I change it, that's why I use the look I always use. Rimuru leaned to Yuki. Between you and me. That woman probably is into Japanese girls, for sure. Notice, ahem. Rimuru ignored Raphael. He didn't say anything wrong. He then turned back to the form that was based on Shizu-san. On Yuki's side, after coming in touch with Rimuru, he felt electricity run down his spine. After that, Yuki was hit by a headache. But then it stopped. What was that? He thought, didn't expect any replies, but that was what he got. It was a rise from the eternal slumber. A voice of a man he didn't recognize echoed in his head. Kazalim. No. At first he thought it was a soul fragment left behind by the Curse Lord. But that wasn't Kazalim's voice at all. Do you believe in the power that be? Nothing to be afraid of, I'm your savior. That voice introduced itself with a voice and mannerism befitting a ruling class. Even though the situation was strange, this wasn't the first time Yuki had to share a body with others. Yuki maintained his cool and continued, what's with that dialogue? Dear mortals, don't question divine authority. You live in my body, can I ask? How long have you been here? Who knows? Maybe from the day you were born. Heh. We'll talk about the rent later. Yuki stopped the conversation with this voice. It was weird, but it was with him for a long time already. Though it only woke up from dormancy after coming in contact with Rimuru. What a lucky coincidence. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Humanoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 30%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Stella gold coins ×7, dwarf coins from the bygone era. More valuable than its modern counterpart. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Let's get to the point. May I ask why all of you are here? Rimuru could let Raphael analyze what happened later, but now he had to deal with the questions in front of him. Rimuru demanded answers from Fuse, Yuki, and Yum. Even though they came here together, they seemed to have different intentions. Fuse was the representative of Blumund, a human nation which shared its border with the Great Jura Forest. Meanwhile, Yuki followed his own curiosity, and it led him here. Yum's intention was not as clear as others. Rimuru hoped that they were being truthful about it, but if they lied, it would be understandable as well. Officially, I came here because the Baron of Blumund asked me to. But you can ask for those details from Fuse-san over there, said Yuki. He continued, but personally, I want to see Rimuru-san in person. I want to know if you are just like Shizu-san said or not. And what do you think? Rimuru asked back. He was surprised that Yuki already heard of him from Shizue. Personally, he wanted to ask just how much she talked about him. But it wouldn't be appropriate in front of other guests. I am impressed. This city was only built in just a few months, but it was this advance. During the walk here, Yuki also saw a food he used to have in his old world, Japanese cuisine. Yuki and Hinata attempted to make food from their home once, but it failed. And Rimuru appeared out of nowhere, completing what they couldn't. He was jealous, but he was also grateful that someone succeeded. That meant recreation was possible. When Yuki asked for a detail, he got this reply from Rimuru. Some ingredients are just unobtainable, especially the spices. But I try my best to replicate the taste. If you have had the original before, you can tell. There'll be a slight difference. There was a lot to do before that food would be perfect, and Rimuru wouldn't stop until he got them on his dish. Then try your best, I can't wait to enjoy those foods. Well, it would be better if you lend some help. Yuki shrugged as if he didn't care. Sorry, I already have a lot on my plate, being the Grandmaster and all. This bastard. Rimuru was annoyed. It wasn't like he didn't understand Yuki. He was a ruler, and he assumed that a man who controlled the large organization that was the Free Guild was probably as busy as him. But you can at least be honest. Rimuru-san, Fuse spoke up. Just like the Grandmaster said, I am here by the request of an old friend. He wants to know what this nation's stance is. His voice was serious and straightforward. Blumund was just a small nation. concerning about their safety and stability happened often. This wasn't different. The nation of monsters would only gain more strength and influence as time passed by. So the decision should be made quickly, that was Fuse's thought. If he goes on a rampage, can Blumen's military take him down? No. This is the slime that bested the Orc Lord, Blumen alone doesn't stand a chance. If that really happened, the only chance they had was to ask a favor from the Council of West or the Western Church. But the Grandmaster isn't worried at all. Even Kavul and his group are keeping their cool. Fuse seemed to be the only one in such distress. Friend or foe, the decision was up to Rimuru's answer. Stance. You mean as a nation? Fuse nodded. He stared at Rimuru intently, not lowering his guard. Of course. What'll you do with the nations around you, and what's your goal? Fuse understood that if he had an ulterior motive, he wouldn't say it out loud. He wanted to hear it straight from Rimuru, then he would let the intelligence team dig for it later. The room fell silent, awaiting Rimuru's response. Even his own subordinates were listening. He never told them what he wanted to do, so it was only natural. If it is possible, I want to be allies with countries around us. I don't like conflicts, not even a little. And my goal. His eyes fell onto Maleimm unintentionally. From the moment of his reincarnation, he always wanted to find Maleimm. Though their reunion wasn't as heartwarming as he would love it to be, Rimuru thought that with enough time, he could fix it. Speaking of his other goals, he was also waiting for Veldora to be released from the seal. Notice, the seal that used to contain the storm dragon, Veldora Tempest, is successfully deciphered. Since when? Notice, from the very moment I became Raphael. Why are you not telling me? The moment she became Raphael, wasn't that like a couple months ago? Notice, I want to keep him inside a little longer. I want to collect more information about true dragons. And how long does that take? Notice, estimately, half a year. True dragons were the pinnacle of this world. Researching them was important for her grand plan, and she couldn't do it on the leftovers of Veldonava. The weapons built from Veldonava's bones didn't have any dragon factors left. Veldonava meat was also limited in number, she couldn't use it carelessly as she would like to. Her goal was to understand what a true dragon core was, and nothing would be a better test subject than the living, breathing true dragon. Raphael asked to keep Veldora in the stomach a little longer to research his storm dragon core, seeing the benefits it would bring. Rimuru allowed it. About the only goal I have left. Rimuru had another one. I want to create my ideal world, a perfect world. A perfect world. Yuki mumbled out of interest. A perfect world. Predictable, said the voice inside Yuki's head. A world where everyone can live without stress. It was the world he envisioned even as Veldonava. That world would bring better lives to his subordinates as well, but mostly, it was his own desire. Creating a paradise with delicious foods and luxurious homes. That was Rimuru's ideal world. But when he turned to Yum, that man wasn't being cooperative. What? Why does a slime act like it is a big shot? Why did you guys act like this is normal? You're being rude to great Rimuru. Shut up, tits. Welp, he's dead then. Cheyenne Odachi smacked Yum's head. He was lucky that Gorikimura was in its sheath, and Cheyenne held back a lot. I apologize for Cheyenne, she still has a lot to learn in controlling her emotion, said Rimuru before throwing at Yum a full potion. He should be grateful that it was Cheyenne and not those demons. All Rimuru wanted to say was, it could be worse. I am proud of my self-control. She protested. That's factually untrue. Ha ha ha. Maleimm laughed. You should have learned from me. Isn't your motto punch first, ask question second? Rimuru thought. I want to befriend humans, or at least establish trades with them. Trades? Yeah, we already sealed a deal with Dwargan, said Rimuru as if it wasn't such a big deal. Wait a minute. You mean Dwargan recognizes this nation of monsters as an official nation? Fuse spoke up. Everyone knew how influential the armed nation of Dwargan was. That's true. Vesta entered the room, and Fuse could recognize him for the minister of Dwargan, giving Rimuru's words more weight in the process. Even the dwarf king trusts him. Fuse thought. Another thing that Rimuru wanted to know. Fuse Kuin, Yuki Kuin. The news that I defeated the Orc Lord, how far does it spread? Kuin. Ah. At Blumend, only His Majesty knew. Yuki added, and no one knows about it in other countries. I made sure it didn't spread. Rimuru wanted to praise him, but out of spite, he kept that praise to himself. He would just get full of himself, so why should Rimuru fume the fire? Yumkuin, do you want to work with me? What are you saying, sir? He changed his cadence when he got a glance from Cheyenne. He was learning. You were hired by the Kingdom of Falmouth, right? I want you to come work with me instead. You'll get to be the champion that defeated the Orc Lord. Think about it, both of us are going to get the benefits. You'll be famous, and we'll become more friendly in the eyes of humans. I want more time to think about it. Rimuru gave him as much time as he wanted. After the meeting, Rimuru invited everyone to try out the hot spring. It took him a long time to lay down the pipe from the mountain, but it was worth it. The people of Tempest liked it, now he just wanted to hear what outsiders thought. Sorry, great Rimuru. I can't let you in. I can't. Benimaru-kun. You can't do this to me. Even if you say that. If you don't use your slime form. It would be dangerous for others' hearts. Rimuru was blocked from entering the men's side of the onsen unless he used the slime form. It was cruel. Why? Because his slime form didn't have any nerves, he wouldn't feel the heat of the water if he was doing that. What a shame, Rimuru-san. But with a face like that you should join the women's bath, Yuki playfully mocked. He was left with a towel around his waist as he easily walked behind Benimaru. Rimuru understood what Benimaru stood for, after all this body was largely based on Shizu-san. Come on, Benimaru. I am a man too. Prove it. The hell do you mean prove it? Beni-kun, I am literally married. What more can I prove? As soon as he said that, Rimuru could see surprise on their faces. Oh, right. I've never mentioned my marriage life before. Rimuru heard a mumble from Yuki. Man, that guy sure is lucky. Yuki, I have a wife. Notice, had. Don't worry, Rimuru-san. I support women with preference, too. This bastard. Rimuru knew Yuki was just trying to toy with him, he wouldn't fall for it this time. Notice, you did get married in a wedding dress, so an individual, Yuki Kagurazaka, also has a point. Which size are you again? In the end, Rimuru accepted his circumstances and joined the women's onsen. Resist the temptation, he reminded himself. He was a married man, and he had to be faithful to Lucia. Maleimm, who also joined in, was a great reminder for Rimuru to not cross any lines even though he was surrounded by cute girls. Cheyenne was playing with Maleimm. At the same time, her competitor in the secretary position, Testarossa, stuck close to Rimuru even in the hot spring. Her soft chest pressed onto his arm as she poured him more sake. Don't you feel kinda strange being here? Rimuru asked Diablo, who turned into his woman form and joined in as well. Diablo, just like Testarossa, pushed those generous chests onto Rimuru as well. That demon only replied with, if Testa can do it, I can do it too. Well, questioning the gender of demons didn't make sense in the first place. Diablo also didn't have any perverted motives, he just wanted to be with Rimuru. Others didn't seem to mind him either, so there shouldn't be a problem. I heard it from Oni-sama, you're already married, great Rimuru. Shuna asked out of the blue, giving Rimuru a tough time. Rimuru silently cursed Benimaru before replying, that's true, though the detail is kinda. Rimuru let out a sigh. Can you tell us, Rimuru-san? Ellen looked at him with puppy eyes. One shouldn't underestimate how much a teenage girl wanted to hear about a love story. Maybe because she was being too loud. The entire hot spring was now waiting for Rimuru. A love story of a slime who laid claim to the forest, who wouldn't want to hear it? Under the pressure from the girl, Rimuru yielded. He shared his story, I first met her in a castle, she was a royalty, you see. I'm jealous. Ellen seemed to be very invested for some reasons. I wouldn't call it love at first sight, but she made quite an impression on me. That woman was the kind of person who got what she wanted, and her having a brother didn't help either. If you asked me what she's like, I would say. Cheyenne. Fierce and elegant. Cheyenne huffed her chest proudly. More like clumsy and self-centered. That's not true. Right, great Rimuru. Rimuru only gave her a half-hearted laugh before continuing with his story as if nothing happened. And about how we got together. Well, I don't have a clue either. I remember it. You got lured by honey, Diablo added. Oh. You mean, like, in the flower field? Yes, my lord. He didn't tell them about what happened in the garden. There's kids too, it's still too soon for them, Rimuru thought as he glanced at Ellen and Maleimm. Back then, I enjoyed sweets a lot, mostly the sweets she gave me. Before that I just ate rocks, grass, or maybe dirt. And where's your soulmate now, Rimuru-san? He couldn't just bluntly say that she was already dead, could he? Oh. Look at that. I think it's time to get out of the water. Ah, come on. Ellen whined. We don't have time for that. The last to get out of the hot spring won't get any bottle of milk. So get going. After enjoying the hot spring, everyone went on their ways. Yuki, already making sure that Rimuru was not an enemy, would return to his work. Free Guild's Grandmaster sure is busy. Fuse and Caval's party would remain in the Tempest for a while. They said to gather more information, but didn't they just want to take advantage of the situation and turn this into a vacation? Well, whatever it was, Rimuru had no problems with it. He even gave each of them a luxurious room during their stays. When it came to Yum, after seeing what Tempest was, he accepted Rimuru's proposal. Rimuru had trained heroes before, he could see who had talent and charisma to lead people. Yum was quite handsome. He was quite strong too, being a leader of an expedition group. He only had to be honed a bit more. Yumkuin, I will introduce you to Hakuru. He's a swordsman who trains me and Gobda. Rimuru brought Yum and his crew to meet their new mentor. And their reactions were quite unexpected. Boss, are you serious? That's just an old man, Yum pointed out. Oh, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. They didn't know how strict Hakuru could be. Because he looked like a kind old man, most people would underestimate him. Well, you should take that back. Don't bother, great Rimuru, said Hakuru, swords speak louder than words. I will just show them. That's more effective. I see. Speaking of which, how is your training, great Rimuru? Hakuru asked. It goes smoothly. Unlike Gobda and his friends, after Tempest became an official nation, Rimuru had less time to train with Hakuru. So he gave Rimuru a training schedule to follow, and Rimuru had to keep up with it on his own. He had Raphael with him, reminding him. So he kept up with his training without any procrastinating. How was it, that nation of monsters? It's amazing. When Yuki returned to the kingdom of Ingracia, he contacted Clayman as soon as possible. The communication crystal showed the Deathman who was a demon lord. A cunning man with pale skin and pale lavender hair, dressed in expensive and luxurious white clothes. Truly it's a strange anomaly. In a span of a few months, he created that city. Rimuru-san's an enigmatic factor. That kind of factor should be eliminated. If it wasn't for them, then the Orc Lord plan would have been successful. Clayman's voice expressed discontent. That plan already failed, and I don't blame you, Clayman-san. It's better for us to leave them alone. Yuki didn't think Rimuru would cause any problems for his grand plan, as long as he left them to do their own things, everything would be fine. But just trust me. Also if he died, then it wouldn't be fun, right? The world where everyone can live without worries, if I get to be a king of that world, it would be so cool. Yuki's dream was to be the king and create a better world for his friends. A dream that wasn't much different from Rimuru's. While Rimuru wanted to create that kind of world with trade and culture, Yuki saw the better, faster way, and that was creating chaos and forcefully stealing the power. Because of that, I'll let him live. If he died then Shizu-san would be sad, too. His ideal was important, but Yuki didn't have any ill intentions. Yuki understood that sacrifices were necessary. But he wasn't the type to create illogical loss. Just keep an eye on him. But I understand. I will appoint Njurin to that duty. Clayman promised, and the communication crystal was cut. Are you sure he'll listen? What do you mean? The voice in his head spoke up again. Even now he still didn't know what it was. He'll resurrect Kuribdus. It's easy to see what he'll do when you get to see the glimpse of the future. Seeing the future? I will ask you again. Not about who you are, that's not important. It's about what you are. Yuki asked. This voice would stick with him for a while, so maybe they should get to know each other better. I don't have a name, but I know what I am. I am a savior, this world's savior. Explain that too. A greater evil lurking underneath the world's surface. Both prisoner and reincarnator are ill-equipped. So it is my duty to deal with it. Reincarnator spoke of it, a perfect world. Gods are always pulled by the thrall of their ideals. I am not different. I want to create my own perfect world, and there is no cost too great for said ideal. As long as this voice didn't interfere with his plan, then he would let it talk as much as it would like to. You live in my body, you work for me. You're just average for a host, but this will do. Yuki wanted to take advantage of this guest's ability. If he truly had precognition, then it would be useful. That made him wonder, what abilities did it also have? Well, that was up to what the future held. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Humanoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 30%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Heroes Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Stella gold coins ×7, dwarf coins from the bygone era. More valuable than its modern counterpart. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. After the meeting with human nations, everything went back to normal. Fuse and Caval's party still lived in Tempest. Maybe because they felt guilty for being the only ones being served, lately they started to go on a hunting trip with Gobta and others. The relationship with Blumund was blooming. Because of that, Rimuru had Geld preparing the area for the road. During the preparation, they always got distracted by those monsters. High orcs, even the inexperienced ones, were able to defend themselves. But being interrupted during work wasn't very productive. Because of that, Gobta and Goblin riders were put on duty to protect the workers while they were working. Sometimes even Maleimm and Stella joined in. Rimuru. I got a lot of giant spiders. And I helped. The dragon girls seemed to enjoy their hunting, meanwhile Caval and his crew had to drag what these two hunted back to the city. If you didn't know any better, you wouldn't know this was one of the demon lords and her subordinate. So talented, Rimuru praised. He liked to praise Maleimm, it gave him a sense of euphoria even he couldn't understand. But do you really plan on eating all of that? Rimuru asked and glanced at the pile of giant spiders. They looked scary on the outside, but their meat was surprisingly delicious. It might be comparable to crab meat. But isn't that too much? Silly you. I hunted them for everyone. There's your portion, too. Listening to that, Rimuru couldn't hide his smile. He then turned to Stella. This cute dragon girl was more troublesome than she looked. It wasn't a big deal. Mostly it came from the differences in culture and values between the City of the Forgotten Dragon and the Jura Tempest Federation. She started to adapt, and that was a good sign. It turns out you could eat meat, too. I was under the assumption that the dragon faithful are vegetarian. Not at all, we can eat meat, too. But only the meat we hunt on our own. She replied, confident in the teachings she followed. The dragon faithful followed the same values as their ancestor, the dragons of the Great Cannet Mountain. Dragons were the top of the food chain. They took pride in their hunting prowess. The Dragonutes that worshipped Maleimm also followed the same rules. I'm already hungry. Don't worry, Lady Maleimm. I will cook for you this time. Stella said, always full of positive energy like usual. Oh. You have my attention. Rimuru didn't want to ruin the kids' fun, but... Stella-chan, didn't you burn down the kitchen a few days ago? Letting her into the kitchen again was just a calamity waiting to happen. Well, maybe it's a sign that you should make your kitchen non-flammable. Rimuru replied, that doesn't even make sense. He stroked her turquoise hair with a force behind it, they seemed to enjoy the cute aggression, as expected from a dragon's descendant. No fair. Where's mine? Maleimm pleaded with Rimuru, forcing him to give her a head pat as well, which Rimuru couldn't bring himself to deny such an opportunity. This feels nice. Maleimm's face made it look like she could melt in Rimuru's palm if he continued. It's whatever. Stella, trying to act tough in front of Maleimm, tried to act like nothing happened. But she seemed to enjoy the head pat as well. While he was enjoying patting the kids, Rimuru detected an evil aura heading this way. Benimaru and Cheyenne already pulled out their weapons. First, there was a gust of wind, then a woman with green hair appeared. Her body was semi-transparent and covered in vines, a trademark of the Dryads. Trainee-san had 2 sisters. This one with short hair should be Trya. Emergency. Kuribdus has been resurrected, and it's coming this way, to Tempest. Trya-san shouted. It happened so suddenly. Even now, her sisters were trying to hold it at bay. But in front of that calamity monster, they wouldn't be able to stop for long. It has authority over the skies. Great Rimuru, please prepare for combat. Please calm down. Rimuru tried his best to calm her down. He also used Beelzebub to eat the evil aura that stuck with her. It probably belonged to this Kuribdus she talked about. It felt like a big problem, so Rimuru suggested that they should have a meeting first. Don't worry, Trya-san. We'll make sure it won't be a problem for long. I understand. Thank you. No problem. Let's head to the meeting room. Rimuru carefully supported Trya in her walk. She fought with Kuribdus, and this was what happened. Dryads were strong enough to hold their own to most threats, so seeing them like this did raise a lot of concerns. Rimuru demanded all the information Trya had. She said that Kuribdus was born from Veldora's leaked magicules. It was the sky tyrant, capable of citywide destruction. Its core was sealed deep inside the forest. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to reach it. But someone did become a host for Kuribdus, Trya explained. Ruler of the skies, Kuribdus. Free Guild estimated it to be a special A threat, but its raw power exceeds to the S-ranked, the same level of threat as demon lords. Fuse, who also joined in, added. Ha! Maleimm interrupted. That fish. On the same par as demon lords. That joke went too far. Rimuru, let me deal with it. She volunteered. It hurted, but he had to turn her down. Trya-san, that Kuribdus also has its underlings too, right? Yes, it has the shivers of megalodons. I see. Rimuru was sure he could wipe it out in an instant if he wanted to, but this was such a good opportunity to see everyone's growth. He would let them fight, and would join only when the situation got dire. Though what could be the reason for Kuribdus heading this way? Does it sense Veldora within me? Notice, that shouldn't be possible. Sub-skill, stomach is an isolated dimension. Then. That's not important. Rimuru ordered Rigord and Rigor to evacuate the town, and told everyone who could fight to be ready for combat. I should take advantage of this, Rimuru thought. Fuse-kun, do you want to come and watch it? Can I? Of course. Rimuru assured him he would be protected. Usually, countries wouldn't oftenly let outsiders see the extent of their troops. But Rimuru wanted to show Fuse that he was being genuine. While waiting for its arrival, Gazel's Pegasus Knights also arrived. Vesta contacted the king for help, and Gazel sent his men here as soon as possible. In a few hours, Kuribdus had arrived. It was a 50 meters long shark-like dragon. Its singular eyes glowed ominously. Its wings, tail, and dorsal fins allowed it to swim through the blue sky. Its entire body was covered in dragon scales. Rimuru scanned the big fish thoroughly with universal perception. He stood on the hill with Diablo and Testarossa, while Maleimm was leaning on the tree, sleeping. Seriously though, why is it a fish? What's the matter, my lord? Well, the Kuribdus I have seen are more worm-like. Kuribdus wasn't a name, it was an umbrella term for every giant life form born from malice, instinct, and copious amounts of magicules. Rimuru had seen one before. You mean the version of Kuribdus regularly seen in the Empire's Sea? Testarossa understood what her lord was talking about. She, whose Hell Gate was in the Eastern Empire's land, had heard of it before. Sea monsters were more dangerous land monsters. After hundreds of years of the hunt and hunted cycle, magicules and malice would accumulate under the sea, and give birth to the worm-like Kuribdus. It was fisherman nightmare. My brother-in-law and I used to hunt it back in the day. That thing was hard to find and tasted horrible, too. It tasted like chum, disgusting. But that was in the past. Diablo, what do you think this thing tastes like? I don't know, my lord. It could be a seafood delicacy for all we know. They saw Kuribdus as too weak and unworthy of their worries. Maybe it being born from Veldora's magicules will make it more delicious. Rimuru was hopeful. Notice, you're being watched. Again. Raphael showed in Rimuru's mind a picture of a green-haired woman. Testa, go fetch me dash. The woman that has been watching us, correct? Testarossa was aware of it, she had been waiting for Rimuru's order. After Rimuru gave her a nod, she went out on a hunt for her prey. During that, Rimuru watched his subordinates dealing with megalodons that infested the sky. Seeing those sharks fly did make him feel like he was in a lost sequel of Sharknado. Everyone, listen. These foes are the most dangerous we've seen by far. That demonic fish up there's the ruler of the skies. No matter what happens, don't let your guard down. Benimaru's voice echoed through the battlefield. His voice filled with bravery and authoritativeness. Give them everything you got. Heal as much as you need. Bring glory to great Rimuru. The fighters on Rimuru's side replied with a martial roar. Even some of the Pegasus Knights joined in. With that, the effect of a unique skill, Commander, was activated. You hear that? Spread your wings and take to the sky. Gabiru led his team of Dragonutes up to the sky. These were people Gabiru personally trained. They surrounded one Megalodon, blocking its way out with their spears. Gabiru was up in the sky. After calculating for a bit, he folded his wings and let gravity do all the work. He plunged down, spear first in the shark's head. Gabiru brought that body down with him. When its movement was dealt with, other Dragonutes joined in to finish the job. That's one down. Such an easy foe, ha ha ha. Gabiru stomped on that Megalodon and laughed. Gabiru-sama, you're amazing. As expect from Gabiru-sama. When they had their guards down, another Megalodon swooped in, trying to take advantage of the Dragonutes being full of themselves. Gabiru-sama. One of the Dragonutes shouted, but Gabiru remained calm. He spun to face the gigantic shark. This cheap trick won't work on me again. I am not underestimating my opponents this time. Vortex Spear, Gabiru's weapon, surged with power, tearing Megalodon's body to shreds with a harsh stream of water. Don't forget what Benimaru-san said. Don't put your guard down. Come on, we'll bring down more sharks. Yash. The Dragonutes replied and they took to the sky again. On the ground, the high orcs, with armors and shields, formed a defensive formation to take on Megalodon's headbutt. They enhanced their defense with earth magic. While the Megalodon pushed forward, the orcs pushed back. With one fell swoop, Geld sliced the shark in half. Good job. Anyone that got injured uses full potions, and those that can still fight come with me. Yes, Geld-sama. We owe our lives to this land and great Rimuru. We orcs are the shield of this nation, remember that as fact. Yes, Geld-sama. Even though the enemies roamed the sky, that wouldn't be a problem. Meat Crusher, the weapon he inherited from Geld Sr., was thrown. It sliced through the sky and struck another Megalodon down. His orc soldiers went in to finish the job. Give them all you have. I understand what you mean, Benimaru. The red aura started to leak out of Geld's body. They were mouths created and controlled by unique skill, gourmet. It wasn't much different from Rimuru's Beelzebub. This aura gave Geld more range. They chomped on a Megalodon and dragged it down before Geld could finish it off with a powerful punch that crushed the skull. Ah! Meanwhile, Gobta and the goblin riders were running away from the shark that pursued them like a predator. It was different from giant spiders they had to deal with most of the time. Man, they really need to train more. Rimuru sighed as he observed Gobta and his squad. If they turned back, they could outnumber the shark, yet they weren't brave enough. Rimuru didn't blame them, those sharks were pretty scary up close. Suddenly, the shark that tried to hunt them was shot by 3 consecutive arrows. It died immediately. The other 2 that weren't far away were cut to pieces by Akuru. More training is needed it seems, the old Kijin said to the goblin riders. Wait, old man. Give us a chance. Gobta tried to barter. But Hakuru just ignored him and turned to the direction that Rimuru was in. Thank you for saving them, great Rimuru. Back to Rimuru's side, his hand was still on the string. When he saw Gobta in quite a predicament, he pulled out the Veldonava sword, turned it into a divine bow and shot magicule-based arrows to save them. I didn't know you could do archery. Secret training. Pretty cool, right? So elegant, Diablo praised just like usual. Rimuru smiled. He stored the Veldonava sword and walked to Maleimm, sitting next to her. Rimuru, maybe she dreamt about him, too. Maleimm leaned in and rested on Rimuru's lap. She used to tell him that she felt strange around Rimuru. The feeling as if she lived in a world where worry didn't exist. She loved that feeling and always leaned to Rimuru every time she wanted to sleep. Rimuru didn't mind being used as a dream catcher as long as Maleimm was happy. He softly stroked Maleimm's hair as he watched his subordinates. Sui got 5 Megalodons in his sticky steel thread. Kill them. He ordered his direct subordinates, Sauka, Hokusu, Nansu, Saika, and Tuka to kill the sharks. It seemed like he was training them into full-fledged assassins, and today's lesson was finding targets' vital organs. That's scary. Looking up, you would see a giant wolf running in the sky with Cheyenne on its back. Cheyenne used Gorokimaru to cut the sharks in half one by one, while Ranga shot black lightning. I can't be left in the dust either, Benimaru said as he manifested black flame in his palm. Using it in tandem with the ranged barrier, he could create a sphere of controlled destruction. Benimaru threw them like a ball, but instead of turning into ashes, the megalodon's body was intact. Benimaru's fire seems weaker than usual, doesn't it? Notice, the effect of magic jamming belongs to the ruler of the skies, Kuribdus. After all the megalodons were dealt with, everyone turned their attention to attack Kuribdus. It was clearly stronger than its shark underlings. Dwaran was sent by Demon Lord Clayman to keep an eye on the slime and the city it built. She maintained a sizable distance, to make sure no one would notice her, and to be out of Kuribdus's worth. She thought she was safe looking at the situation through the crystal ball. Did you see anything interesting? I won't call it interesting, Dwaran swiftly turned to the voice. It was the white-haired woman who was always by that slime's side. Since when? A moment ago she was with that Majin. Dwaran tried to cast magic. But Testarossa was faster and she casually twisted her wrist in a painful manner. Dwaran groaned out in pain, but Testarossa looked down, there was no mercy in those eyes. Using Dwaran's moment of weakness, the white primordial grabbed her face and pinned the Majin down against the cold, hard floor. Who are you? Why are you spying on Lord Rimuru? Answer, or I will break your other wrist as well. But Dwaran was braver than Testa anticipated. Maybe because she had nothing to lose. Dwaran bit her lower lips, preparing for anything this demon was about to throw her way. Index, middle, or ring? Which finger do you want to hear the satisfying crack from first? Testa whispered sensually, her own fingers brushing against Dwaran's cheek like a lioness playing with its food. Ring finger. Dwaran tried her best to not panic. But she was afraid for her life. Testarossa was a frightening woman, those crimson eyes didn't care at all if she lived or died. If there was anything greater than her fear, that would be her hatred for Clayman, the reason why she was in this predicament in the first place. She hated him for giving her this accused position as his ring finger. Little one, are you sure you're not going to answer my question? And no. Dwaran rejected. She knew what would happen. The marionette heart in her chest would crumble upon itself if she thought about betraying. Clayman didn't care about his subordinates, she was just a pawn to be used and discarded. Dwaran's only chance was to pray for Testarossa to go easy on her. Are you sure? Did you know I can consume your soul and gain every bit of information? Testa's finger moved to Dwaran's forehead. Everything within this brain, the precious memories. And the identity of the person that sent you. After hearing those words, Dwaran's breath became heavy and rapid. It wasn't the body's natural reaction. No, it was the marionette heart. It starts to destroy itself. No. Don't. Testa pulled back, her slender hand now aiming at Dwaran's chest. Are you that excited? I'm glad. Dwaran wept, she knew she was slowly dying. Why? Why me? The white primordial gave her a cruel smile. The hand that used to pin her down before now covered Dwaran's mouth. And Testa's other hand wormed its way into her chest, impaling it. It was painful to the point she wanted to pass out, but those red, terrifying eyes stared into hers. As if she wouldn't forgive Dwaran if she fell unconscious. Testa pulled out the blood-soaked hand. She stood tall over the barely alive Majin, bringing out the full potion. Testa crushed and let the healing liquid drip down. She watched with emotionless eyes as Dwaran's injuries were healed. I'm alive. Dwaran mumbled, but why? Stand up and follow me. Testa's voice left no room for rejection. So. Testarossa replied without looking back, the magic device in your chest, I destroy it. Then in my chest now. A real heart, Testarossa said casually. Material creation was demon's intrinsic skill used to create anything with the price of magicules. The lower class could maybe create silverware or something. But a king like her, with knowledge accumulated through centuries, could create a working organ just like she just demonstrated. When she saw Dwaran, she could sense the marionette heart, a result of spiritual magic. One couldn't hide magic from a demon's eyes. Seeing that Dwaran was just a puppet, Testa planned to release her. She chose her words wisely, tempting the puppeteer to prompt the self-destruct function of the marionette heart, and then replaced it with a real one. With that, the puppeteer would think that Dwaran had died, and wouldn't attempt to find her anymore. Testarossa didn't help out of the goodness of her heart. On the opposite side, she enjoyed the torture part of that plan, especially the crack Dwaran's wrist made, it was entertaining. That heart belongs to you. I can't pull it back and I didn't put any spell on it. Her lord didn't appreciate controlling magic, and she respected his decision. What if I run away? Then do it. I want to see if you can truly outrun me, Testa threatened. After that, it was a silent walk until they got to Rimuru. It seems like I have to be the one to finish it, Rimuru mumbled. His subordinates weren't strong enough. Benimaru seemed promising at first, but when he failed to eradicate the whole thing in one blow, it regenerated. Diablo, tell everyone to retreat and leave the rest to me, Rimuru ordered. On the hill there was only Rimuru and Maleimm left. He woke Maleimm up. Maleimm, I know something fun we can do together. What's it? She asked with sparkling eyes. He wanted to put down Kuribdus with Maleimm. This is what they called a bonding activity. After making sure everyone was out of the range, Rimuru gave Maleimm a signal. They held hands, concentrating on controlling their combined magic. When they found a common ground, they stretched their hands forward. Dragonova. A ray of blue beam connected with Kuribdus. That was the force of creation itself. No amount of magic jamming could save it from that attack. It was dead, and its corpse started to fall apart. That's so cool. We should do that more often. Agreed. Rimuru gave her a warm smile. Seeing her happy made him happy as well. The shadows of the tree behind Rimuru moved like waves, and Sui came out of it with the unconscious Phobio. Great Rimuru, as you request. Rimuru already knew that Phobio was Kuribdus's host. Universal perception was the best quality of life one could get. That was all Rimuru had to say. Knowing that, he had Sui prepared to fetch Phobio as soon as Kuribdus was defeated. Even when he shot Dragonova with Maleimm, he had Raphael calculate the landing point that didn't get Phobio killed. On Phobio's chests was a ball of flesh. That should be Kuribdus's core Triya talked about. Rimuru ate it with Beelzebub. Rimuru-sama, please leave this to me. Oh. Trainee-san questioned Phobio about how he got his hand on the core in the first place. Phobio said that he was tricked by the clowns that called themselves the Moderate Harlequin Alliance. The ones Phobio met were Tyr and Footman. Even if I got tricked, I can assure you that all the blame is on me. Lord Carrion doesn't know about this. He bowed in front of Rimuru, protecting his master's name before his own. He might be an idiot, but Rimuru couldn't hate someone like him. Well, I don't blame you. And if I do anything, Demon Lord Carrion over there won't be so thrilled, would he? Looking at the space Rimuru pointed at. A muscular man with short blonde hair appeared. He had been watching the situation unfold all along. That was one of the 10 great Demon Lords Beastmaster, Carrion. Rimuru Tempest. Impressive. Do you want to be my subordinate? That was quite bold for someone you just met. Rimuru gave him a formal rejection. Instead of anger, Carrion laughed. Not even a slightest of hesitation. Think about the safety you'll get under my name and protection. Still, no. Whatever. I still owe you a lot for not taking Phobio's life. Carrion glanced at one of his beast keeters. Stand up. Phobio complied, then his head was bashed on the floor again. Lycanthrope and their tough love. Carrion threw Phobio over his shoulder. A teleportation circle flashed under his feet. Oh, right. I am impressed by what I saw. So I want to invite you and your subordinates to my country, Eurasania. We welcome the Strongs as our esteemed guests. Don't be late. He left those words behind and then disappeared. Well, let's think about that later. Let's have a party. Kuribdus's scales would be given to Kaijin. Meanwhile, its and Megalodon's meat would be a food for the whole town to enjoy. Let's hope that it was far more delicious than the one Rimuru had eaten in the past. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Humanoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 15%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Dragonova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills. Ultimate skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Stella gold coins times 7, dwarf coins from the bygone era. More valuable than its modern counterpart. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Rimuru stared at the woman Testarossa brought back. Why does she look so distraught? Maybe sending Testa to do the job wasn't the best idea. She certainly wasn't known for her tenderness. At the heart of the capital city of Rimuru, there was a celebration. Kuribdus was a formidable foe, at least in the eyes of most. So a party after its defeat would do great for the citizens' morale. Most of the megalodons were in good shape, there were also pieces of Kuribdus that weren't being destroyed by Dragonova as well. Do you want some? These fishes turn out to be delicious, Rimuru said and offered a bowl of soup to Mjurin. She hesitated. Somehow she seemed to be fearful of Rimuru. Seriously, what did she do to you? Rimuru turned to the primordial white, but she only gave him a proud smug. Nothing to be afraid of. I am not a bad slime. He released a small amount of hero's hockey. In the right amount, it could be used to soothe a panicked soul. What a reliable skill. Remember what you said when I got you that skill? Raphael remarked sarcastically. Fine. I'm wrong. Are you satisfied? Who would have thought it'd be this useful? At first he thought of it as a downgrade of his dragon spirit hockey. If you don't mind, what's your name? Mjurin. Mjurin, why are you spying on me? Even if she already calmed down, she still hesitated to answer Rimuru. She seemed to be frightened of something. Whoever that puppeteer is, they cannot reach you here. You have a new heart now. So please, answer Lord Rimuru's question. Testarossa leaned closer and whispered. But instead of helping, it did the opposite, it terrified her even more. Sorry about Testa. It's nothing. Mjurin took a deep breath before telling Rimuru everything. I received an order from Demon Lord Clayman to spy on you. As soon as she was found by Testarossa, Clayman was ready to throw her away. Mjurin said that in the past, she was tricked. Her heart was stolen and replaced by the marionette heart. In other words, her life after that belonged to Clayman. He didn't hesitate to throw you away, Testarossa added. That magic device controlled your life. It also doubles as an eavesdropping gadget. Clayman didn't trust her. But then again, the problem had been solved, the device had been destroyed. From Raphael's analysis, it seemed like the organic heart worked just fine, there wasn't any weird spell on it. Thanks for the information. This time don't get tricked by some shady man again, okay? You'll let me go. Mjurin wanted a confirmation. It couldn't be that easy, right? She was literally a spy sent by a demon lord. You were forced into working with him, right? Punishing you won't do me any good, said Rimuru as he ate a spoonful of megalodon soup. He acted so chill as if this wasn't a serious interrogation. Originally, the atmosphere in the middle of a celebration didn't suit an interrogation in the first place. Be grateful that Lord Rimuru has mercy on you. Mjurin shuddered when Testarossa placed hand on her shoulder. She felt grateful to be helped, but that didn't change the fact that Testarossa was a frightening woman. Rimuru-sama. Mjurin mustered her courage. Please let me be your subordinate. Are you sure? Yes, she replied. But this time I didn't get tricked into contracts or had my life depend on it. This time it's my decision. Even with freedom, Mjurin didn't have any family or relatives left, she was alone in this world. If that's your choice, then be it. She officially became Rimuru's subordinate. And I already have a job for you. Which is? I have a group of friends who are in need of an adult, like, a real adult. He brought her to Yum and his expedition group. Excluding Rommel, everyone seemed to be muscleheads. They really needed Mjurin with them. Yum, when he stepped out of Tempest, would be known as the champion that defeated the Orc Lord. They would have an image to maintain, and Rimuru thought Mjurin could help them. Other than that, she used to do Clayman's errands all the time. Letting her go on an adventure with a champions party would give her an opportunity to see more of the world. I will not disappoint you. Don't push yourself too far, okay? Rimuru told her and then took his leave. 3 days later, Phobio came to Tempest. This time he wasn't here to cause problems, but to deliver a letter in Demon Lord Carrion's name. Lord Rimuru, please read it immediately. He was in Rimuru's office, his demeanor was better than the last time. Maybe after all that he went through, he finally accepted Rimuru. Rimuru took the letter. Just like he expected, it was an invitation. He really wants us to visit Eurasania. More than serious. Seems like there's an order to prepare the arena, Phobio added. Arena. Should I be concerned about that? Reading the details, it seemed like there was a limitation in who could and could not go. Phobio said there was a threshold one had to reach just to be allowed into Eurasania's capital city. Other than Rimuru himself. The invited were Benimaru, Cheyenne, Sui, Hakuru, Geld, Gabaru and Ranga, basically everyone who played a crucial part in the recent conflict with Kuribdus. Diablo and Testarossa were not on the list. The first one always stood by Rimuru's side, not participating in the fight. While Testarossa, pursuing Dwaran, was out of Carrion's sight. He felt sorry for them, but they had to be here. After Phobio left, Rimuru called his subordinates in. Diablo, Testarossa. You two cannot go. Hearing what Rimuru said, they were on their knees. Come on. It's not that bad. While I bring all the powerhouses out of town, I can be sure of my citizens' safety with 2 of my strongest subordinates here. That seemed to upset them more. But what could he do? Carrion made those rules, not him. Other than the demons, Geld and Gabaru couldn't go either. I have a road to Blumen to work on. I too have to assist Vestasan in his research. What a shame. That left only Ranga and the ogres. On the day of traveling, the citizens of Tempest gathered to send out Rimuru and others. He left the internal affair to Rigard, so there was nothing to worry about. Diablo and Testarossa could deal with any threat as long as it wasn't a demon lord level. Everything would be okay. Have a nice trip, Lord Rimuru. I will await your return, my lord. Those two sobbed into their handkerchiefs as Rimuru entered the carriage. They don't have to be that dramatic. It's just a few days. They acted like Rimuru was going on a voyage or something. See you soon. Maleimm waved them a goodbye as well. He couldn't bring her. It was understandable why Carrion didn't want another demon lord in his nation without a good reason. He understood that man's thought process, but still. Maleimm was in a sailor dress Shuna made for her, and was wearing the dragon knuckles created by Q-Robe. She looked so adorable, better than the revealing outfit she wore before, at least in Rimuru's humble opinion she was. Speaking of the outfit and the one that made it. Maleimm. Listen to what Shuna says. Rimuru shouted from the carriage's window. I know. Those who controlled the food controlled Maleimm. Rimuru believed he could trust Shuna. She knew how to take care of kids. Every time he found a lost child, he always brought them to Shuna, just like what he did to Stella. It would be great if she picked up a few basic manners from Shuna. The carriage started moving. Rimuru had Ranga and 2 Tempest wolves pulling it. It wouldn't take them long until they reached Eurasania. The beast kingdom of Eurasania was an agriculture-based state. As soon as they entered Demon Lord Carrion's domain, they could see large fields spread in every direction, used to grow the crops. The denizens of this land were all under Carrion's protection. Because Eurasania honored the Strongs, most of their powerful inhabitants were living in the capital. Though it had a clear-cut class system. Eurasania never experienced a rebellion. Rimuru didn't know if that was a testament to his power or his wisdom as a ruler. Before entering the capital, Laura, there was a gate that strictly checked the visitors who wanted to come in and out. You must be the Magian Lord Carrion talked about. You and your subordinates are welcomed. They had to enter the capital by themselves and leave the carriage outside. Ranga and Sui immediately jumped into Rimuru's shadow. At the same time, the other ogres were by Rimuru's side. That lycanthrope said he would take care of and feed the Tempest wolves Rimuru brought with, which Rimuru was grateful for. One of Carrion's many subordinates led Rimuru and others to the dining hall. The Beastmaster himself sat at the head of the long table. It was a long trip, wasn't it? Before we continue, sit down and enjoy the feast. Thank you for a warm welcome, Demon Lord, Rimuru said as he sat down, facing Carrion, while his subordinates filled in the gap left and right. As I said, the Strongs are to be welcomed as esteemed guests. He flicked and trays of food were brought to the table. Most dishes served in Eurasania were meat-based, suiting a race where power was everything. Rimuru chose a dish that looked like a steak. Slicing it to a smaller size before eating. Oh! Tasty. Carrion, what meat is this? It was juicy and heavy with flavors. It took Carrion just a glance to deduce it. That's a dragon's meat, he said, following with laughter. Once in a while those prideful beings will find themselves in my domain. Dragons are hard to catch, but it sure is a good meal. Rimuru wanted to throw up, but that would be ill-mannered of him. This feels like cannibalism. Though strange, he couldn't deny how delicious this steak was. Notice, considering the differences between dragon and true dragon. I think it's safe for consumption. Wise words as always. Rimuru immediately agreed and finished the steak. He then followed up with other dishes. Rimuru always wanted to try foreign foods, so he wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Thanks to his slime biology, no matter how much he ate, he wouldn't get full. You sure ate a lot. I wonder why you're still at that size. Carrion was brutally honest. Don't underestimate me. I still have more room for growth, Rimuru replied. I can still get taller, right, Raphael-san? Raphael-san. After everyone finished the meals, Carrion brought Rimuru and friends to the arena with the grandstands full of lycanthrope audiences. So, this is the arena Phobio talked about. As it had been said before, lycanthropes valued strength and fighting prowess. Carrion walked to the middle of the arena. The audience's cheers were loud, but Carrion's voice was louder. Everyone, give a warm welcome to Imagine, Rimuru, and his subordinates. These are people who took part in the defeat of Kuribdus. Following Carrion's speech was an eruption of cheers. Rimuru tapped the bigger man's shoulder. Are you planning to fight me, Demon Lord? No. Don't get me wrong, I would like to. But kings shouldn't fight unless something of importance is on the line, Carrion smirked. I want this to be a friendly competition between our subordinates. Carrion sat on his golden throne, while Rimuru got a leather sofa. There was a high chance this leather came from the dragon he just ate, but sometimes ignorance was bliss. Oh, it seems like I will have to go first. Hakuru stepped into the arena. From what Carrion said, Rimuru's subordinates had to fight with Carrion's 3 beast keeters. I have to warn you. I might be the weakest among the beast keeters, but I won't lose to some old-timer. Phobio was sent out first as well. When it started, Phobio jumped forward, closing the gap. His hand turned into sharp claws. Hakuru parried the attack with the hidden blade in his cane. Phobio was fast, but a swordmaster of Hakuru's caliber had no problem following that speed. Phobio's other hand turned into claws as well. It dashed in for an attack while his other hand held the blade, making sure the attack wouldn't be blocked again. Hakuru's non-sword hand curled into a fist and was thrown, punching Phobio's upper arm. Ack! Hakuru used the moment Phobio flinched to pull his sword out of the claws, then blocking another attack. TCH. Don't blame me for this. Phobio's 2 hands ignited in flame, a mystic art that coated his hands with aura. Phobio threw consecutive attacks, but Hakuru dodged and blocked them. Come on, old man. Show me what you've got. He roared and threw one strong punch that he believed would hit directly. But Hakuru disappeared, leaving Phobio confused. Wait. Where did he go? Hakuru appeared again behind Phobio. The art, form hide, made him invisible even to lycanthrope's enhanced senses. Since when dash? You're too slow. It was Hakuru's time to fight back. He hit Phobio's neck with cane. His heavenly eye was used to find the target's weakness. You won't be able to walk for a few hours. I apologize for the inconvenience. Hakuru moved in front of Phobio and bowed slightly. You got me good, old man. Hakuru, isn't it? Phobio remained on the floor. Though Rimuru's first impression of Phobio wasn't a good one, Phobio was not a bad person. Hakuru carried him out of the ring. That ogre is quite strong. I can't believe he managed to beat Phobio. Well, becoming the host of Kuribdus did weaken his body. If he was in a better condition then it might be closer. Even when weakened, Phobio is still one of the 3 beast keeters. Whatever the reason, that ogre is still impressive, said Carrion. Rimuru wouldn't say Hakuru was not impressive. But he was too old to be considered to be in his prime. Most of the time he was only a mentor. The next fight soon followed. The purple-haired Kijin stepped into the arena with an excited smile. She held Odachi proudly, waiting for her opponent. Cheyenne's opponent was a woman with shiny white hair. Her eyes resembled that of a cat. And judging from her ears and tail, she might be a feline of some sorts. I'm Sophia, the White Tiger Claw, of the 3 beast keeters, you. Cheyenne, Great Rimuru's maybe secretary, she said in a confident voice. What? Me and those demons cannot agree on who will be Great Rimuru's secretary. But I am sure the position will be mine. Rimuru thought her confidence was scary. Compared to those 2, she had no quality of a good secretary. Cheyenne unsheathed Gorikimaru. Where's your weapon? She asked when seeing Sophia remained bare-handed. That's boring. In the heat of combat, the only weapon you have is your own 2 hands. Cheyenne took interest in what she said. That sounds romantic. She said and then plunged Gorikimaru on the ground, leaving it there. They approached each other and threw hands. Their fighting styles were different. Sophia was agile while Cheyenne was strong. Sophia dodged all of Cheyenne's attacks, but her own attacks didn't seem to be able to harm Cheyenne. Kijin's endurance, But if she wanted to win, she had to go all out. Sophia's hands flashed with sparks of lightning. It was the same aura control that Phobio used. Every punch became faster and stronger. That looks fun. Cheyenne smirked. With the addition of lightning, the attacks managed to harm her now, but the excitement was enough to get her going. Cheyenne threw a punch, and Sophia dodged. That punch hit the floor, creating a hole on the ground. Are you trying to kill me? Cheyenne kept punching in what could be described only as blind rage rather than strategic. Sophia's attacks did do damage, but Cheyenne took all of it with a grin. Then how about this? Sophia kicked Cheyenne's neck, then used the Kijin to launch herself up in the sky. Electricity that covered her hands ran to her palm, turning into a ball of lightning. It was a magic bullet. As Sophia pumped in more of her magiceules, it grew bigger. You're done for. Cheyenne announced as if the victory was hers. Kicking the ground, she sent herself up in the sky, leaving another hole on the ground with her unmatched physical strength. Sophia was anticipating Cheyenne to make her way around the maximum magic bullet, but nothing. Don't tell me. She couldn't believe her eyes as Cheyenne's fist ran through the electric orb. Sophia landed on the floor gracefully like a cat. But she was outside of the ring, and thus she lost the match. Meanwhile, Cheyenne had damages from electricity all over her body, but she stood strong. That's so refreshing. Cheyenne basked in her victory, her body still tensing up from all the shock she got. What's wrong with that woman? Honestly, I don't know. But at least the audience seemed to appreciate her. And for the last fight of today, the red-haired Oni stepped into the ring. His appearance gave off a menacing and reliable air at the same time. My name's Benimaru, what's yours? His opponent was the remaining member of the three Beast Keeters. She was a beautiful lady with yellow and black hair. Albiz, the golden snakehorn, of the three Beast Keeters. In her hand was a staff that resembled a kakara. She didn't take Benimaru for granted. The fact that he was the last one to enter the ring meant he was the strongest, stronger than those Kijins. Not wasting time, Albiz transformed into a half-beast form. Down from her waist became snake-like. Her pupils also resembled that of reptiles. Victory is mine, she said as she activated an extra skill, Snake Eye. Albiz's trump card, her eyes could put targets under abnormal status effects. So. It's kinda like my cast element. Raphael said it was close enough. Though Albiz's skill could only put those she saw under its effects, Rimuru's skill could put effects on anyone in his universal perceptions radius. The half-beast form increased her speed. Albiz got closer to Benimaru, she slowly lifted her staff. But Benimaru deflected in with his tachi, to Albiz's disbelief. Wait. How can you? What did I do? Benimaru had an innocent face as he said. Raphael explained that Snake Eye's effectiveness was up to Albiz's relative strength compared to her opponent. Well, Benikuin is an Oni, so. Though surprised, Albiz continued her assault. She used her tail to wrap around Benimaru's arm and pull him closer before smacking him with the kakara. Benimaru took it to the face and only flinched. The young Oni took a deep breath. His free hand created a ball of flame, while the arm that was wrapped by Albiz's tail went around her, pulling the snake girl in by her waist. What are you doing? Albiz blushed, it was too sudden. I am holding onto my victory. Benimaru's words shouldn't be misinterpreted as something more, but from the audience's standpoint, it was kinda. Benimaru only wanted to prevent her from fleeing, that was why he held onto her. He dropped the flame down, when it hit the floor, it erupted into a large ball of flame around them. You should forfeit. Benimaru tightened his squeeze as the temperature inside the fireball reached 70 degrees Celsius and was about to go higher. You're crazy. Albiz felt dizzy. The heat wasn't the only obstacle here. The flame kept burning oxygen inside as well. Against an opponent who relied on their material form, this was a fearsome move to pull. Being an Oni, Benimaru had innate fire resistance, and he already took a deep breath in beforehand. So he was sure he would outlast Albiz. He didn't plan to kill her, of course. He just wanted to make her fall unconscious or at best, forfeit. Fine, I forfeit, said Albiz. Benimaru took down the flame jail. Albiz's body was exhausted, running out of breath, she leaned into Benimaru's embrace even more. Can you carry me? Not waiting for an answer, Albiz coiled her tail around Benimaru's waist, her arms wrapped around his neck. Benikuin, catch. Benimaru used the full potions to heal himself and Albiz. Why are you looking at me like that? Benimaru was confused. He just got a fair victory, so why was his lord looking at him with a hint of disappointment? What did I warn you about women, do you remember it? Choose wisely, what does that have to do with this? Benimaru asked innocently. Rimuru and Carrion, who was listening, only shook their heads. You're not gonna tell him? Carrion questioned. Nah, it's funnier this way. After that friendly competition, Carrion led Rimuru around the capital city. While walking around, he got a chance to eat Eurazania's renowned fruit. So sweet. Rimuru didn't hesitate to establish a trade with Carrion. I wonder what a brandy made from them will taste like. Why was alcohol the first thing you thought about, master? Don't question it. When the night came, Carrion brought Rimuru and his friends back to the castle where bedrooms were prepared for them. He was thankful for the luxurious room, but Rimuru had other plans. He was knocking on Carrion's chamber door. Oh, it's you. What happened? Carrion opened the door. Don't tell me you can't fall asleep. Well, my bed is very wide and soft, maybe if you're interested. No, Rimuru rejected the advance. What's with you and an instant rejection? Rimuru spoke his desire. Can I use your library? Wait, does this place have a library in the first place? Carrion was surprised, but he did give Rimuru directions. Eurazania might prioritize strength over everything. But just like every functional nation, they still kept track of history. The royal library wasn't grand or luxurious, it did give him a cozy feeling. Read as much as you can. Understood. Sui jumped out of Rimuru's shadow. He used body double and had them pick up books. This was what real espionage looked like. Rimuru chose a book as well, he read it next to the window. Notice, I can skim the entire book if master wants. Don't. It's not like I have anything interesting to do tonight. Also, I enjoy your company. So let's turn a page and read this together, shall we? Understood. Rimuru had learnt a lot, including Carrion's ascension to Demon Lord status. It seemed like he was invited into the rank by Demon Lords Maleimm and Kazalem after the name he made for himself during the Tenma War. Tenma War, eh? Sounds interesting. The next morning, it was time for Rimuru to return to Tempest. Carrion and his beast keeters came out to wave them goodbye. Before you go, I want you to bring them with you. Your subordinates. But why? Carrion explained. It would take time until the road is built and the trade between our nations starts. You come here to learn about the value that us beastmen hold dear. So we should do the same, too. That makes sense. Rimuru agreed. Carrion gave Rimuru 2 of his subordinates. The first one was a wolfman named Grucius, and the other was a fox named Foss. I am in your care. Grucius bowed in front of Rimuru. Give the Majin, Rimuru, the same level of respect you gave to your lord. That was Carrion's order. Meanwhile, the young red-haired girl wasn't as experienced. She stuttered, I am in your care, too. Lord of Tempest. You can just call me Rimuru. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Humanoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 15%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Weaponry, Heroes Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Gravity Manipulation, Magic Manipulation, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebuth. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Stella gold coins times 7, dwarf coins from the bygone era. More valuable than its modern counterpart. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Returning from Eurasania, Rimuru was finding work for the new members he brought back with. Carrion's nation didn't have a currency system, they used bartering and fighting instead. Rimuru couldn't let them do that in Tempest. If they'd live here, they had to use the point system like others. But fighting was their base instinct. Prohibiting them altogether would be torturous for them, so instead of that, Rimuru planned to take advantage of that trait. Excuse me. Rimuru led Grucius and Foss into a certain building. This was the Goblin Riders' base of operation. Though Rimuru called them by that name, their official name was the Tempest Security of Defense and Patrol. They protected the city from magic beasts. The personnel of this group had to fight with monsters all the time. It was a job lycanthropes would appreciate. Great Rimuru. Sorry sir, Captain and Vice Captain are on patrol. The person who came out to welcome them was Gobeeman. The Goblin Rider had Rigor as its captain and Gobta as its second-in-command. Gobeeman here was equally reliable, it seemed like he was also a vice-captain candidate before they went with Gobta. Well, we can do this without them. I just want to introduce you guys to your new recruits. Rimuru pointed at the lycanthropes. They're Demon Lord Carrion's subordinates, and they'll be with us for the time being. There was anxiety on his face at first, but after Rimuru told him about the cultural exchange and understanding, Gobeeman understood and complied. So soft, Foss said, cuddling with a star wolf. Star wolves here were taken care of and well-groomed. Of course their fur would be soft and fragrant. Can I really ride them? Grucius asked, scratching the star wolf's neck. Gobeeman replied, of course. Everyone here has their buddy, why shouldn't you? Buddy. Not pets. Rimuru was the one answering. Tempest might start as a goblin village, but Star Wolves are also our starting members. They are our citizens, with citizenship. Rimuru left the rest to Gobeeman. He was far from town for days, now he just wanted a boost in morale. Maleimm-chan, oh, sorry. I got too excited. He was right to leave her with Shuna. Rimuru was searching for them with universal perception, and he found Maleimm sleeping on Shuna's lap. Welcome back, great Rimuru, said Shuna. Her face was slightly regretful. What happens? Well. I have been in this position for hours already. Can you help me out? Rimuru nodded. Maleimm's face was so peaceful, it made him feel like a bad person to wake her up, but he had to do this for Shuna's sake. He walked closer and crouched down. Maleimm, do you want to play? Rimuru whispered. Maleimm's eyes fluttered open. Her ahogue swayed from side to side. Play. She curled a fist and punched Rimuru, which he blocked in time. He was pushed back a few meters away by the force, but he smiled. Come on Maleimm, if we fight here Shuna would be mad. Rimuru brought her to a training ground where they could exercise all they wanted. For Maleimm, fighting was a form of playing. It was a collective instinct dragons had in common regardless if they were dragons, true dragons, dragonutes, or dragonoid. Maleimm would get her fun, and Rimuru could turn this into a form of training, too. So it was a win-win. Training was important, it was the only way his enlightened pseudo-soul could evolve further. Raphael could also take advantage of this training as well. I'm ready. Maleimm let out a wide smirk, entering her true form with wings and horn. Rimuru was strong, so she knew she didn't have to hold back even in a playing session. She closed the gap and threw consecutive punches, starting with melee combat. While Rimuru was focusing on dodging Maleimm's fists, Raphael was also doing her job. Raphael told him that Rimuru had a few skills that could evolve, but it would be more cost-effective if doing it while fighting, where his fighting spirit was at its peak. Notice, an extra skill, weaponry, evolved into a unique skill, specialist, successfully. Notice, combine extra skills, gravity manipulation, with magic manipulation, acquiring law manipulation, successfully. Notice, add an extra skill, law manipulation, into an ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows, successfully. Maleimm grabbed Rimuru by his arm and threw him. Drago Buster, stardust particles grouped at her palm, and she sent those beams after him. Rimuru crashed into a tree, breaking it in half. He saw those destructive beams running at him. Beelzebub. Whirlpool of darkness erupted from his palm, swallowing the attack's whole. Beelzebub might not be able to gulp down Dragonova, but the weaker Drago Buster was not a problem at all. After fighting to their heart's content, Rimuru and Maleimm returned to the reliable Shuna. "Shuna-chan, can you make food for us?" "Sure." She lifted her head up to see her lord and the demon lord. They probably got carried away again. "You two smell like dirt. Before eating, both of you should get into the bath first." After Eurasania, the next place Rimuru planned to visit was the armed nation of Dwargan. When the Pegasus Knights came to help with the Kuribdus situation, they also had a letter written by Gazel with them. He wrote that he wanted his junior under the same swordmaster to visit him once in a while. Maybe he was lonely. The brick road that connected Dwargan and Tempest together was finished thanks to Geld and the High Orc's effort, making the traveling faster and smoother. This time he brought Shuna, Diablo, and Testa with him, including the dwarves, Kaijin, Garm, Dord, and Myrd. About Vesta, he didn't want to step into his homeland until his research was good enough to prove himself to the king. "Are you sure this is appropriate, Shuna?" "Of course. Lord Rimuru will have to speak in front of Dwargan's denizens. You have to look stunning in front of them," Shuna said. They were now on a moving carriage. Back when they were in Tempest, Shuna brought to Rimuru a new outfit. It was a formal outfit with a red cape and a crown. "A regal look suits you a lot, my lord," Testarossa commented. "True. I haven't seen someone wear it as good as you since 1804. Good old days." Diablo said some nonsense behind Rimuru. "I would be happier if you focus on making the ponytail." "And what about 1804 again?" Notice, searching for important events in the 1804 lunar calendar. Result, Napoleon I's coronation, Alexander Hamilton was shot during the duel, the beginning of the Lewis and Clark expedition and dash. Stop. I don't want to learn history now. Hours later they reached the central entrance of Dwargan. "Welcome, your majesty." Dorf, the leader of the Pegasus Knights, came out to greet them. Rimuru let Shuna and Testarossa do all the talking while he walked behind them, looking regal and king-like. Diablo was prohibited from talking altogether in fear of him spewing some nonsense again. Dorf led them to the castle where Gazel was waiting on the balcony. He sat on a small table which Rimuru soon joined in. Gazel was wearing a more comfortable outfit, not his usual armor. Diablo and Testarossa, standing by Rimuru's side, had cold and professional expressions, while Shuna had the warm smile of someone who was always ready to serve. "Dorf told me. Congratulations on your victory over the ruler of the skies," Gazel said with the voice of someone who just witnessed his junior grow into a man. "Well, it was just a big fish. Have some common sense. That's a calamity monster that can wipe out the whole city, you know." Gazel sighed, "But what good will come from berating you? After all, it was already dealt with. It was more of a group effort." "That too. In Dorf's report, it said that you and that unknown girl used to combine magic to take the calamity down." Rimuru casually said, "That's Maleimm." Gazel's eyes widened. He was in disbelief. "Maleimm? You mean Maleimm Nava, the destroyer? Are you sure we're talking about the same Maleimm here?" Rimuru nodded, "Yes, that Maleimm." "Since when did you associate yourself with a demon lord?" Gazel yelled, "Don't you know how dangerous that is, and with that Maleimm, too?" Rimuru covered his ears. "Don't be a grumpy old man. Notice, that's rich coming from you." Shuna came back with a tray of alcohol, calming the two kings down. They reached for the glass of brandy. It had a strange flavor on Gazel's tongue. "This is delicious." "What's this?" Gazel asked. "This brandy. I got it from a trade with Eurasania the beast kingdom of Eurasania." Gazel shouted again. Even though he was not as strong with Maleimm, Carrion was the most active and well-known of all the demon lords alongside Fry and Clayman. "Amazing, right? The fruits from Eurasania cannot be found anywhere else, and when you turn it into brandy, it's very tasty." "Rimuru, you're unpredictable." Gazel smirked, "But maybe that's a good thing. I hope your trade with the Beast Kingdom continues to prosper, so you can send more of this booze to your seniors." He already came this far, so he might as well ask for financial advice. He brought a wooden box with stellar gold coins out of his stomach. "I want to know their values. If it is real, then of course it would have values." Gazel picked one up and looked intently into it. Coins made by Dwargan would have a mark that differentiated them from fake ones. Just looking at it would reveal the truth. "This is..." "What?" Rimuru was waiting. "Rimuru, where did you get these coins?" Gazel asked with a serious face. They weren't regular stellar gold coins, they were prototypes made by the first dwarf king. The royal sigil was there, clear as day on the coins. And the magicules of the ancestral king were left in them as well, further proving its validity. These coins were older than Dwargan itself. At first he thought it was in the Heavenly Emperor's collection. Why was it with Rimuru? It was a gift I got at my marriage ceremony, Rimuru answered truthfully. Marriage? One like you. Why was that the first thing you questioned? Why didn't people believe him when he told them he was married? Was it because he was a slime? No, that's not important here. I want to buy it from you. Stellar gold coins had artistic value. But other than that, these coins owned by Rimuru had historical importance as well. Gazel was willing to pay 1,750 gold coins for the 7 Rimuru had, which he agreed. Stellar gold coins could not be used in everyday life, so he might as well cash it out into normal gold coins. Rimuru and Gazel talked for a while. Look at that. Evening already. Do you want to rest here for the night? I will have servants prepare rooms for you and your subordinates. That'll be well appreciated. In the room Gazel prepared for him, Rimuru used dress change to return to the one he was comfortable in. The kingly look was fine, but he liked the one Raphael made for him better. Well, now it's time to visit that place. Another reason Rimuru came to Dwaran to investigate the dragon's Denver. He wanted to know what they were. Mostly about their supposed relation to true dragons. Rimuru jumped out the window, spreading wings, and flew up along the Great Kanat Mountains. The Great Kanat Mountains was the 4th tallest place in the west behind the Heavenly Tower, the Divine Tree and the mountain haunted by God. Long time ago, this mountain range was created by the first dwarf king and later would be inhabited by dwarves and dragons. The higher Rimuru climbed, the stronger the dragons he met were. And at the very top, a place called the Dragon's Den, there lies the king who ruled this whole mountain, the Dragon Lord. Damn, it's higher than I thought. Rimuru reached the peak. Along the way up he ate a lot of dragons. Even though he released his dragon spirit haki, they still tried to hunt him down, which was strange. Rimuru Tempest. In the dragon's den there was a stone throne, and sat on that throne was an old dragon. Its scales were pale purple. It had a long white beard, and a malnutritioned body. Its voice, however, was loud and menacing. It might look like a dying dragon on its last leg. But from Raphael's analysis, it seemed to be the strongest here, even among the archdragons around it. You know me. Everything my kin saw, I saw it too. Dragons, dragonutes, and lizardmen all shared the same dragon factor that connected them to the Dragon Lord. It continued with a question. What brought you here, ruler of the monsters' nation? I am finding answers, would you mind sharing your wisdom? Give me the offering, then we shall converse. What a selfish old dragon. Rimuru sat on the floor. He brought out the large pot that used to cook the megalodons before. Its content was now filled with brandy instead. Rimuru threw it at the Dragon Lord. Satisfied. It grabbed the flying pot with a hand that barely had any flesh or muscle on it, and drank the whole booze in one go. Acceptable taste. Then, what answers did you seek? Rimuru firstly asked about how the dragon race came to be. The Dragon Lord told him a story. Dragons were born from the dragon factor spread around the world when the first elemental dragon became the Chaos Dragon. It was the Dragon Princess's ascension to true Demon Lord that started it all. It too called Maleimm a princess, which was interesting. That's it, huh? The dragon I made died, Maleimm went on a rampage and when she awakened, it was revived. Wait. Where was that elemental dragon now? The Dragon Lord replied, you are talking with one. No. Saying that wasn't entirely the truth. I used to be part of the original dragon, that's more like it. When the first dragon returned to life, its rage and malice took form and became free from its material form. It roamed the land as a bodiless vengeful spirit, while the Dragon Lord was left behind as a literal husk of its former self. Well, that explains why it looks so empty. You said the dragon you made, what does that mean? Oh, I am Veldonava, Rimuru answered with honesty, at the same time releasing his dragon spirit haki. He thought this aura would give his statement more weight. But the Dragon Lord didn't look so impressed. Grr. It roared. This is. What the Dragon Lord retaliated with was the same dragon spirit haki Rimuru used, down to the same wavelength that should be personalized for Veldonava, though its threatening effect was weaker than Rimuru's. Wait. If it is a left-behind shell of the dragon I created, then that makes sense. The Dragon Lord was skeptical of Rimuru's claim, but it gave Rimuru some level of respect. I find it perplexing that we share the same aura, but don't think that your words hold any weight. Any more questions? A brief history of the last 2,000 years. This too was important. Rimuru missed a lot of things, and the best Eurazania could give him was 800 years ago. The Dragon Lord wrapped its tail around the pot and threw it back to Rimuru. In exchange, more booze. Rimuru gave it what it wanted, and it told another story. The history of the Cardinal World was divided into 3 eras, the Age of God, the Dark Age and the Age of Lamenting Heaven. The Age of God, also known as the Age of the Forge, was a time between the dawn of creation and the fall of Veldonava. Rimuru knew what happened here, so let's skip it. Next was the Dark Age. It was during the 500 years time span after Veldonava's death. Though it was relatively short, a lot happened. Starting it with Maleimm's rampage. The world might come to its end if not for Demon Lords Guy and Ramras's interference. She left scars on the world itself during that rampage, with the desert of death being clear evidence of that. Next was the Humanity Extinction Conspiracy. The three-way alliance between giants, angels, and vampires to punish the human race for the ultimate sin their people had committed. The true giant, Dragrul, was the leader of giants, with the ancestral giants, Basara and Kazara's support. Roy Valentine led the vampiric army. And Dino, accompanied by Pico and Garasha, led the angels. During the conspiracy was the same time that dwarves moved to live in the mountains, and the same time that the 13 kingdoms pledged absolute fealty to the Heavenly Emperor in an attempt to be protected under the branches of the Divine Tree. Humanity was on the verge of being extinct. They would have been too if it was not for him. Demon Lord Guy stepped in and convinced the conspiracy to stop. With that, the three culprits were invited into joining the 10 Great Demon Lords. Evil dragons were common sights during the Dark Age. The Chaos Dragon ended up being sealed by Maleimm. After the agreement in the Grieving Banquet, the sealed dragon was given to Granbel Rosso, he who trains under men and gods, for protection. The Grieving Banquet. What a strange name. While another evil dragon was banished by the combined effort of the first chosen hero and demon lord. In the present day, we were in the Age of Lamenting Heaven, where it remained peaceful most of the time, excluding during the Tenma War that happened every 500 years. After a conversation with the Dragon Lord, Rimuru returned to his room with spatial manipulation. He laid on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I don't understand. What's it, Master? Why now? Why I just got reincarnated now instead of when the problems happened? I feel like I ran away from my responsibility. I don't like this feeling. He continued for hours, and Raphael remained a good listener through the whole thing. Rimuru sighed, then again, I can't change the past. Thanks for listening to my rambling. Raphael-san. Through thick and thin, I will always be by your side, Master. Skills were fiercely loyal to their masters, that was how they were programmed in the first place. But this time it felt different. Deep down, a crack showed itself on her core, a small, insignificant crack that meant nothing in the grand scheme of things. But it was the beginning of something new, emotions and the birth of one's free will. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Enlightened. Humanoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 15%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Lifeform Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Body Double, Cast Element, Perfect Memory. Unique Skills, Specialist. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebuth. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 750, that's a lot of cash. With everything considered, his visit to Dwaran went smoothly. Rimuru got to speak in front of Dwaran's denizens and sign the official allyship treaty. When he was back in Tempest, Rimuru reduced his resting time and increased his working time. He wanted to clear as much important paperwork as possible. Of course he didn't forget to spend time with Maleimm. She was a kind of person who was in constant need of attention. Even when Rimuru forgot to play with her, she would barge into his office on her own, making playing with Maleimm an inevitable. Rimuru's life in the last couple months ran in a cycle, working and playing. Thanks to Maleimm, at last, his enlightened pseudo-soul finally evolved into a saint. It was a crystallization of his training with Hakuru, Gabaru, and by himself. It also helped that while playing, Maleimm didn't have even the slightest of intention to hold back. One day, Rimuru called in all of his executives for an important meeting. "I will go to a human nation, I don't know when I'll be back." That was why Rimuru rushed his paperwork. It was different from his visits to Eurazania or Dwaran. Because his destination was in Gracia, a human nation, Rimuru would have to go uncovered instead of going in as a king of the monster nation. "Diablo and Testel, come with me. It's my pleasure to accompany you." "I'll do my best, my lord." These guys looked the most human-like out of all of Rimuru's subordinates, their aura control was also among the best. It was difficult to differentiate them from regular humans. Ranga would join in as well, hiding in Rimuru's shadow. It was a shame he couldn't bring the ogres. But he could at least leave the town in their cares. "Rigard will handle all the internal affairs, and for everyone's safety, I will leave it to you, Samurai General-san." Benimaru slightly blushed upon hearing that nickname. "Maybe just General is fine, great Rimuru. And Cheyenne, don't cause any problems, okay? Please put your faith in me, great Rimuru." With Shuna here as well, there wouldn't be much to worry about. Rigard excelled at management, and among Rimuru's subordinates, a lot of them were reliable. Not having Rimuru and the demons wouldn't be the end of the world. Maleimm, when she heard Rimuru planned to go out indefinitely, said, "If Rimuru isn't around then it won't be as fun. I will return when you are then." She left those words before flying away. Rimuru had no right to stop her. After all, she was a demon lord and could take care of herself. Though there was a plan to build a road to Blumund, it didn't go further than a preparation. That was because at the moment, the Jura Tempest Federation and the Kingdom of Blumund weren't officially allies. That was another reason Rimuru would visit it first. Rimuru met with Ellen and her party just outside of the town. He would disguise himself, so having trustworthy adventurers with him would make entering Blumund easier. Speaking of adventurers, Rimuru must get an adventurer license as well to get an easy pass into Ingracia. "Oh. You got a new look, Rimuru-san?" Ellen asked. "What do you think?" "It's a great disguise, right?" Rimuru showed off his form to the party. It was the same one Raphael made for him back then. His face structure still contained Shizu-san's influence, but with silver hair with a reddish blood moon hue. His eyes were blood red. Jido commented, "Well, you look a lot like Testarossa-san over there." He got a point. That was probably why Testa seemed to enjoy seeing him in this form. She hadn't stopped smiling since, while Diablo was slightly annoyed by her constant reminders of how similar they looked. Testa wasn't the inspiration though. "I got this one not long after parting with you guys and Shizu-san. A great friend of mine made it." Raphael wanted to see this form being used once, and Rimuru found this to be a great opportunity to comply. While walking in the dense forest, Rimuru shared with Kavol and friends. "And acting. Yeah. Other than my looks, I plan to act like a different person, too." Rimuru replied. "The different personality will make my fake identity more believable, so I spent a lot of time coming up with background and behavior." He wanted to make it as far away from Rimuru Tempest as possible. Appearance was only the first step. He might still have Shizue's face, but it would be fine if he wore a mask. No matter how great his disguise looked, if he acted the same then a smart person would catch him in his scheme. Rimuru didn't think he was a good actor. Before he got to the point of his act being believable, he had Testa guided him. He brought her for that purpose, too, to give him advice. "What about your background? Can you tell us so we won't be shocked when we hear it in Blumund?" "Sure." Rimuru replied with a smile. But with his new looks, they didn't get used to that smile just yet. "I'm thinking about being a son of a noble who runs away with close subordinates to seek a life of adventure dash." Ellen and her friends tripped over their feet and fell. What a clumsy bunch. They should be cautious of the forest floor, but they didn't. Or am I saying something wrong? What a unique background. Why yes. Kavul and Jido said nervously. Rimuru didn't know why they acted like that, but whatever, it wasn't his problem to begin with. Is that so? I think it sounds a bit cliché. But then again, most things become clichés because it works. It sounded unbelievable, right? A highborn abandoned their nest and seeked a thrill of adventure. Because it was ridiculous. It also made a story stand out, further differentiating this persona from Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru and the demons easily went through the gate of Bloomin' thanks to Kavul. From this point onward, Rimuru would wear an anti-magic mask. He silently followed Kavul's party to the guild. Okay, it's time to do as I practiced, Rimuru thought, slapping his own cheeks lightly. I'm ready. When he was Veldonava, he might have been a bit childish and petty. But that alone wouldn't be enough. He wanted to come out as a spoiled noble brat this time. He recalled what Testarossa taught him, making a cold expression before entering the Adventurers Guild. Rimuru headed straight to the receptionist. Adventurers who were in the hall gave Rimuru a look as well. Not surprised considering what Rimuru was wearing. The outfit wasn't much different from before, but with slight changes made by Raphael. The robe split into two in the middle as it went down, making it more ribbon-like. A fluffy tail-like ribbon went along his back. His outfit that was mostly black and gold before now had red accents in addition. Rimuru still didn't get comfortable with gloves and thigh-high boots yet, but overall he thought he looked good. At least that was what Shuna and Cheyenne told him. He didn't know how much he could take their words for the truth. No matter how you look at it, it's just a run-of-the-mills lewd outfit. Rimuru thought. But who would go against Raphael's idea? If she thought this was good, then she might be right. We want to be an adventurer, Rimuru said with a cold, unfeeling voice. Though he practiced a lot, doing it in front of strangers was still embarrassing. The nice lady who was a receptionist inspected Rimuru from head to toes. Please put in your personal information, she said with the voice of someone who enjoyed her job. Making Rimuru feel slightly guilty. I'm sorry. But his exterior remained cold, with Raphael maintaining it for him. No matter how guilty he felt, he shouldn't get out of character. Name, Emmels. It might be a bit on the nose, but Rimuru, who had a lot of work to do, didn't have time to come up with an imaginative name. It was still better than using his old names though. Age, 16. Filling in his true age would be embarrassing, so he lied. Raphael already had her joy reminding him of how old he really was, so he was grateful that she let him be a youth this time. Also, filling in an age that suited your face was better. Goal, entertainment. That was in character, like a spoiled brat he planned to be. After filling all the information, he gave it back to the receptionist. Adventurer is a risky job, I hope you know what you are getting yourself into. That was Thegus, the test proctor of the Free Guild's Bloomin' branch. He was a cynical man with a rough expression. You're wasting our time, Rimuru said, but at the same time, he was apologizing for acting like a total brat. Follow the script, follow the script. Nobility and their elaborate vocab. Bail out if you're not ready, understand? He said as he used summoning magic. The test was simple, fighting a summoned monster to determine your rank. Starting with a hound dog, a large black dog that was an E-rank threat. It's not cute as Ranga, so I guess this is fine. It growled and jumped at Rimuru, who then summoned a cyan spear and killed it in one meaningful thrust. It was a result of sub-skill, imitation, which turned his Veldonava sword into a form of a spear. That's all. Rimuru posed with his spear while giving Thegus a smirk, which seemed to work a little too effectively. Sorry. Rimuru thought, though his face remained the same. Next is this one. He shouted and summoned the next monster. It was a dark goblin, a D-rank monster. Rimuru speared its head, killing it in an instant. Oh. My hand moved on my own after seeing its resemblance to Gobda. Now I know why Kavul's party recommended you. How about this? Do you want to take a trial to be a B-rank adventurer? What do you think, brat? Sounds good for us, Rimuru replied. Don't get overconfident. I bet you will bail out as soon as you see this guy. Come. The summoning circle flashed on the ground, and what Thegus called forth this time was a half-man, half-goat, lesser demon. He is the same race as Diablo and Testa. But the gap between him and the kings is too much. Are you scared? This is a threat us adventurers have to put up with every day. Aristocrats who live an easy life in a city's walls won't understand it. Thegus gave Rimuru a chance to forfeit, but Rimuru rejected it so casually. Is this supposed to be a B-rank trial? It looks so easy, Rimuru said in a mocking tone. Then, we will show you an interesting move, too. How about that? As he finished talking, black liquid started to drip from his palm. It was pitch black and noticeably sticky. This was an art Rimuru developed to be this anonym's unique fighting style. Rimuru called it Yukio, sorrowful world, an art that could be used to freely control Beelzebub's power. When using Beelzebub, Rimuru usually created a black mist to eat things he wanted to. But with enough understanding and concentration, Rimuru could control how the magiceuls that used to create said mist worked. With enough willpower, Rimuru could turn the black mist into an ink-like liquid. Rimuru smeared the black substance on the tip of his spear. He then rested the spear over his shoulder before swinging it diagonally. The liquid flew out, aiming at the lesser demon, who couldn't dodge due to Rimuru casting Paralyze on it. While it was in the air, the black liquid solidified, turning into hundreds of needles. The lesser demon wasn't harmed at first. Get out of our sight. With a flick of Rimuru's fingers, the goatman was torn apart in different directions. Each needle, made out of Beelzebub's power, worked like a miniature black hole, swallowing everything that touched its surface. What? Thegus didn't believe his eyes. The adventurers who came to watch the exam also voiced their opinions. That girl sure is bold. What an amazing kid. Right. If she wasn't such an overbearing brat, I would invite her to my party. Do you think I have a chance? Hell no. Try it, I bet all you'll get is a free insult. Universal perception caught every word spoken, but Rimuru would ignore it for his own self-esteem. What's with this noise? Guildmaster Fuse came in at the perfect time, when the trial was done. It seemed like Jido went to call him as soon as the lesser demon was summoned. Rimuru and Thegus were called to Fuse's office. You know you could just ask me for the license, right? You shouldn't go through all of these trials to begin with. Fuse said. The Grandmaster already knew about Rimuru's intention, and he gave Fuse the authority to give Rimuru a license. Well, I thought it would be fun. In this place where there were fewer people, Rimuru could act like himself. Speaking of which. Thegus-san, I'm sorry about my attitude earlier, I wanted to come out as realistic as possible, Rimuru said to Thegus, who was still a bit lost. Wait a minute. What's this all about? He mumbled. Suddenly this brat with an attitude acted well-mannered and it confused him. Fuse, what the hell is this? So. I believe you might have heard a few rumors. This person over here is the king of the monster nation. What? This, insolent brat. Oi. Choose your words wisely before you speak. Rimuru wouldn't be mad, and Fuse knew it was his demons who had low temperance when it came to their lord being insulted. Speaking of the devils, Fuse would give them adventurer licenses without the need for trial. Rimuru, who went through the trial, rightfully got his B-rank license. While Diablo and Testarossa got C-rank licenses. They deliberately asked to be lower than Rimuru in rank. Sometimes I think that they are too strict, it's almost comical. After getting the license, Rimuru planned to head straight to Ingracia. But Fuse stopped him. He told that Baron Veryard had something to talk with Rimuru. That Baron proposed the Mutual Defense Treaty and Mutual Highway Treaty, which Rimuru got a chance to sign with the King of Blumend the following day. Rimuru and Veryard also talked about the full potion that Rimuru wanted to sell to Blumend. At first, Veryard thought Rimuru was joking. After all, even the armed nation of Dwargan couldn't produce a full restore. But Rimuru demonstrated its potential by healing Thegus's lost leg. Baron Veryard was baffled, and Rimuru just found himself another buyer of his country's goods. After making the deal, Baron Veryard walked out of the room. Thegus wanted to personally speak with Rimuru. I am sorry about what happened before. Don't worry about it. Rimuru patted him on the back. But next time please don't summon a lesser demon on newcomers, okay? I'm almost scared. Are you sure? A few days later, they reached the kingdom of Ingracia. After showing adventurer licenses, they all easily got into the capital city of Ingracia. Ingracia was where the main branch of the Free Guild was located. Maybe that was why this place seemed more advanced than the surrounding countries. Rimuru understood it when he saw the automatic doors at the Free Guild's main building. We want to meet the Grandmaster. Grandmaster Yuki is busy, but we can add you to the waiting list. Please come back in the next 7 days. Seemed like Yuki didn't lie when he said he was a busy man. Rimuru and the demons had to find something else to do while waiting for the appointment. Before coming out, Rimuru asked the receptionist about places he should visit, and she told him about a famous cafe owned by an otherworlder named Kaoru Yoshida. Grandmaster Yuki Kagurazaka and Hinata the Saint frequently visited the place, giving it a rise in popularity. He's Japanese, so maybe. Rimuru changed his appearance again in the dark alley. Now taking his Mikami Sattoru form as he walked into the cafe, leaving the demons outside. Currently it was an early morning, hours or so before the rushing hours, so there weren't many customers in the cafe. Rimuru saw a beef mustache man wearing a baking uniform standing at the counter. How may I serve you? He said. Hello there. I'm Mikami Sattoru, an otherworlder. Starting with an introduction. Mr. Yoshida's face changed slightly. Not often he got to meet another otherworlder other than Yuki and Hinata. And from his name, a fellow Japanese at that. It's my first time in Ingracia, and someone recommended this cafe to me. So, could you serve me something? Understood. Mr. Yoshida walked into the kitchen. He usually had recruits to do the baking, but with the current amount of customers presented, and with the current one being a fellow Japanese, it wouldn't hurt to give him a special treatment. He returned with a fruit cake. Enjoy. He had a confident smile of someone who was proud of his craft. Rimuru started with a small bite. Oh. Delicious. Before cleaning the plate. Right. Sadly, we don't have many ingredients to work with, but this is passable. Mr. Yoshida, I want to hire you. No. An instant rejection. So this is how Carrion felt. Yoshida didn't want to relocate his cafe. He got this kind of invitations all the time, even from the sorceress dynasty of Sarian, but he firmly rejected all of them. Rimuru tried to convince him with food. He hoarded a lot of food in his stomach, it made his life easier. He brought out a tray of takoyaki, which surprised Yoshida. Food that was stored in Beelzebooth would perfectly retain its heat and flavor. Yoshida enjoyed the food, just as Rimuru expected. Even though it's impressive. I cannot take your offer. You see, I already make loyal customers here. Relocation would mean an inevitable loss in profit. Is that so? But, as someone who shares appreciation for food, I can help you get your business established here, in the capital city of Ingracia, Yoshida-san suggested. He wanted to see how a cuisine-based restaurant would fare in this world. Rimuru had a week for himself before he could meet Yuki, so he might as well start some business. He thought if he managed to get customers hooked on the food, when he relocated the restaurant to Tempest, it might lure in visitors. Or maybe he could branch it off. Maybe I go too far with my idea. But that sounds fun nonetheless. Rimuru, now in the blue-haired form he was most comfortable with, sat on Ranga's back as the Tempest Star Wolf ran further and further from Ingracia. With Mr. Yoshida saying the place would be ready in a few days, Rimuru and the demons talked about how they would run this business, and they agreed that they wanted more workers. Rimuru had Shizu students to save, while Diablo and Testarossa were too prideful to serve humans. He couldn't bring people from Tempest to help either. Their appearances were too obvious. Maybe a Dragonute like Sauka might work. But having spies doing service jobs would be so unnecessary and inappropriate. With that, they agreed to hire more demons. The named ones and the prehistoric ones would be able to blend in with humans without much difficulty. Testa, with spatial domination, went back to Tempest. She planned to cross the border into the east and used her own Hell Gate. While Rimuru, from Testa's suggestion, would use another Hell Gate, this one located in the west. Diablo was left at Ingracia. He said he would get a head start on studying business law and how the tax system worked in Ingracia. It would take Rimuru a couple days to arrive at the Hell Gate. But that wouldn't be a problem. Spatial domination allowed Rimuru to teleport to the place he had visited before. When he got his employees, Rimuru could return to Ingracia instantly if he so desired to. The Hell Gate owned by the primordial purple, that was Rimuru's destination. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 15%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra skills, sticky steel thread, universal perception, hero's hockey, ranged barrier, body double, cast element, perfect memory. Unique skills, specialist. Ultimate skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 750, that's a lot of cash. Author's note, I found a way to use Emil's design in the story. This won't be the last time BTW. For some reason I really like his design, especially the most recent one. That smug face and the boots he wears make me act unwise. Rimuru was in front of a hell gate, it was a large curved door made out of marble. Hell gates were gateways for demons to come in and out as they pleased. Of course nobody would dare to settle down near these gates, that would be suicidal. But this door was more isolated than the rest. It stood tall in the unoccupied harsh desert between the holy void of Damargania and the holy empire of Lubrius. Rimuru jumped off Ranga's back. Sorry, but you have to wait outside. It couldn't be helped. The demon realm was a strange place, Rimuru wasn't sure if there was any side effect to a material life form like Ranga. But better be safe than sorry. I wonder what it looks like. Rimuru never stepped into the demon realm before. Even when he was Veldonava, he had no reason to be there. Walking past the door, the sky suddenly changed to murky green and the floor was replaced by golden sand. Marble pillars were floating as if mocking the force of gravity itself. It sure is a strange place. As strange as demons that were its inhabitants. Why am I not surprised? Raphael-san, I will leave the rest to you. Understood, activating extra skill, universal perception. She extended his senses to kilometers away from here. Handling this much information at once would be exhausting for the mind, but Rimuru had the reliable Raphael, so he had no such weakness. Raphael used only 5 seconds to find the lives in this barren land. Quite far away. But I guess I have no choice. Rimuru manifested his wings and headed to the location Raphael marked for him. After flying for a while, a palace came into view. Demons seemed to gather here for some reason. But a palace should have a chef and a servant, so it was a perfect place for recruitment. Before making his way into the palace, Rimuru's eyes fell onto something on the palace wall. It too looked at him with curiosity. That is. So cute, before it could run away, Rimuru managed to pick up that purple kitten. He rubbed his cheek with its flat stomach. I didn't know the demon world had cats. Do you want to follow me to the material realm? For Rimuru, a pet was a pet. He adored them all the same, regardless if they were cats or dogs. Especially a cute and fluffy cat like this one, he wanted to bring it with him. The cat in your hand is the primordial purple, violet. Raphael came to that conclusion with the information she already had from studying Diablo and Testarossa, which surprised Rimuru. This cat's a primordial. Rimuru's mumble alerted the cat. It struggled out of Rimuru's grip and gracefully landed. You're smarter than you look, it said before turning back into human. Even in her human form, she still looked adorable. She was a purple-haired girl with a ponytail on the side, dressed in a casual purple dress. Her purple-painted fingernails, each of them as sharp as a dagger, pointed at Rimuru. She then asked, "Who sent you?" "No one." "You gotta be kidding." The man in front of her was not a demon. He was a magen from the material realm. But that didn't make sense. No matter how arrogant they were, even the most stupid of all magens wouldn't dare to step into this dimension. Primals were at their best in their territory. Those demon lords might think they got a chance, but if the battle was to happen in this realm, there would be no way for Violet to lose. This blue-haired magen was an enigma. Other than Luminous, the demon realm didn't have any guests. "Stepping into my territory, do you have a death wish or something?" Violet threatened, but Rimuru was fearless. She threatened like a small animal, so cute, he knew he was in front of one of the progenitors, but he couldn't stop himself from adoring her. He always had a soft spot for little girls. After all, he was a father of one. Rimuru knelt to be on the same eye level as her. Obviously not. "I just want to find recruits. Do you have any suggestions on that?" Ugh. Coming into someone's home and starting to spew nonsense. How annoying, she said as she scratched Rimuru's face with her dagger-like nails. But it didn't hurt, it didn't even manage to penetrate his skin. Using resistance, poison nullification. Seemed like she coated poison on her fingernails. And from Raphael's analysis, a deadly one at that. Rimuru caught her wrists and tied them together with sticky steel thread. You're dead as soon as I get out. You damn Majin. She threw a temper tantrum like a child, trying to free herself from the handcuff. Not wanting to waste more time than he already did, Rimuru gave the girl a proposal. Violet-chan, if you help me find competent recruits, I will give you a body and a name. How does that sound? The girl stared at him like he was out of his mind. A vessel body was one thing. She could have it whenever she wanted. Intrinsic skill, possess, allowed demons to inhabit anything, regardless if it was living or not, as their vessels. Even without that, she could create a temporary vessel out of her own magicule. Violet planned to make the current Queen of Raja her perfect and permanent vessel. But she wouldn't mind having a temporary one to use during the process. The important thing was a name. You're crazy. No one in their right minds would get even a glimpse of the idea to name a primordial demon. Even the most arrogant of them wouldn't dare. Go on, show me, she challenged. If your soul doesn't fall apart then I will help. You're just overconfident, Majin. Let's see how you fare against me. How about Ultima, do you like that name? Violet was goosebumped as the name was carved onto her soul. She didn't anticipate its success. All of her confidence turned into curiosity. Those who could name a primordial demon. If it wasn't a fellow primordial, the other choice would be someone that stood on the same level as true dragons. Don't tell me that this guy is. Honestly, she was impressed. You can use this for a body. Rimuru was about to create a body double for her, but Raphael interfered. Extra skill, body double, was evolved into enhanced body double. Rimuru created a body double with his new skill, and Ultima possessed it. Wasn't this form felt better than my planned perfect vessel? Ultima looked up to Rimuru. You seem to be more entertaining than I initially thought. Ultima kept her promise. She snapped her fingers and two demons came to her immediately. This guy can do all sorts of things. She introduced a gentlemanly middle-aged man in a butler suit with slick-back purple hair and a handlebar mustache. And this guy can cook. Followed by a youthful man who had a long ponytail that rested on his shoulder. He was wearing a chef uniform. They were Ultima's loyal servants. She kept them around, not for their abilities to fight, but their abilities to serve her. You want recruits, right? I give you permission to order these guys around. Both demons lowered their heads. They knew better than to go against the ruling class. Though they didn't understand the situation clearly, they would listen to this Majin, because that was their princess's order. Nice to meet you. I'm Rimuru Tempest, and you, oh right, probably not having one. Rimuru rubbed his chin, thinking. Do you want some? Rimuru said it so casually, and it was that casual attitude of his that was terrifying. He said as if it wasn't a big deal. Princess. They turned to Ultima, asking for her permission. Well, I just got a name, Ultima, you two should get it while having a chance, too. Naming a primordial. There is someone brave enough to try it. Both demons thought as they turned to Rimuru, accepting the names he would give them. Rimuru named the middle-aged men Veyron and the young men Zonda. The names blended in with their experience, turning them from archdemons into demon peers. They were on the same evolutionary stage as Ultima, but the gap in strength was wider than ever. The difference between the ruling class who lived since the dawn of creation and regular demons often surprised Rimuru. Rimuru gave them his enhanced body doubles. When all was done, they looked exactly like humans. Their horns, claws and wings could be hidden on command. Rimuru led the way to the Hell Gate as Veyron and Zonda flew behind him. Meanwhile, Ultima was in her cat form, having Veyron carry her. I want to hold the cat too. What about your image, master? There is no image for me to maintain since I cuddled her. After they landed in front of the dimensional gate, Ultima jumped from her servant's arm to Rimuru's shoulder. She nuzzled her cheek with Rimuru's, trying to take advantage of her adorable shape-shifted form. You know what? It works. It works so damn well. Grrrrrrrrr. When Ranga saw Ultima, he growled. Ah, Ranga-chan. I am not forgetting you, Rimuru said as he scratched the back of Ranga's neck, calming him down. Using spatial domination, Rimuru brought everyone back to Ingracia. Even with Ranga's speed, it took 5 days to travel from Ingracia to the Hell Gate. That meant when he came back, the building Yoshida-san prepared for him was ready. He tracked Diablo's aura with universal perception. It led him to a 2-story building. I'm back. Diablo lifted his head from the counter that was full of papers. Welcome back, Lord Rimuru. How was your recruitment? Great. How about your research? Diablo told Rimuru that the tax rate here was ridiculous, which didn't surprise anyone. Ingracia had the main branch of the Free Guild, making it one of the safest places among the human nations. If the restaurant makes good profit, then the tax rate won't be a problem. Diablo, I want to introduce you to our new recruits. Well, you might already know them. Rimuru called in Ultima and her servants. Veyron and Zonda were frozen in place as they saw Diablo, the missing king of black, who was now in front of them. Even if they were thousands of years apart, knowing the faces of their kind's kings was an instinct to them. Oh. Noir. I thought you were dead, but it turns out you're fine. How disappointing. It was a surprise to meet him here. That Noir living among humans. Ridiculous. Violet. I didn't think you were smart enough to see Lord Rimuru's greatness, Diablo smirked. He would be more shocked if this was the first time his lord brought back a primordial. After that time he brought Testarossa, Diablo understood that Rimuru wouldn't hesitate to turn those demon girls into his subordinates. And it's not Noir anymore. Diablo. That's my name. The primordial purple swiftly turned to Rimuru. You named him too? Yeah. Why? Because he didn't have one, duh. She was speechless. I can't believe this guy. Who did he think he is? Her attention returned to Diablo. Don't get cocky. I have a name, too. It's Ultima. Diablo let out a light chuckle. Such a great name, sadly it belongs to the likes of you. You want problem dash. But before they could brawl, there was a flash of light coming from the back of the building. That was Testarossa's spatial domination. I've returned. Testarossa came in with two followers. The first was a beautiful young man with silver hair and blue eyes. The other was a glassed young man in a butler suit. They bowed as they saw Rimuru, as if Testarossa took her time to discipline them beforehand. They're competent underlings serving under me for millennia. They got all worked up when I said you were looking for recruits. No. I think they followed because you ordered them to. But before Rimuru could make any remark, Ultima shouted, Blanc. Why are you? Testarossa glanced coldly at the young girl. Oh, it's you. Their lord's ambitions clashed in the middle, their subordinates also prepared to engage in combat. Don't fight in the restaurant. Rimuru stopped them with dragon spirit hockey, holding them on the floor. He only stopped when all of them calmed down. This building was paid out of Yoshida-san's pocket, so Rimuru wouldn't let it be destroyed by what seemed to be a petty rivalry. Rimuru named Testarossa's subordinates Moss and Cien, before giving them enhanced body doubles to replace their magicule-based bodies. He then started to appoint the demons to various positions. Cien worked at the counter. Veyron as a waiter. Moss and Zonda worked in the kitchen. I will leave them in your care, Diablo. Please be assured. Diablo would teach those two how to cook. On our menu there were 5 Japanese dishes, 4 Italian dishes, 3 French dishes, 2 Scandinavian dishes, 1 Chinese dish and 1 Indian dish. Our concept was otherworld's food. Variety was important as well. While Rimuru had never eaten some of these dishes on the menu, Diablo seemed to be able to cook all of it. For someone who used to travel the world, that checked out. Zonda was an excellent chef and a fast learner, while Moss had an interesting ability. He could use body double just like Sui. But when he did it, he shrank. Moss became an adorable young boy with ash-gray hair. With those body doubles, he could be Zonda's assistant chef. Rimuru was at the back of the restaurant with Cien. Lord Rimuru, this is. Cien looked down at the pitch-black metallic plate in front of him. This is how we get more ingredients. Firstly, you list what you want to order and place it here. Rimuru demonstrate. The list was absorbed into the darkness. A moment later, the ingredients rose out of the plate. This plate was the result of Rimuru's art, ukiyo-e, bending the power of Beelzebub into a solid stage. The plate was connected to the same-looking one at Tempest. It was great for long-distance delivery. You look at the price tags, and you pay them accordingly, Rimuru said as he placed silver coins on the plate. Rimuru told people at Tempest that he made a deal with a restaurant in the human nation. So for them, this was just business as always. But I must warn you. You can touch it, but don't jump into it. It's not safe for you or any living things for that matter. You'll get spaghettified. They shouldn't forget that this was a black hole-like power they were working with. Cien asked, what's a spaghetti? You can ask those in the kitchen afterward. All you need to know is don't jump into it no matter what. Understood. Cien nodded. While everyone was doing their own things, Testarossa and Ultima sat at the counter, glasses of orange juice in front of them. Seriously? You're serving that guy? Tell me it's a plan. You plan to backstab him, right? Ultima accused. Rude. I take my contract very seriously, and I'm now under a 5-year contract with Lord Rimuru. And what would happen when the contract ends? Good question. Testarossa lost in her thoughts before smirking. I might destroy a couple kingdoms. Become an awakened demon lord. Then return to Lord Rimuru and pledge my absolute loyalty to him as his strongest subordinate. That sounds like a dream come true. Someone like her is serving others. I don't understand. Hours had passed. Rimuru heard loud noises from outside. What happens out there? Before Rimuru could finish his sentence, 2 men rushed into the building and blocked the door while what seemed to be 10 or higher people were trying to barge in. Intruders. Should I take out the trash? CN asked. Don't. Rimuru looked at the newcomers. The first one was a tall and muscular man with a mohawk, and the other was a blonde-haired boy. That's Japan's standard school uniform. An otherworlder. Veyron, block the door. Those 2, take a seat, Rimuru dished out orders. They sat at the counter, exhaling as if out of breath. Sorry for the intrusion, we have nowhere to run to. Don't worry about it. But why are you being chased in the first place? Rimuru asked. The blonde teen introduced himself as Hanja Masayuki. He was a Japanese student, who through unexplainable means, found himself in this world. I just took a little glance at that Nordic beauty, and moments later, I'm here. When he arrived here he didn't understand the language used. He just walked around the capital until the evening came. When his hunger was at its peak, he had no choice but to try and walk into a tavern. He got in trouble with Jinrai and somehow won. Then people started calling me Hiro-sama and chasing me around, he sighed. I'm glad that you don't suddenly act like that, too. It sounded strange, but there should have been a valid explanation. He was an otherworlder, so maybe. Masayuki-kun, while you're here, have you ever heard strange voices in your head? Well, there were. About skill and achievement. I didn't pay much attention to it since I was extremely hungry. Oh right. Rimuru had Zonda and Moss preparing food for him, and a bowl of ramen was served to Masayuki. This is. Masayuki mumbled at the sight of a familiar-looking food. I'm an otherworlder, too. The truth is it isn't uncommon to end up here. On the day of his appointment with Yuki, Rimuru would bring Masayuki as well. The Free Guild should have a way or two to help Masayuki get started in this world. Looking closely, he seemed to share a lot of attributes with Rudra. Blonde hair. It's dyed. Maybe I am overthinking. Masayuki was an otherworlder. There was no way he could share any relations with Rudra, right? Though he had a weird intuition about it, Rimuru decided to ignore it. You can rest here for the night. Thank you. Masayuki was about to bow his head on the counter. I thought I would have to starve or sleep on the pavement. Rimuru planned to turn the second floor of this building into a living space. He chose a room for Masayuki and Jinrai while he slept in another room. Why am I in this situation? Rimuru found himself surrounded by furballs. At first it was only Ultima in her cat form who sneaked to sleep beside his pillow. But then a black cat sneaked in and slept next to his torso, followed by a white cat that now slept on his thighs. Ranga also joined in, too. He knew it was the primordials. But these guys as kittens were so cute, Rimuru didn't have the guts to wake them up. Rimuru heard a knock at the door. Come in. It was Masayuki. Jinrai snores so loud, I couldn't sleep. Can I sleep with you? As long as you don't have a cat allergy, I guess. Masayuki threw pillow and futon next to Rimuru. He glanced at Rimuru and ended up blushing. What's the matter? Is it too hot in here? And no. I just think that Rimuru-san is so pretty, Masayuki absent-mindedly said that because he didn't want Rimuru to worry. But it made him look worse. And no. Wait. I didn't mean to. Seeing Masayuki acting like a mess, Rimuru only let out a light laugh. Ah, to be youthful. At least Masayuki was a legit teenager unlike those who were in their late 30s and still tried to pass himself as teens. Cough Yuki cough. What is it, Rimuru-san? I used to have a disciple. You remind me of him a lot. Even making the same rookie mistake, Masayuki-kun, I am a man. That face is priceless. Masayuki buried his face into the pillow out of embarrassment. But he didn't see that one coming. Rimuru didn't blame Masayuki though. After all, Shizu-san was a beauty, and her influence was heavy on Rimuru's overall appearance. He wasn't the first to fall for it. That would be Rudra. When that boy turned 18, Veldonava climbed through the window. What? I know it sounds weird. But back then I didn't understand social norms. Give me a chance to explain myself. After going through the window, Veldonava proposed to become the boy's mentor. I threw him in a monster-infested cave. I threw him in the river. I made him climb the mountain haunted by God barehanded. What's with that judgmental silence? At least the result was good. Rudra became the very first chosen one, and you had Veldonava's training to thank for. In the span of years they trained together, Rudra mistook Veldonava for a girl through all of it. And Veldonava thought it would be funny, didn't tell Rudra the truth until the end of their training. But Lucia also said she first approached me because I looked like a pretty girl. So I guess being mistaken for a girl has its upside too. What the hell did I just listen to? Oh. Since when did you become this expressive? Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 15%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Cast Element, Perfect Memory, Enhanced Body Double. Unique Skills, Specialist. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebuth. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. True dragon scales, true dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 750, that's a lot of cash. Masayuki was the first to wake up. But to be honest, he didn't get much sleep in the first place. The embarrassing memory of yesterday's misunderstanding was still fresh in his mind. He glanced to the side at his benefactor. His long blue hair was braided for better sleep. His beautiful and elegant face seemed peaceful. Oh, how unfair this world can be. Masayuki thought before lifting himself up from his futon. Rimuru was surrounded by his pets. Masayuki couldn't recall seeing them yesterday, but then again he was too focused on other things yesterday. Just how long are you planning to stare at me? Eh? But I thought you were sleeping. Rimuru stared Masayuki back with his golden pair of eyes. Even while sleeping, I can still see what happens around me. He had universal perception and Raphael to thank for that convenience. Knowing that he got caught, the boy's face turned crimson. Teasing a kid is really fun. It was just a tease he did out of adoration. After all, Masayuki reminded him a lot of Rudra. Rimuru couldn't help but to be mischievous for old time's sake. Rimuru carefully relocated the kittens to his pillow as he too lifted himself up from the futon. He walked down to the first floor with Ranga next to him. Good morning, Lord Rimuru. Looks like you guys have been busy. Unlike their kings, the servants stayed up the whole night. It wasn't like demons required any sleep in the first place, those three up on the second floor were just seeking attention from Rimuru. Veyron swept and mopped the floor, as well as cleaning table surfaces to the point you could see your own reflection. CN already cleaned glasses and silverwares. The ingredients were also stockpiled. The chefs, Zonda and Moss, practiced how to make the dishes all night long, and they had mastered them all. Everything seems to go smoothly. At this rate, I think it's time for an official opening. Rimuru was confident in the taste of each dish, but the people in this world didn't share the same understanding with him. No matter how delicious the food was, people weren't always accepting of new things. Because of that, the advertisement was as important as the food itself. You should take advantage of the ability that belongs to the individual, Hanja Masayuki. Rimuru took Raphael's advice into consideration. Masayuki had a unique skill that made people around him perceive him as a chosen hero. If I can use that for my own gain. Rimuru was daydreaming about the profit he would make. He didn't even have to convince Masayuki, the kid already wanted to repay Rimuru for the food and shelter. And it worked as intended. Masayuki was basically a walking, breathing advertisement sign, pulling customer after customer as if the line never ended. Rimuru didn't plan to rely on Masayuki all the time. He just wanted anyone to try the food, then spreading positive reviews of this place via word of mouth. When he saw the restaurant was doing just fine, he prompted Diablo to submit a request to Ingracia's officials for this place to become a proper business. Rimuru used Mikami Sattoru as a business owner's name. 50% of the restaurant's shares was also in Mikami Sattoru's name. Diablo and Testarossa each got 15% of the shares. Ultima got 10% of the shares. She might not pull any weight on her own, but her servants were a crucial part to keep this restaurant going. Masayuki got the leftover 10% of the shares. Are you sure you will give me that? Masayuki himself wasn't well versed in economics or business or anything along those lines for that matter. Come on, you helped us a lot here. Other than the shares, Rimuru also gave Masayuki a card that had his position written on it. This would allow Masayuki to eat freely at this restaurant and its branches, which Rimuru planned to have. When the day of the appointment came, Rimuru went to Yuki. Masayuki was brought out by Yuki's secretary, Kigali. He would be under the Free Guild's care from now on, so there was nothing Rimuru had to worry about. Rimuru and Yuki walked in the corridor, on their way to the classroom. Rimuru was in his Emel's form with the shape-shifted Ultima on his shoulder. He thought it would be safer for everyone if Rimuru held her close to himself. Though she was cute, Rimuru didn't have the same faith in her being a good girl as much as the faith he had in Diablo or Testarossa. I heard that you have to wait the whole week just to meet me. I'm sorry for that. But in my defense, I didn't expect you to use a fake name. When I saw it on the appointment list, I thought it was just some random guy, said Yuki. Well, I want to keep my real name and face a secret, Rimuru explained. Yuki gave Rimuru a judgmental glance. Even so, Rimuru-san seems to lack creativity in his method. His overall appearance remained the same except a few changes in coloration. And wasn't that fake name just an anonym? You are the least qualified person to criticize me. Rimuru lightly punched Yuki's shoulder. And I am not going to change anything. Rimuru spent quite some time coming up with the name, the backstory, and the personality. He already made an adventurer license also. It was too late to change anything at this point. And if he even dared to slightly change the face or the color, Raphael would be mad at him. While walking, Yuki told Rimuru about the kid's circumstances. They had at best 5 more years left. Rimuru would find the fastest way possible to save them, but it was good for him to know the limited time he had. He and Yuki arrived in front of the class. Before entering, Yuki had something to say. Rimuru-san, I was an orphan even in the world I came from. When I arrived here, I only had Shizu-san take care of me and train me to who I am now. When Hinata went her own separate way, Shizu-san was heartbroken. I don't want to see her like that again, do you understand me? Since she met you, she has started to smile again. It's like she starts to be hopeful once again. His hands held firmly on Rimuru's shoulders. Usually Yuki was playful, but this time he was dead serious. Shizu-san's like a mother to me. If you upset her, I would never forgive you. You have my words, Rimuru smiled and tapped the young man on the shoulder. Taking Rimuru's words as a promise, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yuki opened the door for Rimuru. Oh right. If you two are going to get flirty, don't do it in front of the kids. Yuki shouted into the room, closed the door and ran away. Yuki returned to his office. I hope he keeps his promise. Though he stood out in the art of deceiving and backstabbing, what he said to Rimuru was genuine. Shizu-san was important to him, more important than anyone else. Since the day he lost his parents to a car accident, Yuki was alone until he was summoned into this world. She might not be his first ally, but she was a family to him still. Truthfully, Yuki wouldn't care as much for the children's well-being if it wasn't for Shizu-san. Humans had bonds they would do anything to protect, and Yuki was the same. Bonds. That's why you are weak. You said as if you don't have one. Humans. You are weak because you hesitate. Strength comes from the willingness to cut ties with your loved ones in order to reach your goal. Yuki thought it would be a waste of time to argue with the voice in his head. They had different views. The bonds he made with the clowns and Shizu-san were something he would rather die than to cut ties with. Yuki brought out the magic device Kigali made for him, Orb of Domination. I might not agree with you. But I understand what you said. Bonds can be a weakness as much as it is a strength. For his ambition to be fulfilled, Yuki needed power, and he knew where he could get a large amount of it from. From Clayman's suggestion, they should try to control the ancient demon lord like Maleimm. The question was how. If they managed to put this pendant on Maleimm, that should be enough to control her. Clayman planned to use his fellow demon lord, Fry, as a pawn to accomplish that. Yuki put a lot of trust in Clayman despite his blatant ignoring of order and the failure that was Kuribdus. He wouldn't call this plan perfect by any means, but when considering what a powerhouse demon lord Maleimm would be, it was worth the risk. I will participate, too. How surprising. Do you think you can get along with Clayman? Better yet, how can you participate while you're stuck in my body? Yuki asked. I have my own method. I told you so, I am strong because I am willing to cut any ties to reach my goal. There's no cost too great, right? So. Maybe we shouldn't take Yuki's words as something more than a tease. Rimuru and Shizu was blushing. Who taught that guy to shout something like that? It was too embarrassing. Getting flirty. Didn't he know I am married? He wasn't the type of person to cheat on Lucia while she wasn't around. Me and Shizu-san. That's impossible. Shizu took a deep breath, clearing the strange feeling in her chests. A side of her wanted to discipline Yuki more. But another side felt like all of this was her fault. She might or might not speak about Rimuru too much in front of Yuki, which led to this misunderstanding. Me and Rimuru-san. That's impossible. Shizu thought she was too old for love. She knew a man like Rimuru could do better than choosing her. Even though I made my decision. Why does it hurt on the inside? Shizu was trying her best to understand her own feelings, which she sealed away in the last decades. Ifrit was a flame that grew harsher with her emotion, no matter if it was good or bad emotions. Now that Ifrit was gone, Shizu could start to attune to her emotion once again. She wanted to be normal. But now she couldn't even identify the feeling fuming in her chests. Everyone, this person is your new assistant teacher. The name's Emils, Rimuru introduced himself with a slight bow. The kids sat orderly in their seats. Rimuru was wondering if they were always like this, or if they only were like this when Shizu-san was around. Though Rimuru used a fake identity, he didn't plan to put up an act. Acting when he took an adventurer license test was one thing, but to constantly be in character in front of the kids would be exhausting. So he would be his real self in that regard. And you know, acting like a spoiled brat wouldn't earn him any respect from the students. Now it was the children's turn. Kenya Misaki. He was an energetic boy with spiky orange hair and black eyes. Gail Gibson. He was the tallest and oldest of all the kids. He had brown hair and eyes. Alice Rondo. She was a blonde girl with pink eyes. Seemed to be a social butterfly as well. Ryota Sekiguchi. He was a timid boy with neck-long black hair. The last one was a girl in a pink frock and black cape. Her black hair was waist-length. Chloe Aubert. When Rimuru's eyes met hers, he felt a strange retaliation from the inside of his body. Veldora. Correct. He said, Gah. Keep that rascal away from me. My intuition screaming. Rimuru had to actively hold his laughter as Raphael tried to imitate Veldora. Yeah. It wasn't just my feeling. You really acted differently than usual. Not only did she stop saying her usual notice, she also became more fluent and carefree in her answer. It wouldn't surprise Rimuru if a skill like Raphael constantly adapted as time went by. Sensei. That cat. Alice raised her hand. She took an interest in Ultima. It looked like pets were some kind of novelty here. Her name's you will teach on. You can pet her if you want. Rimuru lifted Ultima off of his shoulder and placed her on the desk where the student started to pet her head, back and tail. Ultima purred, basking in the attention given. Using pets to get along with the students was indeed a good idea. Shizu-san did all the teaching while Rimuru assisted her. He was only an assistant teacher after all. Shizu-san as a teacher was far different than Shizu-san Rimuru knew. Wasn't Yuki said something about her being called a demonic head instructor, too? Considering the training I had with Rudra, I might not be the most qualified to criticize her method. At least you're self-aware, master. A month had passed without progress on how to help the children. At first Rimuru thought he could do it the same way he helped Shizu-san, but there was a problem with that method. Each person had a different element that suited them. In Shizu's case it was clear that her suitable element was fire. But for the kids, Rimuru might have to take a guess. There was no way to know beforehand. To make things even more complicated, some people could have more than one element. It's not like I can give it a try either. If I stuff a wrong element into them, then it's a certain death. I should find a safer method. The best option available was finding a place that elemental spirits gathered in bulk. The dwelling of the spirits that belonged to the spirit queen Ramaris should do the trick. But it was easier said than done. The dwelling of the spirits was in another dimension, the gate to it constantly moving depended on Ramaris's mood. For a change of pace, Rimuru brought Shizu and the students out for a picnic. They were on the hill just outside of the capital of Ingrassia. Other than the picnic, the kids also gave the pets a bath as well. Rimuru assigned the students to take care of Ranga and Yuel-Tichan as a form of responsibility training. I'll give you the next volume of manga when you're done. Rimuru sat with Shizu-san under the tree, eating bento boxes Testarossa made for them. I still couldn't believe that woman would learn how to cook for others. Yuel-Tichan came to Rimuru after the children bathed and groomed her fur. She looked even fluffier than usual. Meanwhile, the kids were trying their best to put Ranga in the bath. How cute. Shizu and her students already accepted the fact that Rimuru's pets could talk. They were in an absurd world after all. Come on, being grumpy changes nothing. She put in a lot of effort, too. Rimuru continuously tapped his lap, which Ultima jumped onto. Though arrogant, Ultima still enjoyed the attention of others. While Rimuru was enjoying the tranquil peace, a harsh gust of wind ran through him. Looking up in the sky, there was a dragon flying over them. It made its path clear, heading straight to Ingrassia. That is. It's a failed evolution of archdragons. It was stronger than the archdragons Rimuru had eaten, but because of its failed evolution attempt, it turned feral. The connection with the Dragon Lord probably had been severed as well. Sensei. The kids ran to him and Shizu for protection. You have nothing to fear. Rimuru patted Chloe's head to calm her down. I will deal with it before it causes any problem. That dragon was too dangerous, so Rimuru spread his wings and took to the sky. A disguise. Wait. Why should I make a disguise for a fake identity? Rimuru was also an adventurer, dealing with threats was already his job, and it wouldn't raise any suspicion. When Rimuru arrived at the scene, the soldiers of Ingrassia had started barraging the sky dragon with magic and arrows. But the beast didn't bulge as it prepared its own lightning attack. If I don't do something, then people will die. Rimuru saw Plumpman on the ground next to the city wall. Rimuru landed in front of him as the sky dragon roared, releasing its rays of lightning. A goddess. You're hallucinating. But Rimuru didn't blame him though. Standing in front of the being at the top of the food chain, a dragon, required a hardened spirit. Rimuru brought out the cyan divine spear. The black mist emitted from the tip of the spear, a power belonging to Beelzebub. With a single snap of his fingers, the mist solidified, turning into a black wall that absorbed the dragon's attack hole. Rimuru kicked the wall to the sky dragon, sending it straight into his stomach. Are you hurt? Rimuru asked the plump man and the blonde-haired who he assumed to be the man's bodyguard. The middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I'd be dead. Thank you for your assistance. Now getting a chance to see his benefactor's face clearly, he felt like he had seen it somewhere. Ah. Any chance that you're His Majesty Rimuru? You can see through my disguise. Rimuru almost lost his balance. The plump man named Garden Jalmile had visited the Jura Tempest Federation before. Mr. Rigard showed me your picture. You seem to be well loved by your subjects, Your Majesty. Those guys. I changed the color to avoid it and they just have to blow my disguise. It's a black and white portrait, Jalmile added. See. I told you changing only the hair and eye color was a bad idea. It was your fault that you were found. Instead of lying, you told him the truth. Oi. Own up to your mistake. While talking, the Ingrassia soldiers approached them. They appreciated Rimuru's help, and also asked to see his adventurer license, which Rimuru gave to them. What? Only AB rank? One soldier exclaimed. What seems to be the problem? Of course. The Sky Dragon is a special A-level threat. Killing it with ease would mean you're a hero-level individual. Please follow us. We have to let the Free Guild know about their mistake. While B rank got the respect of their fellow adventurers, a rank or above seemed to be celebrated by even regular citizens. But that sounded problematic. Rimuru didn't want to waste his time with more of the Free Guild's business. Thankfully Jalmile interrupted. He told the guards that Rimuru was his hired bodyguard and was still on duty. With that, the guards left Rimuru alone. That helps a lot. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Well, let's cut the formality down a bit. Rimuru promised with Jalmile that they would have a talk later. He seemed like a fine merchant Rimuru could work with. Sensei. The children ran in and clung onto him. Well, this was the first time Rimuru did something cool in front of them. Shizu-san followed them. That's really cool, she complimented with a slight blush on her cheeks. She felt so awkward to the point she couldn't make eye contact with Rimuru. You think so? Rimuru was equally awkward. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Seeing that, the students gathered in a circle, talking among themselves. They suspected a strange relationship between their teachers, and had been rooting for them since. Ugh. I don't understand adults. What's it, Alice-chan? Ryota asked. Like, the signs are there. Loud and clear. Why are they still acting like they don't really care for each other romantically? Kenya asked, what should we do then? Chloe-chan, do you have any plans? The girl shook her head. TCH. Why aren't they kissing yet? What are they waiting for? Alice whined. Why aren't they kissing yet? What are they waiting for? A woman's discontent voice echoed in the garden. Oh, give me a break. In the Promised Land, Lucia watched her husband via an interdimensional crystal ball. We can't believe that, man. The woman is ripe for the taking. Ugh, maybe we shouldn't teach him to be a herbivorous dragon in the first place. I will take an educated guess here. Maybe you're the problem. Maybe you're onto something. Lucia understood it well. He didn't want to get too close with other girls because he wanted to remain faithful. But we would be happier if he starts making a harem. Let me be honest here, I don't understand your perspective of sharing your husband with other women. What's that all about? Lucia turned to the talking tree. Maybe because you're too young. But let us paint you a clear picture. If Rimuru has a harem, we'll have access to both a pretty boy and beautiful girls, the best of both worlds. Doesn't that sound like a paradise? Can we turn back the clock to the time before I heard that answer? What? You don't think it will be fun? I just checked. You know that in the Voice of the World's database, there are 76 reasons why you shouldn't be put back on Earth, right? And there are 77 now. The Voice of the World can do whatever it wants. It cannot imprison us here forever. We will walk among the living once again, it's only up to time, Lucia smirked. Reuniting with her daughter. Sampling her husband and his women. That sounded like a plan to look forward to. Seriously though, how did Veldonava-san manage to put up with you? The voice groaned, it didn't know why, but it felt like it had suffered the most in this four-way alliance. While the other two key figures had a chance to show off in the material realm. It stuck here with Lucia. At least it wasn't as bad as what would happen if they failed to reach the goal of this alliance. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 15%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, Spatial Magic. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Cast Element, Perfect Memory, Enhanced Body Double. Unique Skills, Specialist. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. True dragon scales. True dragons only grew once in their life, after they hatched from the eggs. As they rapidly grew, the scales were left behind. Filled to the brim with raw elemental energy and their abandoned childlike wonders from the era where the world was young. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 750, that's a lot of cash. Rimuru made a business agreement with Njalmile. Because he was a successful merchant in Blumund, Rimuru wanted his help to open a restaurant branch there. Njalmile agreed to prepare a restaurant. The demons would continue to work at the main branch, so the new branch would have to find more employees, which Njalmile also said he would prepare for. I will have Moss accompany you back to Blumund. The body double that belonged to Moss could supervise the preparation of the new restaurant, as well as teaching new employees how to make otherworld food. When the restaurant is finished, you just have to contact Masayuki. Why, you mean the Lightspeed hero? Rimuru nodded. He holds 10% of our shares. We should inform him about the branch too. Masayuki's rise to prominence surprised Rimuru. In a span of a month, that kid already became a B-rank adventurer. With a fighting style faster than any eyes could follow, he got the title of Lightspeed Masayuki. He often came back and ate at Rimuru's restaurant, but he hadn't met Rimuru yet due to Rimuru working as a teacher. From Cien's questioning, it seemed like all of those praises and achievements were greatly exaggerated. He was just lucky and fell upward to success. Masayuki's unique skill, whatever it was extremely powerful. Rimuru and Njalmile were talking in a luxurious restaurant. He also paid for Rimuru and the kids' meals. Due to sheer coincidence. Before heading back, Rimuru heard an employee of the restaurant blessing the children. May the Queen of Spirits protect you from danger. Wait, big sis. Rimuru interrupted. You said the Queen of Spirits, right? Do you know where she is? Of course. I live in a small village near the dwelling of the spirits. After tipping her with 10 whole gold coins, Rimuru finally got that precious information. The dwelling of the spirits and the Queen of Spirits Rimuru was searching for were in the Republic of Ulgratia, a nation south of the sorceress dynasty of Sarian. With this information, Rimuru planned to travel there as soon as possible. Well, look at how late it is in the night. Let's head back and tuck you guys into bed. The next day, Rimuru was at the exit gate of Ingracia. Are you ready, everyone? The trip of Ulgratia might take a few days, so Rimuru prepared a carriage that could be used as a van house. Ranga would pull the carriage so the children wouldn't be unnecessarily exhausted. Yes. The kids were brighter than usual. Other than a trip to save their lives, this was also an opportunity for them to explore the world outside. They probably were happy because it was an out-of-classroom activity. And you? Rimuru's eyes shifted to Yuki. We're not going on a vacation. Yuki was in a colorful Hawaiian shirt, wearing sunglasses, and had luggage with him. Maybe Rimuru didn't say it clearly enough when he told Yuki that he would bring Shizu-san and the kids out of town for a week or so. Aren't we going camping? Rimuru shook his head. Nope. We'll go to the dwelling of the spirits to save the kids. You didn't pay attention to what I said last night, did you? Yuki moved his sunglasses up. That was what you said. Man, you shouldn't say something that important late at night. I probably was half awoken and misheard it. Why does it sound like you blame me? But whatever. He tapped Rimuru's shoulder with a wide smile. I believe that would be fun as well. He still decided to tag along. This wasn't a vacation as stated before. If he had no reason to be there, then Rimuru wouldn't bring him. I can't let you go. Rimuru stood his ground. Yuki was about to make a scene, but looking over Rimuru's shoulder, he saw Shizu-san giving him a glance of disappointment. She probably said something like, "You're an adult now, don't set a bad example in front of the kids." Fine. Fine. I will stay here. It couldn't be helped that as a grandmaster, he couldn't just disappear for a week without a valid reason. It turned out going on a vacation was not a valid reason. Yuki only waved them goodbye as they moved out of his sight. Returning to his office, Yuki was lying on the sofa, reading manga Rimuru gave him. That was the moment Kigali walked in. Yuki-sama, the orb of domination is already in Clayman's hand. Good, good, Yuki replied with an uninterested tone. He didn't even lift his eyes from the page. Yuki's plan was about to begin. After getting control of Maleimm, they would send her to attack Eurasania. That would be enough souls for Clayman's ascension to become a true demon lord. Kigali, who came up with this idea, only knew that souls were required. But she didn't know the amount needed. So Yuki thought they should collect it as much as possible. And why are you in that outfit? I thought Rimuru-san would bring me on a camping trip, but it turns out it's not a vacation trip. Kigali didn't say anything, but clearly she was judging his irresponsibility. Going outside. Why am I not being informed of that before? Kigali walked to the side of the sofa. Yuki-sama, you didn't think about running away from your work, did you? Of course not. Yuki-sama. Kigali started to raise her voice. Even though Yuki was her boss, Kigali still took her secretary role very seriously. She wouldn't allow him to run away from his paperwork. Yuki got into this situation often, and he had found an optimized way to solve the conflict. He put down the manga, rolled down from the sofa. With a confident and ambitious smirk, he said, "Please forgive me." He performed a perfect Tajiza in front of Kigali. You shouldn't participate in a losing fight, Yuki lived by that rule. So as any responsible adult would, he apologized. Kigali sighed, I have nothing to say. What should I do to get in your good graces again? How about we go to Yoshida-san's cafe and buy some cream puffs? You'll pay for it, of course, said Kigali. I am at risk of bankruptcy then, Yuki said, but he didn't reject Kigali's idea. Let's go. He stood up, now waiting for her at the door. Change your shirt first. What? I think Hawaiian shirts are pretty cool. Yuki thought, but he still did as Kigali told. After that, the Grandmaster and his secretary walked out of the room, together. In the trip to the dwelling of the spirits, other than Shizu-san and the children, Rimuru only brought Diablo. He appointed Testarossa to take care of the business and kept her eyes on Ultima. During the trip, Shizu also taught the children what could and could not be eaten in the forest. It was a standard knowledge for adventurers to have, but it seemed like this exact topic was Shizu-san's specialty. She had a notebook that registered the information of animals, monsters, vegetables, fruits, and herbs. Such information consisted of name, threat level, how to cook it and funnily enough, taste review in a 5 stars format. I see, the taste of slimes is up to their color which itself changes according to its habitat and the elemental energy it eats to prolong their existence, Diablo said. I think back then blue slimes were very popular around summer. Followed by Shizu-san. Rimuru sat shakening beside the campfire as he heard Diablo and Shizu-san exchanging information. Though Rimuru was closer to true dragons than slimes, he still thought talking about slime consumption in front of him was absurd. Luckily, the act of eating slimes had been banned in the Jura Tempest Federation and its allies. In Tempest, wild slimes were domesticated and released to the roads to clean up the city. While the allies, Dwargan and Blumund, banned that act to not indirectly offend Rimuru. They turned to Rimuru with smiles as if assuring him. They didn't plan to eat me, right? Thinking about it, Rimuru hadn't thought about how Lucia would react to his slime form before. Maybe she would like it. Lucia used to say that because his dragon form was too big, it was hard to hug and it took a lot of effort to put a collar on. Why did you talk like it was a usual thing to say, Master? Well, you probably got an idea of how Lucia was as a person by now. A few days later, Rimuru reached the entrance to the dwelling of the spirits. It was a stone door at the base of a large tree. Is everyone ready? Oh, of course. Why, yeah. Not afraid at all. Kenya and Alice said with the courage they mustered. Sensei. Chloe clung onto Rimuru's shirt. She had the most potential of all the students, but she was quiet most of the time and easily scared. Rimuru carried her in his arms. Don't worry. Me, Shizu-san and Diablo won't let anything get to you guys. Chloe-chan. That's so unfair. Alice whined, but Chloe ignored it and leaned herself closer to Rimuru. Well, she can do whatever if it makes her feel safe, Rimuru thought as he pushed the doors open with a kick, leading everyone into the labyrinth. It was not complex at first sight, just a long hallway. But this thing was a trap that toyed with the senses of the challengers. They would be lost if they relied too much on human senses. So Raphael created a map in Rimuru's mind after scanning the whole labyrinth with universal perception. What an uninteresting group of visitors. Fear more. Scream more. A high-pitched, girly voice echoed in everyone's heads. Thought communication. No, it was more complex than that. It was telepathy. Ramaris, is that you? Eh? You know me, wait. No. I mean. What are you talking about? No. That doesn't work either dash, she lost her cool as soon as Rimuru called her out. Am I saying something wrong? Maybe she tried to come out as mysterious and Rimuru just blew her cover. Of course you did. The voice could read Rimuru's mind, thanks to telepathy. But screw that. If you want to advance in this labyrinth, you have to pass the test. The environment started to change, the bricks and pillars moving on their own, crafting a new room around Rimuru. That was intrinsic skill, small world, a skill that belonged to Ramaris. In front of Rimuru and others were a pink metal golem. So the test is to defeat this guy. Yup. But I will warn you. Elemental Colossus isn't an opponent you could easily beat. After her sentence, the golem started moving. Rimuru had Raphael run an analysis from this distance. This thing is quite tense, isn't it? With its large frame, the golem was 3 meters tall. Powered by fire elementals. Its weight was manipulated by earth elementals. Water elementals moved its joints. Wind elementals maintained the temperature. So this is the successful version of what Dwaran tried to build. For the Queen of Spirits, making those elementals work together was easy. You're more insightful than you look. Elemental Colossus had higher raw power than the Sky Dragon Rimuru fought before. It was undoubtedly a special A threat. Ranga and Diablo protect the kids. I will handle the rest. Let me do it. Shizu-san stepped up. You got to show your cool side already. Now it's my turn. Rimuru would be lying if he said he didn't want to see Shizu-san fight. Do your best, Shizu-sensei. Turn it into metal scraps. The kids were cheering, loud and energetic like usual. Are you sure you want to fight it alone? Aren't you a bit overconfident? I am sure. Shizu-san inhaled before pulling out her sword. The sword lighted up in flame, a technique she was famously known for. But this time it was different. The flame spread all over her body. When it was gone, Shizu-san was in a silver armor with golden decorative lines, and 6 flame-like wings came out of the armor's back. It was an elemental armor, flaming armaments created from the power of the Flame Lord in her body. Shizu imitated it from the holy armaments her mentor used to wear. They were incomparable, but this armament helped her get a better control of her flame. Her physical strength and speed were increased, too. She fastly closed the gap with the elemental colossus. The golem raised its arm, about to attack. But Shizu-san was faster. Flame circle, she said casually. As soon as the tip of her sword touched the ground below the elemental colossus, the flame pillar erupted, melting the golem immediately. How do I look? She turned back to Rimuru and the kids. Amazing. The kids said in unison. Am I being weird if I said she looked shining among the sea of flame? Yes you are. What? Isn't that the power of an elemental king? Seriously, in this day and age. The voice exclaimed via telepathy. Found you. Ugh. While Shizu-san fought, Rimuru had Raphael search for the origin of the voice. He caught a pixie. I got you, little one. It's time for you to tell me where the Queen of Spirits is. You idiot. Release me. She tried to kick Rimuru with her small legs, but it didn't reach him. I am one of the demon lords and the Queen of Spirits, Ramiris. Rimuru decided to sit down and talk with Ramiris. He laid the mat, giving the kids food and giving one to Ramiris as well. Rimuru knew from the Dragon Lord that Ramiris helped to stop Maleimm's rampage, but he didn't know it would leave her in this disgraceful state. So you fall from grace. You're too straightforward. Ramiris flew in front of Rimuru. Though I have died and reincarnated a lot of times, I am still the Elemental Queen. If I want to, you probably get to taste one of my 48 special moves. Constantly reincarnated had a chance for one's memories to be lost or forgotten. Rimuru got to keep all of Veldonava's memories, but Ramiris wasn't as lucky. Maybe that was why she didn't recognize Diablo despite them meeting fairly often in the past. Come to think about it. You look familiar. Don't tell me. Oh, right. You look like that person Maleimm told me. That ruler of all monsters. This was the second time this disguise failed Rimuru. Maleimm drew a picture of Rimuru on the floor. With the outline of his appearance known, the color wasn't as important. Worse, this exposure happened in front of the children, too. Chloe asked, Sensei is a monster. Seeing that lies wouldn't do him any good, Rimuru turned into his slime form. Sorry for lying to you. But this is my true form. My name is Rimuru Tempest, and I'm a king just like Ramiris said. The kids were surprised, but they accepted it. You know about it from Maleimm, right? She was here before. Rimuru asked. Yup. Just last month. What did she say about me? She said you're weird, but a good kind of weird I guess. I was so shocked when I heard there's a magen that was willing to fight Maleimm. You're crazy. Though she said that, Ramiris was glad Maleimm managed to make a friend. She secretly thanked Rimuru for being Maleimm's playmate. Of course she wouldn't tell him what was on her mind. While talking, Raphael interrupted. Stardust particles detected. What's the matter? Ramiris asked as she saw Rimuru act strangely all of a sudden. So, does this place hold something that is related to Veldonava? Rimuru asked Ramiris directly, to which she nodded. His corpse, wanna see? It's quite disturbing when you said it so casually. The dwelling of the spirits had Veldonava's human form in it. Individuals from an old era such as the ancestors came here to pay tribute often. Ramiris just met Rimuru for the first time, but because he was Maleimm's besties, she thought it wouldn't be problematic to let him see it. I cannot remember many faces, but you should be someone associated with Lord Veldonava too, right? Are you an ancestral slime or something? It was more complicated than that, but whatever. Rimuru followed Ramiris alone into the long corridor while others were waiting in the previous room. After walking up a 200-step spiral stair, Rimuru saw a coffin where Veldonava's corpse lay. It was this human form he died in. Unlike his dragon form that was a skeleton, this human form was in good condition. I asked Time for help, and she keeps Lord Veldonava's body in this perfected state. As the Queen of Spirits, Ramiris stood in the middle ground between the material realm and the holy spirits who governed all natural laws. Can I touch it? You can. But don't try anything weird, she warned. The last time Luminous tried to pull out an inappropriate act, fire almost burned her to ashes. The holy spirits were Veldonava's few first creations. They didn't have minds at first, but as time passed, their individualities started developing. They were loyal to Veldonava. They were divine beings created before anything else, formless and omnipresent. The holy spirits couldn't interact with the material realm further than lending their strength to others via the use of ancient magic. Only in the dwelling of the spirits where their presences were dense enough to somewhat manifest. Rimuru palmed Veldonava's chests, and Raphael did what she always did. Harvesting stardust particles, successfully. Collecting 50% of the Star King Dragon Core, successfully. Rimuru's stardust particles tank was filled again, and this time he also got the other half of his true Dragon Core. Seeing my own corpse is quite depressing. We should go. Getting what he wanted, Rimuru returned to Shizu. Ramiris, can you help me with something? Why should I? She replied. Now that's not adorable. It would be better to have the Queen of Spirits as he helped the kids. Rimuru didn't want to coerce her into helping. She was a familiar face to him and a friend of Maleimm after all. He had to find another way to convince her. How about this? If you help me, I will try my best to return you to your prime form. Ramiris glanced at Rimuru suspiciously. Are you bluffing? Do you know how arrogant you sound right now? Not even Guy or Maleimm could help her, so she didn't expect anything from Rimuru. It's called confidence. His smile convinced her. A promise of the power from ancient times was too alluring to ignore. If she had that strength, then she wouldn't be bullied again. Rimuru and Ramiris came to an agreement. She didn't expect much from Rimuru, so they would start with helping the children first. Rimuru was with Ramiris on the upper platform as the kids were brought up here one by one. Under Ramiris's guidance, the kids knelt and prayed. While Rimuru ate the lower spirits and made them into artificial greater spirits. For Gale it was an earth elemental, for Alice it was space elemental. Ryota got wind and water elementals. For Kenya, a greater spirit appeared on its own terms without Rimuru's interference. The greater spirit of light. Rimuru mumbled. Eh? What does that mean? It means you'll get to be a hero, Kenya-kun. Hearing Rimuru's words, the boy's eyes were shining. Just like Masayuki-sama. Rimuru didn't think Masayuki had a quality of heroes other than being called one by people around him. But if that was Kenya's inspiration, Rimuru wouldn't say anything. The last was Chloe. She was afraid, so Rimuru had to carry her up the stairs. Don't worry, everything will be fine. What if it's unsuccessful? Elemental might be my first choice. But if I have to find and train a demon to save you, I will. Chloe leaned in and nuzzled Rimuru's shoulder as she heard his words. So, all you have to do is to kneel down and pray. Think about something like help me or let's play. Ramiris advised. Chloe started praying. That was when Rimuru and Ramiris had an intuition which was proven right immediately when the air started shaking as if it would fall down. A black-haired woman in a white hood appeared out of nowhere. From Raphael's analysis, the spirit in front of him was something far greater than greater elemental spirit. She seemed to be around demon lords in strength. No, what's this reading? Why is it so high dash? While Rimuru let his guard down, the woman flew in and tenderly placed her lips on Rimuru's. With him, just like her, being a spiritual life form. He could feel everything, especially the woman's tongue which invaded and had been sampling him. Retaliating in self-defense. Raphael forced releasing Rimuru's dragon spirit haki, pushing the white-hooded spirit away. She was disappointed. You don't want to play with me, yet. Fine, she mumbled before flying into Chloe. The energy in Chloe's body was lowered. She was safe now, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? What's that? Rimuru said, his finger traced the lips which were still warm from the previous encounter. That was this life's first kiss, too. Lucia's going to be so pissed at me. Time's chosen vessel. Ramiris mumbled. The holy spirits couldn't appear in the material realm. Each of them was as strong as a true dragon. But in the end, they were formless beings. That was why they chose a vessel. The person who had the Holy Spirit's divine blessing would have complete access to their boundless power. A power that could be used freely, unlike the conditional power of ancient magic. I don't know what it wants, but it looks like something that was born in the future. Maybe it tries to incarnate in the present. Whatever it wants. Rimuru walked up to Chloe and patted her. As long as Chloe's safe. We'll deal with that goddess if she shows any signs of aggression. Rimuru brought Chloe to Shizu and other kids who had no idea of what happened. Rimuru and Ramaris separated from the group, just the two of them. Let's give this a try, shall we? Are you sure? You don't have to try it, you know. You'll only end up embarrassing yourself. Give me a chance. Rimuru knew how Ramaris was created. So he thought he might have a chance to restore her. Rimuru has Raphael come up with a plan. He wasn't sure how successful it would be, but as a responsible adult, Rimuru had to at least give it a try. Spiritual life form summoning was used. He didn't plan to summon greater spirits or even elemental lords. Rimuru aimed for the stars and planned to summon all of the holy spirits here. They're here. What do you mean? Ramaris was about to ask, but then she felt their presence, the aura of the higher beings. The holy spirits were outside the dwelling of the spirit's boundary. We came as you called, oh, reincarnator. Why are you summoning us? A low, ominous voice echoed in the room. Summoning them was impossible in the first place, so Rimuru had to use 20% of his stardust particles to perform a miracle. I'm helping Ramaris return to her prime form. Helping the Spirit Queen. We'll aid in that attempt, oh, newborn star. Rimuru absorbed elemental energy they were willing to share. It felt so heavy even in stomach, so boundless. They then disappeared altogether. Returning Ramaris to prime form wasn't as easy as putting this power into her. If Rimuru did that, she would pop like a balloon. Her pixie form wasn't built to handle that level of energy. Ramaris, the next step you have to trust me. Ah. She was still shocked from the sudden appearances of the holy spirits. The next thing she knew, she was eaten by Rimuru's Beelzebub. Mixing the true dragon scales into the body of the individual, Ramaris. First, Rimuru had to strengthen her weak pixie form, and the scales were the best choice. They were physically strong. With the true dragons being elemental in nature, their scales could prove to be beneficial for Ramaris as well. Transferring all of the Holy Spirit's elemental energy into the individual, Ramaris. To make sure she would be safe, Rimuru used his performing miracle again. When Rimuru brought her out, Ramaris went from an annoying pixie to an ethereal beauty who looked more reserved and insightful. Her blonde hair was braided and waist-length. In front of Rimuru was one of the strongest beings, appointed by Veldonava as his administrator of the star, the Queen of Spirit Ramaris. You absolute madman, you pulled it off. Her golden eyes locked at Rimuru. She could feel the immeasurable power. This incarnation had never felt it before, but surely this was the same strength she was before stopping Guy and Maleimm's fight. When she looked at Rimuru, her instinct as the chosen hero's guide started to work again. Rimuru was a monster, and yet she could sense a soul that needed her guidance within him. What she sensed was Rimuru's pseudo-saint soul. So, Rimuru. If you don't mind. I would like to help you more. Ramaris's voice was soft. When returning to adult form, things like shame, which she lacked in her pixie form, started to work as well. She understood immediately that the deal she made before was unfair for Rimuru. Ramaris, acknowledging that she got her prime form back, thought she could do better than that. How so? Ramaris flew into Rimuru's body, and quite literally possessed him. I will be your personal spirit, that's a fair price, right? She didn't even wait for Rimuru's answer. She fused herself with Rimuru's soul, or rather his pseudo-soul. Acquired blessing, elemental queen's guidance. Acquired, hero's egg. Usually a hero's egg would be given when those with chosen hero potential fused with the greater spirit of light. Ramaris, who was created from all fundamental types, could also serve that function. I guess we're even now. Ramaris, in her pixie form, sat on Rimuru's shoulder. And look at this. I can change between my pixie and Queen of Spirits forms freely. How convenient. And what's your plan after this? Easy. I would be by your side. Ramaris replied. She started to grow bored of this place anyway. So she thought following an enigma like Rimuru would bring her some level of entertainment. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Titles, Newborn Star, Reincarnator, Ruler of all monsters. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint, Hero Egg, plus Queen of Spirits Bound. Humanoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18, 681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace, Elemental Queen's Guidance. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, 8 fundamental elements. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Cast Element, Perfect Memory, Enhanced Body Double. Unique Skills, Specialist. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full Potions copyright, created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, Greater Spirit of Flame. Veldonava Meat, Blasphemy. God Grade, Divine Construct, Unnamed Sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Kuribdus Core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins ×1, 740, that's a lot of cash. After making sure the children were safe, Rimuru teleported everyone to Ingrassia with his spatial domination. At first Rimuru wanted to travel back to Tempest, but the kids begged him to stay, especially Chloe who tried her hardest. He promised them he would stay here for a little longer. Now that they got their powers under control, it might be the right time to give them proper training. I got weapons for everyone. The equipment was chosen to suit the kids' talents and elemental spirits, each equipment reached a rare grade. Kenya got a longsword, Ryota got a bow, Gale got a shield, Alice got kunais and Chloe got a rapier. Ramaris became a mentor for Alice. She could control the kunais to float in the air and follow her commands. She used to practice using dolls before, but changing to sharp objects like this would make her a formidable opponent. At the same time, Rimuru taught Ryota about archery. He set an example by shooting the exact center of the target hanging on a tree. So cool. It's not as hard as it looks. Ryota-kun also has wind elemental, it probably helps with your aim, I think. While he was in Gracia, Rimuru hadn't practiced with his bow. It was a good thing his skill hadn't declined yet. Rimuru could create arrows from his Magicules, but it worked well only because Rimuru had a large amount of Magicules in the first place. Should I teach him how to do it? It might do more harm than good. Running out of Magicules could put him in danger even with the elemental in his body. Though humans suffer less than monsters when it comes to Magicule insufficiency. I should prioritize safety over anything else. Kenya, Gale, and Chloe were training with Shizu-san. They might outnumber her, but Shizu-san still had the upper hand. But for someone who got to hold a weapon for the first time, Chloe sure had a lot of innate potential. Looking at how Chloe held her rapier, those movements reminded Rimuru of something he felt like he had seen before. That looks like. After Shizu-san's training ended, Rimuru called Chloe in for questioning. Chloe-chan, where did you learn to swing your sword like that? I don't know. I just feel like I can do it, and then my body moves on its own, she explained. The spirit inside her might have something to do with it. Those movements reminded Rimuru of Rudra's fighting style. Ramaris said that the spirit inside Chloe was Time's chosen vessel, and she was born in the future. Are there any chances the spirit has some ties with the Eastern Empire as well? Do you want to spar with me? Wait, you just finished your training with Shizu-san, I asked to soon dash. I want to. Chloe interrupted. She was eager to train with Rimuru. Clashing swords with her made Rimuru more aware of how much of a prodigy she was. Her mastery was as good as Rimuru's, despite him strictly following Hakuru's training plan, and Chloe was literally a newbie when it came to sword. I knew it. It really is Rudra's technique. But why? It wasn't like he could question the spirit inside Chloe since it lay dormant as soon as it possessed her. But Rimuru was sure it was that spirit's doing. Rimuru thought of this as the best opportunity to learn a fighting style his pupil invented, even though he had to learn it through a little girl. Do your best, Raphael-san. Understood. She was always reliable when it came to stealing techniques. Rimuru's routine within the walls of Ingracia remained mostly the same. With him mostly spending time with Shizu-san and the students, and checking on his business from time to time. In the capital of Falmouth, the king and his retainers were in a meeting room. The emergence of heroes such as Champion Yum and Masayuki of the Lightspeed was the very first topic of this meeting. But as the meeting continued, King Admaris started a discussion on the existence of the nation of monsters. After it appears, the amount of merchants visiting Falmouth has been decreasing, Raisin, the court mage, said. Tempest becomes another safe road to Dwaran, and their entrance fees are much cheaper than ours. If we let this continue, our economy will suffer. He continued, this is a life or death situation for Falmouth. We have to strike them now, while we still have a chance. But evolved monsters are difficult to deal with though, Fulgen, the leader of knights, added. Not only that, monsters with humanoid forms were said to be more intelligent than those with beastly appearances. With only 17,000 soldiers, it wouldn't be easy. Please be assured, Your Majesty. Those words came from Archbishop Rahiam. Falmouth had adopted Luminism as its state's religion, so the representative from the church was well respected within this nation. Archbishop Rahiam. Does the Western Holy Church have any plans? Of course. The church has identified the land of monsters as a threat to heavens, and has a plan to subdue it. Rahiam continued, but those monsters haven't directly harmed anyone yet. The church won't take action until there's a request to do so from the affiliate nation. The king of Falmouth smirked as he heard Rahiam's explanation. For the benefits of his nation, King Admaris would wage war against Tempest with the help of the Holy Church. Falmouth would use everything they had. From their soldiers to their otherworlders. Falmouth and the Western Holy Church were about to start a holy war against the evil that was monsters, a holy war that began with the king's greed. When that Eastern merchant brought Tempest silk products to King Admaris, the fate of Falmouth was sealed. A few days later, the letter asking for at least 3,000 reinforcements from Rahiam had arrived at the Holy Empire of Lubrius. It was meant for the Holy Emperor, Louis. The letter found itself on the desk of Cardinal Nicolaus. He read its content before bringing it to 7 luminaries' attention. Seeing the glory a holy war could bring to the Western Church, the luminaries allowed it. They had influence to move a large number of temple knights without the need to consult the Holy Emperor or Hinata the Saint. At the same time, Hinata was approached by an Eastern merchant. He said he had an urgent matter to discuss. On the day of an appointment, Hinata met with him in a restaurant within Lubrius. Glad to see you, Lady Hinata. Cut the formality. It's a waste of time. I apologize. The Eastern merchant introduced himself as Dam. He was an aged man, pale blonde tied in a low ponytail went down his back. Even in front of the famous saint, he continued to be calm and calculated. You must have heard of the nation of monsters before, am I correct? The Jura Tempest Federation. Of course. But I didn't come all the way here to talk about the nation, but rather its leader, said Dam. That got Hinata's attention. From Yuki's letter, Rimuru seemed to be a good-natured man, didn't he? The clerics of the 7 luminaries wanted to destroy Tempest as soon as its existence was known, but Hinata stopped them. She brought the story to the goddess, and returned with a direct order. Tempest would be identified as a threat, but the church wouldn't go out of its way to subdue it unless it caused any problems for humanity. Lady Luminous didn't care much for monsters. In fact, it seemed like she harbored more hatred toward humans than toward monsters. As long as the general public's faith in Goddess Luminous remained the same, the church had no reason to subdue them. What did you know? Hinata asked. The odd relationship between the king of monsters and the conqueror of flame. What a pair, am I right? Leave them as they are. Hinata knew from Yuki that Rimuru was in Ingracia, and he appeared to be a good influence on both Shizu-san and the children. Hinata decided to leave him alone as long as he didn't cause trouble. Yuki was there too. If Rimuru tried to do anything funny, Yuki could stop him. So it's true that Western Church tolerates the existence of monsters. That's not true. But we cannot move our force unless the problem arises, said Hinata. So that's your answer? The Eastern merchant stood up, ready to take his leave. He left a message. Saint Hinata, are you sure you're going to trust them? If you don't trust every human you meet, why should you trust a monster, something that's inherently evil? I will take my leave then. May the goddess protect you. May the dragon gods protect you as well, Lady Hinata. The merchant's words stuck with Hinata for days. He got a point. Someone who she thought was lovely, like her father and mother, turned into people she didn't know in a blink of an eye. That was why she never established a relationship with anyone higher than just a colleague. When Hinata was stronger than Shizu, she split out. Hinata respected and was thankful for Shizu, but everyone had a side they didn't want anyone to see. Hinata was afraid if she stayed with them longer, she would let them see a side of her that they shouldn't. Humans might be unpredictable, but monsters were even more unpredictable. Was it really a good idea to let that king of monsters be that close to Shizu-san? As long as he doesn't cause a problem. One day, Hinata was called in by the 7 luminaries. A group of cloaked figures sat upon the pillars, looking down at Hinata. Hinata, there's a report from the kingdom of Falmouth. Their citizens were attacked by Tempest's monsters. What? Those monsters. Goddess gave them mercy and this is what they did. One of the 7 luminaries demanded Hinata to take action. Wait. Is there any proof of such action? We don't have time for that. Please take Archbishop Rahiam's words as truth. The Venus luminaries, Vina, tapped their cane on the pillar's surface, summoning a holy sword, Dragon Buster, for Hinata. We have sent 3,000 temple knights as a reinforcement, alongside the 10 great saints. They'll join the army of Falmouth who stood up to protect their citizens, the Sun luminaries, Gran, said. Gran knew at heart how powerful named monsters could be. The church had to throw everything they had at them. With crusaders and battlesages participating in the upcoming war alongside the Guardian of the West, the war was guaranteed to be a success. Hinata asked, is Luminasama aware of this military campaign? The luminaries of Mars said, the goddess has no interest in humans' business. Our duties are to ensure the faith of the people. If they know we let innocent citizens be attacked without taking any action, then. Gran continued in R's place, you're the protector of humanity. Embrace your role and duty, Hinata Sakaguchi. The eastern merchant was outside of Lubrius. He was in a dense forest, the sun had already gone down the horizon. On his face was a smirk as he watched the campfire burning. He knew he was successfully planting a seed of doubt in Hinata and awakening the greed of Falmouth as king. Dam, also known as Damrata of Gold, was a subordinate to Yuki, but his action was not Yuki's order. It was out of his own selfish desires. Yuki wanted to avoid a problem with Rimuru, but Clayman wanted to eradicate that slime and asked for Damrata's assistance. How could I reject a request from friends? Both Clayman and Gran, what do they have against that slime? Damrata questioned. They knew if they paid him handsomely, he wouldn't ask them outright. Merchants didn't see good or evil, right or wrong. Damrata only saw profit and loss in his every action. But it was such a shame. The Jura Tempest Federation. It's indeed a beautiful place. It reminded him of the old kingdom of Nazca. But soon that paradise of monsters would become a war zone. The Eastern Empire was found under the guidance of true dragons. Damrata still remembered the old days, before the East was ruled under one flag, when Nazca was just a small nation. The Star King Dragon whose name had been forgotten to time and the Scorched Dragon were respected and worshipped widely within the East. Damrata had seen the creator dragon with his own eyes before. Though Lady Lucia had him on a leash most of the time, I can still acknowledge him as the strongest. I like to think that you're watching, are you not? Dandara looked up to the skies, gazing upon the stars of this moonless night. Reaching into his traveling bag, he brought out a brandy he bought from Tempest. At first he thought about offering this to the Falmouth king as well. But his eyes already gleamed with greed when he saw the silk products. So Damrata decided to keep the alcohol for himself. Let's drink it while Eurasania is still a nation then. He was aware of Clayman's scheme, the Beast Kingdom was doomed to be erased from the map. A holy war, huh? A chosen hero or an awakened demon lord, something will rise from the ashes of the battlefield for sure. That was Damrata's plan, the reason he took part in this scheme, to create more strong candidates. Saint Hinata or Majin Rimuru, I don't know who will win, but the gods favor the bold. May Lord Veldonava bless the strongest among them. Damrata chanted his blessing before drinking down all of the brandy in one go. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Titles, Newborn Star, Reincarnator, Ruler of all monsters. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint, Hero Egg, plus Queen of Spirits Bound. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 18,777,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace, Elemental Queen's Guidance. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, Ice Magic, 8 Fundamental Elements. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Cast Element, Perfect Memory, Enhanced Body Double. Unique Skills, Specialist. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebub. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 740, that's a lot of cash. After spending a long time in the kingdom of Ingracia, Rimuru decided it was finally time for him to return to Tempest. Shizu-san and the children were at the exit to give him a goodbye. Visit us often. Don't forget about us. I'm going to be really mad if you don't keep your promise. Rimuru lightly chuckled. Being loved by the kids was one thing, but it could be a problem if they were being this clingy all the time. If you guys keep your promise, I will keep mine. Don't be a nuisance for Mrs. Tiss and Shizu-san, okay? Rimuru said. Please take care of yourself. Shizu-san kissed Rimuru's cheek. Rimuru tried to keep his cool, but nevertheless he blushed. Even the culprit, Shizu-san, ended up blushing the same. Other kids gave the adults a space to say their goodbye, but Chloe continued to cling onto Rimuru's Haori. Rimuru-san, she said with a voice just slightly above a whisper. I love you. Love. It was fairly common for kids to develop a feeling for their caretakers. Usually it faded away as they grew up. Is that so? Maybe you'll have a chance in 10 or 20 years in the future. They said don't ruin a child's innocent thoughts, and that was what Rimuru tried to avoid. If she became an adult and still had the same feeling, then we would have this talk again when the time came. Chloe would only grow as time passed, while an ageless being like Rimuru would remain the same for centuries to come. The relationship was not possible as long as she was an adult. But even if he made a promise, it wasn't like Lucia would allow him to have a mistress. Rimuru gave Chloe a head pat. You shouldn't be concerned about things like that at your age. He gave the anti-magic mask to Chloe as a gift. It was the same one he inherited from Shizu. If he wanted it for its usage, he could easily create a new one. Rimuru knew that she needed it more than him. Without Rimuru and Ramaris around, she would need that mask to keep the spirit inside her in check if it ever woke up and caused problems. Chloe wore it. Oh. It has Shizu-san and Rimuru-san's sense too. Hey. Both of the adults exclaimed. Chloe was a good kid, but also a strange one. Should I or should I not be concerned that she remembers my scent? Rimuru thought. After the final goodbye, Rimuru rode Ranga out of the city. He wanted an open field to perform teleportation back to Tempest. The more people he had to teleport, the larger and easier to detect the magic circle would be. Performing it in the capital city would lure in unwanted attention. So Rimuru thought an open field just outside Ingracia would be a better option. Other than Ranga, the people who would go to Tempest with him consist of Diablo, Testarossa, Ultima, and Ramaris. Ramaris was tied deeply to his soul, and Ultima had been a good girl since Diablo and Testarossa took time to educate her. So Rimuru thought it would be fine to bring them to Tempest. Testa and Ult were aware of Ramaris' Queen of Spirits status. They knew she was ancient and powerful. Though it was a one-way acknowledgement, Ramaris didn't know they were primordials. She noticed that Rimuru had many demons as his servants, but that was it. She never went further than that conclusion. When he found a good spot, Rimuru attempted to use a group teleportation. So this is going to be the first time Ramaris and Ult-chan visit Tempest, isn't it? Rimuru asked. I heard good things about your town. Beautiful landscape, friendly locals, and delicious food. Ramaris, in her pixie form, wiped her saliva as she was sitting on Rimuru's shoulder. She ate more than her tiny pixie form would lead you to believe. Rimuru's spatial domination was activated, but failed. That was weird. Spatial domination never failed him like this before. What happened? Rimuru asked Raphael. Unknown barriers have been placed around the capital city of Rimuru. More information is required. When he let his guard down, a pyramid-like barrier was placed around Rimuru and others. Holy magic. Rimuru mumbled. You're quite an intelligent one. Coming out of hiding was a beauty with neck-length black hair. As she walked, her violet eyes stared intently at Rimuru. She was wearing a white coat with silver armor hidden under. The sword she held didn't make her come out as the friendliest. Why do I feel like I have seen her before? She was one of the many women who supposedly were your soulmates. Oh yeah, I remember Kaijin talked about her. Hinata the Saint, wasn't it? From the conversation he had with Yuki, it seemed like she used to be Shizu-san's student before craving her own path as a well-known saint. Why is she here? The spot they were at was close to Ingracia's gate. Maybe she just came here to visit Shizu-san. Diablo narrowed his eyes as the saint came closer with every step. Are you with the Vatican? He said. What are you talking about? Hinata looked at Diablo with a hint of surprise. Even Rimuru didn't know what nonsense he talked about this time. Well, you're close though. I am Hinata, captain of the Crusaders. She pointed the tip of her sword at Rimuru. I came here to kill you under the Western Holy Church's order. Well, that doesn't sound friendly. Rimuru sighed. Are you sure this isn't some sort of misunderstanding? It happens, you know. Ruler of monsters, Rimuru Tempest. There is no misunderstanding, Hinata confirmed. Diablo and Testarossa wanted to deal with Hinata for him, but Rimuru declined. That was still Shizu-san's student, he didn't want to hurt her, and the demons weren't well known for minimizing pain for their opponents either. She said there is no misunderstanding, but her voice is full of doubts, isn't it? If it was really a misunderstanding, Rimuru wanted to correct it as soon as possible. He learned from Gazel and Hakuru that a clash of blades could aid in understanding your opponent's character. Rimuru summoned the Veldonava sword. Ramaris went back into his soul. When she was there, she would help Rimuru control and maximize his elemental magic's output. Let's deal with this annoying thing first, shall we? Rimuru prepared his sword. The Cyan sword was even stronger than it was before. With 50% of the Star King Dragon's core he got from the Dwelling of the Spirits combined with the core on the handle of his sword, it turned into a perfect dragon core. The dragon core supplied the sword with magicules, with it being perfected now, the Veldonava sword had twice the amount of the magicules it once had. Rimuru slashed the barrier, destroying it with Uriel's law manipulation. The barrier Rimuru just destroyed was a holy barrier, a holy magic that weakened monsters. Having it around while fighting would be annoying. You don't like my barrier? I don't like it when my movement is restricted. I have had enough of a life in the golden cage. Lucia never put him in a cage. The golden cage he talked about was restrictions a god must follow. Hinata fearlessly rushed at Rimuru, swinging her blade. The weapon she was using was Dragon Buster, a holy weapon created by holy power which was effective against monsters. Her mastery over sword was excellent, she might even be on Hakuru's level. Rimuru from months ago would struggle to keep up with her technique. But now with his stolen skill, something called the Pride of the East, Rimuru easily clashed his sword with Hinata's effortlessly. Rudra was a sword genius, his single swordplay was as good as Guy and his dual swordplay was on par with Dino. With help from Raphael and Chloe, Rimuru thought he finally caught up to his student when it came to sword skill. When Hinata was sent to assassinate Rimuru, she thought it would be easy work. But without the holy barrier weakening him, it was more difficult than she anticipated. She tried to predict Rimuru's attacks with Mathematician, but it was not as effective as usual. Rimuru's technique outshined her, she couldn't win with just her sword alone. She jumped back to create a gap. Elemental summoning. Hinata summoned 5 superior elementals and sent them to attack Rimuru. At the same time, her hands intertwined. I pray to the divine. I hope and desire for the power of the Holy Spirits. Listen to my appeal. While she was chanting, holy cules started to swirl around her. And overcome everything in your way. Disintegration. Rimuru looked at the superior spirits surrounding him. What's it with these guys? Why are they only staring at me? Rimuru. Don't hurt these children. Ramaris said that they didn't attack because Rimuru had the Elemental Queen's Guidance title, as well as the real Queen of Spirits in his body. Ramaris popped into existence next to Rimuru in her small form. Dismiss. Repeat. Dismiss. After she ordered, the elementals disappeared. Well, I didn't know you could do that. Right. Why don't you compliment me more? It has been a while since someone gave me praise. Doesn't that come out a bit pathetic? I heard that Ramaris was about to make a scene, but she suddenly paused and went back to the safety of Rimuru's soul. Above you. Ramaris' warning was too slow, disintegration was ready to go. Holy Kules, the fundamental particle that was harmful to monsters, became a ray of light and hugged Rimuru whole. Why don't you die? Is that the best you can muster? Rimuru replied with a smirk, but he knew that was just a bluff on his side. Why didn't anyone tell me about that? I saw it just seconds before you. Luckily I managed to make a tactical retreat into your body. Don't use me as a meat shield. Why are you only targeting me? Why don't you blame your skill? Isn't it her job to report everything to you? I noticed disintegration but didn't warn Master because I want to analyze the Holy Kule. She confessed. See. Now you know who to blame. Ramiris knew about Raphael's existence. It couldn't be helped, with Ramiris living in his pseudo-soul while Raphael was rooted in his main soul, they were basically neighbors. Though taking disintegration head-on wasn't enough to kill him, it still hurted. That was a magic which harmed both material and spiritual body. Raphael should consult him before making him take something like that again. Master can use holy magic now. He was slightly annoyed by her behavior, but he was also amazed by how easy she analyzed and took things as her own. The damages were healed and the clothes were fixed. Your magic is impressive. I can feel that you pray to a pretty powerful god. But that alone isn't enough to kill me. I know. Hinata threw Dragon Buster on the grass floor. Holy magic and a unique grade weapon weren't enough. Hinata had to step up her game. She summoned a new weapon and armor. First was Moonlight, a legend-grade rapier that had the ability to rewrite the law of the world. The wounds caused by moonlight could not be healed. Next was the legend-grade armor, Holy Armaments, which turned Hinata's body into one of a completed saint. That armor looks a lot like Shizu-san's flaming armaments. What Hinata was wearing was the original, the same armor worn by the masked heroine who sealed the storm dragon. On your left. Rimuru lifted the Veldonava sword as Raphael warned him, blocking Hinata's moonlight in the process. After becoming a completed saint, her speed and strength increased tremendously. Well, I should take this a little bit more seriously. Rimuru activated ultimate skill Vulcan's ability, covering the Veldonava sword in a combination of black flame and black lightning. To counter Hinata, Raphael developed a new skill. Acquiring extra skill, future attack prediction, successfully. From Hinata's point of view, a clash of swords was just a decoy as unique skill, Usurper, was working in the background. Copy and force takeover, that was the fundamental of her skill. This skill was not applicable to be used on a weaker target. But when using it on a target stronger than her, there was a chance to either fail or succeed. Hinata could try it as many times as she wanted. But when she attempted to use it on Rimuru, blocked, it didn't fail, yet it didn't succeed either. This report was a new one she had never seen before. Though slightly annoyed, Hinata tried again. But no matter how much she tried, her attempts were blocked. In Hinata's 7th attempt, she finally got a different message, though it wasn't the one she was hoping for. Successfully analyzed unique skill, Usurper. Retaliating in self-defense. The voice that resembled the voice of the world echoed in Hinata's mind. Force takeover, unique skill, Usurper, successfully. Force takeover, unique skill, Mathematician, successfully. How cruel, Rimuru thought. Raphael only let Hinata try as much as she did out of curiosity. When it was finally analyzed, she reversed the process and ruthlessly stole the skills rooted in Hinata's soul. What did you do? She was annoyed at first, but it now changed into a full-blown anger. Don't act like it's my fault. Raphael was to blame, not him. TCH. Enough playing around. I will kill you with this attack. The longer this continued, the more problematic it became. She might have lost her unique skills, but Hinata still got another trump card. The thin sword of moonlight shone with holy energy. It was Overblade, a technique that overlaid the blade with miracle-level holy magic. Die. Melt slash. She rushed to Rimuru with an extreme speed. Her sword, overlaid with holy kules, could hurt even a true dragon. Rimuru was about to dodge, but Raphael told him to take it head-on. She still wanted more holy kules to research. Now you're just being greedy. This better be worth it. Of course, that wasn't a threat but rather a playful word. How could Rimuru threaten his lovely and reliable skill? Their swords clashed. The holy kules, which could easily destroy spirit rons, extinguished the black flame and black lightning on Rimuru's sword. But Rimuru had already hidden something underneath those sparks and flames. The surface of the Veldonava sword was pitch black. It was Beelzebub's power Rimuru refined to the point that he could overlay it on his sword. The Veldonava sword alone could effortlessly block Melt Slash, but he had to collect a sample for Raphael's research too. Beelzebub that made contact with moonlight ate all of Holy Kule's overlaying on the rapier. Hinata's silver armor and its 6 light wings disappeared, turning her back to being a partial saint. Rimuru thought the fight was over. Until a beam of light pierced Hinata and Rimuru's chests. Acquiring unique skill, traveler, successfully. Hinata fell to the ground while Rimuru was still standing. That sword she threw away. The beam of holy light came from the dragon buster. Hinata was still alive, so Rimuru thought about healing her with a full potion. The individual, Hinata Sakaguchi, has a body that automatically purifies magicals. Full potions don't work. Rimuru sighed as he knelt down next to her, placing his hand on top of her chest wound. Cool sword you got there. Where did you get it? A shady salesman in a dark alley. Rimuru asked sarcastically. Shut up. Hinata replied. Hey. I'm trying to help you here, at least pretend to be grateful. Rimuru's hand radiated in a green glow. It was a miracle-level holy magic, healing her wound and the blood she lost. You can use it too. Hinata mumbled. She had never seen a monster using holy magic before. Rimuru was a supreme spirit of chaos after all, which meant he had both holy and demonic attributes. He could produce both magicals and holycules. Wait. Why are you healing me? I am trying to assassinate you. Let's state the obvious. If I let you die then Shizu-san won't forgive me. Hinata was important to Shizu-san. Other than that, even if she was here to assassinate him, she looked hesitant. And are you not hurt? Hinata said, looking at a hole on Rimuru's chest. Well, I will say your disintegration dealt more damage than that beam. Just because it pierced the body didn't mean it harmed him. That was what was special about a spiritual life form. The material body could be harmed or even destroyed, but as long as his spiritual body was untouched, everything would be fine. Acquiring holy magic resistance successfully. That sounds like it would be useful 5 minutes ago. You can't rush the progress, master. Rimuru's attention returned to Hinata. I don't know why you want to kill me, but I hope we can talk things out. I will keep your unique skills for now, and will return to you when we clear this misunderstanding. Master, I don't think we have a method to transfer skill to an individual outside the complex web of the soul corridor just yet. Then you should start finding a way, Mrs. Genius. Hinata was unconscious after she was fully healed. Using holy armaments seemed to be a large burden to her body. She also came alone, so Rimuru didn't know what to do with her. Should I bring her to Shizu-san? Rimuru took a glance at Dragon Buster. Because it was dangerous, Rimuru ate it with Beelzebub before it could conjure the energy to shoot another beam. Didn't I also get another unique skill when I was shot? Was that Hinata's? Raphael told Rimuru that Traveler was given to him by the voice of the world. That's strange. It meant Rimuru fulfilled some conditions which he didn't know. Unique skill Traveler was an automatic skill which Rimuru could not use. Its condition and effect were unknown and could not be analyzed by Raphael. When Rimuru turned back to the demons, they were clapping. This isn't a show. They came closer and praised him for his masterful techniques. But Rimuru didn't think he was that impressive. After all, he did hold back a lot to make sure Hinata was safe. If he wanted, he could kill her in seconds, but that was not Rimuru's true intention. What should we do with her? Should we bring her back to Tempest? Ultima raised her hand. I have a connection with Liberius ruler. I can send her back there. Well, go on. Rimuru patted Ultima's head as she lifted Hinata on her back and flew away. She had been a good girl and Rimuru thought he could afford to let her go on her own without a supervisor. The fight with Hinata came to its conclusion, now it was time to go back to Tempest. Even though he couldn't use spatial domination straight to Tempest, it seemed like he could still teleport to the sealed cave. A few hours ago. The Jura Tempest Federation was under an attack. At first it was just another peaceful day, but now the capital was on fire, turning into a hell on earth. How could this happen? Benimaru was tasked by Rimuru to protect the city and the citizens, but it ended up like this. A war. But why? The invaders had a sigil of the Kingdom of Falmouth, a nation Tempest had never interacted with before, on their armors. Some of them carried a symbol of the Western Holy Church. Why are you attacking us? Because that's what Gran told me to do. Benimaru was fighting with a large-framed man covering himself in full armor, he was at a disadvantage. When the invasion started, the barriers were roofed over Tempest. From what Shuna and Jurin said, the first layer was a prison field which weakened monsters to the point regular soldiers became powerless and higher magents like Benimaru struggled to keep up. The second layer, a smaller one, was an anti-magic area. It disrupted every use of magicule, including Benimaru's flame. He had to fight with his physical strength alone, it was at a time like this that the training he had with Hakuru and Maleimm became useful. His opponent was the Guardian of the West, Razel, the strongest among the invaders. While Benimaru was fighting, others had their own struggle. Shuna and Jurin tried to destroy the barriers with Yum and Grucius protecting them. But there was no progress. When he managed to put one down, another would pop up and replace it immediately. Hakuru was fighting with an otherworlder who came with Falmouth's army. Though he was weakened, he still held his own. But it was a 2 against 1 as Hakuru had to fight the sword-wielding Otherworlder while dodging bullets from one of the battle's edges. As the battle continued, Benimaru, who was weaker due to the lack of his flame, was struggling to keep up with Razel, who relied mostly on his physical prowess. Die! Razel roared. He threw a powerful punch which under this circumstance would be able to kill Benimaru. Great Rimuru! Benimaru was exhausted. The barriers and the prolonged fight already pushed his body to its limit. Before the fist got to Benimaru, it was blocked. Sorry for my lateness. A large black armor stood between Benimaru and Razel. You can trust me. A low voice assured the Oni. Observing closer, he wasn't covered in armor, the black metallic surface was rather his exoskeleton. Oh! Who would have thought there's an insector here? Razel jumped back, creating a gap between them. Who are you? Zelena scout or something? I am Zijin, a name given to me by Lord Rimuru. I will not allow you to continue destroying Lord Rimuru's nation. He came here as soon as Mrs. Trainee informed him that Tempest was attacked. But the distance between Tempest and the Dryad village was pretty far. Even when he arrived, he had to find a way to cut the dimensional barrier to come in. When he arrived at the heart of the city, the invasion was about to end. The leader of knights, Fulgen, already led his men out of town, with only a few of Church's members still around. Sir Razel, we should stop here, the Mercury luminaries called the men in the armor. The Moon luminaries added, the real invasion's after this. You shouldn't waste your time and energy here. The Venus luminaries continued, we have teleported all the battle's edges back to the camp. That leaves only you. The people hooded in white were those who put up the anti-magic area. They were outside of its effect. Understood. Razel turned to Benimaru and Zijin. It was difficult to read his emotion under that iron helmet he was wearing. The next time we fight, my fists will crush both of you. Before they could run away, Benimaru shouted, wait. Where's Cheyenne? You mean that female Kijin? The luminary said with a mocking tone. She put up quite a fight. Indeed, even an Otherworlder and 2 battlesages couldn't take her down. But she still met her end by Sir Ser's sword. Jumping in to protect a monster offspring, how pathetic. What's more pathetic is the face that Goblin Brat made when we killed her too. It disgusts me. Benimaru gritted his teeth out of rage, rightfully so. You bastard. He swore he would have burned them if it wasn't for this annoying anti-magic area. The luminaries teleported out of town with Razel, leaving Benimaru and Zijin in the middle of the ruined city. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Titles, Newborn Star, Reincarnator, Ruler of all Monsters. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint, Hero Egg, plus Queen of Spirits Bound. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 37,554,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace, Elemental Queen's Guidance. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, 8 fundamental elements, Ice. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Holy Magic. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance, Holy Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Cast Element, Perfect Memory, Enhanced Body Double, Future Attack Prediction. Unique Skills, Specialist, Usurper, Mathematician, Traveler. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebuth. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from Hippocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, is a sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 740, that's a lot of cash. Dragon Buster is a unique grade sword with holy attributes. It can be used effectively against dragons. However, this effectiveness doesn't work against true dragons due to them already being both holy and demonic simultaneously. This decision to make the first invasion successful might be controversial, but hear me out. Cheyenne still has to become a wicked Oni, and Rimuru still needs souls to become an awakened demon lord. They have to throw in Shogo, Ser, and Grigori. Two of them have a unique skill, just to take down a prison field nerfed Kijin Cheyenne who didn't have any unique skill. And they only pulled that off by attacking citizens, children at that. And Benimaru has to fight a goddamn Razzle, who's a physical monster, without his reliable flame. Cut my men some slacks. Spatial domination brought Rimuru, Ranga, and the demons to the sealed cave. When he arrived, he saw both Vesta and Gabiru. Their faces were serious. What happened here? Great Rimuru. You're back. Their faces showed more hope. There are barriers all over the city and I cannot contact my subordinates inside, Gabiru explained. Raphael had been talking about these barriers too. They were the reason why Rimuru's spatial domination was blocked and he couldn't teleport straight into the capital city. Let me see it. Vesta and Gabiru led the way. Outside of the barriers, Sui, Sauka, and others were trying to destroy the translucent barriers. Sui. Great Rimuru. He and Sauka knelt down. Sorry for letting you see me in this state. He was injured, with blood and everything. Sauka said that Sui was injured in his attempts to cross the barrier. This is nothing. Even if he said that, Vesta still came forward and healed him with a full potion. Trainee-san said, Zijin already went in there. But other than him, no one has managed to go in or come out of it. Zijin. That beetle. But that was the least of Rimuru's concern. He walked closer to the compound barrier and used sub-skill, analytical appraisal. It's a prison field, a weaker version of the holy field performed by the individual, Hinata Sakaguchi. Though weaker, it was still a barrier made out of holy cules, a fundamental energy which was effective against a magicule-based lifeform like monsters. Everything that required magicules, from shadow motion, spatial motion, and even thought communication couldn't cross this wall of holy cules to the other side. Rimuru summoned the Veldonava sword and cut the barrier down just like what he did to Hinata's, opening a path for everyone. But a few seconds later, another prison field was deployed, this time when Rimuru and others were inside it. These prison fields might be a product of a magic device. If the device or devices is still intact, it will continue to appear. For Rimuru it was just a mild annoyance, but for others this was an obstacle that could render them powerless. Why is it deployed in the first place? When he considered the possibility, it was concerning. What is it, Raphael-san? I detected 103 souls within this compound barrier, all of them are connected to Master via the soul corridor. Hearing that, Rimuru started running. He saw destroyed buildings along his way, the scent of ashes and cinders still lingered in the air. No, 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 no. Not like this. Not this again. The picture of a ruined town was too familiar for him. He had seen it before, on that unforgettable fateful day. Is everyone all right? Rimuru ran into the most populated area he could find. Rigurd soon approached him, kneeling down. He told Rimuru that hours before there was an attack from the nation of Falmouth, the city was in ruins due to said invasion. We already distributed full potions to those who were injured. Rimuru breathed out a sigh of relief. Is that so? That means there are no casualties, right? After Rimuru said that, the citizens started whispering among themselves. Rigurd's face was also the most serious Rimuru had ever seen from him. Rigurd. Great Rimuru. Benimaru approached him. He wasn't badly injured, but his body was exhausted to its limit and couldn't be healed from a full potion. Please follow me. Rimuru nodded hesitantly. Every step he followed, a heavy feeling started to grow in his chest. I don't like this feeling. Getting closer to the town square, the environment became more depressing. Buildings were destroyed, some of them were badly demolished to the point that you couldn't make out what it was before. Blood. There was blood dried on the floor and walls. Around both of them there was an absolute silence as if this was a dead town. The lack of other noises made Rimuru able to hear Benimaru gritted his teeth out of pure resentment. Benimaru. This is our destination. In the town square, lifeless bodies laid on the floor. Benimaru had a painful expression as he knelt down. I couldn't keep the promise. I couldn't protect this town. I couldn't protect everyone. I'm sorry. Benimaru. All of the people here. They were killed. Those humans are merciless. If it weren't for these barriers we might be able to. Rimuru knew his subordinates weren't weak. Under normal circumstances they would be able to protect themselves. But under the potent effect of this compound barrier. Casualties, 103. The citizens of Tempest, including children and women, were slaughtered. Mountain of corpses surrounded by a ruined town. Rimuru had seen it before, it was disturbingly similar. I want some time alone, Rimuru said. Benimaru gave an understanding nod before standing up. Ramiris also came out of Rimuru's soul. Rimuru. For the last few months she had been with him, she saw Rimuru as a positive and carefree guy. Seeing him like this was. But then again, she kind of understood when looking at the state of the city around them. She knew this wasn't the right time to act as she pleased. Is there anything I can help? Ramiris, in her pixie form, flew to Benimaru and asked. I am a queen of spirits, I can help you with anything. Benimaru replied, well, most of the injured people are healed. But there are Hakuru and Gobta who cannot be healed. Shuna said the power of space elemental is blocking the potion effect. Ramiris knew she could help as soon as she heard it. For an elemental queen who governed all the fundamental elements, that should be easy. Ramiris turned into her more queenly form. Shining and beautiful. Lead the way. She knew how not serious her pixie form might sound, so she had to use this more formal and mature form. Benimaru and Ramiris walked out, leaving only Rimuru with the corpses of his citizens, among them was Cheyenne. They were the souls Raphael detected before. I am sorry. No. It's not your fault. It's mine. Rimuru let his guard down. If he at least left either Diablo or Testarossa here this would not happen. The main culprit of this tragedy was the compound barrier, something those demons could for sure easily deal with. It was also his fault for trusting humans too much. Because his country became an ally with both Blumend and Dworgen, Rimuru didn't expect an unannounced invasion like this one. I am too naive. Rimuru cursed himself for learning nothing. He, as Veldonava, had been killed by humans before. Why didn't he see this coming? When he and Lucia were killed, the city they lived in were burnt down, innocents were harmed in the process. The place that was known nowadays as the City of the Forgotten Dragon was once a small town under the Eastern Empire's influence. Veldonava lived and died there. After his death, it seemed like Maleimm and her Dragonute followers returned to that place by instinct and turned it into the capital of her domain. Back then he didn't blame humans, even after his reincarnations, he didn't blame them. He believed that their action was not by choice, they only followed what the voice of the world told them to do. If they ignored an order, they might be punished as well. And even if they followed the order, they still enraged ancient beings which almost led to their species' extinction. It was damned if they did, damned if they didn't. But there was no such excuse for the scene in front of him. Who was to blame if not humans? Raphael-san, can we help them? Searching. 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 Data not found. Searching. 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 Data not found. Searching. 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 Data not found. Raphael tried her best, but there was no answer. Deep down she thought it was her fault, if only she noticed the invasion sooner, this wouldn't happen. Skills shouldn't feel guilt. She shouldn't have any feelings in the first place. What was happening to her was out of the Lord of Wisdom's understanding. Everyone's soul still lingered around, they couldn't cross the Holy Kuel barrier. I should let them go. Both Rimuru and Raphael couldn't find a way to resurrect them. Though it hurted him, Rimuru was intended to create a prolonged hole on the barrier, opening a path for souls to go out and become a part of the samsara system. It's better than having them become wandering spirits. Cheyenne and others didn't have a skill that could help them repossess their bodies. Even Rimuru didn't have a method to guide a soul back to its original body. Using Beelzebub to eat their souls and bodies then using Raphael's sub-skill to fuse both of them was possible. But there was only a 10% success rate, with 90% rate for their souls, their fundamental self, to be gone forever, a fate worse than death. It was different from the time he helped Shizu-san and the kids. Fusing elementals with living people was far easier than fusing a fragile soul with a lifeless body. I am sorry, everyone. Rimuru was preparing magic to destroy the barrier. Before he could use it, he was interrupted. Rimuru-san. Please wait. Oh, it's you guys. It was the Caval's party. Though the chance is slim. But there's a fairy tale about a resurrection. It was a story told down within the sorceress dynasty of Sarian. A fairy tale about a girl and a dragon. The dragon princess was born from the shared bond between a human and a dragon. A baby dragon was a gift given to her by her father, it was her only friend. But it was killed by a greedy king who wanted to control the dragon princess for her power. Motivated by grief and rage, the dragon princess went on a rampage with the power inherited from her father. After killing the king and destroying several nations, she evolved into a demon lord. The baby dragon was resurrected, but as a beast who swore to burn this world to ashes. That fairy tale was about Maleimm. It's similar to the one I heard from the dragon lord. But then again, was there a reason to resurrect them if they would become mindless beasts? Wait. Rimuru looked up at the compound barrier. The chaos dragon became a beast of instinct because its soul was damaged and filled with rage. But the souls of Cheyenne and others were still completed thanks to this barrier. Maybe, there's a chance. Rimuru-san. I see, as long as the chance isn't zero then it should be worth it. Rimuru wanted to thank Ellen. By telling Rimuru this story, she had exposed herself for the responsibility of creating a new demon lord. To think she would go to such lengths to lend a hand. Everyone, I will evolve into a demon lord, Rimuru said, his voice now filled with confidence. He was now in a meeting room with his executives. Demon lord. Benimaru mumbled, a sweat rolled down his face. He wouldn't question his lord's intention, but he admitted it was quite a bold thing to say. Diablo and Testarossa immediately understood the direction this conversation was going. A true demon lord. Though I want to become one myself, I won't mind assisting you to become an awakened one. The primordials had lived long enough to understand the differences between those who were called demon lords and those who were recognized by the voice of the world as demon lords, and they would do anything to fulfill their master's goal. Great Rimuru. Rimuru turned to Shuna. You probably have a lot to ask, but I want you to hear this first. I am a reincarnator, I have been a lot of things. But as we don't have time for all of that, I will keep it brief. Before becoming a slime, I used to have a family. But my wife was killed, and my daughter forgot everything about me. The meeting room became even more serious. I got killed as well, and it was all my fault. I was too naive then and still too naive now. I thought because of how easily we became allies with Blumund and Dwargan, other nations might not be a problem. If I didn't stay in Ingracia for as long as I did. No, Shuna said. It's not your fault. It's ours for depending on you all the time. That weak thinking leads to this tragedy. Benimru followed, it pains me to have my sister saying that instead of me. When the Orc Lord invaded or when Kuribdus attacked, we always relied on you. When you trust me with the safety of everyone, I failed you. Wait, Benimaru. I should be blamed as the head of the security guards. Rigger said. No, I should keep an eye on the newcomers using the road before letting them pass into the city, said Geld. If there's someone to blame, that's me, Testarossa said. I have the power to prevent all of this. Yet I followed my own desires to accompany Lord Rimuru instead of valuing our contract and protect the town like I promised. They all blamed themselves, making the atmosphere within the room more gloomy than before. Seeing that, Hakuru stood up. There's no one true person to be blamed for this. It's our shared negligence that those brutes managed to come in and pillage the city we built together. Taking responsibility is good, but to only focus on it will lead you to spiral down. Hakuru was right, there was no point to focus purely on their mistakes and failures. An action must be taken, and the best action only appeared when we thought with the right mindsets. But becoming a demon lord. Are you aware of the problems it will attract? Ramaris, while in her Queen of Spirits form, said. Most self-proclaimed demon lords end up dead, you know. If there's someone who wants to get in my way, I would like to see them try. Rimuru wasn't in a mood for negotiation. No amount of convincing would change his mind. He would evolve. For Cheyenne and others' resurrection, if he had to fight demon lords for it, he would. You. She mumbled. In the last 200 years I met 2 chosen hero candidates including you. That thief became a demon lord and you'll too. Is disappointing me that fun? Come on, Ramaris. Rimuru tried to console her. Guiding a hero was her job, and she would be disappointed if she failed. It's not like I didn't plan to awaken as a chosen hero as well. Regular folks can't say something like that, you know. I mean, what kind of person has more than one soul in their body? Rimuru was an enigma, but truthfully that was the reason she followed him in the first place. He was interesting. But she didn't anticipate him to be a freak of nature who disobeyed every common sense that she knew of. But when she brought up this topic, it reminded Rimuru of something important. The pseudo-souls had to evolve parallel to each other. If one was stronger than the other, the weaker would be destroyed and all of Rimuru's effort would be in vain. Rimuru had asked Ramaris of the condition to become the chosen hero before. They were desire to protect and victory worthy of one's ascension. Those were too abstract and out of Rimuru's control. Unlike an ascension to true demon lord which only required 10,000 souls. That shouldn't be my concern at this moment. If I evolve into a demon lord, there is a slim chance for Cheyenne and others to be resurrected. And for the contingency plan. Rimuru placed the Veldonava sword on the meeting table. You guys probably have seen it before. This is a sword I made myself. If I say the sword's true name, it will enter its true form and release boundless energy. The sword will be broken, but the energy it produces will be enough to revive everyone. The Veldonava sword would produce infinite magicules and stardust particles which Rimuru could use to perform a miracle and revive everyone. Are you sure? That sword's worthy to be a national treasure. Kaijin, there's a lot of things I am willing to sacrifice just to bring them back, Rimuru smiled. Also, if I do lose this sword, you and Kurobe can just make a new sword for me, right? After making up his decision, the next thing to talk about was the method. To grow the Demon Lord's seed, Rimuru had to use human souls, and the large army of Falmouth was marching this way. What a great coincidence. It's more planned than you think. The first invasion was undeniably a planned attack. The barriers, the troops, and the members of the Western Holy Church. Everything was prepared. This land has been contaminated with monsters. Will not accept the existence of this nation. In a week, the combined force of Falmouth and the Western Holy Church led by the brave and wise King Admaris will purify this land of all evil. That was an announcement left by the leader of Falmouth Knights before he led his men out of the town. Benimaru, how long does it take before we can fight back? One night is enough for preparation. Benimaru had the look of someone who wanted to prove himself. I see, we will return the favor tomorrow at noon. Rimuru found a new method to distribute information about the enemy's army. Firstly, Rimuru expanded his universal perception, detecting and counting the number of invaders. Using extra skill, perfect memory, Rimuru turned what he saw into raw information and sent it to his subordinates via soul corridors, while those who weren't connected to Rimuru's soul got all the information from thought communication instead. With this method, Rimuru and Benimaru could distribute force wisely. Out of all the invaders, the one he should be aware of the most were the 10 great saints which spread in every direction. With them being pretty famous among humans, Ellen and Jurin could give Rimuru and others brief insights on who they were. Starting from where the main army was. King Admaris was there, protecting him were 3 luminaries and 2 battlesages consisting of Ser of Blue Sky and Glenda of Raging Sea. Rimuru, Diablo, and Testarossa would take care of the main army. In the North Detachment, there were members of the Crusaders, Lightus of Water, and Butchess of Earth. Please allow me and my team to take care of them. Sui said, which Rimuru immediately allowed. Me too. Another one was a beautiful woman Rimuru had never seen before. But from what Mrs. Trainee said, she was a Pito who just got her humanoid form. She became something called Insector. Apito told Rimuru that she and Zijin were ready to become cocoons as soon as Rimuru named them. But due to Maleimm harassing her for honey and training Zijin, they didn't get a chance to do so. They only became cocoons when Rimuru was out of town and Maleimm went her own way. And here they were, becoming full-fledged insectors in their humanoid glory. I still don't know what they are, but as long as they are allies then it's probably okay. The North is in your care. Sui, Apito. Understood. Next was the East Detachment. Individuals that should be aware of were Guard of Fire and Fritz of Wind, alongside the man named Razzle. Razzle. I will handle that man, said Zijin. His changes were more extreme than Apito's. He became an intimidating presence resembling armor with a sword-like horn. I choose this side too. Me and Razzle have an unfinished business, Benimaru said. In the South Detachment, there were Leonard Jester and Arnuad Bauman of Space. Gabaru, can you and your men dash? Of course, great Rimuru. We Dragonutes will bring back victory for you. The last was the West Detachment. It was the most guarded direction. Maybe to make sure that no one could flee away to the nearby Blumend. 3 other worlders were there, as well as a member of the Battlesages, Grigori of Giant Boulder. Let me handle it, I have a business with one of the other worlders. Just thinking about it makes my wound hurt, said Hakuru. Eh? I thought I already healed you. Hakuru chuckled, Lady Ramaris, your healing is flawless. But a wound made on one's pride can only be healed when the blood of the enemy is spilled on it. And I will take revenge for Gobzo. Gobta said. Hakuru, Gobta, Rigger, Geld and Ranga would take on the West Detachment. When the magic devices on every detachment were destroyed, the prison field would be gone. Shuna, Jurin. I want your help. Rimuru asked them to make another barrier to make sure Cheyenne and other souls wouldn't go away. Rimuru could keep their souls inside his stomach, but then again he didn't want any risks of mistaking his precious citizens' souls with those nutrients for the Demon Lord's seed. Yum, Grucius and Kaval's party would remain here to protect the city just in case. Rimuru wouldn't make the same mistake. He would leave a strong person to protect everyone as well, and he chose the Queen of Spirits herself for the task. After making up a plan, Rimuru returned to his house. He still had hours for himself until the fight started, just him and Raphael. Ramirez and Trainee-san were reminiscing about their pasts together. It was a surprise for Rimuru that they knew each other. Please give me permission to use extra skill, enhanced body double. Okay. Rimuru didn't know what plan she had, but he allowed it anyway. Magicules came out of Rimuru's body in the form of a black mist. They combined, creating a body that mirrored Rimuru's. When the body double fluttered its eyelids, there were cold, red eyes. With her bare form, Raphael bowed down, her forehead on the wooden plank floor. Master, lately I have been feeling strange. What is it? A feeling that is unexplainable, unanswerable, and incalculable. I feel lost. Please, Master. Please order me, give me direction. Raphael theorized that was what she was missing, a direct order. Skills were created to fulfill the desire of their masters. So she thought having Rimuru ordering her would fix everything. She looked up at Rimuru with hope. Rimuru had never ordered Raphael around before. Usually he let her do as she pleased, and when he wanted anything from her, he was usually the one begging. But it wasn't like he could reject her when she was in front of him, begging to be ordered around. Then he was thinking about what he should order her to do. Raphael, while others are fighting, I want you to collect as many useful skills as possible. Raphael's eyes widened. She felt like a flower was blooming in her chest. Yes. This feels so right. She felt eager to comply. Raphael smiled, a small, unnoticeable smile on a cold expression. I will not disappoint you, Master. When she used universal perception in the meeting, Raphael detected 7 unique skills, and would get them all for her one and only Master. Raphael-san, can you please wear something first? It wasn't like there was much to observe. In the end, it was still a reflection of his own body. But it was still awkward. You can order me to do that, she said smugly. Rimuru was floating in the skies over the main army of Falmouth. He looked down, those below were enemies, lives that would become a sacrifice for the demon lord's seed to sprout. Is this the same feeling you feel at that moment, Maleimm? Grief and anger blended together, becoming something unexplainable. Rimuru created a new anti-magic mask and wore it before dropping down from the skies. The demons were close behind him. Testarossa snapped her fingers, creating a sofa for Rimuru while Diablo was setting up a table and a tea set. I am Rimuru Tempest, a king of this nation. You guys are trespassing my land. His voice was loud to make sure that everyone here heard his words. But it isn't like I will let you go off the hook easily. Every soul here is now a property of Tempest. Resistance is futile. Rimuru snapped his fingers. The pitch-black spot on the sky started to spread, making a black dome over the main army that let everything in, but let nothing out. You lots make my day worse than it should be. But if you don't know why, let me paint you a better picture of the sorrowful world you gave me. Ukiyo-e, sorrowful world, was an art used to control Beelzebub. In this barrier, a portion of stomachy manifested in the material realm, the Lord of Gluttony could use its full power. The pitch-black sphere fell from the top of the barrier, landing next to Rimuru. It was perfectly round and absorbed all light around it like a black hole. It was also 2 meters in diameter. One soldier stepped back, prompting the sphere to run over him, eating all the right side of his body. He died instantly due to Beelzebub's soul-snatching ability. When the other half of his body hit the grassy floor, the sphere finished its meal as well. A picture of a number flashed in Rimuru's head. There was no voice from Raphael or the voice of the world. That was just a silent report directly from Beelzebub's system. 9,999 more to go, Rimuru thought. With a flick of his hand, Rimuru summoned 6 more of the black hole-like sphere. They were apex predators, moved by the desire to hunt and swallow innate within ultimate skill Beelzebub. Every life within the barrier was doomed to become nutrients for Rimuru's ascension. Though it was easy to call Rimuru's action a wrath of God, reality was much different. God might be all-powerful, but there were laws put in place by the voice of the world, the laws that Rimuru often referred to as a golden cage. God couldn't choose a side. He had to love everything he created equally. But now, Rimuru was going against every law he knew. It was these laws that got him killed the last time, but he didn't care. This wasn't a god's wrath, but a king fulfilling his duty. A god had to care about everything he created without love, hate or bias. But a king's duty was much simpler. Prospering his nation, protecting his citizens and slaying his enemies. That was the duty of those who called themselves kings. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Titles, Newborn Star, Reincarnator, Ruler of all Monsters. Pseudonyms. Emils, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint, Hero's Egg, plus Queen of Spirits Bound. Humanoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18, 681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 37,554,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace, Elemental Queen's Guidance. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, 8 fundamental elements, Ice. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Holy Magic. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance, Holy Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Cast Element, Perfect Memory, Enhanced Body Double, Future Attack Prediction. Unique Skills, Specialist, Usurper, Mathematician, Traveler. Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebuth. Notable things in Stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God Grade, Divine Construct, unnamed sword, is a sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 740, that's a lot of cash. Dragon Buster is a unique grade sword with holy attributes. It can be used effectively against dragons. However, this effectiveness doesn't work against true dragons due to them already being both holy and demonic simultaneously. Okay, this is the last of the consecutive chapters. From this chapter forward I will take my time, for real this time. But less about me and more about the story. Why Beelzebuth instead of Megiddo? First of all, because seeing the same trick twice is not as fun. Also, I have a plan for Beelzebuth. With the objectively best girl about to arrive, Beelzebuth, which is basically her counterpart, needs a direct upgrade too. Overall, Rimuru will walk out of this conflict an absolute winner. Falmouth's first invasion was a success thanks to the compound barrier, that was the anti-magic area installed by the luminaries and the prison field created from the magic devices. The devices were placed in every cardinal direction, each was guarded by the Allies' forces. Rimuru wanted to destroy the church's annoying toys first, and the signal to start attacking was. It's time to start. Apito was flying above the north detachment. From here she could see the pitch-black barrier Rimuru created. The inside of that barrier became its own dimension. The anti-magic area was gone, signaling Apito and others to start their massacre. Gaining access to Magicules again, the victory was within their reach. Attack. Apito dished out an order. Apito possessed a rare attribute among insectoids, the Queen attribute, which allowed her to create and control insects. Her personal army consisted of the army wasps, followed by almost 10,000 of regular wasps. All of them were born from her Magicules and received direct orders from thought communication. Wait. These things are dash. Why are they here dash? No. No. Go away dash. The soldiers' screams were cut off, as well as their heads. The army wasps moved at supersonic speed. Only death awaited those who got their attention. They were called silent killers, armed with sharp claws and deadly poison. An army wasp alone by itself was an A-rank threat, but a swarm of it would be considered a special A-rank threat. They decapitated every soldier in their path. Only a slight movement would trigger them to attack. Those who survived the initial attacks would succumb to the poison in the end. While the wasps that were smaller in size claimed their victims by suffocating their enemies. They would also crawl into the enemies' mouths and noses to cause internal damages if they had to. Apito descended to the ground below, looking at the despair-inducing scene her subordinates made proudly. How disappointing. Without that tricky barrier you all are just weaklings. All of the foot soldiers were killed. And that leaves just you. Butchus, isn't it? You. A blonde muscular man cursed. He was a member of the Crusaders, Butchess of Earth. He stood tall, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen comrades. Apito could order her army wasps to kill him in an instant if she wanted to, but she didn't. Why are there a queen wasp and its swarm in a place like this? This wasn't written in the report. A swarm of army wasps with its queen were an S-rank threat to humanity. In this circumstance they usually had to contact the leader of the Crusaders, Hinata. Butchess knew he was as good as dead standing in front of the queen-type insector. Seriously though, where is Lytus? He hoped that maybe having two Crusaders responded to the threat might increase their chances of surviving. But his colleague was nowhere to be found. Is she dead? In Butchess' moment of doubt and weakness, Apito striked with the speed that exceeded the army wasp's supersonic movement. She created a steel needle called the Queen's Needle and stabbed Butchess' right shoulder. He fell to the ground immediately after Apito pulled out. I coated the needle with poison. It's not deadly, but it'll be the most painful feeling you'll ever feel. You might even think that death is better, she taunted Butchess as she cleaned his blood off of her needle. It was Benimaru's direct order to kill all. The knights associated with the church in Falmouth, but brought the members of the 10 great saints back alive. Rimuru had a plan to hold them hostage and use them as tools to bargain with the Western Holy Church and the Holy Empire of Lubrius. The only mandatory condition was for them to be alive, by how and to what extent were up to Apito and others to decide. Apito-san, the other side of the camp has been dealt with. Sauka and the Dragonutes she was the leader of emerged from the shadow of the forest. Where is Sir Sui? Fighting with one of the saints. While Sauka and her team focused on slitting the throats of the enemies with their kunais, Sui led Lytus into the forest. There had not been any winner as of yet. After waiting for a few more minutes, Sui came out of the woods. Lytus followed him, her hands were tied together with sticky steel thread which Sui held onto the other end of it. Did I make you wait? Yeah, you took more time than I thought, said Apito as she scanned Lytus' conditions. Other than her disheveled clothes and hickeys on her neck, she didn't have any wounds. I tried a no-weapon approach. Lytus mumbled with a flushed face. Not true. I got stabbed a lot. Sui tugged the string as a warning. His hand grabbed the woman's chin. Remember our promise. Keep quiet until I allow you to talk. Why yes. Apito threw her needle at the magic crystal producing the prison field. With both saints captured and the magic device destroyed, that concluded the attack on the north side. Sauka carried the paralyzed Butchess on her back. Meanwhile, Sui placed his hand on Lytus' shoulder, guiding her with the string, treating her like a prisoner she was. They were on their back to Tempest with the hostages. At the east detachment, Benimaru and Zijin were about to start their attack. They were calm as they approached the enemy's camp. Stop right there. We won't show any mercy. The soldiers picked up their weapons. Fools. I should be the one saying that. Benimaru unsheathed his sword which was burning with black flame. Pardon me for the rage I'm about to rain on you. He touched the tip of his sword on the ground, creating and forming a circle of black flame to make sure that no one could run away. Every single soul participating in this conflict was deemed as sacrifices, that was Rimuru's order. He made all the knights erupted in black flames, leaving only the Fritz, Guard, and Razzle as survivors. Zijin and Razzle stared each other down. Their fighting aura and mystic aura clashed in the middle. The amount of uneasiness those two produced just by glaring at each other was absurd. Words became unnecessary. In a blink of an eye, their fists connected in a punch that disturbed and distorted the surrounding dimension. Oi! Pay attention to your opponent. Benimaru slashed Fritz's torso. You coward. Fritz cursed. The wound wasn't deep, and the black flame that lingered on kept his blood from dripping out. After all, he had to catch the saints back alive. Guard was about to attack, the tip of his spear lit up in a burning red flame. Enemy of the goddess. Stop dash. His words however were ignored. Benimaru clutched his hand around the burning spear, and overwhelmed it with his superior black flame. His free hand grabbed the sword and stabbed Fritz who tried to attack him from behind. Fritz groaned as he fell to the floor. Benimaru punched the consciousness out of Guard before kicking one out of Fritz as well. Lady Maleimm was right. Sometimes punching your problems is pretty fun, Benimaru mumbled, then turned to Zijin and Razzle who were still fighting. Both of them were impressive hand-to-hand fighters. Want any help? That'll be appreciated. Zijin didn't think he would lose, but he wanted to wrap things up as soon as possible. His own pride was not as important as Rimuru's desire. That was the idea Zijin lived by. Their combined effort managed to destroy Razzle's armor. Hiding under them was an exoskeleton just like the one Zijin had. He was also an insect-type Majin. Benimaru attempted to cut him down, but Razzle caught the black flame-infusing sword with his bare hand. Insectoids were born from the evil god, they were built specifically for battle. Their exoskeletons possessed a magic resistance attribute. He crushed Benimaru's sword in his palm, destroying the blade to pieces before kicking the Oni with his gifted physical strength. What a troublesome opponent, Benimaru mumbled. Zijin prepared his next attack. His wrists connected, mimicking a mouth of sorts. It was a close-ranged art. He prepared it out of range because he knew Razzle would dodge if he wasted his time entering this stance. When he was ready, Zijin used his spatial domination and appeared in front of Razzle. Exclamation point. Razzle panicked and tried to interrupt. But Zijin's wings flapped, creating a gust of wind which pushed Razzle's hands away. Giving Zijin a second he needed. His palms connected with Razzle's torso. This art was capable of ignoring the armor altogether. Razzle's back erupted in the form of a transparent aura dragon. Ugh! The attack was effective. Of course it was. That attack was Dragon Roar, a Drago Fist technique he remembered from Demon Lord Maleimm. But it didn't end there. Benimaru took his chance to attack. He might lose his weapon, but it didn't mean he had no other way to deal damage. For monsters, their whole body was a weapon. Aura was gathered on his right hand. Before it was honed to the same sharpness as a dragon's teeth, he then overlaid it with a black flame. Dragon Fang was an art taught to him by Maleimm. She said it would be useful in a time he was denied access to his preferred weapon, which she was certainly right. Razzle tried to block it, but the hand he used was cut off instantly. Razzle was struggling to stand up as Benimaru ominously approached. He planned to use it again, this time aiming for the head. You lose, admit it. Gran seems to underestimate you. Razzle said before turning his gaze to Zijin. Your strength is abnormal. You're either the evil god or the insectoid king's direct offspring. You can't run forever. The king has no mercy for deserters. Finishing his words, Razzle disappeared. It looked like someone summoned him out of the tough spot rather than it being Razzle using spatial domination. He's going to die, right? I mean, he got those fatal wounds and all. You're going to be surprised by how resilient we insectoids are. It came straight from his own experience. When Rimuru found him, he was still alive despite only having half of his body. Just a hole in the stomach and a loss of limb wouldn't be enough to kill Razzle, that was for sure. But that's fine. We got the saints. Now all we have to do is to destroy the magic device. Benimaru threw his hell flare at the crystal, burning it without leaving any ashes behind. The mission was accomplished. Zijin carried the hostages on his shoulders as both magents were on their way back. Well, I'm surprised you could use it too. Benimaru initiated a small talk. You mean Demon Lord Maleimm's art? Yours is as good as mine. Though it was called Drago Fist, it wasn't exclusive to Dragonoid and Dragonutes. Its fundamental was the complete control over an aura, battle will to be specific. This art was simple yet profound. Fighting geniuses such as Benimaru and Zijin could do it after seeing it for a few times, but they were still far away from mastering this technique. They gave each other an understanding nod. Despite Maleimm calling it a playing session, for them, what they had gone through was nothing less than gruesome training. They respected each other and felt deeply connected. Basically trauma bonding. Gabaru led the Dragonutes to attack the South Detachment, all of them were personally trained by him. He ordered one group to rain fire breath on the army while another group swiftly flew down and stabbed the soldiers to death without a chance for them to retaliate. Gabaru decided to make a name for himself. He descended from above with his spear, creating a whirlpool that cut the surrounding enemies in half. He now stood in front of Leonard Jester and Arnuad Bwadman. Unbelievable. Dragonutes, there are too many of them. The blonde man mumbled nervously. And its leader? A rank? No. Probably a special A-rank threat. Keep your act together. There are two of us here. Even a special A won't be a problem. Arnuad entered his prepare for combat stance, which Leonard did the same. Going to fight me? Not the smartest choice. To be fair, attacking Tempest in the first place is already reeking of poor decision-making. Gabaru inhaled deeply as his body bulked up, horns and wings grew slightly longer and bigger. This was a supercharged form acquired from mastering his intrinsic skill, Dragon Body. Every Dragonute gained that skill after being named by Rimuru, but only Gabaru had been training with it to the point he could use it without demerits. His offense and defense increased greatly. Magic became useless against the scales that had magic resistance. Leonard and Arnuad were quickly dealt with. Gabaru's subordinates jumped in to tie them with ropes. As expected from Gabaru-sama. Rimuru-sama said most competent fighters are on the west side. It's only normal for us to win easily. Gabaru thought it would be better if he got a chance to show more of his ability. Well, there's always a next time. He still had more tricks up his sleeves. I wonder when we'll get to face a formidable foe like Kuribdus again. Gabaru whipped his tail, destroying the magic crystal. Everyone. Our mission here has been accomplished. Let's go back to Tempest. He led the way as other Dragonutes followed and chanted, Gabaru. 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 Along the way. The West was the largest of all the detachments. Tempest and Blumend were political allies. There was a chance for Tempest citizens to use this road and seek refuge. The Kingdom of Falmouth and the Western Holy Church wouldn't allow that to happen. The Church sent Gregory of Giant Boulder to guard this road. He was an immovable fortress that would not let even a single monster go past him. Meanwhile, Falmouth sent in their secret weapons, the other worlders under the control of the famous wizard, Raisin. Falmouth's living weapons, Kyoya Tachibana, Kirara Mizutani, and Shogo Taguchi. Enemies detected. A giant wolf ran through their camp with great speed. Its fur sparked with black lightning, taking the form of a cloak knitted from darkness itself. The soldiers who attempted to stop it were electrocuted. Their bodies were charred to the point of unrecognizable. Everybody, stand back. Boo. Sir Grigori. A large muscular man got Ranga's attention. When the wolf ran at him, Grigori activated his skill immovable before catching it in his hands. Grigori, trying to live up to his name as a living fortress, attempted to stop Ranga using his tall stature and broad frame. But Ranga kept going. Its body continuously grew in mass, its strength exponentially increased, pushing Grigori back. Immovable enhanced his body to be as durable as steel and made him unable to fall unconscious, but it didn't do anything with the pain. He still felt everything thrown at him, including Ranga's lightning which stinged like thousands of needles. I can't take it anymore. Losing to the pain he felt, Grigori's pushing strength decreased. That gave Ranga an opportunity to bite his shoulder before dragging him on the floor. It bit, dragged and threw him like dogs playing with their durable chewing toys. The worst thing was Grigori couldn't fall unconscious and had to endure it all. What a flashy entrance Ranga-san has. Gobta, focusing on our task. Rigger and Gobta were on the back of their respective star wolves, using the wolves' incredible speed to ambush and attack the temple knights from blind spots. Earthshatter kick. Geld stomped the floor, creating a shockwave which disrupted formation and balance, giving Rigger and Gobta opportunities to claim more lives. These guys are quite interesting. Hey. I will be your opponent. Sir Shogo. A boy with spiky black hair stepped up to face Geld, his expression distorted with arrogance. He was trying to kick Geld, but it was blocked by the shield. On the other side, Hakuru led another otherworlder into the forest. I don't understand. You got lucky and survived, yet you want to fight me again instead of running away, Kyoya said, his face oozing with confidence. He already bested this old man once. And I will do it again, he thought. Despite how I look, I am quite a sore loser. It annoys me to see the younglings so proud and arrogant on their high horse. Kyoka smirked, come on, you couldn't beat my sword last time. What makes you think you can now? It isn't about your sword, but rather your skill. So you noticed. Kyoya had unique skill, Severer, which allowed him to control the space element. His sword could cut through anything, Kyoya was sure. Kyoya made his surroundings slower and rushed forward, planning to decapitate the old man. How impatient. But Hakuru casually blocked it. But I don't blame you. I too cannot hold this anger any longer. The boy jumped backward. Don't get cocky. He swung and the blade detached from the hilt, multiplied into hundreds. Those dummy swords, despite looking identical to the real one, were made of space distortion which would cut through everything and inflict an unhealable wound on the target. How disappointing. Hakuru blocked it all as well, sending it to the ground in a blink of an eye. Maybe I'm overestimating you. You're just a third-rate swordsman with a second-rate skill. Hakuru had more respect for those who just picked up a sword than he had for Kyoya. Motivated by anger, Kyoya was trying to attack again. You senile bastard. My extra skill, all-seeing eye, allows me to perceive my surroundings 3 times faster. You are basically frozen in my eyes. You're too slow. What? Your movement is untrained. Just because you can wield a sword doesn't make you a swordsman. On his forehead appeared a third eye, extra skill, heavenly eye. Crestwater slash. Hakuru's sword imitated the movement and veracity of the great river, swiftly cutting off Kyoya's neck. What? Thought acceleration is still working. He didn't die immediately. As if it was a divine punishment, he had to endure this pain until the remaining time of his thought acceleration ran off. As the battle was over, a figure dropped down from above. Great Rimuru. Hakuru lifted his eyebrow upon seeing the person who was supposed to be dealing with the enemy's main troops. Incorrect, that person replied. I am just a body double tasked with collecting enemies' useful skills. Individual, Hakuru, has done an excellent job. The body double was under Raphael's control, but Rimuru and Raphael were impossible to differentiate. Rimuru perfectly contained his aura to the point of undetectable. When he fought, he didn't let out any battle will. Maybe calling the lack of aura Rimuru's signature aura would be more appropriate. Hakuru knelt down. It might only be a body double, but it still belonged to his lord. Raphael approached Kayoya's headless body. A black mist produced out of her palm to eat the soul. She left the corpse there as Master said he had a plan for their bodies. Acquiring unique skill, Severer, successfully. Raphael usually reported this to inform her master. Yet it became a second nature to her that she couldn't help but say it to herself. Maybe Master was right, maybe I did enjoy collecting skills. But she shouldn't concern herself with that. She had a mission to complete after all. Returning to the main camp, Shogo attacked Geld again, and it was blocked again. Geld's shield was made out of Kuribdus scales. It was lightweight, yet durable. And also possessed a magic jamming attribute. That's not fair. Throw that annoying shield away. Nonsense. This is war. Not using all you have is disrespectful to your opponents, Geld answered. You are bullying someone who is barehanded. Is that respectful? You're making less sense. TCH. Shogo smirked arrogantly. I thought you might throw it away, but whatever. Shogo's unique skill, Berserker, was very simple. For every life he claimed, he would grow stronger. There was a theoretical limit, but it had yet to be reached. Shogo kicked Geld's shield, this time using sub-skill, weapon destruction, to shatter the equipment. How about this? Now you're defenseless dash. Yet Geld was not concerned. He put the meat crusher away and started throwing hands. Your body might be impressive physically, but it's weak against corrosion, isn't it? Chaos Eaters created from Geld's aura bit Shogo, it was effective even though Shogo was using sub-skill, Diamond Body. You are not done yet. Hakuru, I am about to deal the final blow. Geld brought out his weapon again, it was the meat crusher that would be able to slice Shogo's head in half. You. Where's Kayoya? Hakuru promptly threw Kayoya's head to Shogo. Out of fear, he ran away. No. I don't want to die. I need to do something, anything. Shogo ran to the living area. When he saw the tents, he had an idea. Yes. I can use her. Shogo rushed into the tent. Kirara. I want your help. In the dimly lit tent, Shogo saw his fellow otherworlder being held by her neck and lifted above the ground. She struggled for air. But the slender hands kept blocking her windpipe, and moments later, she was dead. Acquiring unique skill Bewilder, successfully. The blue-haired Majin dropped Kirara's lifeless body down without any care in the world. Unique skill detected. Now the ominous crimson orbs locked on the trembling Shogo. She dashed forward and had Shogo in a chokehold. The will to live detected. A potential to awake a new unique skill detected. Raphael fed Kirara's soul to Shogo, fulfilling the voice of the world's condition and awakening unique skill Survivor. Get off of me. No. After purposely letting him suffer for a few minutes, Raphael consumed his soul using Beelzebuth. Acquiring unique skills Berserker and Survivor, successfully. She dragged Shogo's soulless body out of the tent with her. It looks like I arrived too late. Those words came from an old man who suddenly appeared via spatial magic, warp portal. He used analysis magic. A Kijin, an orc lord and... He could determine what Hakuru and Geld were. But when he tried to analyze the blue-haired Majin, all he could see was a pool of pure magicules. After all, this was still a body double she was using. You must be Rimuru. I thought that witch, Hinata Sakaguchi, already dealt with you. Though now it all makes sense why they lost. Those red eyes now fell upon the old mage. What about you? Who should you be? I am the court wizard of Falmouth, Raisin. Do you take pride in being a court wizard of a country that has been sentenced to collapse? Raphael taunted. Though Rimuru didn't plan to directly harm the citizens, the concept of the kingdom of Falmouth itself was to be gone. Individual, Raisin, I assume that you're the one putting spiritual magic on these otherworlders' souls, said Raphael. Kayoya, Kirara, and Shogo were put under an obedience spell called Locking Curse. Though it didn't give them any excuses, it did give a lot of insight into how Falmouth could order these unique skill holders. Of course, Raphael already learned spiritual magic for herself. You're sharp for a monster. Raisin explained that Falmouth kept the otherworlders as ultimate weapons, but their true intention was to steal the bodies, and in the process, unique skills for themselves. It's a shame that they are dead. They have quite a useful set of skills that Sir Fulgen and I would like to possess. Raphael threw Shogo's body at him. Demonstrate your method. What? That body still has unique skill. That's what you want, isn't it? Raphael lied as naturally as she breathed. There are 3 things in this world that I care about, my master, skills, and magic. Raphael ordered Hakuru and Geld to not attack Raisin. Giving me a body with a unique skill. What are they? Stupid. Well, I guess no matter how human-like they are. In the end they're just monsters. They probably thought they had things under control. What a foolish decision, Raisin thought, justifying his luck. He smirked. If I have a unique skill, even a demon lord class foe won't be a problem for me. Let alone these monsters. He sat close to Shogo's body and performed illusion magic, the great secret art of possession, moving his soul to be in control of Shogo's body. The old man's body fell to the ground as Shogo's body rose. Idiots. I have become the strongest mage in Falmouth's history. You'll regret dash. While he was monologuing, a thin rapier stabbed his stomach. What? I couldn't see that coming. Raphael's speed was not something Raisin expected. Why is the wound not healing? Raphael pulled her sword out as Raisin fell on his knees, vomiting blood. How dare you? About that unique skill, I lied, Raphael said while remaining emotionless. But even if you got it, the result wouldn't change. She created a handkerchief to clean Raisin's dirty blood off of the sword Master gave her. Raphael ordered Geld to bring Raisin back to Tempest. He already served his purpose by allowing Raphael to learn illusion magic as her own. Rigger and Gopta already destroyed the magic crystal, completing the West Side mission. Though she also wanted Grigori's skill, but with Ranga still playing with him, she had to take it later. She had her objective set. There were still 3 unique skills to be acquired in the main army where her master was. I should accomplish my mission as soon as possible and report back to my master so he could order me more. Raphael was wondering what the next order would be. Maybe it was the usual, upgrade my skills, an activity Raphael enjoyed on its own, but being ordered to do it did give her that sense of purpose. Do something also worked. It gave her freedom to do everything she wanted to, serving her master in her own way. But the best order would be either sit, watch or remain by my side. She trembled as her imagination got the best of her. She felt lost at first, but there was no doubt. In her heart, or at least its equivalent, there was an emotion growing, a foreign concept for a skill like her. Skills weren't supposed to have emotion, or any wills for that matter. But those who had it would be able to ascend. Manas, Divine Wisdom Core, was the product born from such emotion. Manas was an elusive race which theoretically shared the same level of divinity as true dragons. In Voice of the World's database, 4 Manas were active in the Central World. 3 were here from the start, while the other one's existence was paradoxical. But under the current circumstance, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think that such a life form could be born from Raphael's fully developed wisdom core. Only a little push was needed for the 5th or even 6th Manas to descend upon the world. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Titles, Newborn Star, Reincarnator, Ruler of all monsters. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Saint, Hero's Egg, plus Queen of Spirits Bound. Demonoid, Demon Lord Seed. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 37,554,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace, Elemental Queen's Guidance. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, 8 fundamental elements, Ice. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Lifeform Summoning. Ancient Magic, Water, Earth, Wind, Fire, Space, Time, Light, Darkness. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Holy Magic, Disintegration, Regeneration. Spiritual Magic, Locking Curse. Illusion Magic, Possession. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Temperature Resistance, Physical Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Pain Nullification, Poison Nullification, Paralyze Resistance, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance, Holy Magic Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Self-Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra Skills, Sticky Steel Thread, Universal Perception, Hero's Hockey, Ranged Barrier, Cast Element, Perfect Memory, Enhanced Body Double, Future Attack Prediction. Unique Skills, Specialist, Usurper, Mathematician, Traveler, Severer, Bewilder, Berserker, Survivor. Ultimate skills: Uriel, Raphael, Veldonava, Vulcan, Beelzebuth. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, is a sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 740, that's a lot of cash. Dragon Buster is a unique grade sword with holy attributes. It can be used effectively against dragons. However, this effectiveness doesn't work against true dragons due to them already being both holy and demonic simultaneously. Rimuru might own a couple ultimate skills, but he could say without a doubt that Beelzebuth was the strongest regarding its attack potency. All 16 skills created by Veldonava were stronger than ones created by the voice of the world, that was an undeniable truth. But another thing that made them special was the potential to develop ego. From his experience, it seemed like heavenly virtue skills develop ego easier and faster. Even back then, they could express themselves for Veldonava to know. Skills such as Justice King, Michael, and Knowledge King, Raphael. Rimuru had noticed that his Wisdom King, Raphael, showed signs reminiscent of those skills before her. What he had never seen before was a deadly sin skill with an ego. While inventing the art ukiyo-e, he was surprised to see that Beelzebuth also had an ego, though an undeveloped one. Raphael expressed herself almost human-like, but Beelzebuth was more of an untamed beast. The gluttonous fears weren't controlled by Rimuru or Raphael, but the will to consume all which belonged to Beelzebuth itself. 1-928. 2-006. 2-549. Beelzebuth only started its hunt a few minutes ago, but 1/4 of the main army already fell victim to it. The soldiers' souls, fertilizer for the demon lord's seed, started piling up in his stomach. The number of souls had drastically increased as time passed by. Rimuru sat on a sofa, drinking a tea Diablo poured for him and watching the pandemonium his skill created. To his left, Testarossa was staring down the battlesages, Sare of Blue Sky, and Glenda of Raging Sea. So that Rimuru guy survived. That Hinata sure is incompetent, Sare said. He had a white hair and a short stature. His innocent young boy appearance came from his half-elven blood. He was in fact the oldest among the battlesages. He was Hinata's subordinate in name only, he wanted to prove himself to be a stronger fighter and a better leader. Defeating a target Hinata failed to do would be his best bet. Sare wanted to kill Rimuru, but before that he had to deal with the lady in front of him first. Are you suggesting that you're stronger than Hinata? She questioned. Of course I am. Her blood-red eyes narrowed, inspecting Sare. I don't want to be rude. But you're not half as impressive as the saint I saw fighting with my lord. Testarossa's words cut deep. You know nothing, filthy demon. My bad. It's my fault for thinking that a man stronger than the saint would have a thicker skin. Her voice lacked any kind of remorse, a wide smirk also confirmed her insincerity. How dare you? Calm down, Sare, the red-haired woman next to him warned. She was the last member of the battlesages, Glenda Atlee. She's taunting you. You're right. I shouldn't care what a demon says. They stand on the opposite side of our goddess, so they have to die. He charged at Testarossa with his sword, Demon Slayer, which she didn't even attempt to dodge. What? She took it directly, but there was no wound. Unbelievable. That's an attack from a unique grade sword. How can you? Sare swung another attack, but the result was the same. Even her clothes were unscathed. Because your attacks are too weak. Don't be ridiculous. Sare jumped backward. Glenda, I will buy you time. While I distract that woman, you prepare a sure kill attack, he whispered. The woman nodded. Understood. Sare let out a roar of courage. He and his sword were covered in a blue aura. He charged forward with Aura Sword, an art that enhanced the durability and attack potency of his sword. She took it head-on again, as if Sare's technique wasn't worthy of her attention. Still too weak. The sword easily went through her body like a knife went through butter, but there was still no wound. Aren't you supposed to be humanity's strongest champion? Sare panicked. No. This isn't normal. An archdemon should be dead in one slash. But this woman. Testarossa smirked. Her nose was quite responsive to the scent of fear. Demons enjoyed the suffering of others, and Testarossa wasn't much different. Not an archdemon. What are you? I am a demon peer. Her smile grew wider. I have surpassed the limit of demon and become as strong as a demon lord thanks to Lord Rimuru's generosity. Demon Peer. A legendary creature said to be stronger than average demon lords. Ser realized what kind of monster he was fighting with. That Rimuru, is he crazy? Why did he give this demon a name? He entered a ready-for-combat stance again. I once banished Demon Lord Valentine before. If I fight with everything I have, I will win. Sar had that naive idea. So, a demon peer. If you are as strong as you said, I dare you to take this attack. Ser knew it was risky. But this demon was arrogant, he thought he could outsmart and make her take a sure kill attack. I love challenges. What's the reward? Reward I will get if I survive the attack. How about your soul? Deal. Ser replied without a second thought. He was so sure that he would win, he wasn't concerned with the risk. Take this. He launched a Testarossa with his art aura/activated. Ser's sword overlaid with an element his opponent was weak against. It was the technique he used to kill that Kijin, and he would kill this demon with it too. Interesting trick it is. But what will happen if I just analyze its structure and disassemble it? The aura overlaying the sword disappeared. Demon Slayer broke in half as it hit Testarossa. Impossible. Testarossa smiled warmly, but it was a false sense of security. As we promised, I will take your soul as my food. Her lord's ambition forced Ser down on his knees. Right. I still have to take you hostage, so I can't feast on your soul just yet. And no. That's too far. Too far, But you made a promise, and demons like me take vows, promises, and agreements very seriously. Her voice brooked no argument. You're a half-elf too. Souls are like wine, you know. The older they are, the sweeter they become. So please live your remaining life to the fullest. I will take your soul when you die. Remember, this is your last life. Testarossa giggled into Ser's ear. The soul consumed by the primordials would be destroyed forever and wouldn't return to samsara, no more reincarnation for them. The true death. Gee Glenda. Ser turned his head to find his colleague, expecting her to already prepare a sure kill technique. Testarossa taunted, she already ran away. Glenda. You coward. Glenda could only run in a circle in the barrier of darkness created by Rimuru. There were no exits. She tried to shoot the barrier with her pistol, but nothing happened, the bullets seemed to drown into the darkness itself. TCH. I wouldn't join this campaign if I knew it would end up like this. I will curse Mariable and that old geezer if I end up dead. Glenda whined as she desperately wasted more of her bullets. Firearms. Interesting. But it's useless. A slender body walked out of that darkness. Individual, Glenda Atlee, please give me your unique skill. What? Why are you here? She mistook Raphael for Rimuru, which was fair. Glenda turned back and tried to run away, but her legs were immediately tied by sticky steel thread. Raphael stood in front of her laid form. I see. Just like Falmouth as otherworlders, you got cursed by spiritual magic as well. Glenda's eyes widened. You noticed. The curse which was put onto her soul was something even high-ranked members of the church couldn't detect. But the magen in front of her knew it with just a glance. What kind of creature you put us against, Hinata? I can help you. Really? Glenda was surprised. Wait. What's the catch? You don't do something like this out of the goodness of your heart. Nothing was free in this cruel world. Glenda knew it better than anyone else. Your unique skill, of course, Raphael replied coldly. Also, I want you to become my subordinate. She currently had 2 kills on her hands, both of them were otherworlders. She found killing to be a waste of her valuable time, but necessary. So Raphael wanted to find someone to pull a trigger for her. That doesn't sound like freedom at all. That's more like being under new management. Glenda yelled back. But Raphael promised to not put her under any obedience spells. She often lied to get what she wanted, but this time it was sincere. Master absolutely hates spells that play with others' free will. That's the only line I won't cross. Glenda thought it couldn't be worse than how Rosso treated her, so she agreed. Raphael ordered and Glenda only nodded. When she was released from sticky steel thread, she walked to the main tent where King Admaris resided. While waiting, Raphael went to harvest unique skill all-rounder from Ser. Because the members of the 10 great saints had to be kept alive, she couldn't just consume his soul like she did with the otherworlders. But she had more than one method of stealing skills. Using force takeover belonged to usurper. Raphael took unique skill all-rounder as her own. Sub-skill, force takeover, could only be used on an opponent stronger than the user, and would fail if used on a relatively weaker opponent. But when using on an opponent tremendously stronger than the user, it would be a 100% fail. At the same time, using it on a target much weaker than the user would guarantee its success. I got them. Glenda returned, her mission accomplished. She dragged King Admaris and Archbishop Rayhiam with her. Both of them were still alive, the same couldn't be said to Fulgen, who had a bullet hole between his eyebrows. Why are you doing this? You're supposed to protect us. Admaris struggled. Rayhiam added, yes. A battlesage such as yourself shouldn't do this. What about the goddess Dash? Shut up. She hit both of them with her gun. I don't want to hear about that goddess. Where's she when I want help? Nowhere. I am fighting for my own freedom, you know. Raphael glanced at Admaris and Rayhiam. They are the ones pulling the strings. How disappointing. She made them unconscious with extra skill cast elements. Their lives were for Rimuru to judge, not hers. She ate Fulgen's soul with Beelzebuth, acquiring unique skill, Spearhead. Raphael smirked. She lifted her eyes up to the red-haired woman. Individual, Glenda Atlee, is to be interviewed further, but for now, you did great. Wait. Elaborate dash. Glenda was consumed and sent to stomach alive. Raphael separated unique skill, Sniper, from Glenda's soul with her sub-skill. Time to return to my dear master. To Rimuru's right, Diablo was facing the cloaked figures known as Clerics of the Seven Luminaries. Diablo took interest in their religion. He always found concepts of religion itself to be fascinating. Back then when he wandered the world, he always got in trouble with religious groups. Mostly the Vatican. I would say this invasion reminds me a lot of a crusade. And just like a crusade, it was mostly a failure. From how you look, you are probably highly respected by your peers, no? Diablo said sarcastically. They might be stronger than average enlightened, but they were comparably weak when up against a demon lord-class opponent like Diablo. He could kill them whenever he wanted, but Diablo kept them alive for more information. They gave me a strange intuition that she was behind all these. Right. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name's Diablo, a loyal butler of the great and magnificent Rimuru. He bowed slightly. A named Archdemon. That could be a problem, only a little. The Moon Luminaries thought. We are the Luminaries, devoted followers of Goddess Luminous. As I thought. Diablo used to be that girl's mentor. She always had an interest to become a goddess even in the past. She often said something along the line of, my father's a god, is he not? That makes me undoubtedly a goddess. Which means someday I will take on this family business. Diablo never thought she would be successful. But here we were with Luminism being the religion with the most followers in the central world. How annoying. Diablo gritted his teeth. Wasn't his discipline enough? Why was she doing this then? Could you tell me more about your religion? Ooh. You're interested. The Mercury Luminary said. There's a saying that a monster who listens to the goddess greatness will have a chance to be reborn as a human. But it's only 1 in a million chances, the Venus Luminaries added. The Moon Luminaries laughed, come on, you guys. This demon wants to hear it. Why don't we give it as a last gift? Luminism was a religion firstly found in the Holy Empire of Lubrius after the human extinction conspiracy came to its end. It was a duotheistic religion worshipping 2 deities, the primordial creator who shaped the world from nothingness and goddess Luminous who protected humanity from all harms. That brat really turns it into a family business. Impressive. They said monsters should be eradicated because they were enemies of gods. Diablo couldn't recall that Luminous had any problems with monsters. It's probably a fabricated statement, but I should ask her directly for clarity. The luminaries jumped up in the air, using the magic they prepared. Golden magic circles appeared above Diablo. The flow of holycules was far greater than Hinata's disintegration. Die. Demon. Trinity disintegration. This attack derived power from 3 enlightened class individuals, using it in tandem with Trinity break, its destruction was enough to kill a demon lord. Diablo, however, was unfazed. My lord. He contacted Rimuru via thought communication. What's it? Want any help? I want to use that. Ooh. I see. After hearing what Diablo said, Rimuru installed a barrier around them. It wasn't for Diablo's safety, but it was for the environment and everyone else's. Nice trick, but still too weak. Shut up, demon. Your life ends here, and next is your master. A ray of holy energy descended from above at light speed. Before it could swallow Diablo, he snapped. I will show you the purest form of disintegration. Diablo's magic circle expanded on the floor. He combined holy magic with the power of the Holy Spirit of Darkness, creating his version of ancient magic. Sanctuary disintegration. A ray of light casted by Diablo overpowered the one used by the luminaries. Our attack was overwhelmed dash. Impossible. That's goddess magic dash. No. How can a demon use holy magic dash? Originally it was luminous compound magic, mixing holy magic with the power of the Holy Spirit of Light, creating a spell powerful enough to harm a true dragon. Diablo only adapted it to suit himself. If Rimuru didn't install the barrier, the camp, the hostages, and those on the same side with him would be blown away by that highly destructive magic. There was a reason why he could only use it when Rimuru gave him permission. The luminaries were completely wiped out, eradicated down to their souls. I should check on Luminous. No. If I go now I will miss Lord Rimuru's evolution. Diablo had his priority. Ultima already headed there, he could just follow her trail when he saw Rimuru's ascension. 20,000, that was the number of souls in Rimuru's stomach. Master, the mission you gave me is accomplished. Please give me a new order. I want more. No. I need more. Raphael was on her knees in front of Rimuru. Maybe it was his imagination, but wasn't she just used every opportunity she had to be on her knees? More order. You and Lucia are going to get along really well. Rimuru used Beelzebub to eat the enhanced body double. Master. She returned to his mind once again. Prepare for an evolution. I will leave the rest to you. Don't fail me, that's an order. Rimuru used the most authoritative voice he could muster. Understood. Which she seemed to enjoy. Good for her. Diablo, Testarossa. Let's head back to the town. Through thought communication, Rimuru told them. He got all the souls needed. For the corpses, he had his plan with it, but that would be dealt with after his evolution. Everyone was waiting for him at the town square. Rimuru. Ramaris flew in, hugged him and then went inside his body. She returned to the little nest she made inside one of Rimuru's souls. You look excited. Of course. That's because your conditions to become a chosen hero are fulfilled. Is that so? It seemed like Rimuru was ready to become an awakened demon lord and awakened hero at the same time. Which was great, his pseudo-souls wouldn't destroy each other now. Rimuru took a glance at the hostages. They were tied with Sui's sticky steel thread and paralyzed by Apito's poison. Using unique skill, Usurper. Force takeover, unique skill, immovable. Raphael didn't waste any time to steal Grigori's skill. Rimuru stood in the town square, in front of the bodies of Cheyenne and others. Please wait for me, everyone. Raphael-san, start now. Starting an evolution to a true demon lord, Harvest Festival. Starting an evolution to a true chosen hero, the Yellow Brick Road. Rimuru fell to the ground. His 3 souls came out of his body, with the biggest among them being his main soul while the smaller ones being the evolving pseudo-souls. The evolution of individual, Rimuru Tempest, is successful. Starting the gifting ritual to those connecting with him through the soul corridor. Gift. Benimaru mumbled before an irresistible urge to fall asleep hit him. Everyone who Rimuru named fell asleep all the same. Kukuku. Such an unbelievable power. This drowsiness. So potent. Diablo and Testarossa remained awake using their will alone. They wanted to witness their lord's evolution. A more durable body was created to contain the souls. Its overall appearance was the same, but he grew up tremendously. The goddess-like form was naked for a second before a saint-inspired outfit was created. Quest 1, Becoming a True Dragon Subspecies, finished. Quest 2, Becoming a True Demon Lord, finished. Quest 3, Becoming a Chosen Hero, finished. The quests given by the Voice of the World since the Orc Lord invasion were done. Immediately, the Voice of the World sent in more quests. But that could wait. Seeing how her master still had to rest more, Raphael took control of the main body. Following the evolution was an upgrade to Rimuru's arsenal. Acquired, Natural Effect Resistance. Combining, Temperature Resistance, and Electricity Resistance with it. Acquired, Abnormal Condition Resistance. Combining, Poison Nullification, and Paralyze Resistance with it. Acquired Intrinsic Skill, Demon Lord's Hockey. Intrinsic Skill, Self-Regeneration, evolved into Infinite Regeneration. Acquired Ultimate Skills, Veldora, Lord of Storms, and Uriel, Lord of Covenant. Combining Ultimate Skills, Uriel, Lord of Vows, and Uriel, Lord of Covenant. Acquired Shub-Niggurath, Lord of Harvest. Combining unique skills, Traveler, Usurper, and extra skill, Future Attack Prediction. Acquired ultimate skill, Yog-Sothoth, Lord of Spacetime. Raphael descended to the ground, looking at the bodies of her master's citizens. With everything she got, from both her own rampage and the evolution, she had enough tools to resurrect them. I have to deal with the leftover soul first. Ascending to Demon Lord used 10,000 souls, and the leftover 10,000 souls were fed directly to Beelzebub. Beelzebub ate all the souls, changing them to pure energy. She was surprised when Beelzebub started to eat its own exterior, like a black hole that ate even its own disk. Skills had two important components, the shell and the core. Beelzebub's core was eating its exterior, like a bird breaking its egg shell. When the exterior was wholly eaten, what was left was a gluttonous core. It looked like a purple marble within Rimuru's soul. But it wanted to eat more. Which was bad. If it was left like this, Beelzebub would consume everything from Rimuru's soul, his pseudo-souls, and if it breached his body, then a whole continent would be gone as well. But Raphael had a plan. She used sub-skill, Synthesize, to fuse the gluttonous core with Raphael's exterior. She abandoned her own shell, leaving behind only the wisdom core. Lord. Eating Raphael's shell, Beelzebub's predatory instinct was redeemed. Its ego was artificially created, unlike Raphael's. With its developed ego, its all-consuming hunger could be controlled now. The first thing it called for was Master, which was understandable. Raphael would do the same too. Master's resting. Now there's only us. Can you eat all the souls here? We can. Beelzebub manifested a whirlpool of darkness without Raphael's further guidance. With Cheyenne and other souls in her hand, she started the resurrection ritual. Raphael already mastered the illusion magic she learned from Raisin. Starting with the secret art of revival, which restored all the souls, making sure it wasn't corrupted even in a slightest. And following with the secret art of resurrection, which led the souls back to their original body. It was the pinnacle of illusion magic alongside the mystery art of reincarnation. In the Promised Land, Lucia couldn't take her eyes off of the evolution scene. Gorgeous. She mumbled, looking at the more mature Rimuru from the spying crystal. Lady Lucia, your mouth is watering. It can't be helped. My darling is both cute and beautiful, Lucia smirked. Sometimes when you see something so pure, so untouched, you just want to corrupt it and make it squirm. Yup. That'll be 78. Lucia ignored her colleague's voice. Evolution was great, Rimuru needed everything he could get his hands on to survive the upcoming Walpurgis. She couldn't remember it herself, but heard of it from Cronoa, a chosen one blessed by both time and star. Rimuru-san will die in Walpurgis, that's in itself unavoidable. She told Lucia that. This scenario had happened countless times with only Cronoa being the only person who could remember it. The skills Rimuru got. Traveler and Yog-Sothoth belonged to Cronoa, or maybe it would belong to Cronoa in the future. Cronoa always had that air of paradox around her. Lucia didn't really understand it, but she found it to be pretty hot. If Rimuru died the wrong way in Walpurgis, Yog-Sothoth would automatically activate and turn back the clock. Everyone's memory would be wiped out except Cronoa. Lady Lucia. Oh, right. We space out a bit. Lucia looked down at the crystal. Be a good boy and change the channel. We want to see how Maleimm's doing. I don't think you're going to like this. Rimuru's information. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Titles, Newborn Star, Reincarnator, Ruler of all monsters, True Hero, True Demon Lord. Pseudonyms. Emmels, a B-rank adventurer. Mikami Sattoru, a business owner. Race, Ultimate Slime, Supreme Chaos Spirit, Divine Reincarnation. Spiritual Perfection, Unaware. Pseudo-Souls. Divine Human, Chosen Hero, plus Queen of Spirit Bound. Demonoid, Divine. EP, 106,807,702, Rimuru Tempest, 18,681, 123 plus Veldora Tempest, 88,126,579. Weapon, Genesis Grade, Divine Construct, Veldonava Sword. Concealed Form, 37,554,220. True Form, Infinity, can only be used once. Stardust Particles, 60%, Drago Buster, 10% per usage, Performing Miracle, 20% per usage, Drago Nova, 30% per usage, Forcing Evolution, 50% per usage. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace, Elemental Queen's Guidance. Magic. True Dragon Magic, Star Magic. Elemental Magic, 8 fundamental elements, Ice. Summoning Magic, Spiritual Life Form Summoning. Ancient Magic, 8 fundamental elements. Physical Magic, Megiddo. Holy Magic, Disintegration, Regeneration. Spiritual Magic, Locking Curse. Illusion Magic, the Great Art of Possession, the Secret Art of Revival, the Secret Art of Resurrection. Art, Faux True / Ukiyo-e, Sorrowful World. Resistances, Physical Resistance, Pain Nullification, Spiritual Attack Resistance, Magic Resistance, Holy Magic Resistance, Natural Effect Resistance, Abnormal Condition Resistance. Intrinsic Skills, Absorb, Dissolve, Infinite Regeneration, Dragon Spirit Hockey, Demon Lord's Hockey, Hero's Hockey, Universal Perception. Common Skills, Thought Communication. Extra skills, sticky steel thread, ranged barrier, cast element, perfect memory, enhanced body double. Unique skills, specialist, mathematician, severer, bewilder, berserker, survivor, all-rounder, spearhead, sniper, immovable. Ultimate skills, Veldonava, Vulcan, Shub Nigurath, Veldora, Yog Sothoth, Wisdom Core of Raphael, Gluttonous Core of Beelzebub. Notable things in stomach. Veldora Tempest, the almighty storm dragon that once rained destruction upon the civilizations. A troublemaker. Full potions copyright, created from hypocute herbs, would heal any wound as long as the target was still alive. Ifrit, greater spirit of flame. Veldonava meat, blasphemy. God grade, divine construct, unnamed sword, is a sword owned by Raphael given to her by her master. Kuribdus core, though she looked like a fish, being an offshoot of Veldora, Kuribdus was undeniably a dragon. That made her core a miniature version of a true dragon core, which would serve to further a certain maniac's research. Gold coins times 1, 740, that's a lot of cash. Dragon Buster is a unique grade sword with holy attributes. It can be used effectively against dragons. However, this effectiveness doesn't work against true dragons due to them already being both holy and demonic simultaneously. Glenda Atlee is waiting for a job interview.